In the realm of Dongxue, there lies a notorious sect of demonic arts, known as the Seven Killings Demon Sect, nestled within the treacherous northern mysterious mountain. News of the sect leader, Chu Zhaonan, spiraling into madness during his cultivation had long since spread like wildfire. Within the confines of the sect, the elders were restive, embroiled in fervent disputes within the Grand Assembly Hall, even resorting to physical altercations in their quest for the position of the sect leader. At this very moment, several trusted confidants, secretly dispatched by the elders to probe the situation, were poised to breach the secluded chambers of Chu Zhaonan, intent on seizing his techniques and treasures. As a practitioner of the demonic path, one would not merely wait for the tides of fate to settle. The principle of striking first was well known to all. Inside his chamber, Chu Zhaonan, who had just traversed through dimensions, let out a deep sigh. Then, in an instant, he was overwhelmed with pain. This corporeal form bore a shattered dantian and withered vitality, resembling a corpse in every sense. Perhaps the original owner of this body had committed too many wicked deeds in life, incurring divine retribution after death. His bones had severely atrophied, rendering his physique akin to that of a deformed dwarf. The sight of his 7 orifices bleeding, with eyes rolled back, would have struck terror and disgust in any onlooker. Ding, the host is signed in to the rigorous mentor, outstanding disciple system. Ding, the system begins to heal the host's injuries. Ding, the host script has been received. Please complete the disciple collecting task promptly. That a series of notifications echoed within Chu Zhaonan's mind, causing his earlier tears to be replaced with a wave of anxiety. Fortunately, his injuries were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. His physique shimmered, radiating a faint, ethereal glow. He felt as though he were immersed in a luxurious hot spring, utterly at ease, and gradually regained his composure. Chu Zhaonan perused the system interface, silently inspecting it. Host, Chu Zhaonan, identity, sect leader of the Seven Killings Demon Sect. Age, 32 years. Cultivation level, late Daoxian. Skills, Yin-Yang replenishment technique, 7 Killings Demon Wind Fist, Heavenly Injury Yin Puppet Technique, Blood Refinement 9 Secrets. Original script, Chu Zhaonan, the ruthless and cunning leader of the Seven Killings Demon Sect, notorious for his heinous acts, notably poisoning the protagonist's girlfriend, ultimately became the first major antagonist to be vanquished in the narrative. New setting, accept Shui Yanbing as a disciple, impart teachings, and as dictated by the script, cultivate her into a formidable heavenly emperor. The system truly possesses a dark sense of humor. Having the leader of a demonic sect mentor the future heavenly emperor is rather ironic. Chu Zhaonan chuckled coldly to himself. Nonetheless, he possessed an open mind and would not allow such trivial matters to drive a wedge between him and the system. After all, should he succeed in his teachings, he would be hailed as the imperial mentor, a rigorous mentor yielding an outstanding disciple, producing a heavenly emperor. That would surely be a monumental achievement. Ding, the elders of the demon sect believe the host to be dead and are plotting a rebellion to claim the position of sect leader. The host is tasked with eliminating these traitors to establish authority in the Seven Killings Demon Sect. A task has arrived. Surprisingly, the first task was not to recruit a disciple. Very well, I shall emerge from seclusion and eradicate those vile, treacherous ingrates, thereby laying a solid foundation for my future disciple-collecting endeavors. Chu Zhaonan entered the bathing chamber, washing away the impurities with a cold shower before donning fresh garments. This new physique was quite commendable. Gazing into the bronze mirror, a slight smile graced the corners of Chu Zhaonan's lips. Beneath his azure robe lay a robust, masculine form, his long hair casually tied back, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty. His sharp brows and bright eyes, coupled with ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth, presented a countenance akin to jade, exuding an ethereal charm that starkly contrasted with his demonic affiliations, resembling instead a refined, elegant young nobleman. Any ordinary woman who beheld him would surely be captivated, spellbound by his allure. Alas, a fiend is still a fiend. The blood debts he carried would not be forgotten by the world merely because this body housed an intriguing soul. What sins did I commit in my past life? Chu Zhaonan retrieved a paper fan from his storage ring, holding it gently as he let out a soft sigh. Ah, life is fleeting. One must learn to let go. Since circumstances have unfolded in this manner, I shall commence my transformation from this moment forth. Chu Xiaonan opened the fan, then closed it, repeating the motion several times until he mastered the technique. Finally, he dispelled the restrictions set outside his chamber and stepped out leisurely. Ah, sect leader. So you are indeed alive. Shui Wumei, greeting the sect leader. May the sect leader enjoy eternal blessings and longevity. At the forefront, the sect's grand elder's granddaughter, Shui Wumei, trembled slightly, momentarily lost in thought before swiftly masking her unease, gracefully curtsying in her flowing red gown. Had Chu Xiaonan not encountered any mishaps in his cultivation, she would have become his bride, assuming the role of sect leader's consort. This woman was indeed alluring, with fox-like eyes, a delicate oval face, and flawless skin. Her form was accentuated by a fitted red dress that showcased her captivating curves, effortlessly drawing attention. Although she had led many lecherous souls astray, she had never taken a life. Thus she could be spared. Stand still, Chu Xiaonan commanded softly. The assembly froze, paralyzed with trepidation. Chu Xiaonan's icy gaze swept over Shui Wumei, scrutinizing the disciples of the demon sect behind her. Excellent. Each of them bore the stench of blood and malice. The aura of blood and malice was fundamental to mastering the blood refinement 9 secrets of the demon sect. Only through frequent killings could it accumulate within one's being. Among those present, the aura of blood and malice was most pronounced in Chu Xiaonan himself, however. He sought to redeem himself, to transform from a demonic leader into a man of virtue, fundamentally different from those with wicked intentions. Whether or not he could attain enlightenment after laying down his weapon was a matter for another day, but with a heart inclined towards goodness, he would surely achieve fulfillment. Chu Xiaonan did not perceive himself as tainted by sin, nor did he feel inferior or anxious. In this world, there exists no eternal righteousness, nor everlasting evil. His merits and demerits do not require the judgment of others. Yet, the fate of these demon sect disciples lay solely in his hands, for he was the leader of the 7 Killings demon sect, and his strength was formidable. Wumei, how do you believe I should deal with them? Chu Xiaonan inquired, holding the paper fan while gently lifting Shui Wumei's delicate chin, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Shui Wumei trembled, cold sweat trickling down her back, swallowing hard as she forced a smile. I do not comprehend the sect leader's intent. Truly, do not understand? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chu Xiaonan's eyes as he snapped his fingers. Thud! A true disciple's head burst apart, collapsing outside the chamber, lifeless in an instant. Chu Xiaonan chuckled coldly. Do you understand now? Please forgive me, sect leader. Shui Wumei fell to her knees beside him, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading and remorse. I merely heard that the sect leader had encountered a mishap during cultivation and intended to retrieve your remains. I harbored no ulterior motives. Ah, who would have thought my fiancé still possesses a conscience? Chu Xiaonan let out a soft hum, stating, You shall be responsible for dealing with these treacherous disciples, or you may offer your own life in exchange for theirs. Spare one or eliminate them all. He disliked making choices. Thus he left the decision to Shui Wumei. This group of evildoers was indeed distasteful to him. As he was to take on a future heavenly emperor as his disciple, he could not afford to be shackled by the sect. Thus, when the time came to strike, he would do so without hesitation. I shall see what those old fools are up to, Chu Xiaonan remarked, fanning himself as he strolled leisurely towards the Grand Assembly Hall. Chapter 2. Infighting within the sect in the Grand Hall of the 7 Kills Demon Sect. A gathering of elders buzzed with fervor, the lights illuminating their animated discussions. Over a dozen elders convened. Embroiled in heated arguments, the assembly was largely divided into 3 factions: the succession faction led by the Grand Elder, Shui Yazi, the talented faction headed by the second elder, Wu Ming, and a 3rd faction, the conspiracy faction led by the 5th elder, Zhongqian. Typically, in the absence of the sect leader, the Grand Elder would assume control over all sect affairs and make necessary arrangements. However, this situation was unprecedented, as Chu Xiaonan was highly likely to have succumbed to madness and met his demise. The talented faction, under Wu Ming's leadership, sought to elect a new sect leader and refused to heed the Grand Elder Shui Yazi's commands. Meanwhile, the 5th elder Zhongqian remained a passive observer, biding his time to seize power after the 2 factions settled their dispute. The atmosphere within the demon sect was fraught with anxiety and chaos. With numerous disciples already falling victim to the internal strife in a corner, Chu Xiaonan settled into an inconspicuous seat, casually reaching for a handful of sunflower seeds from the fruit platter on the table. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the disciples in the hall were enveloped in a palpable aura of bloodlust. This predicament posed a challenge. He certainly could not allow the annihilation of his own sect from the onset. It would suffice to retain a few loyal subordinates, yet the absence of capable aides would be troublesome. Hey there, I've noticed you've been munching on seeds for quite a while. Who do you support for the position? A naive new disciple approached, playfully rapping Chu Xiaonan on the head before downing a cup of fragrant tea he had just poured. The disciples of the demon sect were known for their carefree demeanor, unrestrained and quick to forge camaraderie with anyone. Jianbu, noticing Chu Xiaonan's striking features and elegant demeanor, thought him a worthy companion and thus approached to initiate conversation. Chu Xiaonan glanced at him, crossed one leg over the other, and with a calm tone, replied, I foresee a calamity of bloodshed among the elders today. Those who dance the most vigorously shall perish the quickest. Jianbu gasped, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. His hand gripping Chu Xiaonan's in excitement, trembling with anticipation. After a moment, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he finally articulated, truly, great minds think alike. In that brief interlude, 2 more elders and a dozen elite disciples had sustained injuries. At that moment, Xue Wumei, having finished tending to the wounded disciples, entered the grand hall in a daze. Her immediate instinct was to seek the sect leader and report the situation. However, upon spotting Chu Xiaonan comfortably observing the unfolding chaos from his corner, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart. What was the sect leader planning? She hesitated, wondering if contacting her grandfather would entangle her in this turmoil. Chu Xiaonan noticed her and casually beckoned, drawing the holy maiden of the demon sect closer to him. Holy maiden, Jianbu exclaimed, his eyes widening, face flushed, feeling bashful. The goddess had come to see him. His heart raced, overwhelmed with emotion. Observing Jianbu's restless demeanor, Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly and turned to inquire, how is the situation being handled? None survived. Xue Wumei's body stiffened as she attempted to bow respectfully, yet found herself unable to move under the sect leader's control. Only when Chu Xiaonan released his grip on her did she feel liberated. As if a fish returned to water, able to breathe freely once more. If I were to kill your grandfather, would you still wish to marry me? Chu Xiaonan's bold statement shocked Jianbu into silence. The holy maiden's grandfather was the Grand Elder, my friend. While I find you remarkably talented and destined for greatness, there is no need to boast of killing the Grand Elder. Are you courting death? Jianbu exclaimed, leaping back in alarm, hastily covering Chu Xiaonan's mouth. The Grand Elder was the foremost figure beneath the sect leader, an unattainable master, and the very target of Jianbu's aspirations. Xue Wumei stared blankly at the young disciple garbed in his new attire, her brows furrowing in confusion. Young brother, who are you to speak so disrespectfully to the sect leader? Do you not realize the danger you are courting? Xue Wumei's lips parted, yet her words were swiftly silenced by Chu Xiaonan's cool retort. Answer my question. I vow to follow the sect leader, dedicated and unwavering for this lifetime. Should I betray this oath, may heaven and earth punish me, Xue Wumei declared solemnly, raising her arm to swear allegiance. She was ambitious. As a member of the demon sect, she knew that aligning with the demonic path was her best choice. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, she would not relinquish it lightly. As for her grandfather and the other elders, their eagerness to vie for power without confirming the sect leader's fate was their folly, not hers. The elders within the sect had underestimated the situation. Jianbu, listening to their exchange, turned pale, his body rigid with fear. What had he done in the presence of the sect leader? Chu Xiaonan, unfazed by the new disciple's distress, continued to engage in light conversation. Nodding in satisfaction, given your unwavering loyalty, I shall spare the Grand Elder today. The multitude of factions within the sect posed a challenge to his consolidation of power. Retaining just a couple of capable aides would suffice. The denizens of the demon path were typically driven by ambition, rendering loyalty and sentimentality unnecessary. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, others would have no choice but to submit, with a deft flick of his fingers. Chu Xiaonan unleashed a torrent of crimson threads that surged forth, targeting the embroiled disciples. Within the hall, numerous elite disciples suddenly turned against their fellow brethren, igniting a brutal conflict. The hall erupted into chaos as the factions clashed violently, with the Grand Elder's followers caught off guard and sustaining grave injuries. The once united front against the Grand Elder now splintered, each faction eyeing the others warily, as if they were venomous snakes. Shui Yazi, I never imagined you would secretly practice the divine technique of the sect leader, the heavenly wounding shadow puppet technique. Seems you have long harbored treasonous intentions. Ladies and gentlemen, heed my words. Let us unite to eliminate the Grand Elder's faction first, then elect a new sect leader. The second elder, Wu Ming, rallied the crowd, and a wave of support surged forth. Shui Yazi's face darkened, realizing that the factions had joined forces and were no longer listening to his rebuttals. The tide had turned, and the faction he represented, possessing far greater strength than the others, had now become the primary target. Shui Wumei watched in horror as the internal strife of the sect spiraled into unpredictability, her heart racing with anxiety. This battle had been instigated entirely by Chu Xiaonan, yet he remained detached. Observing the chaos as if it were mere entertainment, ambition had sown the seeds of discord. Chu Xiaonan had ceased relying solely on brute force to subdue others. His mastery over the hearts of men was far more formidable. With merely a gesture, he had pitted the Grand Elder's faction against the others, igniting a fierce battle. Everyone was well aware that Chu Xiaonan had perished. They would soon realize their folly when they found the sect leader still calmly seated, sipping tea and watching the spectacle unfold. Chapter 3. The disbandment of the Seven Kills Demon sect due to Chu Xiaonan's insidious machinations. The once divided disciples, who had held steadfast to their beliefs, found themselves united in a desperate struggle against the Grand Elder's faction. The conflict escalated to a fever pitch, with casualties mounting on both sides. The Grand Hall became a cacophony of chaos, with disciples and masters alike clashing fiercely, neither side willing to yield. Sect leader, if you do not intervene, our demon sect will surely suffer irreparable damage, Shui Wumei implored, anxiously observing the unfolding chaos. The losses incurred from this infighting represented a significant blow to the sect's strength. If this continued unchecked, it would jeopardize their position as the foremost demonic power within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Chu Xiaonan shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled. As you can see, their loyalty to me is questionable, so I shall not intervene. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor lie in the hands of fate. After the battle, he would determine who to eliminate and who to retain, conserving considerable effort. The conflict raged for 2 full hours, with the elite factions suffering grievous losses. Among the elders, only 2 out of 10 remained standing, and over 90% of the elite disciples had perished. The Grand Hall was awash in blood, the fallen numbering in the multitude. Those few elders who had escaped death were now too exhausted to continue fighting, barely clinging to life. Shui Wumei's heart ached as she mourned the loss of so many lives. Had they been sent to confront the righteous path, they could have easily decimated a rival sect of lesser strength. Instead, they had perished in a futile internal struggle, their deaths rendered meaningless. A true tragedy. Ha ha ha, esteemed elders, the position of sect leader shall belong to the capable. It is now mine for the taking. Amidst the chaos, the 5th elder, Zhong Qian, who had feigned inactivity during the battle, now emerged, revealing his true intentions. Zhong Qian, you treacherous scoundrel! Wu Ming spat vehemently. If you cannot discern the situation now, you are truly a fool. While I contend with the Grand Elder, you have seized this opportunity to benefit yourself. I despise you, always putting on a facade while harboring ill intentions. Zhong Qian, unfazed, approached Wu Ming and swiftly severed his head, muttering, "Those who seek to promote the worthy in the demon sect should aim higher." The second elder's decapitated head rolled away, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhong Qian paid him no further heed, turning instead to the gravely injured Grand Elder, delivering a crushing blow. The Grand Elder sustained additional injuries, his chest caving in as if he were a candle nearing its end, his life hanging by a thread. Grand Elder, I hold you in respect, but allowing you to live is simply too troublesome. Zhong Qian, can it be that those within the court regard human life as mere straw? You can merely scoff dismissively. The beggars who perish daily in Xifang City are countless. Moreover, that unfortunate lad is not dead yet. Is he? Mu Yunhong fell silent, At a loss for words, in the eyes of many, the lives of beggars hold no value. They are but lowly ants, go be crushed underfoot. They can only blame their own lack of awareness. To label the impoverished youth as a beggar is to forego any explanation. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for your blatant disregard of the truth and your corrupt practices? Mu Yunhong's blood surged with indignation, his fury barely contained. Yet he restrained the impulse to engage Yukan in battle. To confront the celestial envoy would be tantamount to rebellion. To rebel against the court would brand him as a heretic. Forever denying him the chance to be a righteous man, he could not bear the thought of implicating his sect due to his own selfishness. Why Yukan shook his head, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. I am the very heavens of Sifang City. What have I to fear from divine retribution? The crowd fell silent, struck dumb by his words. At this moment, the recently revived Shui Yanbing, upon hearing this, felt her heart wrench in agony and erupted into a tirade. That Ji Zhong seized my family's estate, slaughtered my parents, and now seeks to harm me. Such a vile wretch, and yet you ally yourself with him. Colluding in his wickedness, while audacious in the face of reality, even the proud are but fodder for hyenas. This fellow deserves to be beaten to such a state. Unaware of the times, if he dies. So be it. Does serving the court conflict with my desire to take you as my disciple? Chu Xiaonan crouched down, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired. There is no conflict. However, I would be ashamed to associate with the wicked. Shui Yanbing lifted his gaze to meet his, speaking earnestly. The surroundings grew quieter still, the atmosphere solemn. Many felt their blood run cold, as if they could hear the beating of their own hearts. They genuinely feared that this foolish lad, Shui Yanbing, might speak without restraint, provoking the leader of the demonic path and inciting a massacre. Such occurrences are not unheard of in history. Instances of great demons massacring entire cities over a mere disagreement abound. So, you would rather be beaten to death than take me as your master, would you? Chu Xiaonan, fanning himself with a paper fan, furrowed his sword-like brows slightly, his gaze turning progressively colder at that moment. The air seemed to congeal, and countless individuals felt as though they were teetering on the edge of a precipice. Chu, Master Chu, Mu Yunhong stammered, swallowing hard as he interjected. This child is merely confused. Master, Fang Zhongshu gazed incredulously at his senior brother. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. Why must he lower himself to the demonic path, toadying to them? It is beyond comprehension. Silence. Abandon this child. Save a city of common folk, or shall we all perish together? Which will you choose? Mu Yunhong transmitted his thoughts to his junior brother, his frustration palpable. Fang Zhongshu had been overly protected, leading him to naively overestimate human sentiment. Justice without strength is but a solitary bravery, utterly meaningless. Otherwise, the lineage would be severed. What do matters of righteousness or wickedness have to do with you? Fang Zhongshu fell silent. Such ideals are beautiful. Yet he often finds himself crushed beneath the harshness of reality. Should one lose one, or let an entire city perish, which should one choose? He might not even resort to slaughtering the city. Fang Zhongshu muttered to himself. To achieve great things, one must plan before acting, considering all angles. To underestimate the enemy is to invite one's own demise. Mu Yunhong advised earnestly. He had watched his junior brother grow up. His innocence preserved since childhood, and thus he often followed closely to protect him from bullying. Yet, alas, this lad remained blissfully ignorant of the world's perils even in adulthood, when faced with trouble, rather than awaiting an uncertain outcome. It is wiser to yield slightly, allowing both parties room for de-escalation, thus preventing deadly confrontations. My junior brother is still too green. Mu Yunhong shook his head, resolving to teach his junior brother how to navigate the world once they safely pass this ordeal. Chu Xiaonan chuckled lightly, speaking with an air of nonchalance. If I were to leave now, you would still meet your demise. He stood, hands clasped behind his back. Once you are gone, those who bullied you will surely erase all traces of the Shui family. Perhaps even unearth your ancestral grave. To know of enmity and not seek retribution is unfilial. To know of kindness and not repay it is unfaithful. To be aware of dangers and not act is inhumane. To neglect friends in times of adversity is unjust. Such unfilial, unfaithful, inhumane, and unjust beings. What does the court expect of you? Shui Yanbing's shoulders trembled, mortified by the rebuke, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide. Shui Wumei stared blankly at her master, utterly astonished. Had he ever wasted words on others before? She sensed a change in him. He no longer acted impulsively, but rather remembered to think, though she could not discern whether this was good or bad. One thing was certain. Her master had become more formidable, and the righteous would surely find him more troublesome. Wumei, the day is growing late. Bring my little disciple and old Bai Mao along. We shall visit the governor's mansion. Chu Xiaonan strode forward, the jade pendant hanging from his fan swaying gently as he approached the carriage of the governor's daughter. Master Chu, may I inquire as to your intentions in taking my junior brother? Mu Yunhong stepped forward cautiously, glancing at his frightened disciple. Look at you, lacking ability yet eager to stand up for others. Now you've entangled yourself with the demonic path. How will you ever return to the White Cloud sect? Foolish junior brother, must you court disaster to find joy? Chu Xiaonan paused, smiling as he explained. This old man is upright and eager to help, qualities I greatly admire. Teaching a disciple does not entail doing everything oneself. In the early stages of cultivation, finding him a mentor is equally beneficial. If you appreciate my character, should you not treat me with respect? Why then, must you be so rude to me? Fang Zhongshu felt tears welling up. Distressed at being dragged along the ground by the saintess of the demonic sect, utterly humiliated. If this were a desolate wilderness, it would be one thing, but here they were in a bustling market, surrounded by countless onlookers with keen eyes. What a disgrace! Chu Xiaonan glanced at him, his tone indifferent. I am of the demonic path, free and unrestrained. Do not attempt to reason with me. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The words of the leader of the demonic sect seemed to carry a weight of reason. Fang Zhongshu promptly closed his mouth, choosing not to further complicate matters, instead casting a resentful glance at his master. His murky old eyes were filled with complexity. Just moments ago, his master had abandoned the impoverished youth. Now, he was prepared to forsake him as well, if the day came when he had to abandon the sect to save the entire city. What choice would he make? As he watched Chu Xiaonan approach, the governor's daughter recoiled like a startled hedgehog, her arms crossed protectively over her chest, retreating behind her trembling guards. Do you want? My father is the governor. I am not afraid of you. Chu Xiaonan shook his head in disbelief, suddenly struck by inspiration as he passed by her. Although the governor's daughter was not inherently malicious, her willfulness and associations with unworthy individuals warranted a lesson. Otherwise, she might easily stray from the path in the future. He smiled slightly and extended a hand toward her. The guards immediately tensed. Trembling in fear, their weapons unsteady in their grips, the young lady had brought the leader of the demonic sect here. Who could withstand that? Quick, protect me, hurry. The governor's daughter, pale and frantic, jumped and screamed, her voice piercing the ears of those around her. Yet, the guards themselves were too frightened to act. Who had the courage to draw blades against the leader of the demonic path? At that moment, one of the guards had a clever idea and kicked the mischievous Ji Zhong out from their midst. Ji Zhong, it is time to show your loyalty to the lady. Did you not claim you would brave fire and water for her? Ji Zhong's face turned ashen, and after falling to the ground, he feigned death on the spot. Absurd. He had not even drawn blood for the lady. Why should he die for her? Buddha, please protect me. That old demon did not see me. Chu Xiaonan halted, turning to gaze at Ji Zhong with interest. Have the two of you already sworn eternal loyalty to one another? Chapter 7. Those who know the times are talented. Ji Zhong hesitated for a moment before hastily shaking his head. My lord, you must see clearly. I have no connection with her whatsoever. Absurd. The governor's daughter was on the brink of death. Who would dare to make such vows with her? He understood well that women are like garments. When they become tattered, they should be discarded without hesitation. Zhong, you dog of a servant, I must have truly been blind. The governor's daughter's nose reddened as she felt her heart being torn apart, tears spilling forth in a fit of indignation. She had planned to grant Ji Zhong some favors in the coming days, only to discover he was a mere flatterer, ungrateful and despicable. How foolish she had been to treat him well. Chu Xiaonan nodded, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the governor's daughter, pinching her soft cheek and pulling her away from the guard's protection. Woo-woo. The governor's daughter wept silently, utterly heartbroken. The feeling of being cast aside struck her like a thunderbolt. And in that moment, she found herself unafraid of death. Look, this is the one you chose to protect. Chu Xiaonan raised his arm, tapping her forehead in admonition. The governor's daughter, her face flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head, quietly enduring the dual sorrow of heartbreak and reprimand. After testing the waters, Chu Xiaonan paid her no further mind and instead cast a glance at the celestial envoy Yukan, who guarded the city. I shall be residing at the governor's mansion for a few days. You may report this to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, but should you cause me any trouble, think carefully about the consequences. I would not dare. Yukan bowed his head, humble and submissive. What use is it to report to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, unless the martial king or the sovereign of the divine kingdom arrives? Who could possibly handle the leader of the Seven Killers demonic sect? As long as Chu Xiaonan does not cause widespread death and injury, he can easily turn a blind eye. Thus, those who understand the times are indeed talented. In these times, the righteous are waning while the demonic flourish. The political arena is no longer as easy to navigate as before. It is wiser to avoid trouble than to seek it. As he watched Chu Xiaonan board the carriage and urged the horses onward toward the governor's mansion, Yukan finally rose, brushing the dirt from his trousers, his clenched fists cracking ominously. He would remember this humiliation. He hoped that Chu Xiaonan would live long enough for him to seize an opportunity to repay this humiliation in full. Turning, he cast a sidelong glance at Ji Zhong. This fellow's methods are ruthless and despicable, making him an excellent candidate for cultivation. He could very well become his adopted son. As for the governor's daughter, he could not touch her just yet, but she would inevitably fall into his grasp. Yukan smirked coldly, surveying his surroundings until he spotted a beautiful young woman, elegant and refined, whom he casually took along as he returned to his official residence, as long as he does not provoke Chu Xiaonan. Enjoying the company of a lovely woman is surely not too much to ask. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifling. Chu Xiaonan closed his eyes to rest. Shui Wumei focused on her book. Fang Zhongshu sighed deeply, and Shui Yambing stared vacantly. The carriage swayed slightly, their bodies leaning as it turned. The governor's mansion in Xifang City had arrived. The governor, having received a secret letter in advance, awaited outside with a team of attendants, showing utmost respect. Even the celestial envoy Yukan was no match for the Seven Killers demonic sect's leader. As a mere civil official, he found himself utterly helpless. To treat him with disrespect would mean facing the wrath of the slaughtered governor's mansion, with no recourse for complaint. Governor, my apologies for the intrusion. Chu Xiaonan stepped out of the carriage, clasping his fists in salute, exhibiting no air of formality. His demands were modest. All he sought was a tranquil and elegant abode. You are too courteous, Master Chu. The prefect returned the gesture with a bow, without further ado, and immediately instructed the steward to make arrangements. Chu Xiaonan's requests instilled a sense of reassurance in him. The prefect had a few idle residences at his disposal. Preparing one would not take much time at all. Half an hour later, Chu Xiaonan and his companions settled into their new dwelling. Fang Zhongshu, from this day forth, you shall serve as my dear disciple's attendant. Should any misfortune befall him, the Baiyun Dao sect shall cease to exist. Chu Xiaonan lounged in a rocking chair beneath the shade of a tree, leisurely savoring the fragrant tea freshly brewed by Shui Wumei, while casually imparting his wisdom. Fang Zhongshu wore a wry smile, realizing that this formidable figure was enlisting his assistance in instructing a disciple. It was not an inherently immoral task, and he figured it would not hurt to lend a hand. However, Shui Yambing was decidedly displeased. He had clearly stated his disdain for associating with the demonic path, yet these practitioners feigned ignorance, treating his words with disdain. Did they believe that their strength entitled them to such shamelessness? I am not your disciple, he hissed, his voice low and filled with fury. Chu Xiaonan set down his teacup, his fingers flicking with intent, and a thread of crimson connected to the back of Fang Zhongshu's head. In an instant, the latter's body moved uncontrollably, crashing against the courtyard walls with a series of thuds, his flesh tearing and blood spilling after several impacts. The consequences of your disobedience are not yours alone to bear. Chu Xiaonan halted, his tone devoid of warmth. This is all you're doing. He tossed aside a tome, closed his eyes, and nonchalantly declared, within 3 days, should you fail to master the techniques within, I shall claim half of this old fool's life. You are threatening me? Shui Yambing's forehead throbbed, veins bulging, his entire being trembling with rage. Chu Xiaonan's notorious reputation in the martial world was evidently well-founded. He not only imposed unreasonable demands, but also endangered others. A demon? He was indeed a demon. He was not much better than you can. You are not worthy of my fear. Chu Xiaonan replied coolly, gesturing to send the two into the side courtyard. Had Shui Yanbing been more compliant in apprenticing himself, there would have been no need for him to bring Fang Zhongshu along. Who could have anticipated this young man's deep-seated prejudice against the demonic path? Wu Mei, you need not accompany me. Chu Xiaonan cradled his head with one hand, smiling at the slender girl beside him. As you can see, I have resolved to sever ties with the demonic path. We may part ways here. He produced the sect's ancestral relic and offered it to Shui Wu Mei. You may leave. You once feared me, revered me. Now I grant you your freedom. You are free to pursue your desires and be with those you cherish. Master, I am already yours. Shui Wu Mei shook her head vehemently, crouching down to rest her head on his arm. Whether you deem me opportunistic or scheming, I wish to remain by your side, I assure you. I have my uses. Please do not cast me away. Chu Xiaonan raised his hand, gently caressing her silky hair, revealing a hint of tenderness in his gaze. Whether in his previous life or this one, he had always held a fondness for this girl in her red dress. Gifted, clever, and well-mannered, she possessed an acute understanding of the world around her. Let me present you with a small trial. Chu Xiaonan smiled slightly. If you can conquer all practitioners of the demonic path within Dongshui Divine Kingdom, you shall be my wife, and from henceforth, my affections shall belong solely to you. Master's small trial is quite the burden for this servant. Shui Wu Mei puffed her cheeks in a somewhat endearing manner. Given that the sect had been obliterated, starting afresh with a group of remnants felt no different from beginning anew. She did not believe she possessed such capabilities. The sect's legacy is now entrusted to you. How you handle it is your prerogative. From this moment forth, I sever ties with the demonic sect. Chu Xiaonan sipped his tea, lifting her delicate face for inspection. If you wish to be my woman, you must adhere to my conditions. Should you waver along the way, it shall signify that we are not fated to be together, and we need not meet again. Am I clear enough? Chapter 8. Successful apprenticeship. Shui Wu Mei's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Chu Xiaonan. She appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend why this man, notorious for his heinous deeds, had chosen to renounce evil upon his emergence from seclusion. Master, may I remain here to cultivate for a while before departing? Shui Wu Mei inquired softly. At the very least, allow me to gain some foundational strength for self-defense. The sect's teachings were profound and intricate. Possessing them was insufficient for mastery. She needed time to comprehend them. Once you emerge from seclusion, you shall depart. Chu Xiaonan retracted his arm, having spent years as a prominent figure. It was time to retreat into the mountains and embrace a different existence. Let the blood-soaked tumult of the martial world be wrestled with by those budding talents. Henceforth, in the martial realm, there would only be Chu Xiaonan, and no longer the master of the Seven Killings demonic sect. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Fang Zhongshu's tutelage, Shui Yanbing had palpably failed to complete his task. With no foundational skills in cultivation, mastering anything in such a short span was a tall order. Chu Xiaonan had discerned that this disciple, despite his stubbornness and resilience, was utterly devoid of talent in the realm of cultivation. In other words, his golden opportunity had yet to arrive. According to the original narrative, Shui Yanbing was cast into the abyss of all spirits after being gravely injured by Yukan, where he was rescued by the Golden Crow Saint Spirit of Donghuang Mountain, who took him in as a disciple and forged his Golden Crow physique. Currently, the situation was rather awkward. Chu Xiaonan did not possess the Golden Crow bloodline to cleanse this incompetent disciple's physique. Nevertheless, punishment was still warranted. A person without integrity cannot stand. He could not be untrustworthy. Chu Xiaonan made his way to the side courtyard. Fang Zhongshu appeared flustered, clearly apprehensive of him. Master Chu, Yanbing's aptitude is mediocre. He is not suited for cultivation at all. I have dedicated myself entirely to teaching him. Chu Xiaonan non-committally acknowledged. This old man had indeed been earnest and patient in his teachings, but with a disciple as unrefined as rotten wood, there was little hope. In fact, Chu Xiaonan felt that had he taken the reins himself, he might have been unable to suppress the urge to thrash his disobedient disciple. He quietly settled on a bench by the stone table, his fingers moving with the grace of a bird in flight. As two threads of crimson emerged from his fingertips, resting upon the nape of the two men. Shui Yambing, do you recognize your fault? With a single flick of his finger, Shui Yambing collapsed to his knees. The youth clenched his teeth, his face flushed with indignation, struggling to rise. But it felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders, preventing him from straightening his back. Rising is not difficult. Is it? Chu Xiaonan smirked coldly, his ring finger beckoning a wooden stick from the corner of the courtyard, which landed in Shui Yambing's grasp. Since Fang Zhongshu has failed to fulfill his task, I shall delegate the punishment to you. Fang Zhongshu let out a wailing cry, but his mouth had been sealed, rendering him unable to utter a word. He gazed desperately at Shui Yambing, trembling in his entirety. His eyes filled with resentment. Had he not rescued this boy, he would not have attracted such trouble. Regret washed over him now. Upon meeting Fang Zhongshu's gaze, Shui Yambing felt a surge of emotions. Tears of grievance streaming down his cheeks as he angrily shouted, Chu Xiaonan, you are utterly insane. Did I murder your parents for you to treat me this way? Because you are patently weak and yet lack the ambition to improve. Chu Xiaonan replied, crossing his right leg over his left, speaking with indifference. Now, I shall impart to you your first lesson. Weakness is the original sin. With that, Shui Yambing began to swing the wooden stick, uncontrollably striking Fang Zhongshu 1 blow, 2 blows, until Fang Zhongshu was left battered and breathless. Only then did Chu Xiaonan permit Shui Yambing to cease. Half a life, gone. The white-haired elder lamented silently. Whom had he offended to endure such torment? Chu Xiaonan was no human. Shui Yambing was a calamity. 3 days' time. If my dear disciple still refuses to take me as his master, I shall claim half of your life. Chu Xiaonan sat upright, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do not think of fleeing. I have no desire to implicate the innocent. Fang Zhongshu spat blood, desperately wishing to curse aloud. Why must you harm me while taking on a disciple? Can you not possess a shred of moral conscience? Is the demonic path devoid of reason? Ah, indeed. The demonic path had never been known for reason. Fang Zhongshu was thoroughly despondent. I shall take you as my master. Shui Yambing gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them, kneeling before Chu Xiaonan, pleading, Please, master, do not harm Senior Fang any further. I am willing to heed your teachings. Ding. Apprenticeship successful. The host gains recognition from the Golden Crow Saint Spirit. New disciple, Shui Yambing. The Golden Crow Divine Body bloodline is unlocked. What splendid benefits! Qin Jiayan's brows danced with delight as he grinned widely. Due to the recognition from the Golden Crow Saint Spirit, he automatically acquired the supreme scripture of the Golden Crow lineage, the Golden Crow's world-consuming record. This holy grade technique surpassed even the calamity grade, providing a complete transmission of the DAO.AT the very least. In Dongxue Divine Kingdom, it was unheard of. Now, as Chu Xiaonan regarded Shui Yambing, he found him considerably more agreeable. Very well, I shall let you off this time. Chu Xiaonan turned his gaze towards the disheveled Fang Zhongshu, retracting his methods and gifting him the previously acquired righteous Qi Palm. Return and cultivate diligently. I hope you can maintain your true nature and not allow others to trample upon your dignity again. This white-haired elder, despite his somewhat lacking strength, exhibited commendable character. Chu Xiaonan held him in high regard. Fang Zhongshu sat cross-legged on the spot, consuming a medicinal pill to mend some of his injuries. Before earnestly studying the righteous Qi Palm, upon delving into it, he became utterly entranced, losing track of time in his enlightenment. By the time he emerged from his reverie, 3 days had already passed. Thank you, senior, for bestowing the technique. Fang Zhongshu rushed to express his gratitude to Chu Xiaonan. This heavenly grade technique was enough to allow him to make a name for himself in Dongxue Divine Kingdom and perhaps even establish his own faction. Techniques are gifted to those with fate. Go forth. Chu Xiaonan waved his sleeve, dismissing him without further ado. Let the old man endure some physical suffering, and then bestow upon him the techniques as a gesture of gratitude, which may be seen as a recompense for his efforts. Otherwise, who knows how long Shui Yambing's foolish disciple will stubbornly refuse to acknowledge his master? Master, I too wish to depart. Upon witnessing Chu Xiaonan see off Fang Zhongshu, Shui Yambing's mind began to race with thoughts of escape. Are you not afraid of being pursued? Chu Xiaonan inquired nonchalantly. Why, you can, and the officials have not dared to make a move thus far. For they are aware of Chu Xiaonan's identity as the leader of the demonic sect. However, in this four-direction city, not everyone is privy to the fact that Shui Yambing is his disciple. Not afraid, Shui Yambing declared, twisting his neck and holding his head high. Very well. Chu Xiaonan took a sip of tea, waved his sleeve once more, and sent his little disciple on his way. It is beneficial to endure some harsh realities of society. By retaining Ji Zhong and refraining from acting against Yukan, he intended for Shui Yambing to seek vengeance on his own, thus presenting this little test for his disciple. Shui Yambing soared out of the courtyard, landing in a rather undignified manner, skidding along the ground before finally coming to a halt. Ha! Freedom at last. He rose to his feet, rubbed his arms and legs, and leaped 3 feet into the air. Laughing with exhilaration, he had no desire to remain shackled by Chu Xiaonan, entangled in the web of the demonic path. Shui Yambing surveyed his surroundings, leisurely strolling onto the street, aimlessly wandering about. Suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Chapter 9. Lost and returning. Shui Yambing rummaged through the pockets of his clothes and sleeves, the fleeting joy of newfound freedom slowly fading from his face. He had forgotten to bring any money. His pockets were empty, and his sleeves were as clean as the polished jade floors of a noble's estate, utterly devoid of dust. How could he have neglected to ask the great demon for some silver before leaving? What a miscalculation! Ever since Ji Zhong had slain his parents, his family had been left destitute, with no land to their name, merely 3 dilapidated houses. Later, he had been driven out by the local tyrants. Left to roam the streets, becoming a true beggar, surviving on intermittent meals. The few days of genuine comfort he had experienced in the past 6 months had been while following Chu Xiaonan. Although the meals had been simple, he had never lacked food. Suddenly, he found himself nostalgic for that life in the courtyard. No, that was a demon, mingling with the demonic path, a disgrace to propriety. Step aside. You there, move quickly. Suddenly, a troop of mounted patrols turned the corner, galloping towards him. At the forefront, seated atop a magnificent steed, was a half-century-old man clad in the robes of a celestial patrol officer. His face was adorned with a scraggly beard, his complexion a deep chestnut, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, his back straight, wielding a whip to drive away the crowd. Those who failed to evade would be met with swift punishment. Bearing the marks of his whip across their skin, Shui Yambing's gaze turned icy. He quickly dodged and blended into the throng. These celestial patrols, relying on their formidable martial prowess, regarded ordinary people as mere weeds. A reality he had witnessed firsthand. That Yukan celestial officer had even sought to kill him. Crack! The heir Chu Xiaonan offered a helpless smile and continued to close his eyes and meditate. He hoped that his arrival would rewrite the tragic fate of this girl. The following day, a faint light of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. Chu Xiaonan stepped out of the small courtyard. After kneeling all night, Shui Yambing's eyes were bloodshot, her face devoid of color, and she appeared exceptionally haggard. As soon as he opened the door, Shui Yambing, as if she had seen a savior, repeatedly bowed her head and exclaimed, "Master, I was wrong. Please accept me as your disciple. I will cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." This foolish disciple, unable to see her own reflection, he was destined to become the man of the heavenly emperor. And yet she presented herself in such a disheveled state. How unbecoming! Rise, you need not kneel to anyone from now on, Chu Xiaonan said, his hands clasped behind him, his expression indifferent. If you do not agree, I shall not rise, Shui Yambing insisted. What is it that you wish for me to agree to? Chu Xiaonan replied, feeling bewildered. Hasn't the matter of accepting disciples already passed? Is this obstacle insurmountable? How I wish to reprimand her. I am about to embark on a journey. If you do not wish to accompany me, then remain kneeling here. Chu Xiaonan shook his head, feeling exasperated with this foolish disciple. I wish to accompany you. Shui Yambing nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. With a huff, Chu Xiaonan strode forward alone for more than 10 paces. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, seeing that his disciple was still motionless, he raised an eyebrow and scolded. What are you still kneeling there for? Shui Yambing, propping herself up on the bluestone ground, struggled a few times, and with a face full of grievance said, Master, my legs have gone numb. I cannot stand. Chu Xiaonan looked at her disheveled appearance and couldn't help but laugh in anger. This kid has some character. Although she is as foolish as a waste, when it comes to annoyance, she is truly a master. Chu Xiaonan turned back, placed a hand on Shui Yanbing's shoulder, and infused her with a stream of energy to nourish her body and invigorate her blood. Moments later, Shui Yanbing stood up tremulously like a chick that had just learned to walk. Scratching her head and grinning foolishly, Chu Xiaonan shot her a sidelong glance, grasped the collar of her clothes, and headed straight for the office of the Celestial Inspectors. According to the laws of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, the Celestial Inspectors, scattered throughout various regions, did not possess dedicated offices, for their task was to act in place of the sovereign and patrol the realm. However, since the rise of the martial monitoring king, who had entered the Daoxian realm, everything had changed. The status of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau in the court had gradually risen, and many local inspectors wielded power that even surpassed that of the county governors. This led to a direct consequence: the violation of laws by those in power. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau had become a breeding ground for corrupt officials. Once local inspectors operated without oversight, they became lawless. For instance, the Celestial Inspector Yukan of the Four Directions City rarely heeded the county governor. If he committed a transgression, as long as it did not jeopardize his position, the county governor would turn a blind eye. If every matter had to be reported, the county governor would have no time for anything else but writing memorials all day long. Under such circumstances, it was not something that one person could change. Just like those demonic factions, they could never be completely eradicated. In the end, they would continue to thrive, brazenly raising their banners and claiming dominion over the mountains. The collusion and complacency in the officialdom had birthed the current Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. However, there are always exceptions. One who reaches the level of Chu Xiaonan can roam unimpeded in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Even the Martial Monitoring King, who oversees the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, would be of little consequence in his presence. At this moment, the master and disciple arrived at the office where Yukan resided. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard the pained screams of a woman, unable to endure humiliation. Chu Xiaonan glanced at the three silhouettes cast against the window paper, his lips twitching slightly. These celestial inspectors truly know how to indulge. If they are truly bored, they could simply visit a brothel for entertainment, yet they resort to forcibly seizing common women to disgrace them in their office. Master, you too must oppose their actions, right? Shui Yanbing clenched her fists, her tone cold. If only she possessed her master as strength, she would have long since struck down these disruptive celestial inspectors to rid the world of their harm. In her eyes, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau represented the source of chaos. Being a hero is not as easy as it seems. Chu Xiaonan patted his disciple's shoulder. The greater the fame, the more controversy it attracts. A good reputation is difficult to accumulate, but to ruin it, one only needs to make a single mistake. People often hold heroes to stringent standards while being unusually lenient towards tyrants, for ridding the world of harm. That is a task I shall not undertake, yet I hope someone will. He recognized the contradiction in his thoughts. Chu Xiaonan approached the window ledge and knocked lightly. Who is it? The two celestial inspectors were startled. Late at night, knocking on someone's window. Who had the audacity to meddle? The sounds within grew quieter, and eventually, Yukan, fastening his belt with a flushed face, opened the door. Upon seeing that it was Chu Xiaonan, he shivered, nearly collapsing to his knees. He and his brothers had been doing good deeds, only to encounter the infamous Chu demon. The demon lord arrives at this late hour. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Yukan awkwardly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. After years of battling against demonic forces, he had developed a set of survival tactics. When facing a great demon, as long as he complied with their wishes, he could likely preserve his own life. Chu Xiaonan nodded slightly, not mincing words, and stated directly, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. Why Yukan was instantly overjoyed. Establishing a good relationship with the sect leader of the Seven Kills Demon Sect was something he could only dream of. Please, Demon Lord, speak. I will do my utmost. Chapter 11. Master, I am very saddened. Chu Xiaonan swiftly conveyed the matter of seeking fire attribute mineral veins. Such information was sensitive, known primarily to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the royal family. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau was responsible for patrolling the vast expanse of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, so their intelligence would undoubtedly be more informed than his. After all, his main area of activity was limited to the few cities within 1,000 miles of the Northern Abyss Mountain. A stark contrast to the grand scale of the Bureau. Furthermore, even if there were none within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, perhaps other divine nations possessed such resources. without consulting a specialized intelligence agency. He would have no means of acquiring such knowledge. Fire attribute? Yukon furrowed his brow in deep thought. The eastern snow divine kingdom was perpetually blanketed in snow, with only the slightly southern region of the Four Directions city experiencing the seasons of spring and autumn. Consequently, the practitioners within the kingdom rarely cultivated fire-based techniques, typically only mining ice attribute mineral veins. Demon Lord, it is rumored that the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, which borders the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, enjoys a climate of perpetual spring, and its geological formations may contain abundant fire attribute energy. Suddenly, an idea struck Yukon while he was uncertain about the fire attribute mineral veins within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. The geothermal springs in the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom were well known to all. If he could take this opportunity to send the sect leader of the Seven Kills demon sect away, his own life might become considerably more peaceful. Chu Xiaonan regarded him thoughtfully, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This kid has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Heh, the gentleman inside must think little of me. Chu, with a shift in his tone, he casually gestured with his fingers. The celestial inspectors still inside, who were bullying the woman, were immediately yanked out. You, I called for you. Did I not? Yukin's hair stood on end, and he bowed tremulously. Yes, Demon Lord, you called. Good. Chu Xiaonan nodded slightly. He softened his expression, his index finger tracing a line, and a stream of blood erupted from between someone's legs. The newly appointed celestial inspector cried out in agony, rolling on the ground in distress. I have changed my ways. I no longer enjoy killing, but for those who lack discernment, a slight punishment is still necessary. Chu Xiaonan gazed down at the new celestial inspector, his expression as cold as ice. Let me reiterate, you may report me to the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, but do not provoke me, or the consequences will be yours to bear. Yukon hastily knelt, trembling all over, not daring to utter a word. Seeing this, Shui Yambing rushed into the room, taking hold of a disheveled young girl, her body trembling with rage. Such a young girl. Her life seemed irrevocably shattered. Master, look, Shui Yambing, looking as forlorn as a child, hoped Chu Xiaonan would intervene on her behalf. To this, Chu Xiaonan remained indifferent. The world is vast. He could not assist everyone, and it was unwise to cultivate a dependency in Shui Yanbing. If every time there was a problem, she relied on her master, what need would there be for her as a disciple? Act according to your own judgment. Chu Xiaonan stated flatly, turning to leave. Shui Yanbing gritted her teeth, mustering her courage, and kicked the celestial inspector who had been punished twice, ceasing her actions. If her master chose not to kill him, then she dared not. Little did she know. Chu Xiaonan spared him for her sake. If all the villains were slain, how could he nurture a disciple? Was he to let the righteous take their place? Shui Yanbing cradled the girl and followed closely behind Chu Xiaonan, murmuring about the many women they had wronged, most of whom had perished from torment. This girl was neither the first nor the last. I wish to grow stronger, to ensure the common people live in peace and do not suffer such indignities. Chu Xiaonan, speechless, dug at his ears. He had not previously noticed that his foolish disciple possessed such a vexing trait. Leave her some silver and bid her farewell, he stated coldly. This girl had endured immense trauma, both physically and emotionally, yet he could not bear the burden of such a liability, especially since her family resided nearby. Regardless of whether the Celestial Inspector's office would retaliate, they had done their utmost. Having once been a villain, he understood that villains could be insidious, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of harm. Only by changing the current state of affairs could countless women, like this girl, live with dignity and avoid suffering such humiliations. But Shui Yambing hesitated, her concern evident. Her home is right ahead. Let us not disturb them. Chu Xiaonan pointed towards the alley ahead. The alley's mouth stood the girl's home, where her family had already hung white lanterns in the courtyard. They likely sensed she would not return safely and had begun the mourning process in advance. Shui Yambing delivered the girl to her doorstep, placing a bag of silver beside her. Take care, miss. The girl remained silent, her vacant pupils noticing that Shui Yambing was about to depart. She then prostrated herself, earnestly expressing her gratitude. Shortly thereafter, her family, alerted by her cries, rushed out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, the master and apprentice, gradually moving away, heard a heart-wrenching wail that pierced the heavens. Master, I am deeply saddened. Shui Yanbing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her fists clenched tightly. The sights and sounds of recent days had left her profoundly disillusioned with the court. Her fervor for studying and serving the nation had been utterly extinguished by the harsh realities of life. Such as the world, she was merely a reflection of countless unfortunate women. Chu Xiaonan, fanning himself with a paper fan, consoled his disciple. His admiration for Shui Wumei stemmed from her ability to transcend the ordinary realm of women, boldly confronting her fate. She lived freely and flamboyantly. Accompany your master to explore various places, and then share your thoughts with me. Chu Xiaonan's visage emanated an air of profound wisdom. He estimated that in about 10 days to half a month, he would cultivate a golden crow spirit, at which point he could extract a couple of drops of blood to awaken this foolish disciple's lineage and impart several techniques, thereafter letting him fend for himself. At present, he was unable to assist him, primarily due to his utter lack of intelligence and absence of a foundational practice. If only this foolish disciple possessed even a modicum of talent or had some rudimentary understanding of righteous practices, they would not find themselves in such an embarrassing predicament. Alas, one cannot avoid deception. Yes, disciple, be sure to observe carefully and experience earnestly. Shui Yanbing nodded solemnly. She understood that her master's actions must have profound implications, and she could not let his earnest efforts go to waste. Seeing his foolish disciple so obedient, Chu Xiaonan felt a sense of relief. If she were a cunning little trickster, he might not have been able to manage her. They returned to their courtyard for a brief rest. Early the next morning, Chu Xiaonan called for Shui Yanbing and took her directly to the Tianyi Pavilion in the Xifang city. This Tianyi Pavilion is a renowned neutral force on the continent, primarily engaged in gathering intelligence, delivering messages, and transporting goods. Its most famous flying eagle ship could travel 1,200 miles by day and 800 miles by night, making it exceptionally suitable for journeys. Chu Xiaonan planned to take the flying eagle ship to the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom. Chapter 12. The flying eagle ship. The Tianyi Pavilion in Xifang City boasted eaves that soared and corners that jutted, with towering buildings sprawling over a vast area, resembling a grand estate. Chu Xiaonan was aware that he must conduct himself with propriety in this place. It was said that this force was founded by a powerful figure in the Tianyang realm, who named it Tianyi due to the presence of the character one in his name, thus leading to the pavilion's esteemed reputation across the continent. Although the master and disciple arrived early, a considerable line had already formed, stretching like a dragon outside the estate, with only the occasional inconsiderate person cutting in line, which was quite irksome. There were always those who, relying on their family background, came to flaunt their superiority. The Qin family was a prominent clan in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, having produced 3 prime ministers, 5 generals, and 16 ministers, wielding significant influence without ever incurring the suspicion of the ruling emperor. For centuries, each reigning monarch of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom had chosen a queen from the Qin family, establishing an unwritten rule. Naturally, this was also due to the Qin family's reputation for producing stunning beauties. Each generation of Qin women had several who were breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the hearts of the reigning monarchs. Qin Yuan, the 26th descendant of the Qin family, was born of the current family head's 36th concubine, possessing a fresh and elegant demeanor. Last month, he was sent by his father to audit the Qin family's accounts in Xifang City, thus lingering there for half a month. However, he had not diligently reviewed the accounts. Rather, he had enjoyed himself sufficiently and was preparing to return to the capital. Arriving a bit late with his guards, he brazenly began to push people from the end of the line. In this manner, he threatened and demonstrated his authority, eventually making his way to stand behind Chu Xiaonan and Shui Yanbing. "Brother, have you lost your eyesight? Do you know who my master is?" A guard from the Qin family slapped Shui Yanbing's shoulder, looking down his nose at her. "When the young master of the Qin family is out, you should quickly step aside. Do you wish to court death? Can't you see the family crest on the guard's attire? Maintain your place in line." Shui Yanbing yawned and shot him a glance. "What of the character Qin embroidered on your clothes? I don't recognize any members of the Qin family. Do you want to get hit?" The guard, infuriated, shouted, "Why is it that everyone else knows to make way, yet you refuse to budge?" "I don't want to get hit." Shui Yanbing shook her head, still standing firm. "I have no acquaintances in the Qin family." The guard was bewildered. What did this person mean? Did he think members of the Qin family were everywhere, waiting to befriend him? The guard wiped his mouth and, without further ado, called out to his companions. "Brothers, Teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Shui Yanbing thought it wise not to provoke trouble and shouted, Master, save me. Chu Xiaonan's face twitched as he clenched his fist. This wayward disciple was truly a source of embarrassment. Had he known he would be beaten, why had he provoked them with such foolish words? Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to endure a beating to learn a lesson. Shui Yanbing was pinned to the ground. Taking several punches, clutching her head and wailing, no longer displaying her earlier bravado. Qin Yuan felt it was about time to stop the beating and quickly called for a halt. While it was acceptable to bully the weak on the premises of Tianyi Pavilion, if someone were killed, he would also face dire consequences. There was no need to jeopardize his own fortune for a fool. All right, let him be. Qin Yuan approached Shui Yanbing, giving her a thumbs up. Brother, I admire you. Shui Yanbing brushed off the dirt and grime from her clothes, dismissively waving her hand. Much appreciated. Her master did not intervene, knowing these people would not dare to inflict serious harm. He had already grasped the situation. Truly, he was a remarkable master. She could not allow him to lose face. Qin Yuan's lips twitched. This kid was rather audacious. Continue, please. He stepped back, yielding space. I have always preferred to win people over willingly. Shui Yanbing was once again pinned down, and the guards of the Qin family unleashed another round of punches and kicks, this time drawing blood. Chu Xiaonan could no longer bear to watch. He turned around and cast a calm glance at Qin Yuan. Stop it. You say stop and it stops? Who do you think you are? The leading guard turned to Chu Xiaonan, furrowing his brows and poking his chest with a finger. However, before his finger made contact, he was sent flying by a kick, soaring through the air and vanishing into the distance. I may not be anyone significant, but those who provoke me usually do not end well. Chu Xiaonan wore a nonchalant smile. Qin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of that smile. A mere disagreement could lead to death. This was a formidable individual. Stop! Everyone, cease. Qin Yuan was drenched in sweat, fearing that he might lose his life if he hesitated a moment longer. He had encountered a powerful figure. Esteemed senior, I am Qin Yuan of the Qin family. Qin Yuan's legs trembled, quaking as he struggled to maintain his balance. These powerful individuals seemed to thrive on instilling fear. Had he revealed his identity sooner, who would dare to be so rude? Chu Xiaonan, however, remained unfazed, contemplating that if this foolish disciple endured a beating, he might attract a suitable bride, thus recouping his losses. The Qin family of the Eastern Snow's three great families. He smiled slightly and said, Your Qin family has a connection to my disciple. When the time comes, I shall personally escort him to propose. Qin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, not daring to inquire further. The Qin family had numerous women, each generation boasting at least 200 or 300, all as beautiful as flowers, and he was unsure which one the esteemed senior referred to. However, he found the senior's disciple somewhat lacking. He was unimpressive and did not meet his standards. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry reverberated through the sky. Everyone looked up, witnessing the flying eagle ship of Tianyi Pavilion approaching the estate, its massive form gradually becoming clearer. The beast bearing the ship flapped its wings, riding the winds as it descended slowly. With keen eyes and a majestic presence, it stretched several hundred feet long, its broad and sturdy back providing a reassuring sense of safety. The ship on the back of the hunting eagle was specially designed to accommodate 200 passengers. Meanwhile, a gong sounded aboard the flying eagle ship, signaling the commencement of ticket sales at Tianyi Pavilion. Each passenger was required to pay 100 spirit stones as a boarding fee, which was not exorbitant. However, this was merely the price for boarding. If one desired a room that could shield them from the wind and rain, it would cost 500 spirit stones, while a cultivation chamber equipped with a gathering array would exceed 1,000 spirit stones. The long queue in front moved slowly. When it was Chu Xiaonan's turn, Qin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to pay 5,000 spirit stones on his behalf. Being able to kick his trusted guard into oblivion was worth his effort to ingratiate himself. Regardless of whether he struck gold or not, it would at least make future encounters more agreeable. Chu Xiaonan gladly accepted. Qin Yuan was far more capable than his foolish disciple, and he was happy to accept this favor. 2 hours later, the defensive barrier of the ship slowly opened, and the well-rested hunting eagle lifted the ship back into the sky, commencing their journey. Chu Xiaonan examined the route displayed on the compass within the cabin, furrowing his brow slightly. This journey started from Xifang City, passing through Lufeng, Kailian, Zhenwing, and Shualai cities, ultimately reaching the imperial capital of Wencheng, and then flying to the borders of the eastern Yao Divine Kingdom. However, the segment between leaving Lufeng City and arriving in Kailian would require traversing a small town known as the Town of Exiled Crimes, which frequently experienced mishaps. Chapter 13. The Flying Dragon Thief. The Flying Eagle ship sailed steadily at a remarkable speed. Shui Yanbing, riding it for the first time, was filled with curiosity and excitement, moving a stool to lean against the window and gaze at the magnificent landscapes below. Chu Xiaonan, meanwhile, paid her no mind. Quietly engaging in his own cultivation. In the late stage of Daoxian, he was considered a top-tier existence within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, and even among the 6 divine kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness. Yet he still fell far short on the entire continent. Just like that powerful figure who founded Tianyi Pavilion, he could crush him with a mere finger, if his strength as a master was insufficient. How could he possibly protect his disciple when danger arose? Fortunately, Chu Xiaonan found himself in the realm of Daoxian. Daoxian, the profound mystery of the Tao. In this state, a single moment of enlightenment or a superior cultivation method can have a profound impact on a cultivator's lifetime of practice. At this juncture, Chu Xiaonan had fortuitously obtained the Golden Crow's world-burning record. He was currently assimilating the techniques from this sacred text of the Golden Crow clan, gradually alleviating the bottleneck in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, several days had already passed. On this day, the soaring Eagle Tower ship, cruising smoothly, suddenly experienced violent turbulence. Disturbed, Chu Xiaonan had no choice but to prematurely conclude his seclusion. Fortunately, during this time, he had not made no progress. He had already broken through to the consummate stage of Daoxian. Originally, he had intended to make a leap into the Divine Song realm in one go, utilizing the combat techniques from the Golden Crow's world-burning record to develop several skills within the Divine Song domain. But now his cultivation plans had to be temporarily shelved. After repressing his realm back to the late stage of Daoxian, he finally exited his chamber. "Master, we have encountered robbers," exclaimed Shui Yanbing, who was peering outside the training room, his face a mask of despair. It was his first time leaving his hometown, and he had the misfortune to run into flying bandits. His luck was indeed quite poor. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaonan delivered a swift slap to the back of his head, chastising him with a tone of exasperation. "What are you doing out here with no skills? Don't you fear being stabbed to death?" "Master, I know my mistake," Shui Yanbing cried, clutching his head and grimacing in pain. Lacking any cultivation, he found no mercy from his master. The slap left him dizzy, nearly foaming at the mouth. Chu Xiaonan snorted coldly. His gaze shifting towards the distant battlefield. It turned out that the Eagle Tower ship had already reached the City of Exiles. This City of Exiles was no benign place. It was a gathering ground for notorious criminals and wandering cultivators from the 6 divine nations of the Eastern Wilderness. Gradually evolving into a lawless zone. In the original narrative, after leaving the Four Directions City, Shui Yanbing had once come here to train and had made a close friend. At this moment, it seemed they had yet to arrive for their meeting. "Master, what kind of creatures are those bandits riding?" Shui Yanbing inquired, pointing at the assailants outside the barrier. "Sky lizard," Chu Xiaonan casually explained, twirling a paper fan in his hand. "A unique creature from the vast desert of the Eastern Desert Divine Nation, often employed to form aerial cavalry. How impressive! If only I could have a sky lizard as well. It looks so majestic." Shui Yanbing sighed with envy. "What is so appealing about those ugly creatures? Once you reach my level, I'll gift you a 3-legged golden crow as your mount," Chu Xiaonan retorted, delivering another light smack to his head. Shui Yanbing covered his forehead, tears brimming in his eyes. Although he felt a flicker of joy at his master's promise of a gift, his forehead truly ached. Chu Xiaonan scrutinized the battle situation. The assailants attempting to intercept the Eagle Tower ship were the infamous Flying Dragon Thieves of the City of Exiles. This band of Flying Dragon Thieves, established by the city's lord, Peng Wanzue, was a notorious bandit organization within the Eastern Snow Divine Nation, thriving on robbing passing merchant ships. Many merchant caravans traversed the City of Exiles, and provided they paid a toll, they could pass unharmed. However, large transport fleets were exempt from this arrangement. The Eagle Tower ship, for instance, could earn a staggering amount of spirit stones, often reaching millions in profit per journey. Such lucrative targets, if intercepted, could yield more than years of tolls combined. Yet, the Eagle Tower ship of Tianyi Pavilion was not so easily apprehended. Just the hunting falcon beast aboard was not comparable to ordinary flying mounts. In its presence, the sky lizard seemed a mere insignificant creature. Unable to force the ship to a halt, the flying dragon thieves turned their attention to assaulting the protective barrier of the ship. Consequently, the cultivators responsible for maintaining the barrier had to endure all the attacks, resulting in the current chaotic situation. Tianyi Pavilion, of course, had dispatched accompanying guards to ensure the safety of the passengers, but their strength paled in comparison to the battle-hardened flying dragon thieves. Thus, once the defensive barrier shattered, everyone would inevitably face a brutal slaughter. Qin Yuan, hearing the commotion outside, also stepped out of his room. After surveying the scene for a while, he quietly approached Chu Xiaonan, finally finding some semblance of safety, and anxiously asked, "Senior, we won't be in danger, will we?" The attacks from the flying dragon thieves were exceedingly fierce. If that band of robbers breached the protective barrier, everyone on board would be doomed. Chu Xiaonan shook his head. Those self-important fools regard Tianyi Pavilion as an ordinary merchant fleet. They are truly unaware of their own limitations. So we won't be in danger. Qin Yuan's face brightened immediately. The defensive barrier will soon be shattered. Chu Xiaonan replied coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. He was merely lamenting, for in the original script, the city of exiles was ultimately slaughtered by a disciple of the powerful Tianyang realm cultivator who established Tianyi Pavilion. As for the dangers during this transport journey, since they had already arisen, they could not be avoided. Many lives would undoubtedly be lost. Indeed, less than half a stick of incense later, a barrier master could no longer withstand the backlash from the defensive barrier, spewing blood and teetering on the brink of collapse. Mere moments later, countless fine cracks appeared on the barrier, and despite the efforts of several barrier masters, they could not reverse the tide. The defensive barrier shattered completely. The flying dragon thieves, mounted on their steeds, surged onto the ship, unleashing a frenzied massacre upon the passengers on deck. Qin Yuan watched in horror as a sky lizard seized 2 passengers and hurled them from the towering heights. He trembled in fear, his voice faltering, "Senior, you must have the strength to resolve this predicament, right? They are merely a few pests. Why make such a fuss?" Chu Xiaonan observed the scene before him, far too familiar. Just half a month ago, a similar slaughter occurred within the 7-kill demon sect, where the death toll had been significantly higher than what was unfolding now. In his view, the flying dragon thieves were nothing more than that. Yet, he had little desire to take lives. "Master, won't you take action?" Shui Yambing bit his lip. He could hardly bear to witness such scenes of the strong oppressing the weak. How could robbers so casually deprive others of their lives? When no one sought help, why should he intervene? A profound smile flickered across Chu Xiaonan's handsome face. This ship was not solely reliant on him to deal with the flying dragon thieves. He had no intention of acting as a free pawn for others. "Two fellow cultivators, how long will you remain idle before making your move?" Chu Xiaonan asked with a cold smile. Chapter 14. Master teaches you the second lesson. Chu Xiaonan was not merely attempting to compare. The 2 individuals before him were revered seniors within the righteous path. He had not greeted them upon boarding. But now that the Eagle Tower ship was beset by robbers, it was rather unreasonable for them to feign ignorance and wait for him to handle the situation while reaping the benefits. The virtues of altruism, saving lives, and aiding the injured were qualities that the righteous path ought to embody. He, as a figure frequently criticized and vilified within the demonic path, would act solely according to his own desires. How many lives perished aboard the ship was not a matter he needed to consider. At present, he simply wished to drag these 2 out and inquire about their perspectives. Were they afraid of offending anyone? What kind of righteous path was that? Wishing to enjoy a good reputation while shirking from responsibility, maintaining a dignified facade in public while indulging in debauchery behind closed doors, and still striving to project an image of high moral integrity. He felt a wave of nausea rising within him. "Chu Xiaonan, could this not be a carefully crafted trap of yours, designed to lure us both out and lead us to our doom?" A middle-aged Taoist nun clad in black robes, crowned with a lotus headdress, burst through the window. Her round face adorned with fine lines at the corners of her eyes, and in her wake was a sprightly old man with gray hair. Fair-skinned and beardless, his long eyebrows drooping to the corners of his mouth, perpetually wearing a gentle smile. They were none other than the renowned duo of demon-slaying pioneers within the righteous path, Xian Yun Taoist of the White Lotus Temple and Changmei Taoist. Both of them were formidable cultivators. Xian Yun Taoist had reached the pinnacle of the Wu Wang realm, while Changmei Taoist was at the late stage of Wu Wang, easily capable of dealing with the flying dragon thieves. It is the two esteemed figures of the White Lotus Temple. We are saved. That one seems to be Xian Yun Daoist. Her exploits in vanquishing the demonic path Tan Song and the seven evils are widely circulated in the martial world. Xian Yun, please save us. As the dwindling number of cultivators aboard the Eagle Tower ship caught sight of the two, they erupted in cheers, as if they had encountered saviors. Silence. The leader of the demonic path is present. Do not distract me. Xian Yun Daoist's cold expression darkened as she glared fiercely. Save people. What nonsense. Do you not know what kind of people inhabit the city of exiles? I am well aware that provoking them would bring disaster upon the White Lotus Temple. Weighing the pros and cons, the two could afford to show a little respect to Peng Wanzue but would not involve themselves in this matter. Of course, their true thoughts were not to be revealed to outsiders. Yin Bing, today I shall teach you your second lesson. Know the person, know their face, but even more so, know their heart. Chu Zhaonan patted Shui Yanbing's head and explained, in this world, there are indeed many virtuous individuals who save others from peril, but there are even more hypocritical scoundrels. One must discern the true nature of those around you. Listen to their reasoning. The leader of the demonic path is present. How ridiculous is that? The county magistrate of the Four Directions city, an ordinary person incapable of lifting a chicken, did not cease his efforts simply because the leader of the demonic path was present. Disciple, remember this. Shui Yanbing nodded earnestly, recognizing the wisdom in his master's words. Many matters only reveal their outcomes after actions are taken. It was indeed somewhat laughable for Xian Yun Daoist to hastily label his master as having orchestrated a trap to slay the righteous path without discernment. The elder Qin Zhongshu had once confided in him during a moment of despair, stating that his master was the greatest demon in the Eastern Snow Divine Nation, with nearly no one among the righteous capable of defeating him. Therefore, since his master could slaughter these two righteous figures as easily as one would slay a dog, why would he need to set a trap, engaging in such superfluous theatrics? This lie would crumble under scrutiny. Anyone with a modicum of insight would not be deceived by their words. Alas, it was unfortunate that his master's reputation was truly abysmal. No one would believe what he said. This was the consequence of standing in opposition to the common folk. When trouble arose, one would find themselves unable to defend their actions, reaping what they had sown. The demonic path. The leader. Qin Yuan stood agape, surveying Chu Zhaonan. The image of his senior, so dashing and handsome, seemed utterly incompatible with the malevolent path. In stark contrast, the two righteous cultivators from Baiyun Temple before him, one with a cold, unfeeling demeanor and the other harboring a hidden blade behind a smile, looked anything but virtuous. Surely, something was amiss. Rubbing his eyes, Qin Yuan, known for his keen judgment of character, mused that if he had not been so audacious, he would not have survived this long. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Zhaonan invoked the Heavenly Wound's shadow puppet technique, directing several flying dragon bandits to collide before Xian Yun Daoren, a wry smile playing on his lips. You claim to be righteous. Do you not? I have brought these murderous bandits to your doorstep. The time for action has arrived. Xian Yun Daoren fell silent, her fear not of these lowly bandits, but of the true master of the city of exile, who might unleash a vengeful wrath that no sect within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom could withstand. She would not welcome such a calamity. Incurring the ire of Peng Wanzue over a mere band of unfortunate souls was hardly worth it. Chu Zhongshu, cease your schemes. You summoned us merely to plot against us in secret. Long Mei Dowling remarked with a warm smile, deliberately shifting the topic. With a series of deft finger snaps, the flying dragon bandits plummeted from the sky like dumplings, some landing on the deck of the ship, where they were swiftly dispatched by the few remaining cultivators, while others fell to their demise from great heights, leaving no trace of their bodies. In mere moments, the ambushing bandits met utter annihilation, with none surviving to tell the tale. That moment, the Flying Eagle airship had already flown several dozen miles away from the city of exile. Even those who might pursue would find it no easy task to catch up. Chu Zhaonan, with a sardonic smile, cast a sidelong glance at the two ashen-faced individuals, remarking, "So this is what the righteous path entails. Self-serving pretenders who merely speak but take no action. Oblivious to the very concept of honor, I've resolved the issue. How will you now extricate yourselves from this predicament? Chu Zhaonan, do not push your luck." Xian Yun Daoren trembled with indignation. The actions of her counterpart had left by Lien Guan humiliated. A truly despicable turn of events. Xian Yun, are you truly unable to take action? Came the taunt from one of the cultivators, further inflaming their ire. If they had intended to kill, why wait until now? With a shake of his head, Chu Xiaonan, disinterested in further conflict with them, retreated with Shui Yanbing to the training chamber. This had merely been a minor skirmish, and had it not been for the appearance of the flying dragon bandits, it would not have warranted his intervention. Feeling rather bored, he had taken the opportunity to toy with the duo from Bai Lien Guan. Ensuring they would remember to temper their arrogance in the future, it was not that no one could challenge them. Rather, they simply chose to ignore their provocations. Some fools never learn, only serving to irritate others. Master, does that person from Bai Lien Guan hold a grudge against you? Shui Yanbing inquired curiously, sensing that his master had orchestrated today's spectacle to embarrass the two. Chapter 15. No forgiveness for your crimes. Chu Xiaonan recalled a time long past. Around the age of 15, when he first encountered these two insufferable individuals. Had he not crossed paths with them, he might never have caught the eye of the Seven Killers demon sect's leader, and thus would not have ventured down the demonic path. The line separating righteousness from malevolence is indeed blurred, primarily dictated by the human heart. Righteousness and wickedness can shift in an instant, often intertwined. Many, like Xian Yun Dao Ren and Longmei Dao Lang, are but clowns in the cultivation world, frequently proclaiming their intent to eradicate the demonic path while inciting others to battle, all the while reaping the rewards for themselves. While not strictly demonic behavior, it is certainly the conduct of a petty individual, lacking in honor. Seizing this opportunity to expose the duo to the light, Chu Xiaonan sought to unveil their grotesque facades for all to see. Master has taught you, it is crucial to know not just the face but the heart of a person. In your youthful exuberance, you often overlook many vital truths. Taking a seat, Chu Xiaonan poured himself a cup of tea. Savoring its flavor, with a temperament like Shui Yanbing's, he would undoubtedly struggle against the treachery of the cultivation world. Once marked, his fate would be sealed in this lifetime. He bore no protagonist's halo, as the two began their discourse. A tremendous roar erupted from outside. The beast carrying the airship, the falcon beast, let out a mournful wail, swaying precariously from the injuries it had sustained. Chu Xiaonan's gaze sharpened, and Shui Yanbing, seated beside him, leapt to his feet, gripped by a primal fear. The sight of his master in anger resembled a waking Shura, truly terrifying. These pests are insufferable, Chu Xiaonan muttered coldly, yet a smile soon returned to his face, restoring his usual nonchalance. Yanbing, allow me to broaden your horizons. Grasping Shui Yanbing's shoulder with one hand, he stepped out of the chamber. With one leap, they exited the airship, and with the next, they hovered in midair, facing the attackers from the city of exile head-on. Shui Yanbing, looking down at the dizzying heights below, flailed in terror, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. He was terrified of heights. Keep your eyes open. Chu Xiaonan steadied him, his tone unperturbed. The airship swayed dangerously under assault, and in desperation, all cultivators aboard, including passengers, emerged from their quarters to join the fray. Even Xian Yun Dao Ran and Longmei Dao Lang, who had previously sought to avoid conflict with the city of exile, found themselves compelled to join the battle after Peng Wanzue commanded, "Slay them all, let them accompany their brothers to the grave." Naturally, the two, being the highest ranked, received special attention. At this moment, they found themselves in dire straits, nursing several grievous wounds, and it would not be long before their situation worsened. Chu Zongzhu, we implore you to save us. Xian Yun Dao Ren, her hair disheveled and face filled with despair, lamented, if only I had not been outside the training chamber, pleading with the passengers, we could have avoided this ambush. Regretting her lifelong pursuit of a good reputation, she now found herself compelled to seek assistance from a leader of the demonic path. However, Chu Xiaonan was no benevolent savior. He would assist those he deemed worthy, but these two would be left to their own devices. Before long, Xian Yun Dao Ren and Longmei Dao Lang abandoned their fade of righteousness, resorting to secret arts, deserting their fellow passengers in a hasty escape. As they fled, Chu Xiaonan stepped forward. Halt! Who are you? I advise you not to meddle. Peng Wanzue brandished his colossal sword, pointing it at Chu Xiaonan, recognizing him vaguely yet failing to recall his identity. The peak of the Wu Wang realm, Peng Chengzhu was indeed formidable. Impressive strength, Chu Xiaonan mused, deftly controlling 5 individuals to assault him. Peng Wanzue shook off 2 of his subordinates, raising his sword to block the other 3's advance. His elite guards were no pushovers. With most at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, and a couple having reached Wuwang, he was reluctant to kill them, hence refrained from using lethal force. Heavenly Wound's shadow puppet technique. Upon recognizing the familiar technique, his expression shifted to one of horror, and he quickly exclaimed, "I apologize for disturbing the Demon Lord's carriage. Please forgive me, since I have intervened. Rest assured, there will be no forgiveness for your transgressions." A cold smile crept across Chu Xiaonan's lips as he continued, "Who gave you the impression that I possess a forgiving nature?" At these words, Peng Wanzue's face turned ashen, his body trembling. He had no inkling that the Demon Lord would be aboard the Falcon Beast airship. Had he known in advance, he would never have ventured into such peril. Among the 10 individuals he dared not provoke in the Eastern Wasteland's 6 divine kingdoms, the Demon Lord undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. "I am the one in the wrong. I did not realize you were on the ship." Peng Wanzue was nearly in tears, truly fearing for his life. "This is quite the betrayal, is it not?" Chu Xiaonan spoke no further. While he had no intention of killing Peng Wanzue, he certainly aimed to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. His fingers danced, and the 5 subordinates launched another ferocious attack. Peng Wanzue, caught off guard, was forced to retreat repeatedly, utterly humiliated. Today's ambush had proven exceedingly difficult. Half of the Flying Dragon bandits had been lost, and now he had incurred the wrath of such a powerful entity. The crux of the matter was that he had left empty-handed. Peng Wanzue's heart ached. He understood that a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Prolonging the encounter could very well lead to his own demise. So he silently resolved, "Brothers, I am sorry. If someone must die, he would rather sever ties and save himself. I'm out." A smirk appeared on Chu Xiaonan's face as he began to strike hard. He could not allow Peng Wanzue to escape unscathed. One of the Flying Dragon bandits executed a flourish with his sword, injuring Peng Wanzue's thigh, while another wielded a heavy blade, holding back the latter's sword with sheer will. As the remaining 3 launched their attacks from cunning angles, in an instant, Peng Wanzue could no longer contend evenly with the 5, and his injuries began to accumulate. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself, the blade-wielding bandit struck with deadly precision, severing Peng Wanzue's left arm. The blade glistened with blood, gleaming ominously. With a pained cry, Peng Wanzue gripped his sword tightly, forcing the 5 back as he swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized his precious life-saving techniques to flee back to the city of exile. Having repelled Peng Wanzue, Chu Xiaonan ceased to concern himself with the ongoing battle, descending with Shui Yambing onto the deck of the airship. After intervening twice today, he deemed he had shown sufficient mercy. Chapter 16. The siege of righteousness. Xian Yun Dao Ran and Chang Mei Dao Zhang burst forth from the encirclement in succession. After fleeing nearly 100 miles, they finally rested atop an unnamed hill. That vile Chu Mo too truly infuriated them, causing a great loss of face. He deserved death. Blood trickled from the corner of Xian Yun Dao Ren's mouth as she pressed her hand against her chest. Her complexion pale and her demeanor resembling that of a defeated dog. This was her first experience of such a debacle. Avoiding the exiled criminal city had proven to be the right decision. Yet it was unfortunate that the city lord failed to recognize a good person's intentions, offering no regard to the Bai Lian Guan. "Xian Yun, why don't we seek assistance from our fellow cultivators at the next stop? Let us wait for an opportunity." A fierce glint flashed in Chang Mei Dao Zhang's eyes. Since the Lord of the 7 Killings demon sect was intent on opposing them, they should strike first and eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Xian Yun Dao Ren's lips curled into a slight smile as she readily nodded, saying, "Your strategy aligns perfectly with my thoughts, Shixiao." The two quickly conspired and set off towards Kailian City. The route taken by Tian E Pavilion passed through cities that were all grand metropolises of the Eastern Wilderness 6 divine kingdoms, each boasting a profound cultural history and remarkable cultivation heritage. For instance, the Tianyan Mountain in Kailian City houses a branch of Dao Tian Palace, renowned as the pinnacle of the righteous path. Do not underestimate this branch, for it possesses 1/3 of Dao Tian Palace's foundation. Moreover, the master guarding this branch is a true Dao Xian realm powerhouse, one of the 2 vice palace lords, Ling Shan Zhenren. Should Ling Shan Zhenren summon the righteous cultivators of the Jianghu and set up an ambush within the city, capturing the demon sect leader would be within reach. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiaonan, the plans of the demon-slaying duo, even if he were aware, he would harbor no fear. Any scheme pales in comparison to absolute power, merely serving as a laughingstock. If he wished to take action against the two, within the borders of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, none could impede him, not even the kingdom's ruler or the prince of martial supervision, who were no longer his match. At this moment, the Flying Eagle Loft ship had once again set sail. After the hunting eagle beast sustained serious injuries, the steward responsible for this transport mission administered a secret medicine that would temporarily drain its vitality, allowing for stable flight for 3 days. Once that time had elapsed, the beast would gradually weaken, its injuries flaring up, leading to its demise. This journey was undoubtedly a losing venture for Tianyi Pavilion. Should they report to their superiors, actions would certainly be taken to make the exiled criminal city pay the price. However, that was a matter for another day. They could only pray that the upcoming journey would not face further attacks. For otherwise, the transportation of the 300 people would become exceedingly arduous. Senior, this time we owe you our lives. Otherwise, we would have perished beneath that group of merciless assassins. Qin Yuan lamented, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the harrowing experience. The air raid had genuinely terrified him. Yet, he felt immense relief that he had previously discerned the value of after a flurry of clashing weapons. Everyone collapsed into the smoke, uncertain of their fate. Moments later, a figure clad in a green robe, leisurely waving a paper fan, departed with an air of nonchalance. These people were merely entertainment for him. Meanwhile, on their way back to Tianyi Pavilion, Qin Yuan and Shui Yinbing found themselves ambushed. Both were mere mortals without the cultivation of the martial arts, but fortunately, several of Qin Yuan's guards were skilled fighters. Otherwise, they would have been captured long ago. What do those righteous cultivators want with us? Shui Yinbing lamented, frustrated. If it was due to his master's influence, that would be absurd. He had neither killed nor committed any crime. He was entirely innocent. Why should he be implicated? If the righteous path were to be so indiscriminate in its judgments, the world would truly descend into chaos. Surely, they are powerless against the elder, and thus wish to capture us as hostages. Qin Yuan, hailing from a prominent family, was accustomed to such coercive tactics. The so-called righteous sect was nothing more than a group of self-righteous, meddlesome lunatics who fancied themselves virtuous. Dynasties rise and fall, thieves wreak havoc, and they turn a blind eye. Demons run rampant, and they remain indifferent. The populace suffers, starved and destitute, yet they ignore it all, fixated solely on the demonic path. Is it not laughable that the righteous see only the demonic? What shall we do? I do not wish to trouble my master. Shui Yinbing felt disheartened. How he wished he possessed the power to swiftly deal with those cultivators. Qin Yuan glanced at the few remaining guards and gritted his teeth. You go and hold them off for me. If anything happens to you, I, Qin, will take care of your families. The guards exchanged glances before accepting their orders. With death looming on either side, they resolved to exchange their lives for the chance for their young master to escape. As the guards charged forward to obstruct the attackers, Qin Yuan and Shui Yinbing seized the moment to flee toward Tianyi Pavilion. However, lacking any significant cultivation themselves, they ultimately could not match the speed of the pursuing cultivators, who swiftly caught up after dispatching a few guards. Capture those 2 demons and eliminate the threat to the people. Someone shouted excitedly. Get lost. Who is the real demon here? You are the true demons. Qin Yuan shouted furiously. Were this in the capital, he would immediately summon the Qin family's guards to eradicate these righteous fools. Just as they were about to be overtaken, a blind old man, his eyes covered with a black cloth, stood resolutely in their path. You should settle down. Less than 100 paces ahead lies the residence of Tianyi Pavilion, and I have ample reason to intervene. Tianyi Pavilion was a neutral force and would not concern itself with the distinctions between righteous and demonic. Guests within the pavilion, even those from the demonic path, were entitled to protection. Old blind man, step aside. We are ridding the world of demons, acting in accordance with heaven's will. Do you wish to oppose us? The righteous cultivators charged forward, undeterred, even on the grounds of Tianyi Pavilion. This was a golden opportunity to exterminate the leader of the demonic path. If successful, all righteous sects in Kylian City would share in the glory. This was precisely why they were so frenzied. The Taoist Xin Yun from the White Lotus Temple had promised them that if they captured Chu Xiaonan, They would host a grand demon-slaying conference in Kylian City, ensuring their names would be known throughout the land. As righteous cultivators, their pursuit of fame was irresistible. If you are guests of Tiani Pavilion, I shall welcome you warmly. If you come to cause trouble, do not blame me for being impolite. The blind old man stood his ground, unyielding. What righteous or demonic path? If you disrupt the business of Tiani Pavilion, you shall all leave. With a wave of his sleeve, he conjured a fierce gust of wind, destabilizing the charging righteous cultivators. Zhong Daolin, you shall not stop us today. From the back of the crowd, Daoist Changmei approached steadily, parting the masses with deliberate strides. Chapter 18. You need not conceal your identity any longer. Dressed in a black Daoist robe, wearing a lotus crown, and wielding a whisk, Daoist Xian Yun had a round face and elegant features, yet a shadow of darkness loomed over her countenance. She had not forgotten the humiliation she suffered at the hands of Chu Zhao and aboard the Flying Eagle ship. She sought revenge. Unable to confront the mighty, she would first eliminate the weak. So it is you, you ugly hag. Why not practice being a good Taoist instead of oppressing the common folk? Qin Yuan hid behind the blind old man. Cursing vehemently, he held such disdain for individuals like her, who, despite their vile nature, sought to maintain a faade of virtue. You little wretch, you seek death. Taoist Xian Yun brandished her whisk, leaping into the air to attack Qin Yuan. Though she was aging, she was by no means an ugly hag in her mind. A woman of over 100 years was just at the right age. The blind old man intercepted Taoist Xian Yun's assault and repelled her. Warning, friend, please mind your manners. This is Tiani Pavilion, and what of Tiani Pavilion? You wish to stand against the countless righteous individuals of Kylian City? Your business will not endure. Taoist Xian Yun scoffed derisively. The tide was in her favor. Even the Taoist Heaven Palace could not obstruct her. She was merely riding the wave. Tiani Pavilion underestimated the ambitions of the righteous. Please leave, the blind old man huffed. Displeased, standing against the multitude of cultivators from Kylian City was indeed unwise, but Tiani Pavilion had its own rules that must not be desecrated. Not even the ruler of the divine nation could change them at will. Elder Zhong, this old Taoist is also a guest. Taoist Changmei slowly emerged from the Tiani Pavilion, ghost-like, and approached Qin Yuan and Shui Yinbing, taking them away while mocking. There is no need for you to intervene in conflicts among guests. Is there? The blind old man's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated such scoundrels lurking among the righteous. What was the point of engaging in verbal sparring? You make a compelling argument, Taoist Changmei proclaimed. Visibly pleased. Just then, a figure clad in green flashed past him, and the recently captured hostages were swiftly exchanged. Chu Zhaonan landed beside the blind old man, discarding the two young ones. Master, Senior. The two were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Chu Zhaonan. With him present, they felt a sense of stability. Xian Yun, Changmei, you two old wretches truly have not given up your treacherous ambitions. Chu Zhaonan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his green robe billowing elegantly. The last time they met, he had intended merely to teach them a lesson, but they had grown bolder, coming to Kylian City to cause trouble. Did they think that gathering a bunch of lackeys would suffice to deal with him? Such a notion was utterly delusional. You, Chu Zhaonan, how did you end up here? Taoist Changmei stammered, shaken. Taoist Xian Yun also wore a grim expression, her brows furrowing slightly. It was rather surprising that the old man from the Taoist Heaven Palace hadn't stopped Chu Zhaonan. This was quite perplexing. Chu Zhaonan grinned, nonchalantly replying, of course, I came through a trail of slaughter. You two have done splendidly. Gathering the righteous cultivators has allowed me to enjoy an exhilarating massacre. Very well done, Taoist Xian Yun. Taoist Changmei. What nonsense is this? They gathered forces merely to present heads to the great demon. As Taoist Xian Yun noticed the righteous cultivators behind her showing signs of retreat, she inwardly cursed, feigning calmness as she coldly reproached, Chu Zhaonan, do not speak nonsense and sow discord. The plan has been set in motion. Why pretend any longer? Chu Zhaonan smirked coldly. The righteous of Kylian City are nearly all dead. All that remains is this lot behind you. You need not hide your identities any longer. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to retreat in disarray. What was happening? So the White Lotus Temple had long colluded with the demonic path. This was utterly outrageous. They had been deceived. No wonder the Taoist Heaven Palace had shown little enthusiasm for exterminating demons. Perhaps they had already suspected the identities of these two. Don't you dare run. I am eagerly anticipating your performance. With his right hand behind his back, Chu Xiaonan manipulated Taoist Xian Yun and Taoist Chang Mei, charging into the crowd like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In no time, the once mighty righteous cultivators scattered like birds and beasts, no longer wishing to involve themselves. It was a trap, and who would willingly serve as cannon fodder. Taoist Xian Yun and Taoist Chang Mei pursued the fleeing righteous cultivators for several miles, driving them into a panic-stricken retreat. Only when Chu Xiaonan felt satisfied did he cease his pursuit. Let us see how they deceive others in the future. Great Demon Lord, your mastery of the heavenly wounding shadow puppet technique has reached an extraordinary level. The blind old man chuckled, clasping his fists in admiration. The lineage of the Demon Lord extended far and wide. Beyond the 6 divine nations of the eastern wilderness lay the 7 Kills demon sect. Yet Chu Xiaonan's heavenly wounding shadow puppet technique was already comparable to that of the direct disciples of those external demon sections, just a minor technique. Chu Xiaonan waved his hand with a smile. To ordinary cultivators, the heavenly wounding shadow puppet technique was indeed a formidable art. However, at his level, he sought even more profound methods. He had gleaned inspiration from the Golden Crow's world-burning record for creating the Divine Vault skill. And once successfully cultivated, it would undoubtedly surpass the heavenly wounding shadow puppet technique. Senior, did you really come all the way here through slaughter? Qin Yuan gazed at Chu Xiaonan with admiration. A hint of melancholy on his face. In a way, this also avenged my guards. I was merely toying with them. I no longer kill indiscriminately. Chu Xiaonan shook his head, placing a comforting hand on Qin Yuan's shoulder. The number of injured tonight was considerable, yet the truly dead numbered only 4 or 5, all killed by Taoist Xian Yun and Taoist Chang Mei. That old fellow from the Taoist Heaven Palace was indeed cunning. He had thought he would personally step in for a bout, but instead, he sent a mere avatar to sip tea and then sold out the duo from the White Lotus Temple's demon-slaying vanguard. Moreover, he did so thoroughly. Surely, no one would favor such a troublemaker. Once Chu Xiaonan sensed that the situation had stabilized, he spoke, "Tonight, I must trouble Tianyi Pavilion to prepare a few rooms for us." "A trivial matter," the blind old man replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, the 3 of them settled into the guest house at Tianyi Pavilion. In the stillness of the night, no words were exchanged. On the following day, as they awaited the urgent dispatch of the hunting falcon beast to commence their journey to Kaolian City, the Falcon Tower ship set sail punctually at noon. A minor tempest was but a trivial ripple in their voyage, and Chu Xiaonan paid it little heed. Conversely, Shui Yambing, seemingly stimulated, relentlessly inquired when he could formally commence his cultivation. Regrettably, without awakening the Golden Crow bloodline, he remained a mere waste in the realm of cultivation, leaving Chu Xiaonan powerless to assist him. Fortunately, their subsequent journey proceeded without further incident. Upon the Falcon Tower ship's arrival in Wenqing, Qin Yuan ardently invited the two to visit the Qin family, only to be met with a direct refusal from Chu Xiaonan. Once Shui Yambing was able to cultivate, they would naturally visit the capital, and perhaps by then, the Eastern Snow God Kingdom would have a new master. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Chapter 19. Flame Mountain, Liuhua Hall at the border of the Eastern Yao God Kingdom. Tianyi Pavilion smoothly passed through the checkpoint after presenting their travel documents. The Falcon Tower ship advanced for merely a few dozen miles before a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Even ordinary folk could sense the gentle warmth and began shedding their heavy winter garments. Donning lighter attire, Chu Xiaonan stood upon the deck, with Zhong Daolin nearby, his blindfold billowing in the wind. "Old Zhong, do you know where the abundant flames of the Eastern Yao God Kingdom can be found?" Chu Xiaonan inquired. Now that they had entered Eastern Yao territory, it was imperative to swiftly identify their target location. The blind elder pondered for a moment, then remarked enviously, "Master Demon Sovereign, you must be seeking to cultivate the 9-nethered demon flame technique." Chu Xiaonan's lips twitched slightly. This old man understood too well. He had no intention of cultivating the 9-nethered demon flame technique, a tradition of which he had never even heard. Indeed, the Eastern Snow God Kingdom was ill-suited for such cultivation. The blind elder nodded, falling silent for a moment before continuing. "As far as this old man knows, Fengyin Mountain in the Eastern Yao God Kingdom is an excellent place to cultivate the 9-nether demon flame technique. Though it is fraught with peril, Fengyin Mountain, the fabled mountain of demon flames where specters are said to roam. Chu Xiaonan felt an urge to strike someone. That place was not merely dangerous. It was a veritable gathering ground for the undead, rivaling the abyss of 10,000 spirits in peril, if he were oblivious to the fact that he might become food for those malevolent spirits. Why would he travel so far to the eastern Yao God Kingdom? To go to Fengyin Mountain was to court death. Bad idea, let's reconsider. The blind elder contemplated for a long while before earnestly suggesting. If Master Demon Sovereign does not fear incurring the wrath of the eastern Yao royal family, you might consider Pan Yun Mountain. It boasts a rich vein of flame crystals, making it a fine destination. But isn't that the ancestral land of the eastern Yao royal family? If we were to seize their stronghold, it would not merely result in enmity. We would be hunted to the ends of the earth by the eastern Yao royal family. Chu Xiaonan cast a sidelong glance at Zhong Daolin, his gaze peculiar. I must say, my dear fellow, could you refrain from suggesting such dreadful ideas? It's rather uncouth, don't you think? Do we have a grudge against each other? The blind elder seemed to sense this, chuckling awkwardly before falling silent. Although he had traveled with the Falcon Tower ship and seen much of the world, he rarely paid attention to such matters. Making it difficult to formulate ideas, after a considerable time, he spoke again. In that case, Master Demon Sovereign, it seems our only option is to try our luck in Qian Prefecture in the southern part of the eastern Yao Kingdom. It borders the eastern Desert God Kingdom and has active geological formations. It appears we have no choice. Chu Xiaonan sighed deeply. Qian Prefecture, the very place where the hot springs converged as mentioned by Kan, was also rife with volcanoes, particularly the Unar volcano near the eastern Desert Kingdom, which erupted every few years. It was not the best of places, but it certainly had abundant flame energy. It seems I must disembark at the next stop. Chu Xiaonan chuckled lightly. This was his first visit to the eastern Yao God Kingdom, and it presented a splendid opportunity to experience the local customs and culture. The blind elder nodded with a smile. Then I wish Master Demon Sovereign fruitful endeavors. That afternoon, the Falcon Tower ship arrived at Tianyi Pavilion's outpost in Ganchun City, adjacent to Qian Prefecture. Chu Xiaonan and Shui Yambing disembarked, bidding farewell to Zhong Daolin, and then hired a horse-drawn carriage for their journey. The driver was an elderly man with gray hair, his weathered face adorned with numerous wrinkles that bore witness to the passage of time. Though aged, he appeared quite robust, and his driving skills were steady. Good sir, which hot spring establishment in Qian Prefecture is the most renowned? Chu Xiaonan inquired from within the carriage. Yuchen Tower, the old man beamed, immediately providing the name without hesitation, his face glowing with nostalgia. It boasts many beautiful women, and the hot springs are particularly soothing, though the prices can be a bit steep. The Cha-Cha secret soup is also quite good, with dedicated service throughout. And there's the Good Sister all-soup feast, where the young ladies are tender and warm-hearted. The uninitiated Shui Yambing's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling as though the old man's twinkling eyes were imbued with inappropriate implications. Chu Xiaonan promptly abandoned any notion of further chatter with the old man. He had traveled a great distance to Qian Prefecture, not to visit brothels. This conversation is futile. Let us allow the old man to focus on driving. Days later, the three finally arrived, weary from their journey, at the capital of Qian Prefecture. Chu Xiaonan paid the fare, secured accommodations for himself and Shui Yambing, then departed for the nearby Flame Mountain. The most famous volcano near the capital was named Flame Mountain, with hundreds of hot springs in the vicinity, all influenced by the geological activity of this mountain. However, Flame Mountain already had its master, As in the eastern Snow God Kingdom, where the righteous and demonic paths clashed. The eastern Yao God Kingdom was no exception. The martial world was divided between the Flame Gang and the Spring Gang, with both factions in persistent contention. The sect that occupied Flame Mountain was the Liuhua Hall of the Flame Gang. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Xiaonan was intercepted by disciples of Liuhua Hall, clad in red robes emblazoned with golden flame patterns on their chests. Their words were coarse and impatient. What do you want, you scum of the Spring Gang? Do you have nothing better to do than circle around Flame Mountain every day? I, Chu Xiaonan, have come to pay my respects to the Hall Master of Liuhua Hall. Chu Xiaonan did not bother to argue with them. It was understandable that the Flame Gang would guard against the Spring Gang, given the mutual distrust and schemes between the righteous and demonic paths. Chu Xiaonan? Never heard of you. Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action. The Liuhua Hall disciple brandished his spear, gesturing for him to leave. You think you can visit the Hall Master without an invitation? Scram! You're interrupting my discussion about the beauties of Yuchen Tower with my brothers. Chu Xiaonan glanced at the mountain peak and shook his head slightly. He had no intention of causing trouble for Flame Mountain, but the disciples of Liuhua Hall were utterly undisciplined. If any issues arose with the nearby hot springs, he could hardly be blamed. He extended his index and middle fingers, bringing them together, and the heads of the two men collided forcefully, rendering them both unconscious. Chu Xiaonan ascended the mountain with ease, dispatching anyone who obstructed him in a similar manner. Upon reaching the summit, he encountered an elderly man in a red robe with a white beard. Exuding a serene demeanor and an ethereal aura, seated beside the volcano, quietly cultivating. Chu Xiaonan, his robe billowing in the wind, approached the gaping maw of the volcano, gazing down at the bubbling magma below. "I wonder what brings a visitor to my sect?" the white-bearded elder inquired, his eyes still closed, his voice slightly hoarse, though a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple, betraying his inner turmoil. To borrow some flame energy, without further ado, Chu Xiaonan summoned the Golden Crow's sacred spirit and casually tossed it into the volcanic crater, which exhaled a pungent cloud of sulfur. The hall master of Liuhua Hall shrank back like a quail, fearing to utter another word. This was exceedingly precarious. With intruders breaching his sect, he felt compelled to remain silent. After all, many of the brash disciples and elders who had spoken out against him lay unconscious on the ground. Should he falter, he might very well tumble into the volcano himself. Perhaps this is life. When faced with adversity, one can either endure or bide their time for retribution. This debt cannot go unpaid. "I have my pride to uphold. It begins," Chu Xiaonan murmured, a smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 20. "I mean you no harm what begins?" Zhao Zongxing opened his eyes, peering curiously downwards. The magma within Flame Mountain was no trifling matter. A misstep could precipitate a volcanic eruption, threatening the Liuhua Hall's sanctuary and means of cultivation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he closed his eyes once more. What was that dazzling egg? It nearly blinded him with its brilliance. It was too bright. If it were to ascend into the sky, it could serve as a small sun. Chu Xiaonan remained statuesque, hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing. The Golden Crow's sacred spirit absorbed the flame energy with remarkable efficiency. Within mere moments, it had drawn in a tenth of the plentiful energy harbored within Flame Mountain. At this rate, the volcano's energy might not suffice to satiate it. With that thought, the tumultuous magma above fell eerily silent. The once boiling lava solidified into hard mineral rock, and the last remnants of searing flame energy were absorbed into the egg of the Golden Crow's sacred spirit. Thus, the surrounding geological formations lost all warmth. The hundreds of hot springs near the capital gradually cooled, even becoming bone-chillingly cold. Countless patrons at the hot spring establishments cried out in alarm, frantically leaping from their pools, causing a commotion as they clamored for refunds and compensation. The streets erupted into chaos, a cacophony of noise, as the entire city descended into turmoil. The Golden Crow's sacred spirit, satisfied, let out a burp and circled around Chu Xiaonan, landing on his shoulder and demanding, 10 more. Hatching a little bird is no easy feat. Chu Xiaonan was taken aback, hastily concealing the egg. It was a disheartening topic. When had he transformed from the esteemed leader of the demonic path into a beleaguered laborer? In truth, he mused, he ought to be more stringent with Shui Yambing. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. "Thank you. I shall take my leave." Chu Xiaonan clasped his fists in salute to Zhao Zongxing and departed with an air of nonchalance. Though he felt somewhat remorseful towards Liuhua Hall, there was little to be done. The flame energy consumed by the egg would surely not be returned, and as for compensation, his resources were too meager to cover it. It was best to withdraw. The road ahead in the martial world is long. It would be wise to avoid any future encounters. Zhao Zongxing, with a determined expression, charged forward like a frenzied bull. Having lost all sense of reason, Chu Xiaonan raised an eyebrow, poised to take action, only to be taken aback when the elderly man, with his graying hair, suddenly knelt before him, sliding across the ground to his feet. "Senior, please take me away. It matters not whether I remain the leader of the Flame Hall." Zongxing lamented internally, distressed at the thought of allowing the thief of the flame energy to escape. What would become of the hundreds of hungry mouths in his sect? Yet, this was not his gravest concern. The most pressing issue lay in the impending reckoning from the state and the Spring Gang. Such matters were far beyond the capabilities of a mere flame hall to confront. The old man possessed some cunning, as evidenced by his adeptness at kneeling. Ahem, there is no need for such theatrics. I harbor no ill intentions toward you, Chu Xiaonan calmly asserted, his demeanor unruffled. I merely came to pilfer a little flame energy. Did you not notice that your disciples have suffered no grave injuries? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zongxing was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. How shameless, to claim no ill intent while destroying the very foundation of our sect. How shall we survive henceforth, if you refuse to agree? I shall not rise, Zongxing wailed, his cries echoing through the air, then remain kneeling. It suits you well. Chu Xiaonan promptly turned to leave, relieved that he need not endure the old man's clinginess any longer. Old Chu departs, Zongxing exclaimed, bewildered. Why does this senior not follow the script? Not even a word of comfort. His heart full of despair, he thought, so cruel, so heartless. Alas, if not now, when shall I flee? Old Zhao, too, took his leave. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Xiaonan swiftly gathered Shui Yambing and made his escape. The territory of the state had become perilous. It was time to move on to the next city. Days later, they arrived at Huafan City. After a harrowing journey, Zhao Zongxing dismounted and rushed into the Jinfulai Inn at the end of the long street. This establishment served as a stronghold for the Flame Gang. All sects that had joined the Flame Gang could seek assistance from other sects at the various strongholds established across the eastern Yao Divine Kingdom. The Jinfulai Inn was a covert base for the Flame Gang's Meixiang Tower. I seek the esteemed Master Xiao Meyer. I have urgent matters to discuss, Zhao Zongxing proclaimed, tossing a flame-shaped jade token onto the counter. The attendant inspected the jade token, confirming its authenticity as a Flame Gang insignia, and nodded in acknowledgement, leading Zhao Zongxing into a secret passage. Moments later, in the hidden chamber, Zhao Zongxing came face to face with the renowned beauty of Qian Prefecture, Xiao Meyer. However, he was far too distressed to appreciate her beauty. His voice trembling as he spoke, Master Xiao, I have encountered an unparalleled foe. Before Xiao Meyer could inquire further, he poured out the tale of the Flame Hall's misfortunes, detailing every event with clarity. Are you suggesting that a mere egg has drained all the flame energy from Flame Mountain? Xiao Meyer regarded Zhao Zongxing with an expression that was both amused and derisive, covering her cherry lips with a hand. Her tone dripping with sarcasm. Is your mind addled, or am I merely imagining things? Such jest is hardly appropriate. Do you not find it difficult to admit your admiration for me? Though I harbor no affection for the old white-haired man. I would allow you to take a little bathwater if you wish. Observing Xiao Meyer's incredulous expression, Zhao Zongxing discerned her thoughts and retorted coldly, Master Xiao, do not fault me for failing to warn you. That thief of the flame energy is extremely formidable. Very well, I understand. If Zhao Zongxing has no other pressing matters, then I bid you farewell. Xiao Meyer, uninterested in the ramblings of an old man, sought to dismiss him. This elderly man was clearly out of touch. It was best to send him away quickly. Alas, Zhao Zongxing sighed deeply. After leaving the inn, he mounted his horse and rode towards the next Flame Gang stronghold. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaonan and Shui Yambing entered the Jinfulai Inn, inquiring about the geographical situation surrounding Huafan City. The attendant, naturally, informed them truthfully, as this was no secret. Any local could provide the same information. After a hearty meal, Chu Xiaonan set his plans into motion that very night, extracting the volcanic flame energy from the nearby Xiuyan Ridge. Having completed this task, he once again donned his cloak and vanished, concealing his achievements from the world. It was not until the following day, when disciples from Meixiang Tower ventured to Xiuyan Ridge to collect fire poison, that they discovered the volcano had encountered a problem. This place was no longer a sanctuary for cultivation, but had transformed into a cold, desolate mountain. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Meyer rushed to investigate the situation, nearly fainting from rage. This wretched thief clearly intends to extinguish the livelihood of Meixiang Tower. Are we to become nothing more than an ordinary brothel? She vowed to hunt down the thief at any cost, determined to reclaim the stolen flame energy. Consumed with fury, Xiao Meyer released a notorious bounty, swearing to pursue the thief, Snow Hate. Alas, such efforts were destined to be in vain. When Zhao Zongxing, weary and travel-worn, arrived in Huayan City to report the situation, Chu Xiaonan was not far behind, having arrived just a day later. That very night, the volcanic flame energy of Huayan City was also stolen. A single stone had stirred 1,000 ripples, causing unrest among the factions of the Flame Gang, which could no longer be ignored. Chapter 21. The Thief is Unforgivable. The Flame Gang conference was convened in a flurry the day after the theft of the volcanic flame energy in Huayan City. Naturally, not all factions of the Flame Gang could attend. Only the leaders of nearby sects hurriedly gathered. What is happening? Why does the thief specifically target the volcanic flame energy? The leader of the Fire Heaven Gang slammed the table in frustration. The disturbance of the volcanic flame energy primarily impacted the cultivation of various factions. The Flame Gang was at the forefront of this turmoil, but the Spring Gang was not exempt from the consequences either. The already contentious relationship between the two factions could easily escalate into conflict due to this incident. Such matters could be concealed momentarily, but would ultimately require resolution. The pressing question was who the thief was. Did not Master Xiao say that Zhao Zongxing had visited Meixiang Tower before the flame energy was stolen? That very night, an incident occurred at Shoyan Ridge. Our Huayan City also fell silent after the old man Zhao Zongxing reported the situation. Could it be possible that Zhao Zongxing is a spy sent by the Spring Gang? Why does every theft of flame energy occur after his visits? A collective gasp echoed through the assembly as the leaders exchanged glances, the realization chilling them to the bone. Following this line of thought, it was terrifying to consider that a traitor could be hiding among them. I believe Zhao Zongxing is indeed the mole. He cannot escape justice, declared the leader of the Fire Heaven Gang with finality. Regardless of the truth, they needed to apprehend the jubilant old man and pin the blame on him to placate the Spring Gang. Otherwise, should conflict arise, the Qian prefecture would descend into chaos. Minor skirmishes were inconsequential, but should a full-blown war erupt between the two factions, the Eastern Yao royal family would have a justification to intervene and quell the martial forces. Everyone understood the principle of the clam and the fisherman. However, they were no fools and would not allow the Eastern Yao royal family to benefit from their strife. The leaders exchanged furtive glances, weighing their options for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. For now, this is the only course of action. After all, the losses will not fall upon us. But how do we reclaim the flame energy we have lost? Xiao Meyer lamented, her expression one of deep frustration. Upon hearing her question, the venue fell silent once more. This was a topic that everyone was reluctant to confront. From whence had this wretched thief emerged? If this continued, even if they cast Zhao Zongxing aside, the situation would spiral out of control. In the days that followed, Chu Xiaonan escalated his efforts to steal flame energy. He was now at odds with the entire Flame Gang. And should he be caught, it would spell trouble. With the increased deployment of guards by various factions, he felt an urgency to act. The Great Flame Mountain was his target for that night. The mountain was under the control of a sect named the Fire Wave Mansion, led by Zhao Yin, a formidable figure in Qian Prefecture with initial cultivation in the Daoxian realm, only slightly inferior to the leader of the Flame Gang. To guard against the thief of flame energy, he had equipped every patrol team with signal flares and ordered all disciples to release the signals immediately upon detecting any unusual activity. Even if they returned empty-handed, it would be preferable to have their life's essence stolen. With such determination, the Fire Wave Mansion took the matter seriously, implementing strict defenses to eliminate any potential threats. That night, upon Chu Xiaonan's arrival, he found himself somewhat taken aback. The Fire Wave Mansion had gone to great lengths to thwart him, equipping every individual with a signal flare. How could he possibly proceed? To steal flame energy, it was hardly warranted to turn their entire mansion into a bloodbath. Thus, he changed his target that very night, redirecting his efforts to the nearby Liuhua Valley. The defenses there were not as stringent, and he seamlessly infiltrated, swiftly draining the flame energy from a volcano. Following this, the Fire Wave Mansion found itself in dire straits. The thief of flame energy circled around the volcanoes near the Great Flame Mountain, striking continuously, never missing a mark. The disciples of the Fire Wave Mansion spent sleepless nights in fear, worried that their sect would be the next target of the thief. A few days later, they received word that the thief had headed south. This infuriated Zhao Yin. Did the thief look down upon their volcanic flame energy? Why had he cleaned out the surrounding factions without so much as a glance in their direction? Feeling a profound sense of indignation, he was convinced that the thief was utterly contemptuous. That thief is utterly unforgivable, Zhao Yin seethed. Chu Xiaonan, too, caught wind of Zhao Yan's distant grievances. It was clear he was brimming with dissatisfaction. Predictably, that night, after ensuring Shui Yanbing was settled, Chu Xiaonan raced 3,000 miles and stole from the Great Flame Mountain. He despised such arrogance and would not allow it to go unchecked. The following day, Zhao Yan's fury escalated. He wished he could swallow the thief whole. Tio steal so brazenly, without a hint of respect. Spurred by Zhao Yan's outrage, the Flame Gang conference was convened once more. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xiaonan set his sights on the most significant hidden volcanic cluster in Qian Prefecture. Should he manage to seize the flame energy from this volcanic group, it would be a breeze for the Jinwu sacred spirit to emerge, thus allowing him to begin his journey home. Stealing flame energy throughout the night was hardly ideal. While it is said that treasures of heaven and earth favor the virtuous, the large-scale theft of flame energy inevitably impacted the livelihoods of millions. He certainly did not wish to find himself at odds with the Eastern Yao royal family. Tio stand alone against an entire nation was neither necessary nor desirable for him. Nevertheless, the Xiamir volcanic group had caught his attention. This territory belonged to the leader of the Flame Gang. If he were to successfully plunder it, the entire gang would lose face, and countless factions within the Flame Gang would come knocking on his door. Yet, what did it matter? He had to steal, for otherwise, his foolish disciple would remain foolish, and his grand ambitions as a master would remain unfulfilled. Without further ado, Chu Xiaonan arrived at the largest caldera of the Xiamir volcanic group that very night. Casting the egg into the abyss, this was destined to be a night of turmoil. Far away, in a gathering hall 1,000 miles away, Meng Ku, the leader of the Flame Gang, sensed the anomaly at the Xiamir volcanic group and immediately led a dozen influential figures back to their sect. They were the strongest members of the Flame Gang, with even the weakest among them reaching the late stage of the Wuwang realm. Should they incite a rebellion, they might not topple the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, but they could certainly plunge it into years of conflict. Their singular goal was to capture the thief, to seize the one who stole the flame energy and then to rend him limb from limb. This was a matter of pride. Retreat was not an option, lest the Flame Gang disband. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaonan was weighed down by a heavy heart. The spectacle triggered by the Golden Crow's sacred spirit was simply too magnificent. Golden flames radiated brilliantly, illuminating the night as if it were day. This was akin to declaring open war against the Flame Gang, exposing the thief's presence to the world, leaving no avenue for escape. The Golden Crow's sacred spirit was in the midst of hatching. Should he flee and cause its failure to hatch, all his efforts over these past days would be in vain, as his thoughts swirled. Meng Ku and the leaders of various factions returned. Chapter 22. Apologies. I cannot compensate. Meng Ku's cold, piercing gaze seemed to devour him whole. They had witnessed the golden egg absorbing flame energy, leaving them astounded. Could that possibly be a divine egg? After what felt like an eternity, once they regained their composure, their attention shifted to Chu Xiaonan. You, thief, what is your identity? State your name at once. Zhao Yin pointed at Chu Xiaonan, brimming with the desire to confront him. Among those present, he was the only sect master to have been humiliated, his dignity trampled upon multiple times. Chu Xiaonan stood by the caldera. Dressed in azure attire, hands clasped behind his back, he cast a casual glance over his shoulder and with a light chuckle said, "Ah, it is the esteemed sect master Zhao of the Hualan Prefecture. A pleasure to finally meet you, haha, so you are aware of my reputation?" Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction, puffing up with pride as he surveyed his surroundings. The illustrious Chu Xiaonan stands before you. Esteemed heroes, Chu Xiaonan turned and cupped his fists in greeting to the assembly. If a fight could be avoided tonight, it would be ideal. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to engage. He maintained his stance. What he had consumed would not be regurgitated. With no money to spare and his life not up for grabs, he would not yield. Chu Xiaonan? Upon hearing this name, Meng Ku's expression darkened considerably. You are the leader of the demonic path of the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom. The master of the 7 Kills Demon sect, are you not? If you insist on believing that, you are not mistaken. Chu Xiaonan nodded slightly in agreement. Although he no longer held the title of master of the 7 Kills Demon sect, outsiders would not think otherwise. They would only speculate that he was concocting some new scheme. The negative impression of the demonic path could not be altered by a few good deeds. Hence he was disinclined to offer further explanations. If they could cooperate, they would. If not, so be it. In any case, he was strong enough. If anyone dared to cross him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Sect Master Chu, Do you not fear provoking a war between our nations by causing such turmoil in the territory of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom Qian Prefecture? Meng Ku was no fool. The leader of the demonic path was not someone one encountered casually. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly claim the lives of at least half of the power brokers present. In such a scenario, the Flame Gang would be severely weakened, which would be advantageous for the Spring Gang. The war could not be ignited lightly. The consequences of a large-scale battle were beyond what the Flame Gang could endure. Even if they were to take action against Chu Xiaonan, it would be prudent to involve the Spring Gang and the court. Meng Ke's thoughts were agile. He surmised that Chu Xiaonan would not easily acquiesce. Thus he invoked the higher moral ground. Is it your intention to instigate a conflict between our two nations by bringing your disciples all the way from the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom to stir trouble in the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom? If you are not here to fight, then kindly refrain from speaking and merely observe. Chu Xiaonan turned back to continue admiring the performance of the Golden Crow's sacred spirit. Theo spark a war between two nations over a mere 10 or so volcanoes? That was an insult to the intelligence. He could assure them that the Eastern Yao royal family would not have such imbeciles. If there were any, they would surely be silenced by the current ruler. Xiao Meier, filled with indignation, stepped forward, ready to speak. However, Chu Xiaonan shot her a glare infused with murderous intent, causing her to shrink back obediently into the crowd, her eyes tinged with a hint of red. She had no doubt that had she dared to utter another word, this master of the demonic path from the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom would have shown no mercy, severing her head and tossing it into the magma. The purity and intensity of that murderous intent was utterly terrifying. 2 hours later, the Xiamir volcanic group erupted with a violent tremor, producing a thunderous roar. A three-legged golden crow burst forth from the surging magma. Radiating dazzling light, the moonlit night sky appeared as if it had been painted in gold. Hurry back once you've evolved and don't trouble others, Chu Xiaonan scolded nonchalantly. What? The golden crow's sacred spirit is a divine bird? It's merely a troublesome pet. Hand it to an ordinary person, and who knows how long it would take to hatch. Master, do I look beautiful? The golden crow's sacred spirit spread its golden wings and perched on Chu Xiaonan's shoulder. Craning its neck inquisitively to go back, Chu Xiaonan swatted it back into the system space. He had stirred up so much trouble. Beauty was the last thing on his mind. He still had to clean up the mess. The leaders of various factions stared at Chu Xiaonan in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. What was the golden crow divine bird calling this master of the demonic path? Master? That shouldn't be. By the nature of divine birds, they would never acknowledge a mortal cultivator as their master. Ahem. I apologize for the interruption. Chu Xiaonan smiled lightly, preparing to depart. If not now, then when? If he lingered, wouldn't he be devoured by this pack of hungry wolves? Wait. Meng Ke raised a hand to block Chu Xiaonan's path, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sect Master Chu, you do not intend to take everything and leave without a word. Do you? Do you have something to say? Chu Xiaonan met his gaze without fear, unfurling his paper fan with effortless elegance. Sect Master Chu, should we not discuss matters of compensation? Meng Ke glanced at the faction leaders behind him and continued. After all, we also have to make a living. Speak, and if it is within my capacity, I shall assist you. If not, we will simply have to defer. Chu Xiaonan waved his fan, showing no refusal. Accumulating debt was of little concern. Once his disciple rose to prominence, he would repay them. What a trivial matter. The crowd, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. So the demonic path leader of the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom was so agreeable. They would need to negotiate carefully. If all else failed, perhaps they could convince the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom to cede a county. That way, it would be a means of territorial expansion without conflict. Bringing glory to the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom. Have you all made your decisions? This esteemed one does not have the time to wait for your deliberations to stretch on for 3 days and nights. Chu Xiaonan folded his fan and addressed Meng Ke. You propose the conditions. Meng Ke immediately felt a headache coming on. The flame energy from a dozen volcanoes was difficult to quantify in market value. That energy could sustain the cultivation of disciples from over a dozen sects. Determining its worth was a daunting task. Xiao Luzhu, you may present your conditions first. Meng Ke turned to Xiao Meier, whose grievances were even greater than Zhao Yan's. If she spoke first, the others would have a reference. Xiao Meier bit her red lip, tears welling in her eyes. What kind of brave man bullies a weak woman? Did they not see that she had not dared to speak before Chu Xiaonan? After a moment of contemplation, she timidly said, Sect Master Chu, my Meixiang Tower requires fire poison. If you could provide me with a sufficient quantity each year, I would be most grateful. Fire poison? Chu Xiaonan's expression faltered slightly. This was not a legitimate commodity and had little practical use. He shook his head and handed her a piece of paper, saying, Apologies, I cannot compensate. Let us draft an IOU. What? Xiao Meier widened her beautiful eyes. What did it mean to draft an IOU? If this dragged on for decades, would she not be able to escape the obligation even if the Meixiang Tower disbanded? Chapter 23. Awakening the Divine Body. Chu Xiaonan raised an eyebrow. What s with the what? Are you afraid I might swindle you? We practitioners of the demonic path are all about honest borrowing, with no deceit involved. Take this, write down your conditions and the interest, and sign here. Chu Xiaonan distributed a piece of paper to each person. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Lending to the demonic path leader of the Eastern Shui Divine Kingdom was akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Could they truly expect to reclaim what was inscribed on that paper? What are you all staring at? Hurry up and write. Chu Xiaonan pointed his fan at Xiao Meier. Did you not request flame energy? Write it down quickly. As long as the conditions are reasonable, I shall agree. This. Xiao Meier appeared aggrieved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke softly. To be honest, Sect Master Chu, if my Meixiang Tower does not receive fire poison, we will become a brothel within 6 months. The business of Meixiang Tower was not particularly honorable, but those who survived in the cracks of society had exhausted all their efforts just to stay alive, leaving little concern for dignity. However, not everyone wished to be forced into such a profession. If you cannot make ends meet, you can follow me. Chu Xiaonan proclaimed confidently, I will lead everyone to prosperity. As he spoke, he emphasized the importance of having more friends in the world. It opened up multiple avenues. Stop, stop, stop. Minka found the situation increasingly amiss. Clearly, it was Chu Xiaonan who owed them money, yet he was now suggesting that they should turn to him for help if they could not manage. Wasn't that an open invitation to set himself up for trouble? The leader of the demonic path truly lives up to the rumors of being treacherous and shameless. What insights does the esteemed Ming Bangzhu have? Chu Xiaonan inquired with an air of calmness. Ming Ku narrowed his eyes, his gaze unfriendly. Chu Zhengzhu, is this not excessive? Are you planning to wait until my yin gang is brought to its knees, only to gather my followers for yourself? This is nothing short of naked opportunism, even more outrageous than that gang of scoundrels from the Quan gang. After decades of hard work, you, an outsider, wish to take it all in a single night? One cannot be so utterly lacking in morals. What do I want from them? Chu Xiaonan retorted, displeased. To speak frankly, the 7 Kills Demon sect has been disbanded by me. I do not covet your position, nor do I wish to influence it. Do you still expect me to work for you? Ming Ke realized that this was a ploy to fleece him, intending to drag the sheep into the pot as well. This is too much. It is simply shameless, the scheming of a petty person. I have no desire to argue with you. Chu Xiaonan's expression darkened, and he spoke sternly. Since you refuse to accept goodwill, then let us engage in a confrontation. Your incessant prattling is tiresome. At this point, the expressions of the crowd grew even more grim. A fight was not their wish, primarily because they were uncertain of keeping Chu Xiaonan, and it would come at a significant cost. Such a thankless endeavor was something these astute individuals would not undertake. To settle a debt at the cost of their own lives was not worthwhile. This matter required careful consideration. To make demands was pointless. The losses were not mine. Stroking his chin, Chu Xiaonan pondered for a long while before suggesting, how about this? I have heard that the Black Sun sect in Ganchun City specializes in the trafficking of women and the practice of yin-yang supplementation. 3 days hence, I shall take it down, and those who participate shall share in the spoils. What a splendid idea! Zhao Yin nodded vigorously. To witness a spectacle while sitting back and collecting rewards was nothing short of delightful. The other sect leaders concurred. Having lost the volcanic flame energy, the financial burden on their sects was quite heavy, requiring a substantial amount of spirit stones to exchange for fire attribute treasures. If the leader of the demonic path is willing to compensate for their losses, why would they refuse? However, Ming Ke felt that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Yet tonight, the authority of his leader had already been shaken. At this juncture, further words would only serve to embarrass himself. After all, He could neither compensate for everyone's losses nor propose a solution. Simply dragging things out would not be feasible for anyone. On the contrary, Chu Xiaonan's proposal held a semblance of logic. Even the smallest mosquito is meat. Allowing Chu Xiaonan to lead them in taking a share of the autumn wind posed minimal risk. However, he could not fathom what the leader of the demonic path truly intended. The crowd drafted a promissory note, and Chu Xiaonan pressed his seal on each, also including the name of his foolish disciple. Shui Yanbing. A debt incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. A debt owed by the master must be repaid by the disciple. He would never escape this in his lifetime. They toiled until dawn, and finally, Chu Xiaonan reached an agreement with the leaders of the various sects regarding compensation and interest. Subsequently, he returned to the inn to share this good news with his obedient disciple. When Shui Yanbing was dragged from his bed, he initially thought he was dreaming, but upon hearing Chu Xiaonan's account, he stood there, dumbstruck, completely bewildered. "Master, are you not setting a trap for me?" Shui Yanbing lamented, tears welling in his eyes. He had not even begun his training and was already burdened with a massive debt. How would he navigate the days ahead? It is but a trifling matter. Chu Xiaonan dismissed it lightly. The realm of cultivation is rife with the killing and plundering of treasures. He hoped to spur Shui Yanbing through this, granting face to the Yin Gang by compensating for their losses. Otherwise, would he not simply wipe them all out? The Yin Gang was hardly worthy of his concern. Later, Shui Yanbing began assisting in awakening the Golden Crow divine body. The trouble stirred in the Eastern Yao divine kingdom was all for this purpose. Chu Xiaonan sought a drop of blood from the Golden Crow sacred spirit and infused it into Shui Yanbing's dantian. This drop of blood acted as a catalyst, without requiring much effort from either of them. It caused the dormant Golden Crow bloodline within Shui Yanbing to surge forth. The intense light and heat permeated through Shui Yanbing's bones, flowing like magma, refining his very essence. Ultimately, a golden mark formed on his forehead. The awakening of the Golden Crow divine body was a success. From this day forth, Shui Yanbing would be able to utilize the Golden Crow bloodline for cultivation and combat. Yanbing, from today onward. Aside from preaching and testing, you will learn to manage everything else on your own, Chu Xiaonan instructed. The techniques of the Golden Crow clan reside within the bloodline, thus he need not impart teachings. His role was merely to serve as the questioner and evaluator while strictly guiding his foolish disciple to prevent him from straying down the wrong path. Yes, Shui Yanbing, feeling the surging power within him, was filled with a sense of novelty. "Master, can I now slay my enemies?" Eliminating Jizhong should not pose much of a problem, but facing those two celestial inspectors would be a different matter entirely. Chu Xiaonan replied candidly and objectively. With the initial awakening of the Golden Crow bloodline, Shui Yanbing had already reached the late stage of the meridian opening realm. With the enhancement of the Golden Crow divine body, battling beyond his current level would not be overly difficult. Although he was now akin to having a cheat, his growth would still require time. Those two celestial inspectors had at least reached the unfathomable realm. They would not be easily vanquished by him. Now that you are capable of cultivation, let me impart to you how to better survive in the realm of cultivation. Chu Xiaonan waved his hand, tossing out a dozen books. Titles such as Survival Guide in the Realm of Cultivation, Endure to Become Invincible Before Acting Recklessly, Learn to be an Indestructible Cockroach, and Fundamentals. 36 Essential Techniques for Cultivators were among them. Take these, read them thoroughly, and ensure you can recite them from memory. Chu Xiaonan spoke with utmost seriousness. Shui Yanbing dared not be negligent, embracing the stack of books and diving into them with great interest. Chapter 24. The Yin Gang's Change of Heart. The following morning, at dawn, Chu Xiaonan brought Shui Yanbing to the Yin Gang's stronghold to meet with Ming Ku, Zhao Yin, and others. "If everyone is prepared, then let us depart." He had little patience for pleasantries and formalities. Outside the stronghold, the Yin Gang had prepared fiery steeds. These steeds could travel 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, boasting excellent endurance, making them one of the best modes of transportation in Qian Prefecture. Each person rode one, allowing them to reach Ganchun City in no more than 2 days. It was a grueling 2-day journey, but fortunately, no mishaps occurred along the way. After Mengku secured an inn, he approached Chu Zongzhu to ask there a plan for tonight's operation. He had sent someone to inquire about the Black Sun sect, and the information he received matched that described by Chu Zihaonan. It was indeed a formidable force. A sect with 2 Daoxian and 9 unfathomable members was not much weaker than the overall strength of the Yin Gang. Allowing the Yin gang to confront them alone would likely yield no bin. Chu Xiaonan casually waved his hand, dismissing the old man Jia. If there were no incidents, that would be fine. However, should an unexpected event occur, he would not hesitate to eliminate the entire Quan gang. Eradicating one sect was one thing, but two was merely a minor inconvenience. He could treat it as a fleeting whim to hone his skills in a foreign land. The crowd exchanged glances, rendered speechless. If Chu Xiaonan truly possessed the strength to annihilate the Heikue sect, then with his indomitable spirit, they would be willing to forego their losses and follow him without question. They looked at their own sect leader, who was utterly incompetent, excelling only in collecting fees, far too mundane to be a person of great ambition. After the meeting, the attendees, each harboring their own thoughts, dispersed to rest. Chu Xiaonan, however, summoned Shui Yambing, who had been diligently studying behind closed doors, into the courtyard. Shui Yambing, what is Master planning this time? He had been deeply engrossed in the matters of the Chosen One, feeling that he embodied many characteristics of the fated child. Yet, with his master's interruption, he suddenly felt as though he might merely be a backup for the heavenly Tao, after all, which Chosen One would be summoned and ordered about daily. Clearly resembling nothing more than a humble servant, tonight, my disciple, we shall eradicate a sect that has caused great havoc, and you shall also have the opportunity to showcase your skills. Chu Xiaonan stood hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a transcendent sage. Upon hearing this, Shui Yambing's expression twisted into a frown. He was to kill. He was merely a frail scholar, and although he had begun cultivating, his martial skills were woefully inadequate. Fear not, for I shall assist you in awakening your potential. Chu Xiaonan's index finger twitched, and in an instant, the flowers and grass in the courtyard were uprooted. Evasion was impossible, and one must prepare to endure the blows. Master, wait! Shui Yambing barely had time to plead for mercy before he found himself dashing about like a headless fly, desperately dodging Chu Xiaonan's casual onslaught. After an afternoon of such training, he was bruised and battered. Yet he had made significant progress, learning to evade and counterattack. After tending to his injuries and sharing a meal, Chu Xiaonan led him directly to the Heikue sect. The sect's location was not far from Quan Gang's stronghold in Ganshan City, allowing several leaders of the Quan Gang to witness the entire battle. Many years later, they would still be unable to forget that night drenched in blood, which became an everlasting nightmare. It was the true embodiment of a single individual's might, exterminating an entire sect, with none of the Heikue sect members escaping. The remnants would be left for you to handle. After annihilating the Heikue sect, Chu Xiaonan met with the leaders of the Yin gang. Speaking with calm assurance, his expression was serene, unblemished by the chaos, as if he had merely been on a leisurely excursion rather than a killing spree. Witnessing this battle, the onlookers dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads in silence. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Meier timidly spoke. Sect leader Chu, I am willing to heed your summons from now on. Chapter 25. Meng Ke's request. Upon hearing this, Meng Ke's countenance shifted abruptly. Xiao Meier had just placed everyone onto the proverbial fire. The Meixiang Tower was not considered a particularly strong sect within the Yin Gang's ranks, even teetering on the edge of insignificance. Yet her defection would undoubtedly shake the morale and have grave repercussions. Lady Xiao, you jest? Sect leader Chu is the head of the demonic path in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Why would he be interested in the forces of our Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom? Meng Ke hastily attempted to quell the rising tensions. The Yin Gang could not afford to fracture. Otherwise, those remaining would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Leader Meng speaks wisely. Indeed, I have no interest in matters of power. Hence the Yin Gang shall continue under your management. Chu Xiaonan replied with a faint smile before continuing. However, rest assured, Lady Xiao, you are a creditor of mine, and I shall keep Meixiang Tower in mind. Should any fool dare to bully you, they shall meet the same fate as the Heikue sect. Xiao Meier was moved to tears, overwhelmed by the sense of being cared for. The leaders of the other sects, witnessing this, began to curry favor with Chu Xiaonan. Clinging to this substantial support, they felt no need to continue appeasing Meng Ke, who had been brazenly collecting fees from everyone. As I have stated before, let us all profit together. There is no need to confine ourselves to this small patch of land in Qian Prefecture. Chu Xiaonan cast out another enticing bait, for this group would serve as a foundation for nurturing Shui Yambing, and there was no need to bind them too tightly just yet. Casually, he added, Leader Ming, Would Quan Gang be willing to hand over Hallmaster Zhao? I have already dispatched someone to notify them. If Quan Gang is wise, they will return Hallmaster Zhao. Meng Ke's expression darkened. He had yet to send anyone to discuss this matter with the Quan Gang. Who could have anticipated that Chu Xiaonan truly possessed the power to single-handedly exterminate a sect? Yet, he could not place the blame on himself. The demonic path's leader was simply too extraordinary, catching him off guard. He hoped they were not short-sighted. Chu Xiaonan shook his head, glancing at the bloodied Shui Yanbing, and smiled as he inquired, "How do you feel?" Shui Yanbing, bearing numerous injuries, was fortunate that they were merely superficial. However, he remained silent. The feeling of taking a life was not pleasant. Read the book I have given you thoroughly. Chu Xiaonan did not press further on this matter. Shui Yanbing was pure of heart, but he would inevitably confront such realities. He would grow and eventually face the struggles and bloodshed of the cultivation world. This was a process every cultivator must endure. Life is similarly fraught with challenges. Many things do not unfold as one desires, yet one must face them with courage. Tomorrow we shall set forth to return home. First, we will avenge your parents, and then we will discuss other matters. Chu Xiaonan ruffled his disciple's hair. This foolish disciple had finally begun to cultivate, just a step away from completing his task. Once he stepped into the divine concealment realm, the number of individuals capable of threatening him within the Eastern Wilderness' 6 divine kingdoms would dwindle significantly. At that point, he could add more challenges to Shui Yanbing's trials. Upon hearing that he could avenge his parents, Shui Yanbing's spirits lifted, and he felt a sense of urgency. He had long been burdened by a deep-seated enmity, and embarking on the path of cultivation was for this very purpose. Sect leader Chu is leaving tomorrow? Meng Ke's heart sank, his complexion darkening. Although he harbored no fondness for Chu Xiaonan, should he truly depart, conflict between the Yin Gang and the Quan Gang was inevitable, potentially leading to a decisive battle. The loss of the volcanic fire would have a profound impact on the Yin Gang, and the internal factions were already unstable. Facing the Quan Gang, they had little confidence. I have concluded my affairs here. There is no reason to linger. Chu Xiaonan surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. With the Heikuei Sect's foundation, it should somewhat alleviate your losses. For the next 5 years, you should not lack for cultivation resources. While his words were reasonable, Meng Ke felt an undercurrent of anxiety. After Chu Xiaonan's intervention, whether dealing with the Quan Gang or the court, the Yin Gang found itself at a disadvantage. He absolutely could not leave at this moment, or the Yin Gang would immediately collapse. Sect leader Chu, I have yet to properly introduce you to the customs and delights of Qiyin Prefecture, the beautiful scenery and exquisite delicacies. Meng Ke felt as though he could weep. He had never found the role of a leader so distressing, as if walking a tightrope over an abyss, and no matter. I can visit again when time allows. Chu Xiaonan saw through Meng Ke's intentions. Navigating the world of martial arts required some discernment. However, he was not Meng Ke's father, nor did he owe him any favors. Meng Ke, sensing Chu Xiaonan's thoughts, produced a jade talisman from his pocket and handed it to him. Sect leader Chu, this is a token for entering the cave of the Fire Master. The Fire Master was a renowned figure from ancient times. A powerful figure of the Tianyang realm and the Eastern Wilderness 6 divine kingdoms that emerged from the splintering of the Eastern Wilderness divine kingdom were established by him. It could be said without reservation that the royal family of the Eastern Wilderness 6 divine kingdoms, if not for the usurpation of power by treacherous officials, would likely be of the bloodline of the Fire Master's disciples, his grandchildren. Leader, you possess such a treasure. Zhao Yin gazed greedily at the jade talisman, suppressing his desire to seize it. Who would not wish to explore the Fire Master's cave, which surely contained his life's collection and cultivation techniques? Yet, with Chu Xiaonan present, he dared not act recklessly. One does not receive rewards without merit, and I still owe leader Meng 500,000 spirit stones. Chu Xiaonan declined the talisman. While it was indeed valuable, he did not feel it necessary. As long as the system existed, he would not lack for treasures or techniques, so he was not particularly invested in this item. As for the 500,000 spirit stones, I shall forego them. Meng Ke produced the IOU and tore it up on the spot. I merely hope sect leader Chu can assist me with a favor. At this, Chu Xiaonan silently tucked away the token. Such a price was worthy of his intervention. What is it? Speak your mind, Meng Ke sighed, articulating his concerns. In short, the balance among the Yin Gang, Quan Gang, and the court must not be easily disrupted. or the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom would inevitably descend into chaos. He hoped to maintain this balance. Leader Ming, you are overthinking it. Chu Zhao sighed. Even divine kingdoms experience changes in dynasty. You merely wish to maintain balance? What else can I do? Swallow the Quan gang and overthrow the dynasty. If the Yin gang possessed such power, we would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Mingke grumbled inwardly, as the strongest entity among the Eastern Wilderness' 6 divine kingdoms. The Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom's royal family boasted 2 late-stage Daoxian strongmen, with the ancestral protector of the royal family having long since ascended to the divine concealment realm. The court could eliminate the martial forces with little effort. Maintaining the balance was already the best outcome. Mingke forced a smile, choosing not to respond. Losing face today was inconsequential, as long as he could stabilize the Quan gang. Very well, let me take you to sign a non-aggression pact with the Quan gang's leader. Chu Zhaonan nodded in agreement. A day was sufficient to resolve this matter without delaying their journey. Chapter 26. Quan gang. The ship returning from afar docked at the harbor, and the workers boarded the vessel to unload the cargo, transporting it away with horse-drawn carts. Seabirds soar gracefully through the azure skies, while waves undulate rhythmically upon the shore, where countless visitors frolic on the sandy expanse, collecting shrimp, crabs, fish, and shellfish. Everything appears meticulously organized, vibrant with life, imbued with a leisurely and joyous atmosphere. Hengchuan, a coastal city renowned among the citizens of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom as the capital of waters, boasts a labyrinth of waterways, ceaselessly flowing, with pavilions and terraces rising in harmonious succession. It is here that the headquarters of the Spring Gang is situated. This moment, news of the annihilation of the Black Sun, sect by Chu Zhaonan, has reached the ears of Fan Yin. The leader of the Spring Gang, Fan Yin, a portly figure with a round face, squinting eyes, and a pair of small mustaches, is usually seen with a cheerful demeanor, known for his amiable nature and promptness in affairs. Since taking charge of the Spring Gang, his reputation has remained stellar. However, only those in his inner circle are aware that he is, in fact, a formidable character. Otherwise, he could not have maintained a stance against the Flame Gang for so many years without ever being at a disadvantage. This Devil Path leader from the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom stirs trouble in our Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, and the court does nothing. Fanning grumbles discontentedly, mouth full of food, expressing his dissatisfaction with the government's inaction. At that moment, a note is delivered, a secret letter carried by the messenger gull. He opens the note, scans it hastily, then slowly puts down his chopsticks, a glint of cold light flashing in his small eyes. That scoundrel Meng who has actually lured Chu Zhaonan onto his territory. Lao San, go prepare to welcome our esteemed guest. Fanning shouts towards the door, pondering how to respond. The destruction of a sect by a single individual signifies an unmistakable implication. If that Devil Path leader harbors ill intentions towards the Spring Gang, it could spell trouble. Perhaps it is time to summon Elderly to maintain order. The thought of Chu Zhaonan's impending arrival weighs heavily upon him. Pressing down like an unrelenting burden, Meng Ke's recklessness has not only brought misfortune upon himself but has embroiled him as well. What enmity has he stirred? This time, Elderly must be invited. Unfortunately, every favor from Elderly is a diminishing resource, and after this encounter, it may be impossible to summon this formidable figure again. With a furrowed brow, Fan Yin finds no appetite even for his favorite roasted suckling pig, feeling as if he has been thoroughly disgusted by Meng Ke's actions. Gathering his belongings, Fan Yin sets off alone towards a concealed cave on Kongming Mountain, moving swiftly through the air. He arrives at his destination, placing a wooden slip upon the blue stone at the spatial entrance before departing. Should Elderly notice the wooden slip, he will naturally make his way to the Spring Gang headquarters. This is not something he needs to worry about. If the Elder happens to be in seclusion, it would simply be a stroke of bad luck for him. However, what Fanning did not anticipate was that the moment he returned to headquarters, Elderly would arrive immediately thereafter. "What brings you here?" Li Yujian inquires, stroking his white beard with a calm demeanor. Fanning bows respectfully and states, "I request Elderly's assistance in dealing with a certain individual." Li Yujian shifts his footing, entering the room, pouring himself a cup of tea, and after taking a sip, he casually asks, "Who is it?" Chu Zhaonan, the leader of the 7 Kills Devil sect from the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Fanning sighs, articulating his concerns. "Last night, he single-handedly eradicated the Black Sun sect, and I suspect he may have already reached the pinnacle of the Daoxian realm." the two early-stage Daoxian cultivators of the Black Sun sect. Along with 9 from the Wuwang realm, all fell victim to Chu Zihaonan. It is truly terrifying. To speak candidly, the Spring Gang is only marginally stronger than the Black Sun sect. If we were to confront him directly, a bloodless victory would be impossible unless Elder Li is willing to intervene. Liu Jian nods slightly. Then, as if transformed into a wooden statue, sits cross-legged in silence, awaiting the arrival of Chu Zhaonan. Hearing Elder Li's acquiescence, Fan Yin secretly breathes a sigh of relief. With Elder Li's mastery, having reached the full circle of Daoxian, he stands on the brink of entering the divine abode. With him in action, no matter how strong Chu Zhaonan may be, he will have to bow his head. That afternoon, Chu Zhaonan and Meng Ku arrived at Hengchuan. Meng Ku led the way, forcefully breaching the Spring Gang headquarters, intending to intimidate Fan Yin. For many years, the Flame Gang and the Spring Gang have been evenly matched, yet overall, the Spring Gang holds a slight advantage. The Spring Gang thrives on maritime commerce, making it significantly wealthier than the Flame Gang, and thus able to distribute more treasures to its disciples, resulting in a marginally superior overall strength. However, today, he has a powerful ally. Asserting dominance over the Spring Gang and Fan Yin should not be unreasonable. Fan Yin, are you not coming out to pay your respects to the esteemed Devil Sovereign? Meng Ku bellows boastfully, having already injured several disciples of the Spring Gang, now roaring like a tyrant emboldened by his patron. Meng Ku, you are becoming rather arrogant, Fan Yin retorts, stepping out of the room with hands clasped behind his back, his ample belly protruding. I have the utmost respect for Sect Master Chu, but what business do you have barking here? Fan Yin's words carry weight. Meng Ku appears rather dim-witted, especially considering they are on another's territory and have come seeking peace. What is the purpose of such arrogance? Is he deliberately provoking a confrontation to find himself at odds? Chu Zhaonan perceives Meng Ku's actions as somewhat foolish. Before even entering the Spring Gang headquarters, he had sensed a formidable cultivator within. The leader of the Spring Gang has indeed sought help. Shall we step outside to converse? Chu Zhaonan proposes, stepping into the air and soaring upwards. Cultivators who enter the Daoxian realm possess the ability to traverse the skies, demonstrating their formidable powers. Should a conflict arise within the Spring Gang headquarters, it would surely be devastated. Thus, it is prudent to maintain some distance to avoid any unpleasantness that might hinder contract negotiations. Let us not turn a business deal into a feud. That would be unfortunate, Liu Jian remarks, emerging from his quarters to follow in Chu Zhaonan's wake. The two ascend until they reach the sea, where they finally pause. I am Liu Jian of the Sword Sect. He declares, introducing himself. It is the Sword Master Li. I am Chu Zhaonan. He responds, bowing in return. Liu Jian is well known as the strongest swordsman in the Eastern Wilderness, and the elder of the Sword Sect, who had vanished from the world to seek a breakthrough for centuries. It is surprising to see him still alive after all these years. Surely, he is close to entering the divine abode. He is indeed a worthy opponent. What brings the Devil Sovereign here? Liu Jian narrows his eyes slightly, sensing a certain resemblance in their realms of power. This fellow concealing his strength, perhaps preparing to scheme? I seek the assistance of the Spring Gang's leader to negotiate a peace treaty with the Flame Gang. Chu Zhaonan states earnestly. In truth, he harbors no ulterior motives. Currently, there are no substantial interests binding him to either faction. Is that so? Liu Jian pauses, momentarily taken aback, as this contradicts what Fan Yin had conveyed. Wasn't it said that Chu Zhaonan was a difficult adversary? Chapter 27. Mutual testing faced with two contrasting accounts. Liu Jian remains cautious. The reputation of the Seven Kills Devil Sect leader in various nations of the Eastern Wilderness is not particularly favorable. The Sword Master Li is senior to the leader of the Spring Gang? Chu Zhaonan inquires with a smile. The Sword Sect is a force of the Eastern Xiu Divine Kingdom, and its elder traveling to the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom to assist the Spring Gang indeed seems rather peculiar. That lad's father once saved the old man, thus a debt of gratitude was repaid, Liu Jian explains succinctly. After assisting the Spring Gang, he plans to return to his sect to focus on breaking through to the Divine Abode realm, facilitating a reconciliation between the Flame Gang and the Spring Gang by securing a treaty aligns perfectly with his intentions. Then it seems we have encountered a misunderstanding. Chu Zhaonan chuckles lightly. I observe that Sword Master Li is on the verge of a breakthrough to the Divine Abode. Might I request your guidance? Very well, Liu Jian replies without hesitation. raising his arm and summoning an immense tide of swords from the sea. Thousands of blades formed of water, aimed at Chu Xiaonan. Unfazed, Chu Xiaonan unleashes dozens of crimson threads, resembling floating strands of hair, long and delicate, exuding an ethereal charm. Be careful, sect master. Li Yujian gestures forward with his sword, and the boundless tide of swords coalesces into a transparent curtain of blades. The resonant sound of swords humming reverberates like thunder, shaking the very heavens and earth. He cultivates the purest form of heart sword. Each blade embodies a fragment of his own sword aura. Chu Xiaonan witnesses the torrent of swords advancing like a raging flood. His expression turns solemn. With deft fingers, he manipulates the puppet lines to redirect the approaching swords, causing them to collide with those from behind. The fractured blades plunge into the water, unleashing a tumultuous force. In an instant, the clash between the two conjures towering waves that soar over 100 feet high, creating an earth-shattering spectacle. Many coastal inhabitants, alarmed by the thunderous roars, mistake the commotion for a tsunami, hastily calling for their families and fleeing in panic towards the inland regions. Your cultivation is impressive, Sect Master Chu, Li Yujian exclaims, stroking his goatee with admiration. The technique you employed to manipulate the puppet lines is certainly on par with my heart sword technique, worthy of commanding respect in the eastern wilderness. Your skills are remarkable as well, Sword Master Li. Chu Xiaonan offers a compliment in return. In the realm of martial arts, mutual flattery is essential for forging friendships. Otherwise, one might find it difficult to connect with others. Sect Master Chu, allow me to strike again. Li Yujian, exhilarated by the prospect of facing a worthy opponent, seizes the opportunity to validate his years of swordsmanship. Please, Chu Xiaonan replies with a smile, secretly activating his 7 kills demon wind fist. He knows that if he does not take this seriously, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Although they ostensibly engage in a contest of skills and philosophical exchange, they are, in truth, probing one another. Each on guard. The one with superior strength naturally wields greater leverage in negotiations, an unspoken rule of the martial world. With a flick of his sword, Li Yujian cleaves through the clouds above, and his treasured sword soars forth like a streak of aurora, reaching Chu Xiaonan in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, this is not his life-bound sword. Otherwise, its lethality and speed would have been even more formidable. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaonan felt his blood surge, his eyes turning a vivid crimson. In an instant, he unleashed 3 formidable fist strikes, deflecting the sword with a forceful blow. The sword, resembling a swallow's tail, traced a magnificent arc in the air before returning to its sheath. Li Yujian was momentarily taken aback. He had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike, yet Chu Xiaonan had managed to counter it. The implications of this were unmistakable. Could it be that the sect leader was already contemplating some secret techniques? Curiosity stirred within Li Yujian, but he quickly realized that prying into another's private matters was inappropriate, and thus added, if it's inconvenient to disclose, let it be. It was not necessarily a matter of grave secrecy. But there indeed seemed to be some clues. Chu Xiaonan turned around, harnessing the residual power of the 7-kill demon wind fist, and a bubbling, viscous mass of blood began to coalesce before him. The blood mass shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a faint scent of sulfur and a pungent metallic tang, its surface glimmering with an orange-red golden sheen, akin to molten lava, intensely hot and possessing formidable corrosive properties. Upon witnessing this blood mass, Li Yujian's mouth fell agape, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He harbored no doubts that should this substance come into contact with his sword or body, the consequences would be dire. I shall name this substance 10,000 Devourers, Chu Xiaonan declared, flicking his hand gently as the blood mass descended slowly into the ocean below. After an indeterminate period, a resounding boom echoed, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, sending towering waves surging into the sky. The explosion beneath the sea triggered a minor tsunami that nearly obliterated all structures along the nearby coastline. Fortunately, the residents had all evacuated in advance. Otherwise, they would have surely suffered the same fate. Feeling the might of a secret technique, Li Yujian's temples throbbed. This could very well serve as a miniature atomic bomb. Such a substance, if unleashed within a sect, could potentially claim the lives of thousands in the blink of an eye. The real issue was its nearly insurmountable nature. True to its name, 10,000 Devourers, it had the capacity to corrode and consume all things. Even if something could counter it, the explosive force was not to be underestimated. The creation of such a perilous entity by sect leader Chu was indeed a source of both concern and intrigue. Liu Jian murmured to himself, shaking his head. His own sword technique could cleave a person from 1,000 miles away in an instant, exhibiting tremendous lethality, if it came down to a life-or-death scenario. Chu Xiaonan might not necessarily emerge victorious against him. However, the 10,000 devourers he had conjured, while not to be used lightly, would certainly result in mutual destruction unless one were a solitary wanderer. Otherwise, provoking him would lead to inevitable troubles. My sword technique is called momentary blossoming, Liu Jian proclaimed as he formed intricate sword seals with his hand. Summoning his life-bound flying sword, it had been some time since he had wielded his sword, and today he intended to showcase it for Chu Xiaonan. Momentary blossoming emphasized swiftness. Just as Chu Xiaonan's words fell, Liu Jian's life-bound flying sword was already poised at his brow. The razor-sharp gleam of the sword pierced into his mind, causing a sharp pang. Such a rapid strike was nearly impossible to defend against, making it exceedingly simple to take a life. Consider me enlightened, Chu Xiaonan replied with a slight bow. Liu Jian retracted his flying sword, stroking his beard with a sense of pride, and remarked, "Sect leader Chu, there is no need for such formality. We are merely exchanging ideas." Chu Xiaonan smiled slightly, not feeling the least bit ashamed. Indeed, the sword technique was quite unfathomable. After all, the legendary reputation of the sword immortal for unparalleled combat prowess was well-deserved. Having witnessed it firsthand today, it was evident that the reputation was not unfounded. Let us proceed. As two outsiders, it is our duty to assist those young ones in stabilizing the situation, lest they remain in a state of anxiety, Liu Jian declared, feeling elated at having put on a show of prowess today. Lead the way, Master Li, Chu Xiaonan responded with a smile. Chapter 28. The shameless leader of the Flame Gang at the headquarters of the Spring Gang. The two factions had already begun to clash. The reason for this, naturally, was due to Meng Ke's coercive tactics, which had backfired in the martial world. Swift retribution is the norm. People engage in combat freely, without much regard for reason. Meng Ke and Fan Yin exchanged blows, trading hits back and forth, but the several sect leaders accompanying the Flame Gang found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament. After all, two fists cannot withstand four hands. Who could endure an assault from multiple opponents? Nonetheless, the members of the Spring Gang exercised a measure of restraint, refraining from killing blows, instead targeting sensitive areas with their strikes. Cease this at once, Liu Jian interjected with a cold snort, his soul power infused with sword energy, shaking the spirits of those present and leaving their minds in a daze. The combatants felt as though their vision darkened, their heads pricked with pain as if struck by a needle. Some weaker cultivators were unable to adapt in time and even shed tears. I have conferred with sect leader Chu. The Spring Gang and Flame Gang are both factions of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom. It is only reasonable to compete rationally and seek mutual benefit. Therefore, I have decided to represent the Spring Gang in signing a non-aggression pact with the Flame Gang. Fan Yin, do you have any objections? Liu Jian inquired. Though slightly perplexed, Fan Yin held great trust in Liu Jian and nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Very well, today I shall act as a witness alongside sect leader Chu to facilitate a friendly relationship between the Spring Gang and Flame Gang. Liu Jian produced two prepared scrolls and presented them to the two leaders. Fan Yin eyed Meng Ke with disdain as he carefully reviewed the terms of the pact, and upon finding no excessively outrageous clauses, he affixed his signature. After both parties signed, they exchanged scrolls, ultimately returning them to Liu Jian and Chu Xiaonan, who also signed with solemnity, completing the documents. From this day forth, for the next century, the Spring Gang and Flame Gang shall not engage in conflicts involving 10 or more individuals. Should further clashes occur resulting in significant casualties, either leader may present this pact to us for the punishment of the opposing leader and their chief instigators, Liu Jian proclaimed gravely. The members of both factions fell silent in response to his words. The prospect of not being able to engage in casual skirmishes left them feeling somewhat hollow. Leader Fan, I must request yet another individual from you. Chu Xiaonan turned his gaze toward Fan Yin, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke amicably. The leader of the Blazing Fire Hall, Zhao Zongsheng, was sent to the Spring Gang due to some misunderstandings. Meng Gangzhu mentioned that you had communicated with him. That is utter nonsense. Fan Yin's heart raced with indignation. Just how shameless could Meng be to so brazenly distort the truth? This man was thoroughly vile. If Chu Xiaonan had not clarified, he would have remained unaware of Meng's underhanded slander against him. How utterly wronged. Thankfully, he had the foresight to summon elderly, or he would never have known how he might perish. Meng Ku, are you even a man? How can you speak such blatant lies? Fanning huffed, his corpulent frame trembling with rage. Meng Ku was truly inhuman. Such a large person, and yet he could fabricate lies without a hint of shame. Perhaps your subordinates simply failed to inform you, Meng Ku retorted defiantly. The two sides quickly descended into a cacophony of insults, with the leader of the Flame Gang being subjected to a torrent of verbal abuse. The members of the Spring Gang did not remain idle, promptly summoning Zhao Zongsheng. Elder, I knew you held me in your heart, Zhao Zongsheng exclaimed, sprinting toward Chu Xiaonan, sliding to his knees and grasping his legs. Weeping profusely if you do not mind. I would like you to serve as my disciple's guard from now on. Chu Xiaonan felt a pang of pity for the old man, whose hair had turned white. To prevent him from being consumed by the volcanic flames of the Flame Gang, this elder had tirelessly traveled to various places, only to find himself betrayed by his own comrades. How lamentable. I have no qualms. Zhao Zongsheng displayed remarkable adaptability, showing no concern for the identity of Su Yambing and readily agreeing. He had heard that the individual before him was the leader of the 7-Kill Demon Sect, the foremost demonic force in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, known as the Demon Sovereign. With such a powerful ally, he was certain to progress faster than with the Flame Gang. Perhaps the next time he returned to the Flame Gang, Meng Ku would have to personally accompany him. One must always have dreams, Chu Xiaonan mused. He had few individuals he deemed worthy, but Zhao Zongsheng was shrewd and capable. Having resolved Meng Ku's request, he intended to embark on the return journey with Su Yambing. Masterly, everyone, my disciple still has a blood feud to avenge. Thus, we shall take our leave, Chu Xiaonan announced to the group. The others expressed their heartfelt farewells, desperately trying to retain him, but could not dissuade the traveler from embarking on his journey home. They had arrived via the Flying Eagle vessel and would return the same way, as they passed over the city of exiled sinners. Perhaps having learned from past lessons, they encountered no further incidents of robbery. The three of them returned safely to the Four Direction City. Master, I can hardly wait to return home. Su Yambing, eager to reunite with his family, turned to Chu Xiaonan for permission. Though his family was not without members, his parents had been slain by Ji Zhong, yet other relatives still remained. Go ahead. Chu Xiaonan gestured for Zhao Zongsheng to accompany him. Meanwhile, the Snow family ancestral hall was in the midst of a funeral. After Su Yambing departed the Four Direction City with Chu Xiaonan, Ji Zhong garnered the favor of the celestial envoy Yukan, who promoted him to work within the government. Ji Zhong not only failed to temper his maliciousness but became increasingly arrogant. Just 2 days prior, while returning home to collect money, he encountered a young girl from the Snow family, and in a fit of lust, he violated her, threatening her not to disclose the incident, or else he would kill her entire family. Subsequently, that night, the young girl took her own life by jumping off a cliff. The current patriarch of the Snow family, standing before her spirit, recounted Ji Zhong's transgressions, lamenting that the Snow family had shown weakness and could not avenge their kin. Unbeknownst to them, the Ji family had made a raucous entrance into the Snow family ancestral hall, toppling the young girl's spirit table and coffin, declaring that she was now a bride of the Ji family. It was easy to imagine the frustration and rage swelling within the Snow family's hearts. They could not even protect the corpse of a young girl, however. No one dared to intervene, for Ji Zhong's master was currently visiting the Four Directions City and had taken residence in his home. This is akin to the current Ji family, who not only have a celestial envoy as their backing but also possess a master in Ji Zhong, making them utterly untouchable. 2 towering mountains have indeed bent the spines of the Shui family members. What could have transpired? Has yet another family member passed away? Upon arriving in the village, Shui Yambing heard the sounds of drums and gongs emanating from the ancestral hall of the Shui family. Yet the celebratory tunes seemed utterly incongruous with the sorrow of a funeral. Young master, should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Zhao Zongsheng promptly ingratiated himself, seeking to draw closer to Shui Yambing and, by extension, when the favor of the Demon Lord I in Chapter 29, I will kill you. Shui Yambing expressed his gratitude, finding Zhao's demeanor rather pleasant. However, the occurrences at home were somewhat peculiar, necessitating caution. During the past few days, He had diligently studied to become invincible before indulging, which had greatly inspired him. Even cultivators in the immortal realm tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, while he, previously powerless and impulsive, had relied on others for hope. Experience had shown that depending on others seldom yielded satisfactory results. The world is merciless. Others expend all their energy merely to protect themselves, leaving little room to advocate for your justice, and it's a blessing if they do not add to your woes. His master's true intent was to have him avenge his parents' grievances, Shui Yanbing mused, for his strength was now sufficient to confront Ji Zhong. As the Ji family members ceremoniously took away the recently deceased girl from the Shui family, Shui Yanbing returned to his home in silence, seeking clarification. Yanbing, we of the Shui family may be powerless to protect your parents and kin, but now that you have risen in status, do not forget that your kin share a bond with you. The old patriarch, with tears in his eyes, knelt before Shui Yanbing, appealing to his emotions and reason. Truly, there was no other option. If the Ji family were to handle the remains of the Shui girl, the Shui family would lose all face in the surrounding villages, rendering them unable to live with dignity. Leave this matter to me. Although Shui Yanbing felt a surge of anger, he was no longer as impulsive as before. From their conversation, he learned that Ji Zhong had not only gained the favor of the celestial envoy Yukan from the Four Corners City, but also had his master backing him. Thus, if he wished to exact revenge, he needed to plan meticulously and prepare thoroughly. Zhao Zongxing remained obediently by Shui Yanbing's side, silent as a shadow. His realm was at the pinnacle of the unforeseen. Not overly formidable, yet he was the leader of a faction, capable of handling a few rustic villagers with ease. However, since Shui Yanbing remained taciturn, he had no intention of making a move. The Ji family displayed such arrogance. Undoubtedly underpinned by other forces, it was best to avoid confrontation if possible. Of course, even if provoked, he held no fear. Everyone had their own powerful allies to rely upon. Leaving the Shui family ancestral hall, Shui Yanbing returned to the humble abode shared with his master and disciple. Master, I seek some talismans and a set of formations. Shui Yanbing poured himself a cup of tea and sat beside Chu Xiaonan. I almost forgot to mention it. Chu Xiaonan retrieved a black Qinquan ring and placed it on the table. This is a small gift prepared for you by your master, to serve as your initial resources for revenge. His disciple had many grievances that needed addressing. Indeed, he required some protective items for unforeseen circumstances. Upon receiving the ring, Shui Yanbing's calm demeanor shattered. His master had provided an abundance of resources. The Qinquan ring contained no less than 100,000 spirit stones, several sets of profound-level combat techniques, and an assortment of materials and precious talismans for formations, with numerous heavenly and profound-grade items among them. Just a fraction of what was within would equate to several years of income for the entire Shui clan. It was then that he realized the vast wealth of his master. Yet, recalling the enormous debts incurred by his master within the Flame Gang, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Such troubling matters were best left unexamined for now. I shall prepare for seclusion. I hope that by the time I emerge, you will have dealt with these malevolent beings of the Four Corners City. Chu Xiaonan clapped Shui Yanbing on the shoulder, urging him not to disappoint his master. Yes, Shui Yanbing nodded slightly. This return was indeed to gather resources for a strike against the Ji family. With all preparations in place, he had no fear of stirring up trouble, especially as he had long since lost faith in the court. What of the celestial envoy? If it needed to be done, so be it. Shui Yanbing entered seclusion, raising his realm to the opening Yuan stage, feeling thoroughly prepared before summoning Zhao Zongxing to embark on their nocturnal journey to the Ji family. The body of Shui Wan lay before the brightly lit courtyard of the Ji family. Covered by a grass mat, guarded by two individuals, the Ji family is truly overstepping their bounds. Shui Yanbing glared at his sister's corpse, his eyes filled with hatred, gritting his teeth. Zhao Zongxing sighed, lamenting that such treatment of the dead would surely incur divine retribution. Shui Yanbing produced a concealment talisman, affixing it to his chest, and stealthily approached Shui Wan's body to retrieve it. He then commenced the arrangement of the most sinister blood refinement formation of the demonic path. As for the reason behind utilizing this formation, it was not born of personal grievance, but rather due to its array disk, which allowed for a significant saving of time in its setup. After accompanying Chu Xiaonan on his travels, Shui Yanbing had come to see through the world as harsh realities. The upper echelons were utterly decayed, rendering the so-called righteous path laughable in a world where evildoers roamed free without punishment. What was there to hesitate about employing demonic means for revenge? Once the blood refinement formation was set up, Shui Yambing activated the array. A heavenly grade divine formation? Zhao Zongxing swallowed hard. This was indeed overkill. He had previously scouted and knew that Ji Zhong's master was merely at the early stage of the unforeseen. With such strength, he could easily be crushed with a single blow, making the use of a heavenly grade divine formation entirely unnecessary. Shui Yambing was indeed a wasteful youth. Boom! The Ji family, engulfed by the blood refinement formation, ignited in a nameless crimson flame. Many remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only to find themselves drained of blood within the array, becoming mere desiccated corpses. By dawn, none within the formation emerged unscathed. Those who commit heinous acts shall meet their demise. Consider this a service to the people. Shui Yambing felt no pity for the Ji family. The truly innocent had long since perished. Those who thrived upon the bones of others, enjoying the riches of the world, deserved to join them in demise. After annihilating the Ji family, Shui Yambing sought out a fellow villager to inform the Celestial Envoy's office. While he and Zhao Zongxing set an ambush on the inevitable path back to the Ji family, Elder Zhao, should my power falter, I hope you will lend me your strength, Shui Yambing requested. Of course, Zhao Zongxing nodded in agreement. He would readily assist, whether it meant lending power or confronting the celestial envoy who bore a grudge against Shui Yambing. After waiting for over half an hour, Ji Zhong arrived in haste, accompanied by a contingent of officials. Shui Yambing's lips curled into a cold smile as he ignited 3 Earth-grade divine thunder talismans in succession. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning, as thick as a thigh, danced like silver serpents, crashing down. Unfortunately, Ji Zhong was struck by a bolt of divine thunder, shattering both legs. The officials trailing behind, witnessing this horror, fled in terror, wishing they had grown more legs. Once the area was devoid of witnesses, Shui Yambing activated his concealment talisman and approached the howling Ji Zhong, revealing half his face with a grin. Shui Yambing, did you kill my entire family? Ji Zhong spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Regaining his composure, he seethed. I will kill you, die. Shui Yambing reached out, patting his head, and in an instant, Ji Zhong's body ignited like an oil drum, engulfed in flames. He writhed and rolled in a desperate attempt to escape the inferno, his cries echoing in torment. Alas, one should never provoke the honest. Zhao Zongxing reflected. Ji Zhong brought this upon himself. He is simply reaping what he sowed. In Chapter 30, the man of the path of survival, Ji Zhong was reduced to a charred mass amidst the roaring flames. Shui Yambing set a binding formation and several explosive talismans behind the corpse, quietly returning to the ambush site. With the Ji family eradicated and Ji Zhong dead, the 2 celestial envoys who bore grudges against him could not be overlooked. Approximately an hour later, Yukan, alerted to the incident involving Ji Zhong, rode swiftly to the scene. His gaze was cold and calculating as he halted his horse, still 100 paces away from Ji Zhong. The peculiar nature of the event demanded his utmost caution. You too, go take a look. Yukan commanded 2 subordinates. Upon hearing the order, the 2 men felt their hairs stand on end, internally cursing their misfortune. Why must we be the ones to deal with this ill-fated business? This celestial envoy will surely meet a grim fate. The 2 approached Ji Zhong with trepidation, scarcely daring to meet his tragic gaze. Is he dead? Yukan inquired from a distance. Given his state, what hope remains for him? They muttered among themselves, and the taller of the 2 nodded. Ji Zhong is dead. Find a place to bury him. Yukan replied indifferently, turning his horse to leave. The deceased held no further value. He had no intention of pursuing the cause of death. It seemed a waste of time. Humph, trying to escape. Shui Yambing scoffed, igniting 10 heavenly thunder talismans in his hand. Dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder rumbling, and silver serpents danced wildly. The thunderbolts, as thick as a thigh, struck down in rapid succession, tearing Yukan's flesh and forcing him to retreat in panic. Noticing that Yukan was still some distance from the binding formation, Shui Yambing relentlessly unleashed more thunder talismans. Another 10. Eventually, Yukan was forced into the ambush formation. Shui Yambing drew a 5-element fire talisman, igniting it with his energy, but it sputtered and failed. Dizziness washed over him, and he nearly collapsed. His internal energy had been depleted, a clear sign of exhaustion. If he continued to forcefully mobilize his energy, he risked damaging his foundation or, worse, meeting his demise on the spot. Without hesitation, Zhao Zongxing lent him some energy, aiding his recovery. Such an effortless gesture, which could enhance his favorability, was not to be missed. Refueled, Shui Yanbing felt invigorated once more. He proceeded to operate the qi machine. Igniting the fire talismans of the 5 elements, a fire dragon descended from the heavens, forcing Yukan to awkwardly dodge. Yet unbeknownst to him, beneath his feet lay a binding array and explosive talismans meticulously arranged by Shui Yanbing. Yukan's legs felt as though they were ensnared in a quagmire. Despite his struggles, he could not extricate himself from the trap. The fire dragon, crashing to the ground, detonated with a thunderous explosion as the ignited talismans went off. Yukan, already injured, was propelled hundreds of meters away by the blast. It was time for the final strike. Zhao Zongxing observed the battle, realizing that given Yukan's injuries, he had lost the strength to continue fighting. The simultaneous activation of dozens of explosive talismans would not merely result in a simple explosion. It would create a cumulative effect, rivaling the power of an attack from a Taoist Xinjing cultivator. Yet he had underestimated Shui Yanbing's patience. What final strike? His master had provided him with so many treasures to ensure his absolute safety. You know what absolute safety means. It means leaving the opponent utterly defenseless, to the point where not even a fragment of their bones remains. Having become somewhat wealthy himself, he was not concerned about a few talismans. After suffering several setbacks, Shui Yanbing had learned from his mistakes, diligently studying the classics, and had undoubtedly grasped the essence of survival. He produced 2 stacks of talismans, meticulously igniting them, continuing his relentless assault on Yukan, initially intending to feign death to avoid disaster and lure out hidden enemies. Yukan suppressed his aura for authenticity and set no defenses. Who could have anticipated that the opponent's attacks would be unceasing? 2 bolts of heavenly lightning cruelly struck down, directly inflicting severe injury upon him. Once possessing the strength to escape, Yukan was now truly immobilized. Damn it, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Where did this bastard come from, showing such utter disregard for martial ethics? Hearing Yukan's agonized cries, Zhao Zongxing felt a shiver of trepidation. So it turned out that the fellow had been feigning death. He had misjudged the situation. Were all the cultivators from the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom this cunning? If he had followed his instincts, perhaps Yukan would have been ambushed successfully, and the outcome would remain uncertain. Senior Zhao, could you lend me a hand? Shui Yanbing called while holding a talisman in each hand. Playing a game of chance, Zhao Zongxing, with a complex mindset, restored some spiritual power to him, suddenly feeling like a mere tool. Perhaps he was just that, a tool. While others served as guards, at least they had the opportunity to step into the fray. He was merely stationed in the rear, replenishing Shui Yanbing's power, devoid of any sense of participation. Alas, life is not worth it. After another round of relentless bombardment, Shui Yanbing silently glanced at Zhao Zongxing. Hurry up, little brother, where's your insight? Zhao Zongxing. Thought this is utterly disheartening, little ancestor. Do not squander the talismans. Each one represents money. If you truly think you have too many, feel free to gift me a stack. Zhao Zongxing managed an elegant yet polite smile, saying, Young master, I believe that fellow, no matter how formidable, must surely be on the verge of death. Shui Yanbing, half convinced, hesitated. What if we launch one final round? Look, his body is still intact. Is this even rational? Zhao Zongxing felt a pang of sorrow for Yukan, pondering what kind of grudge these two must have harbored over several lifetimes to reach this point. Then let it be the final round. He relented, replenishing Shui Yanbing's spiritual power, reasoning that since it was not he who would be blown up, why worry? Shui Yanbing unleashed another 10 or so talismans in a final barrage before finally ceasing. Senior Zhao, please go and behead those 2. I wish to honor my parents and my sister. Shui Yanbing handed Zhao Zongxing an invisibility talisman. Zhao Zongxing's mouth twitched. Why use an invisibility talisman when they were already dead? He accepted the talisman, using his magical artifact to retrieve the heads of the 2, and then returned to the Shui family with Shui Yanbing. With vengeance fulfilled, the heavy clouds that had lingered over Shui Yanbing's heart dispersed. She astonishingly failed to perceive the depth of her opponent's realm. A peculiar thought arose within the heart of Feng Luchuan. Could this young man, clad in azure attire and wielding a paper fan, possibly be a master of the Xinzong realm, despite her youthful appearance. Feng Luchuan was, in fact, already over a century old, a spinster in her own right. However, within the cultivation community, 100 years merely marked the beginning. It could even classify one as part of the younger generation. Albeit no longer as a prodigy, at least in the eastern wilderness, where the highest realm achieved was the Xinzong realm. A century of life was regarded as the backbone of various immortal sects. While a mere old crone like Su Laobaniang would only invite disdain in the late stages of Daoxian, indeed, the corners of Chu Xiaonan's mouth curved upward. The realm of this warden of martial arts was commendable. Had he not acquired the Jinwu Wenshulu, he might have only been able to contend with his opponent on equal footing. Yet, in the realm of possibility, he could now push this young lady down and pummel her into submission. Warden of martial arts, do you understand your crimes? Chu Xiaonan clasped his hands behind his back and took a step forward. Immediately, Feng Luchuan felt an overwhelming force crash upon her shoulders, as if a primordial divine mountain were descending, causing her delicate frame to tremble and her stance to falter. Bearing the pressure, she struggled to lift her defiant head, her gaze sharp as a blade, and gritted her teeth. I know not of what you speak. Since you are unaware, I shall enlighten you. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Xiaonan unleashed 2 strikes, and with a tearing sound, Feng Liuchuan's outer robe was instantly shredded to tatters. Feng Liuchuan's countenance paled. Her eyes fixed on Chu Xiaonan with a chilling glare, as if she were ready to kill. Being publicly humiliated in front of so many was undoubtedly a disgrace to the divine kingdom. Yet, she could not fathom why this young man, whom she did not know, would seek to bring her such embarrassment. Not knowing where the young king had offended the elder, she implored, please clarify your grievance, and I shall remember and rectify it with utmost seriousness. Suppressing her inner fury, Feng Luchuan bowed deeply, her tone softened considerably. In truth, if a confrontation were to arise, she would gain nothing, and it might even bring calamity upon the royal family. Such foolishness was not in her character. Observing her deliberate lowering of posture, Chu Xiaonan let out a derisive snort. As the warden of martial arts, he indulged his subordinates in debauchery, oppression of the innocent, and wanton murder. Was there no culpability in that? This Feng Luchuan was left speechless, her expression darkening. She was aware of the nature of the celestial inspectors across the lands, and was taken aback by the fact that someone had managed to provoke a senior of the Xinzong realm. That would have been acceptable enough, but the crux of the matter was that this individual had come to her doorstep to demand accountability. How could she simply turn a blind eye? It is indeed the young king's lax governance. Please forgive me, elder, and I am willing to offer compensation on behalf of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Feng Luchuan lowered her head, speaking humbly. Chu Xiaonan shot her a sidelong glance. Smirking, what need have the dead for your compensation? Perhaps I should slay you first, and then represent those suffering citizens in compensating the Bureau. What say you? Feng Luchuan forced a smile, at a loss for words. Could this person not engage in civil discourse? Was he mocking her? As a warden of martial arts in the divine kingdom of Dongxue, she stood second only to one, far above those insignificant insects. Naturally, she would not voice such sentiments aloud. Since you have no retort, I shall take that as your acquiescence. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly, his fingers subtly moving, lifting Feng Liuchuan's arms with puppet strings. How would you prefer to meet your end? I could show leniency and allow you to die with more dignity than those wronged women. Once under the control of the puppet strings, even the dimmest of minds would realize the identity of the individual before her. Elder, you are the demon's sovereign, she exclaimed, astonished. What baffled her was that, was not the demon sovereign of a similar realm as her own? How had he suddenly become so formidable? This individual was a lawless and unruly character. And should he wish to kill her, he would show no regard for anyone's face. Had she known, she should have dispatched troops to eradicate the 7-kill demon sect back then. Nurturing a tiger would ultimately lead to her own demise. Regardless of the true identity of the sovereign, it could not absolve you of your sins. Chu Xiaonan raised his right index finger, and Feng Liuchuan's right arm twisted in a grotesque manner. Threatening to break, she could no longer maintain her previous composure, enduring the pain as she pleaded, hoping the demon sovereign would spare her this once. I shall sincerely repent and rigorously punish those who commit crimes. Chu Xiaonan turned his gaze towards the palace, where a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe hastened toward them. He paused his actions, calmly awaiting the arrival. Chu Xiaonan, I did not expect you to have reached a level where you can easily manipulate the warden of martial arts. The sovereign Wei Zhan's expression was warm, his hearty laughter echoing. Dio, you intend to save her? Chu Xiaonan chuckled nonchalantly. Continue your pretense. The rumors of discord between the sovereign of the divine kingdom of Dongxue and the warden of martial arts had been widespread. The warden controlled the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, wielding immense power, and had long harbored treasonous thoughts. Yet upon witnessing the sovereign of the divine kingdom, he realized how absurd and utterly misguided the external rumors were. What discord? This was a father-daughter relationship, one that hardly warranted notions of treachery. Clearly, Feng Luchuan was placed in the light, while being cultivated in the shadows. While it may not be apparent to others, Chu Xiaonan, having delved deeply into the art of blood refinement, had already begun to suspect upon Wei Zhan's arrival. This father-daughter pair was adept at concealing their true intentions. After all, she was the warden of martial arts of the divine kingdom. Wei Zhan's smile faded as he spoke sternly. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, you shall find no mercy. A mere prince, should he perish, would be of little consequence. Chu Xiaonan scoffed. I had intended to send her to a brothel, allowing her to experience the taste of despair. If so, your royal family and I shall be locked in a death struggle. Wei Zhan's eyes gleamed with authority, unperturbed. To send his daughter to a brothel was a threat only a demon sovereign could utter. This lineage was notorious for their reckless disregard. Anyone who crossed them would be ruthlessly torn apart. Just a petty thief, what significance does the royal family hold? Chu Xiaonan unfurled his paper fan. Leisurely fanning himself a few times, he truly held disdain for the royal family of Dongxue. For this sovereign had usurped the throne unjustly, and the quality of life for the people under his rule had not improved in the slightest. It could be stated bluntly that, at least in governing national affairs, he was a fool of the highest order. You dare to insult me? Wei Zhan's face flushed with rage. The term petty thief was sharply piercing. It felt as though a thorn had embedded itself into his flesh. He could often ignore it, but the mention of it would ignite a searing pain. How dare you shout at me? Chu Xiaonan mimicked the other's tone, retorting, let us first engage in a confrontation. He manipulated Feng Luchuan to rush toward Wei Zhan. Feng Luchuan, at the late stage of Daoxian, and Wei Zhan, at the pinnacle of Daoxian, could manage to fight to a standstill without the use of treasures. Wei Zhan, what do you think of my proposal to refine the warden of martial arts into a blood puppet? Her abilities are commendable, and she possesses a certain charm. As Chu Xiaonan's fingers twitched, Feng Luchuan's offensive grew more ferocious. Wei Zhan, being on the defensive, was forced to retreat step by step. He could not strike his own daughter with malice. Otherwise, he would have slapped her dead long ago. Chu Xiaonan, you are shameless. Feng Luchuan was also enraged, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. The feeling of being manipulated was unbearable and humiliating. She was the revered warden of martial arts. Yet she was toyed with by a demon. Such was a profound disgrace. With a tearing sound, her battle robe was rent asunder, revealing the delicate attire beneath. Call me Baba, and I shall spare you. Chu Xiaonan's lips curled slightly, speaking with interest. Chu Zhengzhu, you have gone too far. Wei Zhan's face was ashen. Though he did not understand the meaning of Baba, he certainly recognized it as an unspeakable insult. Gone too far? Chu Xiaonan snorted coldly, smiling. I am the foremost demon lord of the demonic path. Is this not what you once endorsed? What impropriety exists in the actions of the demonic path? Wei Zhan opened his mouth, at a loss for words, wishing to slap himself a few times, as if there were indeed some truth to that. Over a decade ago, in a bid to eradicate the evil and the wicked, he had, spurred on by his ministers, established a bounty list targeting the demonic path. This had led to Chu Xiaonan being pursued for so many years. Now that Chu Xiaonan had come knocking, was it for revenge? He had truly shot himself in the foot. To bow to the demonic path was something he could not tolerate. He could only call for aid from his sect. Wei Zhan discreetly crushed a piece of jade. The flawed legitimacy of Wei Zhan's position stemmed from the fact that the Wei family had once been subjects of the divine kingdom of Dongxue. He was the true usurper. The Wei family had an elder who, after leaving the eastern wilderness, established a foothold within a second-rate sect in the central continent. In order to accrue merits, thoughts of usurping the Wei family arose. With the backing of this elder and the mysterious sect, the Wei family indeed succeeded in their coup. Wei Zhen ascended to the throne, while the former dynasty's princess, Feng Liuchuan's mother, committed suicide out of guilt, leading Feng Liuchuan to adopt her mother's surname. Wei Zhen held a sense of guilt towards both mother and daughter, cherishing this daughter greatly, even intending to pass the throne to her. He would never allow Chu Xiaonan to disgrace his daughter by sending her to a brothel. As he crushed the piece of pure white jade, amidst the swirling mist, a somewhat ethereal figure emerged. It was none other than a manifestation of the Wei family's elder, Wei Xian. Upon the elder's arrival, Wei Zhen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly bowed in greeting, "Elder." Upon seeing the newcomer, Feng Liuchuan, still under control, stiffened slightly, her cold gaze spilling with resentment. Had it not been for this elder's self-serving interests that coerced her father into regicide, her mother would not have perished. She harbored nothing but boundless hatred for him. Early stage of the Shenzong realm, Chu Xiaonan murmured, his interest piqued. Much like his battle with Li Yujian, although neither had fought earnestly, both were deeply satisfied and greatly enjoyed the encounter. To engage in combat with an opponent of comparable strength was indeed a rare fortune for any cultivator. Wei Xian cast a disinterested glance at Feng Liuchuan, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Wei Zhen, have you not yet dealt with this wretched creature?" Wei Zhen, taken aback by the ancestral figure's immediate inquiry upon his appearance, inhaled deeply and replied respectfully, "I beseech you, ancestor, to spare Chuan. She is innocent. This wretched creature cannot align with the Wei family. What purpose does her existence serve?" Wei Xian shook his head, his expression cold. "Since you lack the resolve to eliminate her, allow me to cleanse the family for you." With that, Wei Xian unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at Feng Liuchuan's vital point. To him, the Wei family was merely a tool for seizing benefits. These descendants were not his kin, and he would feel no remorse in their demise. A casual strike from the realm of divine concealment was nothing short of earth-shattering. A distinctly patterned hand descended from the billowing clouds, exuding overwhelming might, akin to a cosmic nebula bearing down. The surrounding spiritual energy and air were instantly siphoned away, leaving Feng Liuchuan in a state of despair, her clenched jaw betraying the trickle of blood that escaped. She loathed her inability to avenge her mother, resented her powerlessness against this ancestral figure of the Wei family, and felt trapped, akin to a helpless fowl upon the butcher's block, unable to move an inch in the face of such an assault. What a splendid display of righteousness extinguishing kinship! Chu Xiaonan flicked his fingers, pulling Feng Liuchuan back to his side, bluntly stating, "Yet everything must adhere to a sense of order. You, old man, have overstepped your bounds." Feng Liuchuan, astonished, glanced at Chu Xiaonan, feeling a tumultuous sensation at her waist, leaving her utterly flustered. The lineage of the demon sovereign. Having witnessed his attack miss, Wei Xian felt a tinge of shock and scrutinized Chu Xiaonan closely. He belonged to the Chaos God sect, merely a second-tier sect, while the Seven Killings demon sect's main stronghold, the Seven Demons Isle, was a renowned first-tier power. There had been instances where 2 first-tier forces and several second-tier sects had banded together to besiege Seven Demons Isle, only to suffer significant losses and return in disgrace. The Seven Demons Isle was far beyond the reach of a mere elder from a second-tier sect. However, he had heard whispers that the Seven Killings demon sect in the eastern wilderness was merely founded by a discarded disciple who had escaped from Seven Demons Isle, lacking even the knowledge of the 9 nether demon flame technique that symbolized Seven Demons Isle, and thus was not recognized by the demon sovereign. A mere discarded disciple could hardly instill fear. Understanding the situation, Wei Xian chuckled. Though this talent had reached the late stage of Dao Xian through an incomplete technique, it ultimately paled in comparison to the overwhelming tide of power. Without the backing of Seven Demons Isle, the Seven Killings demon sect resembled an abandoned child, ripe for slaughter. If he could capture him, the foremost demonic power in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom would have to bow in submission, thereby providing him with more cultivation resources. The ancestor of the Wei family sought to kill you for a reason. Just look at how he foolishly smiles. Chu Xiaonan consoled the woman beside him. In truth, he had not intended to escalate matters, but merely sought to pressure the state leader Wei Zhen and the martial monitoring king into a delicate situation to request a recommendation spot. Little did he know, Wei Zhen was a coward who only knew to call upon his ancestors, invoking the old ancestor less than 30 exchanges into their confrontation, only for the Wei family ancestor to arrive and threaten to take his daughter's life. Feng Liuchuan's situation was quite tragic. She had been sold out by her own father. My condolences, Chu Xiaonan sighed softly. Alas! Feng Liuchuan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and secretly transmitted a message to Chu Xiaonan. If the demon sovereign could assist this humble girl in avenging her mother, I would be willing to serve you like a beast in gratitude. You need not be a beast. Just be yourself. Chu Xiaonan replied. Feng Liuchuan's expression froze, turning away in disdain. This man was insufferable, unable to communicate properly. Wei Xian, listening to the exchange between the two youngsters, felt his beard nearly ignite in anger, nearly losing control. He pursed his lips and then struck out again, covering the area where the two stood. Step aside. Chu Xiaonan pushed Feng Liuchuan away, his blood energy surging, accompanied by the roar of crimson thunder. As he unleashed a punch, the two attacks clashed equally, like needles against wheat-ons, exploding in midair. The shockwave radiated like a rolling tide, tearing apart the heavy clouds above Qin City, splitting them into two distant pieces that could not see one another. This is bad. This young man carries an air of mystery. Wei Xian's expression hardened. The energy he had left in this avatar was scant, capable of delivering at most 3 strikes before dissipating. After all, cultivators who reached the divine concealment realm in the eastern wilderness were exceedingly rare. He could count them on one hand. Leaving behind an avatar at the initial stage of divine concealment for the Wei family was sufficient to handle various uncertainties. Yet, the strength of this opponent clearly exceeded his expectations. Youngster, state your name. This old man does not kill nameless individuals. Wei Xian silently gathered his energy, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. As a fellow cultivator of divine concealment, Chu Xiaonan could easily discern that this elder was deliberately stalling for time. He casually flicked out a drop of 10,000 devouring blood, coldly laughing. Old fool, with your nefarious intentions, do you truly think you deserve to know my name? I shall send you on your way. Wei Xian noticed the approaching drop of dark crimson and felt his hairs stand on end. A great terror loomed near. How could you possess such a technique? His pupils dilated, momentarily stunned, before he decisively withdrew. This is utterly unbelievable. Was it not said that the lineage of the demon sovereign in the eastern wilderness had an incomplete inheritance? At that moment, the rapidly approaching drop of 10,000 devouring blood exploded. Chapter 34. The monarch's abdication. Wei Xian found himself at the epicenter of the explosion, instantly reduced to a state of utter ruin. To withstand this attack, he had nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy. Despite this, his avatar was on the verge of dissipating. Wei Zhen fared no better. In fact, he was worse off than Wei Xian's avatar. Having lost his right arm to the explosion, while the 10,000 devouring blood that landed upon his flesh continued to corrode his body. Pain surged through him, triggering anguished cries, his face turning the color of liver as he lamented. To merely be a bystander and suffer such consequences? I should have kept my distance. Truly, it was a celestial clash, while mere mortals bore the brunt. Youngster, I shall return. If you, Wei Xian, at his wit's end, was preparing to threaten Chu Xiaonan with a few words, but before he could finish, his head disintegrated. Could you not finish your words before leaving? How disappointing! Chu Xiaonan shook his head, turning his gaze to the gravely injured Wei Zhen, clenching his palm as the scattered 10,000 devouring blood returned to him. Many thanks for sparing my life, demon sovereign. Wei Zhen's face was awash with embarrassment, realizing how foolish his earlier decision had been. This hidden powerhouse could have easily eliminated them both with a mere display of strength. Now that the ancestor's avatar had been vanquished, he was left vulnerable. I require a recommendation spot for the Eastern Wilderness 6th Divine Banquet. Chu Xiaonan spoke nonchalantly to Feng Liuchuan. Wei Zhen, in such a state, would require proper treatment. Otherwise, he would soon be incapacitated. Feng Liuchuan could easily control him and ascend to the throne. She possessed the strength and possibly the ambition for it. Yet Chu Xiaonan had little concern for such matters, for sooner or later, the entirety of the eastern wilderness would belong to Shui Yanbing. Since it was a matter of his own possession, there was no need to quibble over immediate ownership. However, the state leader and the martial monitoring king were in a difficult position. Was it really necessary to create such a grand spectacle over a mere recommendation spot? A simple word would have sufficed. Oh, how I feel toyed with, yet lacking evidence. What should I do if Wei Xian returns? Feng Luchuan asked, somewhat troubled. The predicament faced by Wei Zhen weighed heavily upon her as well. With a single avatar, Wei Xian possessed the strength of the divine concealment realm, while she was merely at the Daoxian realm. Achieving the late stage of Daoxian made her a notable figure in the eastern wilderness, yet it paled in comparison to cultivators of the divine concealment realm. As far as I know, no cultivator in the eastern wilderness has ever crossed the divine concealment realm to become a dragon transformation realm powerhouse. It seems there are either natural or artificial barriers to such advancements in our domain. Should an otherworldly divine concealment realm figure appear, the divine concealment realm cultivators of the eastern wilderness would not turn a blind eye. Rest assured, Chu Xiaonan spoke with a calm demeanor, casually tossing a transmission shell. Remember your promise. Seek me out if needed. Feng Luchuan nodded slightly, seeking only a temporary safeguard, enough for a maximum of 30 years, within which she could step into the divine concealment realm. She had confidence in her own abilities. Should Chu Xiaonan learn of her courage and determination, it would surely elicit his surprise. Sister, time is of the essence. Why take 30 years to accomplish anything? In 3 decades, my disciple's disciple could surpass you. Manage your subordinates well. Should I encounter them again engaging in bullying and misdeeds, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau will cease to exist. Chu Xiaonan left those words and vanished. Feng Luchuan slightly bowed, watching as Chu Xiaonan disappeared into the distance, before her gaze turned icy. Facing Wei Zhen, coldly stating, the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom does not belong to the Wei family. Your Majesty should abdicate sooner rather than later, Wei Zhen sighed, returning to the palace in solitude. This place, which once felt like a long-desired dream, now resembled a prison. He had merely wished to lead the family to greater heights. Had he truly erred? Upon returning to the palace, Wei Zhen immediately issued a decree, abdicating to Feng Luchuan, with a grand ceremony to be held the following day. Severely injured, he was indeed incapable of continuing to govern the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Why linger in this position, only to foster hatred? What followed unfolded precisely as Chu Xiaonan had anticipated. Feng Luchuan would utilize the national treasury to aid her breakthrough, aspiring to confront Wei Xian. A few days later, Chu Xiaonan arrived in the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, neighboring the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Like the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom had undergone a change in dynasty. However, while the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom was usurped by aristocratic families, the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom had been ravaged by a bandit uprising, resulting in the complete annihilation of the royal family. Now, the governance of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom was held by the largest faction of the bandits, the Nuo clan. In the arid and scorching expanse of the desert, a caravan ambled along at a leisurely pace. As they passed a towering cactus, a member of the party stepped forward to slice open its flesh, inserting a specially crafted iron tube to extract 2 full pouches of cactus juice. Here you go, South brother, called out Quotai, the captain's son, tossing one of the pouches over. The previous night, their caravan had been besieged by bandits, and Chao Xiaonan had fortuitously passed by, saving Quotai's life in the nick of time, which led him to remain with the group. The members of the caravan were generous and deeply appreciative. Chao Xiaonan accepted the pouch, took a sip, and handed it to the nearby cultivator, inquiring, "Is the order in the northern desert so chaotic? From last night until noon, we have already encountered 3 groups of marauders, all intent on murder and pillage. The caravan has suffered considerable losses. According to Captain Baishilu, 8 members have perished since entering the desert. Had it not been for Chao Xiaonan's intervention, Quotai might have met a similar fate. Ahead lies the perilous ghost city of death, which could result in even greater casualties. Yet the goods they are escorting are of utmost importance. And the employer has offered a handsome price, compelling them to press on despite the risks. Ever since the Hu bandits took control, the desert has become a lawless land, far removed from its former state." Quotai shook his head and sighed. The Nuo gang encourages local bandit leaders to establish their own fiefdoms, as long as they pay tribute on time. To speak frankly, the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom is now rife with marauders and sand thieves. Plundering both people and resources, encountering a peaceful place has become a rarity. How intriguing, mused Chao Xiaonan, reclining atop the grain cart, contemplating his strategy. The Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom stands as the most opportune target for a power grab among the 6 divine kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness. Perhaps he could discreetly support a local faction to ascend. Within 6 months, he would have ample time to identify a suitable ruler for the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom. He popped a date into his mouth, savoring its soft, sweet flesh, and slightly squinted his eyes. Perhaps the task of unifying the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom could be entrusted to Shui Yanbing, if he could cultivate a good relationship with the ruler. Securing a recommendation would be nearly guaranteed. However, relying on Feng Luchuan still felt somewhat precarious. Should that old fox Wei Xian come charging from the central continent, whether she could maintain the throne remained uncertain. South brother, we shall reach the ghost city of death tonight. I hope you can lend us your assistance, Kuai implored, his eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 35. The perilous night. Beiwing City lay nestled within a vast canyon. Its fortifications grand and imposing. Centuries ago, it served as the frontier of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom against the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. However, due to environmental changes, the desert encroached northward for hundreds of miles, reducing it to a lonely fortress. Later, internal strife engulfed the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, and the city fell into the hands of the Hu bandits. This once mighty stronghold changed hands multiple times. After the Nuo gang seized control of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, it ultimately became a haven for sand thieves, albeit of a peculiar variety. They were ruled by a man from the southern frontier, self-styled as the Nine Prisons Poison Man, who had transformed his followers into ghastly beings, neither human nor ghost, wielding terrifying power. Few caravans or travelers passing through this area emerged alive. Thus Beiwing City earned its ominous moniker. The Ghost City of Death. As night fell, the skies sparkled with countless stars, twinkling brilliantly. The caravan halted to set up camp, arranging their camels to shield against the wind and sand. They could see the fabled Ghost City of Death looming ahead. After much contemplation, Bai Shilu hesitated to travel through the formidable fortress under the cover of darkness. Late at night, the winds in the desert howled fiercely, carrying grains of sand that cut like knives against the skin, making it near impossible to open one's eyes. Even the most adept scouts found their skills rendered ineffective in such conditions. Unseen dangers lurked, ready to pounce at any moment. Within the main tent, Bai Shilu sat across from Chao Zhaonan, toasting with cups of wine. Brother Chao, I must admit, it is due to your fortuitous assistance that our caravan has arrived at this juncture. Bai Shilu took a hearty swig of mare's milk wine, his complexion flushed. The journey ahead remained fraught with uncertainty, and should they fail to navigate through the Ghost City of Death, he hoped Chao Zhaonan would assist in escorting Kuai to safety. Rest assured, should peril arise, I shall not stand idly by, Chao Zhaonan declared, savoring a piece of golden, tender roasted lamb, relishing each bite. Where there is danger, there is excitement. Abandoning the sect and forsaking love. What draws my interest are the myriad adventures and the plans for nurturing disciples. To live with a heart devoid of desire, solely devoted to cultivation. What joy is there in that? Then I thank you, Brother Chao. Bai Shilu raised his cup in salute, expressing his gratitude. Yet, he misinterpreted Chao Zhaonan's intent. The latter's implication was that should an unwise foe arise, he might very well eradicate the Ghost City of Death. Among the 6 divine kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness, the skirmishes between various factions were of little concern to him. However, entities like the exiled criminal city and the Ghost City of Death, deeply entrenched as they were, must be eradicated. The reason was simple. They displeased him. While he did not concern himself with the identity of the demonic path, he lived with a sense of spontaneity, not as a villain of great malevolence. If someone dared to commit evil before him, he would not hesitate to intervene. Chao Zhaonan raised his cup to Bai Shilu, signaling, then downed it in one go. The night stretched long, the wind howled fiercely. After feasting and drinking, the group retired to rest. Chao Zhaonan stepped outside the tent, lying atop a pile of supplies, gazing at the starry sky. The sensation was remarkably refreshing. The desert night sky was exceptionally radiant, harmonizing with the sound of the wind, akin to a grand performance by nature. In the latter half of the night, as slumber enveloped the camp, a mist of cerulean hue began to rise from the desert. On high alert, Chao Zhaonan detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Sensing something amiss, he flicked his fingers, releasing a few drops of the 10,000 devouring blood, which consumed the surrounding mist. Is someone poisoning us? Chao Zhaonan furrowed his brow. He was unafraid of toxins, for within the blood refinement 9 techniques lay methods specifically designed to counteract poisons. However, the members of the caravan might not withstand the assault of toxic gas. Old Bai, wake up! He hurried to Bai Shilu's tent, creating a commotion while softly calling out. Bai Shilu, not yet in deep slumber, quickly arose upon hearing the noise, arming himself as he stepped outside. Brother Chow? What is it? Toxic mist? Chao Zhaonan pointed toward the sky above. That moment, his spiritual sense detected hundreds of creatures in the desert charging toward them with great speed in less than half a T's time. They would reach their encampment. Wake everyone up! We are in danger! Chao Zhaonan braved the wind and sand, stepping out of the camel formation, his blood surging as he dispelled the toxic mist and moved forward. Everyone, rise quickly! Bai Shilu shouted, gripping the hilt of his sword, slapping the tent flaps to rouse the others from their slumber. Some grumbled in discontent, yet all complied, hastily donning their attire. What is it, Chief? A few guards, still bleary-eyed, inquired in confusion. After a long day of travel, they were exhausted, and the prospect of another night without proper rest could lead to their demise in the face of danger due to fatigue. They might outwardly claim to be merchants, but their goods were scarce. Primarily, they assisted others in transporting cargo. This journey was arduous, and they were all putting their lives on the line. Do not ask. Arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Bai Shilu took a few steps forward, drawing his long knife. Suddenly recalling something, he tore a piece of cloth to cover his face, reminding everyone to take precautions against the poison. The airborne toxic gas, due to its vast dispersion, was not immediately lethal, but prolonged exposure would surely have adverse effects. Meanwhile, several young men of lower cultivation levels within the caravan suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. This is the desert's peculiar poison, the blue amaryllis. The caravan's doctor shrieked in terror. Quick, cover your mouths and noses with wet cloth. This poison had yet to yield any known antidote. Those afflicted either lost their senses or perished. The doctor could only rely on past experiences to guard against the toxin, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. Now, they could only hope for a miracle. The group sprang into action, even those still half asleep dared not delay. By the time they were ready, Chao Zhaonan had already engaged the approaching monstrosities outside their encampment. These were a horde of shambling, poisoned beings, their eyes blood-red, skin a deep blue, and blackened blood coursing through their veins. Most moving on all fours, attacking with bites and lunges, possessing remarkable strength. This strength was not merely brute force. It encompassed leaping ability, explosive power, extension force, biting power, and other monstrous attributes, as if their entire physical constitution had been enhanced. Initially, Chao Zhaonan did not pay much heed, dispatching them with ease, but after slaying dozens, he began to sense a troubling pattern. The blood of these poisoned beings exhibited a high volatility. They were akin to natural poison nests. Once fully slain, their bodies decomposed rapidly, and the toxins in their blood would create a toxic domain. Within this domain, various toxins mixed together, making it nearly impossible for cultivators below the late stage of the opening origin realm to resist. However, the most critical factor was the amaryllis in the air, a toxin capable of silently numbing the nerves, rendering cultivators unable to wield their spiritual power. This created a vicious cycle, should they encounter these poisoned beings. Unless they could swiftly eliminate them and escape the toxic domain, the longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation would become. Brother Chow, we have come to assist you. Just as Chao Zhaonan was deep in thought, Bai Shilu, leading the caravan guards, arrived with a rallying cry, Brothers, charge! Chapter 36. The 9 prisons poison man. Chao Zhaonan's expression shifted dramatically. These poisoned beings were no trifling matter. Among them, even those of average strength could reach the pinnacle of the opening origin realm, and the more formidable ones could easily crush peak-level cultivators in the unforeseen realm with a single blow. While he could handle them without much issue, the caravan's members were woefully underpowered. Engaging the poisoned beings would likely lead to their downfall. Do not approach. Flee this place at once. However, by the time he was reminded, the poison-wielding individuals had already taken notice of Bai Shilu and his companions. A few of the poisoners, scattered at the periphery, lunged towards the newcomers like frenzied hyenas. The battle instantly descended into a stalemate. The merchant caravan engaged the poisoners but suffered significant losses after only a few exchanges. Left with no choice, Chu Zhaonan had to reveal more of his strength. Having previously kept his realm suppressed at the late stage of Daoxian, he was now compelled to unleash his full combat prowess. Boom! His entire being radiated with an intensity akin to a roaring furnace, and with a single punch, the air exploded around him. The poisoner struck by his blow was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into 7 or 8 others. Drawing upon the foundation of the Howren righteous Chi Palm, he executed one of the secret techniques he had devised. The demon god opens the heavens palm. The surging demonic energy erupted violently, as if a demon deity were tearing through the heavens, darkening the blue mist above into an inky hue, creating an overwhelming aura of terror that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. The remaining poisoners scattered like kites severed from their strings, disintegrating in mid-air, their lifeless bodies creating a toxic domain that was soon buried beneath the swirling sand, as the tempestuous demonic energy dissipated. The moon emerged from the clouds. The guards of the caravan gaped in astonishment at Chu Xiaonan, as if beholding a monster. That last move could have easily crushed them. What manner of formidable figure was this? They had not anticipated encountering such a powerful ally on their journey. Chu Xiaonan reigned in his blood energy and absorbed the lingering toxic mist. The desert's peculiar poison, the blue amaryllis, was an uncurable toxin for ordinary cultivators. Yet for him, it was a rare treasure. Various chaotic energies and the world's extraordinary poison served as potent elixirs for his 10,000 devouring blood mass. After this round of absorption, his 10,000 devouring blood mass should be able to enhance its lethality further. It was only regrettable that Bai Shilu and several other cultivators at the front had been poisoned and injured, and despite his experience, he found it challenging to cure them. Old Bai, can you hold on? Chu Xiaonan placed a detoxification pill into Bai Shilu's mouth to aid his recovery. Brother Chu, seeing you so powerful, I am at ease. Bai Shilu's eyes were fixed intently on the vast stage. Gripping Chu Xiaonan's arm tightly, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. Help me. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted, and he departed from this world. Chu Xiaonan was momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, the other poisoned individuals nearby had also breathed their last. After this round of losses, the originally 30-strong caravan was now reduced to fewer than 10. All were accustomed to life and death, so they did not display any particular distress or mutual complaints. Where is your destination, Kuotai? Chu Xiaonan rose and inquired. Having promised Bai Shilu, he felt compelled to ensure Kuotai reached their destination. Otherwise, should they encounter another band of bandits, the outcome would surely be catastrophic. Yushi City. Kuotai closed Bai Shilu's eyes and spoke despondently. I don't know where it is, but we'll just have to estimate our way there. When we pass the City of Death, we'll obtain a map and decide on our route. Chu Xiaonan flicked his fingers, bringing back the fallen guards from the recent battle. The group performed a simple farewell ceremony and subsequently dealt with their remains. Brother Nan, what were those monsters? As everyone packed up the camp, Kuotai discreetly approached to inquire. In the southern region, there exists an ancient sorcery known as the God of War Monster Altar. Chu Xiaonan narrowed his eyes, recalling details from a tome he had read many years ago, and continued, however, this is not entirely the same as the God of War Monster Altar. Those poisoners are not as powerful or physically refined as those from the altar. Yet they possess the characteristics of a toxic nest. Particularly, their cadavers rapidly decay after death, forming a toxic domain that complements the blue amaryllis perfectly. Forget about those creatures. The existence of the God of War Monster Altar poses a significant threat to the continent and is a malevolent sorcery that should not exist. Chu Xiaonan casually warned. As a former leader of the Seven Killers Demon Sect, he possessed knowledge of certain dark arts, but those were relics of a bygone era, better left untouched. Kuotai nodded slightly, silently noting the name of the sorcery. At dawn, the caravan continued its journey. This time, they encountered no further ambushes and successfully arrived at the City of Death. By day, the City of Death bore little difference from an ordinary city, save for its desolate streets and sparse population, which imbued it with an eerie atmosphere. Why does this place seem so different from what I imagined? Several individuals in the caravan spoke in hushed tones. They had expected the city to be filled with ruthless criminals, yet the residents appeared no different from those in other cities, and the public order here was even better in many respects. Brother Nan, should we replenish our supplies here? One person gazed longingly at a roast lamb shop by the roadside, saliva pooling in their mouth. After days of hardship, They yearn to rest here for a few days before continuing their journey. You have at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you cannot leave this city by then, you shall remain here forever. Chu Xiaonan replied leisurely. The city of death by day indeed seemed unremarkable. But once night fell, it would transform into an entirely different scene, a true hell. Upon hearing this, the group quickly fell silent, dispelling any unrealistic thoughts. This was the legendary city of death. How could it be simple? They must not be deceived by appearances. Nevertheless, they were right. It was indeed necessary to replenish their supplies. Chu Xiaonan extended a hand, a bloodline shooting forth from his fingertip, ensnaring the head of a green-haired elder by the roadside. Dragging him before him, "Woo-woo, how could you?" The elder's expression turned frantic, his words muddled. Before he could utter a coherent sentence, Chu Xiaonan flipped his palm and snapped the elder's neck, then, as if maneuvering a puppet, he lifted him up, taking his Qinkuan ring and other treasures. "Brother Nan, who is he?" Kuai asked, puzzled. By all accounts, Chu Xiaonan had no reason to provoke an ordinary elder unless the latter held a unique identity. "He is the Nine Hells Poison Master, the architect of the tragedies in the City of Death." Chu Xiaonan struck with the palm, reducing the elder's body to dust. The previous night's battle had already alerted the Nine Hells Poison Master. Yet, rather than fleeing, he had secretly followed them, looking for an opportunity to strike. Truly laughable. At the peak of the Void Realm, skilled in poison, he might have posed a threat even to those at the late stage of Daoxian. But before Chu Xiaonan, who had entered the Divine Abode realm, such tactics felt trivial. Oh, the legendary Nine Hells Poison Master met his end so carelessly? Impressive. The Nine Hells Poison Master is dead. Now he can no longer harm anyone. Brother Nan, will the City of Death return to normal now? The caravan members chattered excitedly, as if celebrating a festival, their spirits lifted from the vendetta fulfilled. "What, do you all wish to die here?" Chu Xiaonan's words plunged them back into despair. "Isn't the Nine Hells Poison Master dead?" Chapter 37, Descendants of the Gu Clan. Chu Xiaonan shook his head. Regardless of whether the Nine Hells Poison Master was truly dead, they could no longer linger in the City of Death. "Let us hasten our journey. The inhabitants of this city would soon meet their demise. And then it would transform into a toxic city perpetually shrouded in miasma." Resolving the Nine Hells Poison Master sooner would save many lives, but he regrettably could not save the people before him. Nor could he avert the tragedy awaiting the City of Death. Yet, one must ponder. While it is said that the Nine Hells Poison Master created the current City of Death, who could prove that no other forces were behind him? Just considering the creation of those poisoners, it was impossible for one person to accomplish it all alone. Furthermore, Chu Xiaonan contemplated another faction, the Gu Clan. Amidst the chaos of the Hu Bandit Rebellion, various factions had risen, with the Shao Clan currently controlling the political affairs of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, while the Gu Clan, capable of rivaling the Shao Clan, was not to be underestimated. "Why is this happening? Brother Nan, you're so powerful. Can't you save these people?" Kuai gazed at the oblivious citizens within the city, panic evident in his voice. It was truly tragic that an entire city remained unaware of its fate, blissfully immersed in its current existence. "After we leave this city, we shall part ways." Chu Xiaonan shot him a glance, leaving those words before continuing his grim journey. The people living in the City of Death had long been afflicted by grievous toxins, the poison seeping into their lungs and souls. What could be done to save them? Moreover, even if he had a way to save them, why should he rescue a group of strangers? Who decreed that one must save lives upon a chance encounter? Initially, he had intended to escort the caravan to their destination before parting ways, but due to Kuai's thoughtless remarks, the sympathy he had previously held for them evaporated in an instant. "Brother Nan, please don't be angry. I simply found them too pitiful." Kuai hurriedly caught up to apologize. However, once Chu Xiaonan made a decision, he would not easily change it. Paths diverge. We cannot share the same course. He had never sought others' understanding. As long as his conscience was clear, that was sufficient. He would keep his promise to Bai Shilu, but would not squander any further sentiment. Urging his horse to hasten away from the City of Death, he escorted the caravan for 10 miles before departing alone, leaving them to fade into the river of time. The vast desert stretched endlessly, hot and arid. Chu Xiaonan traversed it at great speed, his realm enabling him to fly swiftly. Upon exiting the desert and entering the first small town of the oasis, He paused, descending and casually seeking a tavern to rest. "Innkeeper, bring me a pot of fine wine and a few small dishes." Chu Xiaonan settled by the window, perfectly positioned to observe the street outside. "Right away," the innkeeper responded promptly, soon returning with a pot of drunken immortal brew, a plate of peanuts, a dish of stir-fried greens, and a plate of sliced beef. "Dear guest, the drunken immortal brew is our finest wine, priced at 10 spirit stones per pot, and this is the last one we have today." The innkeeper, hunched over, cheerfully introduced himself. "By the way, please reserve a room for me." With a casual wave, Chu Xiaonan tossed 200 spirit stones, a faint smile gracing his lips, indicating his stay was uncertain, and should it prove insufficient, he would request more. The innkeeper, content with the spirit stones, returned to the counter with a spring in his step. Before long, several individuals entered, their attire distinctly reminiscent of the Miao people, clad in dark blue, collarless, diagonal-buttoned garments, their heads adorned with white cloths. Their robust physiques showcased healthy, wheat-colored skin. Among the four burly men, a strikingly beautiful young woman stood out, her fair skin and petite figure complemented by a dragon-patterned hat, silver ornaments cascading from its brim, producing a delightful tinkling sound as they collided. "Innkeeper, serve us fine wine and exquisite dishes," bellowed a robust middle-aged man. The innkeeper promptly busied himself. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaonan poured himself a drink. Savoring each sip, the wine was exceptional, fiery upon the throat yet leaving a sweet aftertaste, rich and pleasant. A true rarity. However, just as he finished his drink, the Miao patrons grew displeased, lamenting the quality of the wine served. "You serve them such fine wine, yet we receive this tasteless swill," the middle-aged man complained vehemently, demanding his drink be brought forth without delay. "Once sold, our wine cannot be returned and given to others." The innkeeper was nearly in tears, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such unreasonable patrons. "I don't care. If you won't fetch it, I'll go myself." The middle-aged man shoved the innkeeper aside, striding towards Chu Xiaonan's table. Reaching for the jug of exquisite wine, Chu Xiaonan refused to indulge him, swatting his hand away. "When did the Miao people become so brazen in the eastern wasteland?" he admonished. "In this world, one must know restraint." The middle-aged man, incensed by the insult, swung a fist the size of a cooking pot directly at Chu Xiaonan's face. The Gu Band was, after all, the second most powerful force in the eastern desert. Not to be underestimated, yet this young man seemed utterly ignorant of the hierarchy. The wind from the punch howled, faintly echoing like thunder, but to Chu Xiaonan, it felt as feeble as a child's blow. He had never feared anyone in a physical confrontation, especially with the Seven Killers demon sect's emphasis on body refinement. With a swift motion, he intercepted the man's fist with a single finger and delivered a side kick to the man's knee, causing him to collapse instantly to the ground. The companions of the fallen man rose in alarm, glaring at Chu Xiaonan, some even drawing curved blades from their waists. "Sit down." Chu Xiaonan's gaze turned icy, his imposing aura crashing down like a mountain, a tidal wave of pressure that forced the men to stagger and return to their seats. "We have intruded upon the esteemed guest's enjoyment. We hope you can be magnanimous and forgive Han's impetuosity," the Miao girl pleaded, her face a mask of concern as she bowed apologetically to Chu Xiaonan. "What brings your southern Miao people to the eastern desert?" Chu Xiaonan's sharp gaze swept over them, eliciting a palpable fear among the group. The middle-aged man, overwhelmed, dared not lift his head, remaining silent. How could one so casually bully someone and attract the ire of such a formidable figure? They had clearly overlooked the gravity of their situation. "According to my grandmother, their generation ventured here seeking exotic insects, but after a sealing occurred, they found themselves trapped," the young man beside the Miao girl explained. "What do you mean, trapped?" Chu Xiaonan furrowed his brow, intrigued by this novel claim. While he was aware of potential seals in the eastern wasteland, possibly containing certain entities that barred entrance for cultivators above the divine concealment realm, he had never heard of a sealing that prevented exit. "We are Miao. Our bloodline is impure," the young man continued. "Bloodline?" Chu Xiaonan mused, tapping his fingers on the table. Was it that only those of Eastern descent living in the eastern wasteland possessed the privilege to leave, while other ethnicities were entirely confined within the seal? To uncover the truth, perhaps a visit to the elders of the Gu Band was in order. Chapter 38. The heavenly Gu grandmother Chu Xiaonan released the middle-aged man named Han and resumed his meal and drink. The rest of the group breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously resuming their meal to replenish their strength. I wish to visit your Gu band's chieftain. Please make the arrangements. Chu Xiaonan's casual remark set them on edge once more. Why would he wish to visit the chieftain? If the chieftain discovered they had brought back an outsider, they would undoubtedly face punishment. Yet, to refuse this senior would risk their ability to leave the inn. After much deliberation, they could only nod in agreement. Once they had dined sufficiently, Chu Xiaonan followed Han and the others on their journey. By a stroke of coincidence, the Gu band's settlement lay within this oasis, albeit within a stone cave. The cave held another world, vibrant and lush compared to the outside town, with rushing waterfalls and abundant vegetation, rice paddies, and tea gardens creating a picturesque scenery akin to a paradise. Breathtaking in its beauty, as the group reached the foot of the mountain, they were halted by a patrol. Who is this person? The patrol leader, donning a black headscarf, inquired as others brandished long spears. Prepared for confrontation, it was common knowledge that outsiders were not permitted in the tribe. Uncle, please summon the chieftain and grandmother. The Miao girl, appeared distressed, signaling to them, praying fervently that no conflict would ensue. The moment Chu Xiaonan's cultivation was revealed, she knew the ordinary tribesmen were utterly powerless against him. Only her father and grandmother could potentially contend with him, and even then, victory was uncertain. The patrol leader promptly dispatched someone to summon the chieftain. Chu Xiaonan, understanding the situation, refrained from barging in. After all, these were unfortunate souls, stranded far from home, unable to return. However, he still intended to inquire about the 9 prisons poison master later. Before long, a middle-aged man, leaning on a wooden staff and appearing gaunt, returned with the patrol member. Seemed to find her anchor, eagerly approaching. Father, this esteemed guest insists on visiting you. Naku nodded slightly, smiling, a guest from afar. Please, come in. Guided by the others, Chu Xiaonan arrived at Yin's home. The chieftain's dwelling bore little distinction from those of the other residents. Individual wooden stilt houses with elegant eaves, adorned with white wooden railings. Livestock grazing beneath. Yin poured Chu Xiaonan a cup of oil tea and retreated to a wooden chair, curiously observing him. I am Chu Xiaonan, and I apologize for the intrusion. I have 2 matters to confirm. Chu Xiaonan clasped his fists in greeting towards Naku and began. Please, go ahead. Naku gestured for him to continue, taking his seat. Ordinarily, an outsider like Chu Xiaonan should have faced dire consequences for intruding into the tribe. But Naku could not gauge his cultivation and opted to act deferentially, allowing the heavenly Gu grandmother to discreetly assess the situation. If Chu Xiaonan's cultivation proved mediocre, they would eliminate him. Conversely, if he were to be a person of destiny, offering him a daughter might not be out of the question. The 9 prisons poison master from the ghost city, he is one of your Miao people? Chu Xiaonan inquired, his tone indifferent. Who is the 9 prisons poison master? Yin tilted her head, confusion etched on her face. Having never ventured beyond the oasis, the girl had never heard of such a person. Chu Xiaonan refrained from elaborating, lifting his cup of oil tea, casting a glance around before sipping it entirely. The oil tea had undoubtedly been laced with goo, but it suited his purpose perfectly. He obtained the information he sought while leaving no debts between them. Naku pondered briefly before shaking his head. The 9 prisons poison master is a distant cousin of mine who absconded with the tribe's secret techniques and betrayed us 38 years ago. Have you never considered capturing him? Chu Xiaonan pressed quietly. To apprehend him, the Gu band suffered a loss of nearly 1/4 of its population. Otherwise, how could the Nuo band compete with us? Naku coughed violently, pausing to catch his breath before continuing. It was during the pursuit of him that I sustained my ailment, damaging my foundation. You have my sympathies. Chu Xiaonan sighed softly. Indeed, the 9 prisons poison master had brought him trouble. Otherwise, ordinary Dao Xian realm cultivators might not even be his match. The peculiar poisons and the operations of the poison masters that night would have led to the demise of Dao Xian realm cultivators had they not detected it in advance. Elder, what of the other matter? Yin inquired, resting her chin on her hands, her cheeks dimpled with sweetness. Chu Xiaonan's demeanor softened slightly as he continued. I wish to consult the elders regarding the sealing in the eastern wasteland. The sealing Dunaneku began to cough again and turned to Yin, saying, Take Brother Chu to see the grandmother. a sealing capable of confining the heavenly Gu grandmother's generation was no ordinary matter. It entailed ancient secrets that he felt unworthy to discuss. Yining obediently took Chu Xiaonan's hand, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she led him towards a cave in the back mountains. This sudden intimacy left Chu Xiaonan somewhat bewildered. Why was the young girl suddenly so affectionate? He had heard that some tribes in the southern regions had peculiar customs. Would such customs apply to him? After a while, they arrived at a low cave, torches flickering in the dim light, creating a labyrinthine path until they reached a grand hall. This was the dwelling place of the heavenly Gu grandmother. Grandmother is our Gu band's longevity elder, already 1,700 years old. Yining introduced with a smile. Chu Xiaonan turned to gaze at the aged Miao woman seated at the head of the hall. Her back turned to him. She appeared frail, bony, yet her life force remained robust. Barring any mishaps, she could easily live for another century. Young man, before you speak, I hope you can promise me something. The heavenly Gu grandmother's voice was clear. Albeit slightly hoarse with age, Chu Xiaonan remained silent, waiting for her to finish. Promises were not to be given lightly, especially by men to women. When I pass, you will take Yining away and protect her for all her days. The old witch of the heavenly Gu withdrew a crimson talisman and tossed it towards me. An ominous premonition washed over me, foretelling that calamity would soon befall the Gu nation. This secret technique of golden cicada shedding its shell would serve as a token of gratitude. What kind of disaster could warrant such solemnity from the old witch? Chu Xiaonan's expression darkened, as he had been contemplating a potential alliance with the Gu nation, should the conversation flow harmoniously. The entity sealed within the eastern wasteland was on the verge of breaking free. The old witch channeled her magic, projecting a scene from the past onto the smooth stone wall of the hall. Observing intently, for the future now rested in your hands. The image she cast depicted a cataclysmic battle, where numerous powerful beings united yet failed to subdue the rampaging monstrosity. Ultimately, they could only exhaust their energies to seal it away. In the aftermath of the battle, several of these mighty beings perished, leaving only a singular maiden of the Miao lineage, who, utilizing the secret arts of her clan, managed to survive through countless lifetimes. It was not difficult to imagine that this Miao maiden was none other than the old witch before me. To toy with the will of heaven and unveil its secrets is to invite divine retribution. The old witch murmured to herself, perhaps one day, I too shall meet my end. Chapter 39. He is cheating the old witch prepared to cast another spell, intending to project a glimpse of the future. However, her incantation was abruptly interrupted by Chu Xiaonan's intervention. Elder, I understand your resolve to embrace death, but please, spare your life for now. We shall await the day when we can vanquish that monstrous being before making any final decisions. Chu Xiaonan took the soft hand of Yining, smiling. As for this young lady, she may accompany me on my travels and be considered my apprentice. The old witch trembled slightly, weeping for a time before finally nodding in agreement. From a carefree girl on the cusp of adulthood, she had persevered for millennia to honor her promise to her elders, while those around her faded away one lifetime after another, ultimately transforming her into an unsightly old crone. At last, she had heard someone express willingness to inherit her unfinished legacy. To go now. I shall live to see that day. The old witch waved her hand, returning to the stillness of a statue. I take my leave. Chu Xiaonan clasped his hands in respect, leading Yining as they teleported out of the stone cave. The maze within the cave could deter ordinary intruders, but posed no challenge for him. Upon exiting, they returned to Yin's home. This time, Naka's demeanor had drastically changed. She was much warmer towards Chu Xiaonan. Yining has reached the age to explore the world, and with Brother Chu protecting her, I feel reassured. Gaining the old witch's endorsement only proved that Chu Xiaonan was indeed the chosen one. The entire Gu nation would henceforth heed his commands and serve him. Yining would not suffer by following him. I have gathered all the necessary information, so I shall not linger any longer. Chu Xiaonan intended to take his leave. His journey to the Gu nation had been fruitful, granting him a deeper understanding of the current situation in the eastern wasteland. Little did he expect that after unifying the eastern wasteland, there would be such a vast pit awaiting his attention. Fortunately, there was no immediate rush. The monstrous being's escape would take no less than several decades. By the time his disciple matured over a decade, vanquishing that creature would be a mere flick of the wrist. It's the Four Directions City. During the selection tournament, Shui Yambing suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, prompting an involuntary sneeze. "Young master, are you unwell?" Zhao Zongxing inquired with concern. In recent times, their companionship had flourished. Shui Yanbing did not exhibit the vices of arrogance or oppression. Rather, he was gentle, kind-hearted, and courteous, and Zhao Zongxing took great care of him. "I am fine. Once I claim the top position in the four-direction city, I can head to the capital." Shui Yanbing was presently consumed by a singular focus on the competition and his cultivation. Yearning for an early reunion with his master. Of course, he would also take his master's trials seriously. He had already completed the challenges posed by Ji Zhong and Yukan, and his current task was to secure the top spot in the selection tournament to compete in the National Elite Gathering. As of now, he had advanced into the top 8, needing to win 3 more matches. Yet, challenges loomed ahead. Due to his stellar performance and the obscurity of his identity, he found himself targeted by various prominent families. The most renowned families in Four Direction City were the Sun, Peng, and Gu clans. The Sun clan controlled weaponry, the Peng clan controlled provisions, and the Gu clan commanded the gangs. The Sun and Peng clans were backed by the imperial court, while the Gu clan had influence in the martial world. Among those participating in the selection was Gu Kong, a direct disciple of the Baiyun Dao sect and a leading contender for the top position. Besides him, there were Sun Qi, Sun Feishue, Peng Yubin, and Peng Zhong, along with 2 other rogue cultivators, all formidable opponents. The supervising official, apart from the county magistrate, was the newly appointed celestial inspector sent by King Jianwu. Chun Songyue, one of the 4 leaders of the Celestial Watch. He happened to share a camaraderie with the backers of the Sun and Peng clans, thus giving preferential treatment to their talents. Next match, Shui Ying versus Peng Zhong. After the county magistrate announced the duel list, the two ascended the platform. "Those wearing masks should promptly vacate the arena. Do not waste my precious time." Peng Zhong, brandishing a spear, stood gallantly, regarding Shui Yanbing with utter disdain. The 3 spots to be filled from this selection had effectively been predetermined. Inspector Chun had already stated that the top position would be chosen from the Sun and Peng clans, while the competition for the remaining 2 spots rested solely upon the families themselves. Shui Yanbing plastered himself with talismans, clutching a stack in hand, and without further ado, launched a barrage of attacks. Anyone who provoked him would find themselves reduced to a state of incapacitation. After all, there were only 3 spots available. At worst, he could eliminate the rest and secure his own position. Was that not a surefire plan? There was no room for retreat. Before Peng Zhong could finish his words, he was struck by a crimson bolt of lightning, followed by a cascade of orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet thunderbolts, each taking their turn to assault him. He could hardly comprehend how he had exited the arena. All he remembered was stepping up to speak, only to be rendered paralyzed before he could even finish his sentence, ultimately leaving him in a daze. "Inspector Chun, this is outright cheating." Peng's clan leader nearly spat blood in anger. What kind of youth would resort to such despicable tactics, launching an assault without even engaging in a fair number of exchanges? Delivering a devastating blow instead? The power of those talismans could easily annihilate a peak opening Yuan realm cultivator. Was this the conduct of a human being? Chen Songyue's mouth twitched, at a loss for words. While it was indeed reasonable for a practitioner of talismans to utilize them in attacks within the bounds of the selection rules, he could not shake the feeling that the lad on the platform was simply insufferable. Ahem, during the selection tournament, please refrain from causing serious injuries to your opponents. Chun Songyue could only issue a mild warning. It was impractical to restrict both sides from employing weapons. Shui Yanbing paid no heed to such admonitions. He had already secured his place in the top 8, with only 2 more matches to go, which he anticipated would be a breeze. However, after the top 4 were chosen, Chen Songyue, considering the ties of camaraderie, altered the selection criteria, switching the platform challenges to a 4-person elimination round, thereby granting opportunities to the Sun and Peng clans. United, Sun Feishue and Peng Yubin understood that facing Gu Kong or Shui Yanbing in single combat would spell disaster. But Gu Kong was not one to collaborate. Meanwhile, Shui Yanbing was eager to take on the challenge, thinking, what's a battle against 3? If these 3 were at the unforeseen realm, he would contemplate his strategy carefully. But they were merely in the opening Yuan realm. He felt confident he would not lose, even without talismans or magical treasures. As the 4 ascended the battle platform, they took their positions at each corner. Sun Feishue and Peng Yubin exchanged knowing glances. They had previously conspired to eliminate the other 2 before contesting against each other. First, Let us take care of that little brat, Peng Yubin communicated telepathically to the Gu clan's prodigy. With an abundance of talismans at his disposal, Shui Yambing's tactics were utterly shameless, necessitating that they deal with him first. During each match, contestants were limited to using no more than 3 talismans or magical treasures. Observing Shui Yambing once more applying talismans to himself, Chen Songyue felt compelled to intervene, imposing further restrictions. Such lavish fighting methods were beyond what even he dared to attempt. The meager stipend provided by the court would vanish in a single bout, leaving him to subsist on the frigid winds of the Northwest in the future. Chapter 40. Lavishly ruthless Shui Yambing felt quite aggrieved, pondering, is this not a deliberate targeting? The celestial inspectors dispatched by the court all appeared pompous, proving that officials protect their own. One cannot change a dog's nature. 3 items, just 3? Shui Yambing retracted the low-grade talismans affixed to him and produced a complete set of low-grade Earth-level Iron Thorn talisman array. Inquiring of Inspector Chen, Master Chen, can this talisman array be considered a single item? Chen Songyue's face twitched. Was it truly necessary to bring forth an entire set of low-grade Earth-level talisman arrays to deal with a few youngsters at the opening Yuan realm? Such a precious array ought to be reserved for life-and-death adversaries. Little brother, your approach is exceedingly ostentatious. How can the others compete? Sighing, he added, if this is not acceptable, I shall have to resort to using high-grade Earth-level talismans instead. Shui Yambing lamented in disappointment. This revelation left the 3 on the platform unable to remain indifferent. It was clear he was driving them towards a dire fate. A low-grade Earth-level talisman array was already immensely challenging to counter. Should he deploy high-grade Earth-level talismans, there would be no escape. They could either concede defeat or face annihilation. Sun Feishue, her face flushed with embarrassment, shouted, Shuering, is your only tactic to rely on talismans? If you have the capability, fight without them. In truth, she too possessed a ready-made high-grade Earth-level array. Shui Yambing meekly replied, I was merely concerned for your safety and chose not to employ the formation. Do not take my goodwill for granted. Sun Feishue, gazing at the array plate Shui Yambing had just revealed, shed tears of humiliation. It was her first encounter with such ostentatious, dazzling equipment. She was no longer the prodigious daughter of a grand family but a village girl who had never seen the likes of it. Otherwise, her family would not have denied her such a formation. She felt utterly mortified. Peng Yubin and Guokong remained silent, grappling with a sense of existential doubt regarding their family's undertakings. Had they not often flaunted their financial prowess and displayed their might? Just look at the ordinary equipment and standard operations of their counterparts. There exists a considerable disparity. Shuang, the leader of the Four Directions City, you may take your leave for a moment of respite. Chen Songyue, not one to be underestimated, could effortlessly produce Earth-grade talismans and array plates. Surely, his status could not be trivialized. He might very well be the one who dispatched Yukan, yet the Surveillance King, no? It should be the current sovereign, has issued repeated edicts to thoroughly investigate the wrongful acts of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. His appointment was merely to quell the ire of that formidable individual. The divine concealment realm is a terrifying prospect. How did the fool you can provoke such a figure? However, the heads of the Sun and Peng families were displeased, as this diverged from prior agreements. Was it not established that the top position would be determined between Sun Feishue and Peng Yubin? The funds spent on connections now seem wasted. Do you wish for your kin to meet their demise? Chen Songyue cast a sidelong glance at the two, discreetly transmitting a message. He had offered the 2 juniors a chance, even elevating the restrictions significantly, yet the disciple of that individual was simply on another level, capable of wielding power that dwarfed their family's might. What more could he do? Should he offend an existence capable of crushing him with a mere flick of the wrist for the sake of 2 comrades? 2 words. Ha ha. It was not that he was unwilling to grant them face. Offending that entity would lead to the 3 of them being flayed alive by the sovereign. Could it be that? The implication from the head of the Peng family was to eliminate Shui Yambing and replace him with one of their own. Merely a loose cultivator, easily bullied at will, such is the world. The strong possess greater authority, allowing them to manipulate events from behind the scenes. I shall refrain from meddling in this matter. I advise you to exercise caution, lest you bring calamity upon your families. Chen Songyue lifted his teacup, taking a sip while narrowing his eyes, scrutinizing Shui Yambing. After all, his identity could not yet be confirmed, but it was likely as he suspected. Shui Yambing, a disciple of Chu Zhaonan, the leader of the 7-kill demon sect, is not to be trifled with. Farewell. Shui Yanbing collected the array plate, leaping down from the arena, cupping his fists in inquiry. Lord Chen, may I travel to the capital alone? Chen Songyue's brow furrowed slightly. This young man had made quite the impression in Four Directions City, yet he left others with an opportunity to act. Was he truly bold, or had he taken leave of his senses? It is permissible, but let it be known. If you miss the selection in Windu 2 months hence, you shall bear the consequences. Should he miss the selection, he would have no one to blame but himself. His choices, his responsibilities. Thank you. Shui Yanbing bowed slightly before departing. This selection seemed almost a farce. It paled in comparison to the excitement of the ambush against the celestial monitor. He resolved to make his way to the capital alone, to experience the treachery of society, to endure trials and tribulations. How else could he aspire to become a figure like his master? In the future, he would need to support his master in his old age. My lord. The heads of the Sun and Peng families exhibited signs of agitation. Entering the martial world meant life and death were no longer in their hands, and this was an excellent opportunity for Shui Yanbing to vanish. I know nothing. Chen Songyue smiled thinly. If one wished to kill, let them do so. It was of no concern to him. If Shui Yanbing could truly reach the capital relying solely on his own strength, he might even regard the young man with a modicum of respect. The Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom has never been short of talents, but how many can truly grow without the dark horse Shui Yanbing? The selection seemed to have lost its essence. The battles on the arena between Sun Feishue, Guokong, and others lacked the brilliance of before. Qian Songyue felt considerable disappointment. These scions of noble families were akin to delicate blooms nurtured in a greenhouse. And with their current capabilities, they would surely suffer at the Eastern Wilderness 6 Divine Feast. In a month and a half, the 3 of you shall accompany me to Windu. Chen Songyue announced the decision, taking precautions and ensuring enough replacements for Shui Yanbing. Better to be over-prepared than under-prepared, especially with that young man's unpredictable nature. What if he were to meet with misfortune on the way? One must bring sufficient company. Meanwhile, Chu Zhaonan also took Yining along, embarking on the next leg of their journey. Establishing good relations with the Gu clan would grant them control over half of the Eastern Desert situation. In truth, after witnessing the power projection of the celestial Gu Granny, he understood that the Gu clan was the most potent force in the Eastern Desert, albeit one that deemed contention beneath them. A single traitor could conjure a death city. If the Gu clan were to truly unleash their fury, the Eastern Wilderness would surely suffer. Brother, why do you not propose marriage? Yining trailed closely behind Chu Zhaonan. Some matters were rather peculiar, such as love at first sight. After witnessing Chu Zhaonan's strength, she found herself enamored. He was handsome, powerful, and favored by elders, making her a holy maiden, willing to wed him. I already have a woman. Chu Zhaonan replied, somewhat helplessly. Though Yining was indeed a beauty, his thoughts lay elsewhere. I could be a concubine. Yining naturally looped her arm through Chu Zhaonan's, giggling. Regardless, she was determined to cling to him, as this was an arrangement agreed upon by her grandmother and father. Enough. I have no interest in romance. Chu Zhaonan playfully bumped her head, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the young girl. Soaring into the skies, if I were to entrust the Eastern Desert to you, would you be able to govern it? Chapter 41. Leader of the Gu clan, Yining possessed a rare 10,000 Gu body, making her one of the most gifted individuals among the Miao, adept at controlling Gu. Otherwise, the celestial Gu Granny would not have entrusted her secret technique, the golden cicada shedding its shell, to Chu Zhaonan for dissemination. Should Yining temporarily assume the role of sovereign over the Eastern Desert, uniting the clans and subjugating the various factions, it would allow Shui Yanbing, the future lord of the Eastern Wilderness, to rest easier in his position. Not interested. Yining shook her head vigorously, carefree and unburdened in her tribe. Why would she wish to become the ruler of the Eastern Desert and court trouble? Very well, you have your own mission. Chu Zhaonan did not press the matter. Everyone has their own aspirations, and one should not impose their desires upon others. As a mentor, one must not show bias. Where are we headed now? Yining gazed down at the endless expanse of desert. This mode of travel through the skies was truly novel. Previously, she had relied on horse-drawn carriages or Gu beasts for transportation. Flying felt exhilarating. To the Nuo clan. Chu Zhaonan replied flatly. He had heard that the Nuo clan practiced Nuo techniques, invoking deities to empower themselves in battle. This was certainly worth witnessing and broadening his horizons. Ah, those people are always so superstitious. How absurd. In, having lived in the eastern desert all her life, had seen how her tribe clashed with the Nua clan and observed their use of Nua techniques in combat. Chu Xiaonan chuckled lightly and advised, In, remember to respect the cultures of other ethnicities. Of course. In pouted, then shifted the topic. Brother, are you truly not going to pursue a relationship with me? I felt my heart race the moment I saw you. From now on, call me master. Chu Xiaonan's lips twitched, feeling somewhat exasperated. Humph, I shall not give up. In nestled her head against Chu Xiaonan's chest. Closing her eyes, with close proximity to her master, a brief nap seemed quite agreeable. After journeying day and night for 3 days, the duo alighted upon Yuan Prefecture, the largest oasis in the eastern desert. Once the royal court of the original divine kingdom, now occupied by various clans. The Gu clan had a foothold here as well, though it numbered only 30 or 40 individuals, less than 1% of the tribe. Initially sent by the tribe to gather intelligence, they had been compelled to participate in the competition, becoming one of the bandit factions. These few dozen members now constituted the most potent force aside from the Nua clan. In met with the tribal leader of this region, Axa, in a lavish castle. Axa was tall and robust, with a slightly dark complexion. He was the father of Ahan and the true founder of the Gu clan. He had fought tirelessly for the tribe for many years, but now harbored ambitions to seize control of the eastern desert and declare himself king. However, to conquer a realm, one requires manpower. His attempts to rally support from the tribe had been thwarted by Yin's father, Naka, leading to a rift between them, resulting in a cold war. Nisin, why have you come to Yuan Prefecture alone? Did you obtain your father's consent? Axa, seated prominently, cast a sidelong glance at In. His tone dripping with sarcasm. He had never liked Naka, and with the girl refusing to marry his son, he was disinclined to engage with her unless the celestial Gu granny had chosen her as the holy maiden. Isn't uncle planning to become the sovereign of the eastern desert? My master can assist you with that. In spoke candidly, expressing disinterest in the throne but recognizing the opportunity at hand. After all, it would be unwise to let a good opportunity slip away. Axa had toiled for the tribe for years, and in these chaotic times, establishing himself as king would benefit the Gu clan. However, they needed to agree on rules beforehand to prevent future disputes. Master? Axa scoffed, dismissing the notion. If Naka did not intervene, what use was a mere opportunistic master? Leaning forward, he scrutinized Chu Xiaonan for a moment before derisively laughing. Do not tell me that this frail-looking pretty boy is your master. I am too old to be frightened. Yin's brow furrowed slightly. Her master was a person of significance to the celestial Gu granny, and Axa's insolence was intolerable. Who was he to call anyone a pretty boy? If her master were merely a weakling, she would have overwhelmed him long ago. Such a handsome man was rare in the desert, and she would undoubtedly wish to take him home to bear many children. Yet, she was simply unable to overpower him. Her eyes darted, and she quickly relayed a message to Chu Xiaonan. Master, do as you see fit. If it can be resolved through might, do not hold back. Our tribe reveres the strong. Very well. Chu Xiaonan's lips twitched. Why go through all these formalities when one could simply speak their mind? Nevertheless, Axa's arrogant demeanor was indeed insufferable. All were navigating the martial world. What gave him the right to act superior before him? Even if I were to merely put on a facade to appear more agreeable to you, I would still refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. To be frank, you are not yet worthy to be my adversary. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Xiaonan summoned the guard beside Axa, who suddenly drew his blade and positioned it against his neck. Aliu, what do you intend to do? Axa's comrades around him turned pale, rising in alarmed eye in an instant. The hall was filled with a palpable tension, the atmosphere thick with a sense of impending violence. Axa swallowed hard, a cold smirk flickering across his lips as his body unexpectedly disintegrated into fragments, ultimately transforming into countless Gu worms. Gu worm duplication. In displayed no hint of astonishment. This was one of the life-preserving techniques of the Gu tribe, a skill mastered by the elite within their ranks, as long as the main body remained intact. The duplicates could perish in its stead multiple times. Merely at the early stage of Daoxian, do not overestimate your cleverness. Chu Xiaonan grinned, his expression laced with mockery. Such power is only fit for posturing in the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom. Yet Axa foolishly believed he excelled at hiding, unaware that Chu Xiaonan recognized the transformation as soon as he entered the Grand Hall. Once the goo worms had all fallen to the ground, a slender, beautiful corpse slowly opened its lifeless eyes. The Miao lineage not only excelled at manipulating goo worms, but also at controlling corpses. Of course, these corpses could just as easily be replaced with living beings. It was not impossible to control the living with goo worms, but it was unnecessary. First, defeat me, and then we shall see. Axa was filled with fighting spirit, commanding the female corpse to directly assault Chu Xiaonan. When selecting a partner for collaboration, one must thoroughly understand the other's capabilities. Otherwise, one cannot feel secure. Such petty tricks, and yet you dare to flaunt them before me. Chu Xiaonan extended a finger, swiftly seizing control of the female corpse, forcing it to kneel obediently before him. Whether it be corpse manipulation or puppet control, the ultimate victor is determined by one's realm. Axa's skills in controlling goo worms and corpses were commendable. Yet his realm fell woefully short compared to Chu Xiaonan, rendering him no match for his opponent. In that moment, as he lost control over the female corpse, Axa instantly realized he had been defeated. If he could not triumph even in his strongest suit, he was bound to falter in every other aspect. He could not fathom where Yin had found such a formidable master. Chapter 42. The great priest of the Gu tribe Axa felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood. Is this truly the strength expected of one at the late stage of Daoxian? This sixth brother not only pretends to be youthful but also conceals his realm, akin to Yin's entire family. Back in the day, he had believed that Naka, having been gravely wounded by the Nine Pits poisonous man, would surely be weakened and had planned to usurp his position as clan leader. However, that fellow's strength had not diminished. In fact, he was even stronger than before. Had it not been for the clan's rules against infighting, he might have already been 6 feet under. My brother, I humbly concede. I willingly bow to your superiority. Axa's spirit soared, and he did not feel disheartened. Revealing himself, he offered a slight bow. The greater the strength of Yin's master, the more beneficial it was for him. He could only be delighted, for the ruler of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom was not someone easily challenged. With the old lady of Heavenly Gu and Naka absent from the scene, the Gu tribe stood as an insurmountable obstacle before him, and he was secretly troubled by this. Let us get to the point. I shall resolve the troubles with the Gu tribe for you. But I require a slot to participate in the Eastern Wilderness 6 Divine Feast. Chu Xiaonan spoke directly, without any preamble. The expressions of those present were complex, and after a prolonged silence, it was Axa who first broke the quiet. Furrowing his brow in confusion, is that all? With your strength, wouldn't it be better to become a ruler on your own instead of squabbling with the Gu tribe over a mere slot? After all, they are the most formidable bandits within the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, and they are not easily dealt with. I have a certain rapport with the Gu tribe, but I have none with the Gu tribe. Chu Xiaonan unfolded his paper fan and smiled slightly. So, do you still need time to consider? In no need for consideration? Axa laughed heartily, overjoyed. There was no need for deliberation. He had heard of the Eastern Wilderness 6 Divine Feast, and such a grand event was indeed worthy of aspiration. However, given his realm, attending would undoubtedly invite ridicule. The ruler at the early stage of Daoxian was still somewhat lacking, yet he was confident that if he could unify the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, he could reach the late stage of Daoxian in a short time. A mere slot was nothing. Even if Chu Xiaonan wished to be crowned, he would gladly agree, considering it a profitable transaction. However, just as he had settled on this, a messenger from the insect control unit arrived. Dozens of bee-shaped goo worms arranged themselves in the hall to convey a secret message, but unfortunately, it was in code, and Chu Xiaonan could not comprehend it. As Axa deciphered the message, his expression shifted rapidly between joy and dread. Just as he had negotiated a solution for dealing with the Gu tribe, the great priest of the Gu tribe had come knocking. How coincidental, it made him appear as if he was drawing trouble upon himself. He had intended to foster a good relationship with Chu Xiaonan, hoping to rely on him for support in the future. Great priest, you truly cannot enter. Our leader has a guest today. Bang, bang. The shouts from outside barely reached their ears when the Miao tribesmen were simultaneously sent flying. Crashing into the hall. Axa, I arrive, and you fail to greet me in person. How ungracious of you to send someone to obstruct me. The newcomer was a towering man wearing a mask of a ghostly deity, standing even taller than Axa. His voice was gruff, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth and jade stones, draped in a wolf cloak, and he strode in barefoot, exuding a domineering presence. The Gu tribe's people felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. And even Axa clenched his fists in trepidation. Had it been the second priest of the Gu tribe, he would have had the confidence to engage in several rounds, but this time it was the great priest. Chu Xiaonan scrutinized the man for a moment before casually retracting his gaze. The spectacle was about to unfold. The great priest of the Gu tribe evidently possessed strength at the late stage of Daoxian, nearing the pinnacle, and his power was likely comparable to that of Wei Zhan, the former ruler of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Meanwhile, Axa was merely the third-ranking figure of the Gu tribe. Facing the great priest, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Yuan Yao, our two tribes have never interacted. You forcefully intrude upon the Gu tribe's stronghold and disturb my esteemed guest. I have yet to settle the score with you. Axa maintained a stoic expression, retorting directly. His time in Yuanzhou had been fraught with difficulties, largely due to the great priest's overbearing nature. Within the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, the only forces capable of contending for dominance were the Gu tribe and the Gu tribe. However, he had brought too few people, and he could not match the great priest's strength in the past. There had been another force in Yuanzhou known as the Shuai tribe, whose leader was a formidable individual on par with him. Yet under the great priest's might, he had not lasted even 10 exchanges before being subdued. How could he not be wary of such a figure? Yet today was different from the past. With the great deity Chu Xiaonan present, he had to show some semblance of strength. The foundation of their cooperation rested upon the word trust. Since Chu Xiaonan had stated he would handle the Gu tribe, Axa had no reason to continue bowing and scraping, tarnishing his own image. The great priest halted, sensing something amiss. Axa's behavior was rather unusual. He turned to observe Yin and Chu Xiaonan, but quickly glanced past Chu Xiaonan. Merely at the late stage of Daoxian, if he summoned the mountain god, he could crush him with a single blow. Axa, this must be your tribe's saintess Yin. The great priest scrutinized Yin with keen interest. Nodding repeatedly, my son, Yuan Jun, possesses the potential to transform into a dragon. It would be most fitting for him to take her as a concubine. Pa, you old fool, Yuan Jun is hardly worth mentioning. And you speak of him transforming into a dragon? Are your eyes placed on your backside? Yin placed her hands on her hips, unyielding, her silver ornaments clattering in protest. Her master was a figure that even her father respected. With him by her side, she feared nothing. Let him curse all he wants. After all, he was not cursing a human. Humph, you little girl with your sharp tongue, clearly lacking in manners. Allow me to discipline you on behalf of your father. The great priest extended his hand, intending to seize Yin. How dare you? Axa leaped into action, throwing a punch in retaliation. Although he held some disdain for Yin's family, he believed matters concerning the Gu tribe should be resolved internally. When facing outsiders, unity was paramount. Moreover, Yin had played a significant role in bringing forth a formidable master, so even if he couldn't defeat the great priest, he had to show his sincerity. As their fists clashed, Axa found himself at a disadvantage. The disparity in their realms was nearly 2 full stages, and his Gu servant was still kneeling on the ground, with a pained cry. Axa crumpled to the floor, coughing up blood. It was not that his strength was lacking, but rather that his abilities could not be utilized. Otherwise, he would not have been so quickly defeated. Chu Xiaonan discreetly cast a glance at him, his right index finger curling slightly, causing the great priest's staff to slip from his grasp. The latter hastily changed his approach, transforming his unyielding palm into a claw, attempting to reclaim it. However, Chu Xiaonan offered him no opportunity, deftly maneuvering the staff left and right, as if toying with a gorilla. After 2 missed attempts, the great priest realized he was being played by the youth before the Gu tribe's saintess. His face darkened, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiaonan, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his eyes as he coldly declared, "Boy, to disregard my dignity will come at a price." Chapter 43. The heavenly eagle god. Chu Xiaonan chuckled lightly. Is the price your life? He was not fond of resorting to lethal means at the drop of a hat, yet he would not show mercy to those he found intolerable. The great priest of the Gu tribe was simply too arrogant. Seeing Yin, a vision of beauty and grace, and knowing she was the saintess of the Gu tribe, he harbored unwarranted thoughts of coercion. It was indeed beneath his dignity. What a shameful display for one of his stature and realm to bully a young girl. Bring forth all your methods. I shall accept them all. Chu Xiaonan grasped the staff, examining it briefly before flinging it back. The staff was inscribed with ominous symbols, exuding a chilling and eerie aura that he found distasteful. Furthermore, this object was exclusive to the priests of the Gu tribe. Without the ability to channel their sacrificial secrets, it was no more than a simple stick in his hands. The high priest caught the scepter, noting with concealed delight Chu Xiaonan's disdainful tossback. While he felt a sense of satisfaction, he also harbored some grievances. Despite its inky exterior, the scepter symbolized the high priest's esteemed status. It was his treasured possession, something he cherished deeply. Yet, it was cast aside by another as if it were mere refuse. Could he truly take joy in that? You will come to regret this. The high priest had resolved to no longer keep his intentions hidden. His current journey was aimed at subjugating Gu country, fulfilling the grand ambition of unifying the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, and preparing for the sixth divine banquet of the East Wilderness. From the royal kin of the former Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, he had learned that at the sixth divine banquet, a divine son of the East Wilderness would be elected. Should this divine son pass the trials set forth by the revered one of the Black Flame, he would stand a significant chance of uniting the six divine kingdoms, becoming the sovereign of the East Wilderness. The position of East Wilderness sovereign was a coveted dream for many, representing not only power and status, but also the potential to bring unparalleled glory and honor to their race. The high priest bit his finger, letting his blood fall onto the scepter, gripping both ends tightly and raising it high. The dark, obscure symbols on the scepter began to stir, transforming into vibrant and lively shapes. Akin to darting tadpoles, swiftly converging towards the black crystal embedded at the scepter's tip. Stop him. He seeks to summon the spirits. Axa lay prostrate on the ground, powerless to roar in anger. For the people of the Nuwa tribe, empowered by the spirits, their combat prowess could be exponentially amplified, making them formidable foes. If the ritual were not interrupted now, calamity would surely follow, and it was likely that none present would escape unscathed. No rush. Chu Xiaonan remained unfazed, treating the matter with casual indifference. Engaging with the priest of the Nuwa tribe was merely a part of his plan, and with his invincible skill at his disposal, it would be difficult for him to lose. He was eager to witness the might of the Nuwa tribe's divine empowerment firsthand. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from it to create another secret technique. The high priest regarded him as a fool, amusement glinting in his eyes, for it was the first time he had encountered such audacity in youth. Others would try every means to disrupt the spirit summoning ritual. Yet this young man simply waited, as if inviting doom. The high priest curled his thick lips into a smirk. The ritual was nearly complete, and he would soon dominate all of Yuanzhou that moment. The female corpse that had remained knelt suddenly sprang to life, manipulated by Chu Xiaonan like an agile monkey. She executed a somersault and landed before the high priest, her right leg arcing in a swift kick aimed at his groin. The high priest, who had been envisioning how to dispatch Chu Xiaonan, suddenly widened his eyes in horror, his legs trembling violently as he felt a wave of distress. Ouch! He slowly knelt, overwhelmed with pain. Damn this young man. He lacks martial ethics. You continue your ritual. I merely wish to correct your misguided glee, with no malice intended. Chu Xiaonan replied with a serene smile. Such a sneak attack indeed bore the scent of treachery. But was it not the high priest who had provoked with his expression? It was akin to a friendly sparring session, where one insults another's ancestors. One could not be expected to remain calm and would retaliate with greater force, leaving the offenders searching for their teeth. You are doomed. The high priest's eyes glinted with malice as he silently chanted, hastening the incantation to summon the spirit's possession. Time ticked away, and the members of Gu country grew increasingly uneasy, with some directing their Gu worms to assault the high priest. This time, however, the high priest was prepared, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surpassed the late stage of the Dao Xin realm, repelling all lower-tier beings. Many of the Gu worms perished before they could approach, either crushed or scattered. Finally, after a brief moment, a radiant beam of light surged into the high priest's mind, revealing a bizarre blue eye within the black crystal atop the scepter he wielded. The scepter stood upright on its own, soaring towards the heavens, casting a veil of mist, and behind the high priest appeared a three-eyed creature with the body of a man and the head of an eagle, the deity of the Nuwa tribe among the 12 celestial gods. The eagle god was one of the mightiest deities. With his divine power bestowed upon the high priest, they were finished. Quick, flee now, or it will be too late. That lad cannot possibly win. Within the castle, the members of Gu country felt the suffocating pressure from the eagle god, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Had the high priest summoned one of the weaker deities, they might have hoped for a chance of victory for Chu Xiaonan. But with the eagle god, such hopes were futile. Empowered by the eagle god, the high priest's combat prowess could reach the level of divine concealment. As for the exact tier of divine power he wielded, they could not ascertain, for all who had witnessed it were long dead. Master, can you defeat him? Yin Yin's pale face clutched at Chu Xiaonan's robe, her delicate hand slick with sweat. With the high priest now endowed with divine strength, his realm was already soaring. If Master could not contend with him, it would be wise to retreat, for this individual was truly formidable. Chu Xiaonan turned, slightly twisting her youthful visage, and smiled. Rest assured, he cannot defeat me, but you should leave here at once. As he spoke, a dense, unyielding aura of demonic energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into a hand capable of overshadowing the heavens. Demon goddess hand of creation. Yin nodded obediently to Axa and led the retreat. Everyone, hurry, and someone support me. Axa, sensing the formidable pressure emanating from Chu Xiaonan, urged his kin to flee swiftly, seeking to avoid unwarranted calamity. This was indeed a clash of divine beings, and the mortals would suffer. Today, the Nuwa tribe's stronghold in Yuanzhou would surely fall. Just as he contemplated this, the pressure from the high priest shattered the pillars of the grand hall, stones falling like rain. Threatening to topple the entire structure. Two subordinates rushed to assist Axa, bolting towards the castle's exit as if their lives depended on it. The high priest made no move to stop them. The only life he wished to extinguish was Chu Xiaonan's. If the latter refused to flee, there was no need for his urgency. Yes, for the members of Gu country, they could escape the monk, but not the temple. Once he dealt with this matter, he intended to visit the Miao tribe and converse with the elder of the heavenly Gu. High priest of the Nuwa tribe, you have saved me a great deal of trouble. Chu Xiaonan remarked cryptically with a slight smirk. Chapter 44. I shall not fight anymore, the high priest sneered, mocking even in the face of impending doom. His intention had been to subdue the Gu country, and if not for encountering Chu Xiaonan, he would not have disgraced himself before others. Now, with the divine power at his disposal, he finally perceived Chu Xiaonan's true realm, early stage of divine concealment. If this was the source of Chu Xiaonan's confidence, it was insufficient to spare him from death. Embrace your fate. Enveloped by the spectral form of the eagle god, the high priest transformed into a three-eyed eagle, soaring with lightning speed, making it difficult to react. Suddenly, one of its talons lunged towards Chu Xiaonan's head, the sharp claw imbued with a menacing force. Should this eagle's claw connect, his skull would certainly shatter. Bang! Chu Xiaonan met the attack head-on, unleashing the demon goddess hand of creation to its utmost limit. In their collision, neither gained the upper hand. Instead, the shockwave shattered the remaining pillars of the courtyard. The grand hall's ceiling could no longer withstand the strain, cracking apart and collapsing, sending clouds of dust into the air. Both combatants retreated, seeking to escape the castle as they ascended into the sky. The high priest was unyielding, intent on exacting revenge for that humiliating kick. The eagle god, unparalleled in physical prowess, unleashed relentless and fierce assaults, its wings akin to blades and fists like hammers, moving with blinding speed. As the demonic energy surged, the eagle god's radiant silver feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, captivating the eye, while their blows clashed with thunderous roars. The high priest panted heavily, his entire body flushed crimson, a sign of excessive blood consumption. While this allowed him to channel the eagle god's power to its zenith, it placed immense strain on his own body. This ends now. The high priest raised his arm, hands clasped, as a radiant orb of light enveloped him, bathing him in divine brilliance, as if a god had descended. Solar blast. The grand sphere of light blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over 100-mile radius, exuding overwhelming divine might as it bore down with crushing force. Undoubtedly, this strike could threaten even the late stage of divine concealment, as it represented the high priest's full power. He aimed to settle the score in one fell swoop and swiftly eliminate the Gu country. Yet, he had gravely miscalculated. Chu Xiaonan met the attack head-on with his invincible skill, unleashing a flurry of 7 punches. 7 Kill Demon Sects, 7 Kill Demon Wind Fist. The fist struck like molten lava, piercing through the luminous orb until the 7th punch detonated it with a resounding crash. A cascade of brilliance fell like meteor showers upon the city below, resembling a cataclysm, as the fierce winds of the shockwave spread destruction in all directions. Should no one intervene, the inhabitants of this region would surely suffer devastating casualties. Chu Xiaonan waved his hand nonchalantly, dissipating the fierce winds into nothingness as he strolled leisurely out of the tempest. Impossible! How are you still alive? The sight of him left the high priest drenched in sweat, his expression twisted in rage. Summoning the Nuwa deity for battle had its temporal limits. Otherwise, his body would inevitably be drained dry. He could not continue fighting. Further conflict would lead to his own injury, jeopardizing the Nuwa tribe's grand plan to unify the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom. I have heard that the Nuwa tribe slaughters my Eastern Ikin without restraint. As if they were cattle, is this true? Chu Xiaonan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. In truth, the Hu bandits had not been benevolent towards the Eastern Yi people. The Nuwa tribe engaged in mass sacrifices, taking countless lives. The Gu tribe practiced corpse refining and sacrifices, even creating a city of the dead, while the Hu tribe fed human flesh to their pythons to extract poison. All of this was in service to the celestial gods. And how could sacrifices occur without bloodshed? The high priest did not believe the tribesmen were at fault, instead feeling a tinge of confusion. Without sacrificing to the celestial gods, how could the Nuwa people gain divine power? Without strength, they would forever be bullied. As long as his own kin survived, who would care about the lives of others? Enough of this prattle. Chu Xiaonan unfurled his sleeve and hurled forth a ball of myriad devouring blood. In the tumult of the eastern wilderness, it remains the dominion of the Dongyi people. The reckless slaughter by a few foreign tribes here is truly indefensible. Thus, it would be better to annihilate the Xie tribe. The high priest, witnessing the thick, dark blood pulsating with chaotic energy, couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly withdrew, fleeing in panic. That abominable entity is even feared by the god of the sky eagles. Stop right there, you, he called out. This time, I shall let you go. I will not fight. I will not fight. Clutching his scepter, he left behind a rapidly retreating figure of Chu Xiaonan. Despite unleashing his powers at the late stage of the divine abode realm, he could not vanquish Chu Xiaonan, revealing the formidable strength of his opponent. Provoking such an enemy for the Xie tribe would undoubtedly lead to sleepless nights in the future. You think you can come and go as you please? Chu Xiaonan activated his invincible skill, relentlessly pursuing the high priest. Use all your strength, or I will annihilate your entire clan. Below, Axa trembled at these words, grateful he had not overly offended the saintess's master. Realizing how reckless he had been, did he not see that the high priest of the Xie tribe was already lowering his tone to appease him? Yet he continued the pursuit, seemingly intent on utterly breaking him. My dear niece, what kind of figure is your master? In the realm of the eastern desert, I have never heard of such a formidable character. Axa inquired telepathically from a distance to Yin. He had heard of the infamous leader of the 7 Killers demon sect from the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Yet wasn't Chu Xiaonan merely at the Dao Profound Realm? Uncle, my master, is his beloved. Yin's cheeks flushed, her gaze like a torch fixed on the elegant figure in the sky, her lips slightly parting, as long as the elders at home agree, with a little more effort on my part. I am certain to succeed. That's wonderful, Uncle supports you. Axe's dark face radiated with joy. Clinging tightly to his ambitions, the dream of becoming the sovereign of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom was within reach. You are not allowing me to marry Han? Yin asked with a smile. That foolish boy is old enough to be your father. He is not worthy of you, Axa replied with a hint of regret. Han was his eldest son, who had been gathering intelligence for the tribe and had not paid much attention to his marital status, only to find that he had grown up without finding a woman. When he returned to the tribe, he had a long discussion with Han about this matter, and though the boy liked Yin, he could do nothing but try to facilitate it. After all, he was his son. Could he truly neglect him? I have always regarded Han as an elder brother, with no ulterior motives. Yin's lips curled slightly. Han, though simple-minded, treated her sincerely, yet matters of the heart cannot be forced. Axa nodded in understanding, having high hopes for Chu Xiaonan, planning to introduce his 3 daughters to him in the future. It didn't matter whether they became close or distant. What mattered was the kinship. Chu Xiaonan, unaware that he was unwittingly fostering reconciliation between the 2 families, relentlessly pursued the weakening aura of the high priest. "Are you truly intent on severing all ties?" the high priest gasped. Realizing that with his strength unable to prevail, he must fight desperately. Those who had faced countless life-and-death situations would not fear death. Better to perish than to bring calamity back to their clan. Chapter 45. A certain defeat severing all ties. Chu Xiaonan responded without hesitation, taking decisive action. He was well aware of the high priest's intentions. "When you struck, did you ever imagine you would be reduced to this state? Mortal, I command you to halt." The high priest suddenly stopped, his eyes shimmering with a golden hue, glistening with brilliance. His gaze transformed, cold and unfeeling, carrying an air of condescension as if looking down upon ants. "In the eyes of the divine, all things are insignificant. You think I will stop just because you say so?" With fervor, Chu Xiaonan struck, landing a blow that left the high priest's face bruised and several teeth flying far away. "You shall perish," the high priest declared, calmly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening. At this moment, his body was already under the control of the god of the sky eagles. However, there were seals in the eastern wilderness. Even the so-called deities could not fully descend. It was merely a fragment of will, the strongest not exceeding the peak of the divine abode realm. And it had not reached its strongest state. What was there to fear? Slap. Another strike followed. Chu Xiaonan narrowed his eyes, grinning broadly. This was the beating of a deity. Although it was just a fragment of will, not even a true avatar, it still represented the god of the sky eagles. "And you dare strike me?" The god of the sky eagles, refusing to be outdone, stood tall and proud, maintaining an air of superiority, still gazing down upon the mortal realm. If his true form were to descend, a mere glance would obliterate this city. The foolish populace of the eastern wilderness had no idea of his esteemed identity. Does a father need a reason to chastise his son? Chu Xiaonan seized the high priest by the collar, delivering 7 or 8 resounding slaps that left the high priest's ears ringing and his head buzzing. The god of the sky eagles felt the sting of humiliation, his fury palpable. This was an affront and desecration. Even if it didn't hurt, so many onlookers were witnessing this. He resolved that all who had witnessed his disgrace must die. The next time he descended, it would be the moment of their annihilation. "If you have the ability, wait for me, divine being." The god of the sky eagles retreated hundreds of feet, about to speak. But Chu Xiaonan would not grant him the opportunity for idle chatter. He had already determined that he could not defeat the fully descended will of the god of the sky eagles with his own strength. And there was no need to waste time here. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to end the god of the sky eagles before addressing the matters concerning the Xie tribe. Controlling the Wancher blood core, Chu Xiaonan pierced through the high priest's chest. The latter's body rapidly decayed as if poisoned, collapsing into a mere skeleton in a short time. "Next we am thus, I fear not that my master would reject me." The young girl, with her hair elegantly pinned up, murmured softly, "Chu Xiaonan." Chapter 46. The letter from Xiaomeyer. For the past half-month, Chu Xiaonan has been contemplating the secret art of golden cicada shedding its shell, a mystical technique of the Gu clan. This method of cultivation is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier involves substituting one's true form to withstand damage, essentially a technique of creating a decoy. The Gu clan excels in employing Gu insects or corpse puppets to replace oneself in sustaining injuries, which originates from this principle. The second tier can be considered a technique of creating clones. Due to the differences in their cultivation systems, the Miao lineage does not practice Taoist methods but has developed its own approach to cultivating clones, which, while not dissimilar to Taoist techniques, boasts greater power. The third tier involves symbiosis with the Gu, employing Gu to replace death, allowing one to evade the scrutiny of the heavenly law and alter one's destiny. It is the secret to the longevity of the Gu matriarch. After his contemplation, Chu Xiaonan passed the secret art onto Yinin. He possesses an invincibility skill, theoretically devoid of life-threatening risks, as he believes that possessing multiple skills only serves to enhance one's capabilities. This secret art, however, could enable Yinin to master the technique of golden cicada shedding its shell at such a tender age, effectively granting her an additional life. Meanwhile, with the Grand Priest of the Qiao clan no longer in power, under the command and direction of Axa, their territory was completely conquered. Axa executed a ruthless warning, annihilating the entire clan, with every member of the Qiao lineage aged 12 and above being mercilessly slaughtered, while the rest were condemned to eternal servitude. This act instilled profound fear across all clans, prompting many to swiftly pledge their allegiance. Once the situation stabilized, Chu Xiaonan prepared to depart, with his quotas secured. His primary objective was to enhance his strength. Having provoked the chaotic divine sect of Zhongzhou and the demon clan of the 10,000 Mountains in Sichuan, he anticipated further confrontations ahead. Relying solely on his invincibility skill would not suffice. Days later, Chu Xiaonan returned with Yinan to the Qian prefecture of the eastern Yaoshan kingdom. Previously, he had ventured into the numerous volcanoes controlled by the Yin Gang and the Zymir volcano group. This time, he intended to cultivate in the unclaimed Unar volcano. In truth, the Yin Gang had already established a sect here. Zhao Yin of the Hualan mansion had once publicly berated Chu Xiaonan for his unfilial actions. But after receiving a promissory note, the matter was left unresolved. However, the members of the Yin Gang could not cultivate without Yin energy. Thus, Zhao Yin had to lead his disciples southward to reopen a new sacred ground for cultivation. Given the geological activity of the Unar volcano, he chose this location, where the sect had only recently begun to take shape but was already on the right track. Gathering the flames from all directions, I channel them into my being. Chu Xiaonan summoned the Golden Crow sacred spirit to cultivate alongside him. Primarily, he sought to benefit from the Golden Crow's radiance, using it as a conduit for Yin energy. Otherwise, his cultivation would undoubtedly suffer. The Golden Crow's sacred spirit was unfazed, absorbing the energy voraciously and augmenting its own strength. In just 3 short days, it had devoured almost all the Yin energy of this active volcano. Master, find me 20 more volcanoes, and I shall be able to refine the Golden Crow divine fire. The Golden Crow sacred spirit left a message before returning to the system space. The Golden Crow divine fire is a lesser version of the Golden Crow's heaven-burning flame. Yet to mortals, it represents a cataclysmic fire, one that guarantees death upon contact and possesses the power to combat deities. What a ridiculous notion! Chu Xiaonan found himself speechless. If he continued to pilfer Yin energy and was caught by the Yin Gang, it would be a matter of loss of face. This situation required careful consideration. One could not always fleece a single sheep. Yet the allure of the Golden Crow divine fire was indeed overwhelming. Should he acquire this flame, his 10,000 devour would ascend to a new echelon, rendering him unperturbed even in the face of deities. Upon concluding his seclusion, Chu Xiaonan departed without leaving a trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Yin, caught unawares, remained mired in the joy of his relocation, only to discover too late that the volcano had encountered issues. The Yin energy had long been depleted. The thief of Yin energy has returned. Zhao Yin gazed at the desolate volcano, kneeling at its mouth, howling to the heavens, his heart laden with despair. This is too much. The Lord of the 7 Killings demon sect is exceedingly arrogant. Life has become unbearable. I must dissolve the Hualan mansion and seek revenge against Chu Xiaonan. A man may be killed, but not humiliated. How many times must he pilfer from my home? Does he truly take me for a sickly cat? Without hesitation, Zhao Yin gathered 4 or 5 sect leaders, all of whom had previously fallen victim to Chu Xiaonan's theft of Yin energy. Xiao Luzhu, what are your thoughts? After outlining the plan, Zhao Yin inquired of Xiao Meier. They may not be able to contend with Chu Xiaonan directly, but while the monk can flee, the temple remains. There is still the 7 Killings demon sect. Excellent. Xiao Meier nodded slightly, seeing Zhao Yin's reckless pursuit as an opportunity to secure her own position. Seeking revenge against the demon lord? Should this chance allow her to draw closer to Chu Xiaonan? She would not ask for much. Merely to be a concubine or servant would suffice. Thus, participating in this plan and risking some danger would be well worth it. The Yin Gang could not provide protection for the Meixiang Tower, yet she believed Chu Xiaonan could. Once the group reached an agreement, Xiao Meier promptly pinned a letter to Chu Xiaonan, utilizing the intelligence network of the Meixiang Tower to discreetly convey her message. Upon receiving the secret letter aboard the Feiying ship, Chu Xiaonan was approached by a stunningly beautiful young woman, who, through the fire charm technique, presented him with a sound-transmitting jade. Demon Lord, this humble one. Meier, sends her regards. Xiao Meier sat gracefully in her boudoir, her heart racing, her demeanor respectful. "Xiao Luzhu, do you have any guidance?" Chu Xiaonan remained impassive. He was well aware of Xiao Meyer's intentions to align herself with him. Yet he had no desire to maintain a harem. "The matter is as follows." In a few brief exchanges, Xiao Meyer divulged Zhao Yan's plan in its entirety. "If he seeks revenge, let him do so. What concern is it of mine regarding the Seven Killings demon sect?" Chu Xiaonan expressed his disinterest. He had long since severed ties with the Seven Killings demon sect, which was now under the governance of his fiancée, who had yet to be formally betrothed. The fate of the Seven Killings demon sect was of no significance to him. Should Xue Wumei fail to unify the demonic path of the Eastern Snow Divine Nation, then their fates were intertwined yet ultimately separate, and there would be no need for future interactions. "It seems I have spoken too much." Xiao Meyer felt a pang of disappointment, even in her quest for allegiance. She could not earn Chu Xiaonan's regard. What could a mere woman like her accomplish? If only the demon lord would cast a glance her way, she would willingly offer herself as a bedmate. "Go to Wanqing and seek Feng Luchuan." Chu Xiaonan's words were indifferent, effectively concluding the communication. His lack of interest did not imply that others would share the same sentiment. The inclusion of the Meixiang Tower should provide some assistance to the newly ascended Feng Luchuan, benefiting both parties. "Thank you, Demon Lord." Xiao Meyer's spirit soared, whispering to herself, "Feng Luchuan, the current sovereign of the Eastern Snow Divine Nation." She, a mere leader of a worldly faction, had nearly become a brothel madam. Yet now she had the opportunity to serve a ruler. She had won her gamble. Tears of joy welled in the corners of Xiao Meyer's eyes. Although she would be serving Feng Luchuan, the Meixiang Tower had already been marked by Chu Xiaonan's influence. Who would dare to bully her again? This time, she would cleverly use the guise of seeking revenge to stealthily relocate the Meixiang Tower to the Eastern Snow Divine Nation. But prior to that, she needed to assess the loyalty of her subordinates. On the other side, Xue Wumei, who had assumed the banner of the Seven Killings demon sect, was thriving, yet she recently encountered some troubles. Ironically, the instigator of her troubles was Xue Yanbing. Chapter 47. Extermination of Demons. This tale begins with Xue Yanbing embarking on his journey of trials. After leaving the Four Corners City, he roamed the world, quickly gaining a reputation, teaming up with Wu Bingyin, the daughter of the Ice City Lord, and Yun Gu, the senior disciple of Zhu Yanmen, forming the trio known as the Three Heroes of Eastern Snow. While passing through the city of Panyu, located north of the Baiming Mountains, they were ambushed by the demonic faction, and upon tracing the source, they discovered the new stronghold of the Seven Killings demon sect. Upon learning of Xue Yanbing's arrival, Xue Wumei issued orders to her disciples not to harm him. However, Wu Bingyin, obstinate as ever, believed that the Seven Killings demon sect was merely a tiger that had fallen into the valley. After several skirmishes, Xue Yanbing remained unscathed, but Wu Bingyin nearly lost her life, and Yun Gu sustained serious injuries while attempting to save her, prompting the two to rally reinforcements. The situation escalated into a confrontation between two factions against the Seven Killings demon sect, which subsequently gathered numerous allies, culminating in a righteous campaign against the demonic forces. Under Xue Wumei's leadership, the Seven Killings demon sect had just begun to flourish when it was besieged, forced to lead its members into hiding. Their frustration palpable. Report, Sect Master, Grand Elder, the righteous factions have begun their mountain searches again. A disciple rushed in, breathless with urgency. Understood, Xue Wumei replied with a cold snort, her expression dark as ink. When Chu Xiaonan disbanded the Seven Killings demon sect, he did not take all the treasures with him. Afterward, the Grand Elder Xue Yazi gathered the remnants, seizing control of the sect's treasury and legacy. Upon her return, Xue Wumei diligently cultivated using those resources and had now reached the late stage of the Wuwang realm, thus qualifying to contend with formidable adversaries. The demonic path. She aimed to conquer it, but the righteous factions would not be spared. Convey the order to retreat into the deep mountains and lie low. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xue Wumei issued her command. Yes, the newly initiated disciple nodded in agreement. This boy, who had only recently entered the fold, had become one of Xue Wumei's key confidants. Xue Wumei rubbed her temples, while Xue Yazi remarked, "Wumei, we keep retreating. Soon we will be living as hermits in the deep mountains. Grandfather, did not Sect Master Chu task me with unifying the demonic path of the Eastern Snow Divine Nation? Do you truly think he cares for the demonic path?" Xue Wumei sighed. Had it not been for Shui Yazi's insistence, she would have sought a secluded place to cultivate alone. The sect's power, in her eyes, was merely a burden. With sufficient strength, why worry about others not submitting? What exactly is the former sect master's intention? Shui Yazi, for his part, could not comprehend why Chu Xiaonan had personally destroyed the Seven Killings demon sect. The foremost demonic force of the Eastern Snow Divine Nation had flourished under his guidance, only to be reduced to its current state. Exterminate the demons, Shui Wumei stated calmly, her expression unwavering. Exterminate the demons? Shui Yazi furrowed his brow, his voice involuntarily rising. He could not understand how unifying the demonic path was related to extermination. She aims to place a collar on the true demons, Shui Wumei offered a wry smile. Although she remained unaware of the reasons behind Chu Xiaonan's drastic character shift, he was indeed moving towards a righteous path, of course. This righteousness was not that of the self-righteous individuals down the mountain, but rather the rationality that resided in the hearts of the people. He is truly a madman. Shui Yazi suddenly understood, bursting into tears of laughter. He no longer harbors hatred for Chu Xiaonan. This is precisely the course of action befitting a formidable sorcerer. Master Chu intends to dismantle the existing order only to rebuild anew, his vision far surpassing the confines of a single nation. Blood Wumei stands resolute, acknowledging that Chu Xiaonan has already shattered the shackles of martial disputes, setting his sights on a higher realm. Beyond the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, there exist other divine realms. Beyond the Eastern Wilderness lies a vast world. Only by departing can one truly progress further and deeper. Shui Yazi nodded slightly, melancholically stating, if we cannot grow stronger, we will struggle to keep pace with him. What significance does it hold to speak of such things now? Blood Wumei shook her head. At present, it is the Seven Kills demon sect being pursued by the righteous path, yet Chu Xiaonan has already drawn a clear line with the demonic faction. If she cannot unify the demonic path within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, she would not even have the right to follow Chu Xiaonan. Master, the disciples are prepared and ready to evacuate at any moment. After transmitting the order, Jianbu returned to report. Grandfather, take them and retreat. I shall remain to buy you some time. With a flourish of her skirt, Blood Wumei stepped forth. After this battle, she would temporarily leave the sect to cultivate alone. Once she enters the Dao Xian realm, achieving her goals would be but a matter of course. Blood Yazi, a paragon of his generation, known for his forthright nature, promptly led the remnants into the depths of the mountains. Blood Wumei, however, resolved to remain and confront the righteous path. Meanwhile, Shui Yambing also bid farewell to her two friends, preparing to depart. Previously unaware that the conflict involved the Seven Kills demon sect, she later learned through righteous individuals and decided against further involvement. Although she detests the demonic path, her perception of the righteous path is hardly commendable. Let them clash. As for herself, her commitment to her master takes precedence. Subsequently, this great battle between the righteous and demonic paths would be referred to as the Great Tragedy of Panyu. The righteous side suffered heavy losses, with Blood Wumei sustaining grave injuries. Yet it was through this conflict that she gained renown, earning the title of the Demoness in the martial world of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. At the same time, Chu Xiaonan received an invitation from Li Yujian and had entered the territory of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. Li Yujian's invitation to Chu Xiaonan served two purposes. Firstly, to host a celebratory banquet in honor of his ascension to the Divine Song realm, and secondly, at the behest of the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, to seek Chu Xiaonan's assistance in exploring a certain secret realm. Humanity has established its influence in the Eastern Wilderness for over hundreds of thousands of years, with the revered Elder Wu Hua being the last to unify the Eastern Wilderness. The secret realm discovered by the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom was the cave of a soul-traveling realm expert, left behind tens of thousands of years ago, though he was no righteous figure, but rather a member of the demonic clan. While a soul-traveling expert may not rival a Tianyang realm powerhouse, they are still formidable adversaries that those restricted to the Divine Song realm in the Eastern Wilderness cannot provoke. Despite the passage of millennia, who can ascertain that this soul-traveling expert has not left behind some means of resurrection? After disembarking from the Eagle flight vessel with Yin, Chu Xiaonan leisurely traversed the mountains, enjoying the journey with a sense of ease. After approximately half a month, they finally arrived at the Asking Sword Sect. The Asking Sword Sect, located on Wuqi Mountain, towers 1,000 zhang high, with waterfalls cascading down 3,000 feet. renowned as a sacred ground for sword cultivators in the eastern wilderness, having birthed numerous powerful sword immortals throughout history. However, since the establishment of the Eastern Wilderness Divine Kingdom by Elder Wu Hua, this sect gradually declined, with very few reaching the Divine Song realm. Now, with the sect's Grand Elder Li Yujian achieving the Divine Song realm, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Upon ascending Wu Qi Mountain, they were guided into the mountain gate by a youthful attendant. Chu Xiaonan casually gifted a heavenly grade artifact as a congratulatory present, then entered the banquet discreetly. "Master, this is my first time attending such a grand banquet," Yin exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity, noting the numerous attendees from various royal families and notable figures across the eastern wilderness. "With experience, one becomes accustomed to such occasions," Chu Xiaonan replied with a smile. In truth, he had not attended many such banquets, having instead engaged in a few major confrontations during the Righteous Path siege. Yet, such gatherings often lack excitement. Were it not for the exploration of that secret realm, he would not have wasted time in the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. As their conversation unfolded, someone took notice of Yin. Chapter 48. It depends on your ability. The Miao clan is not particularly numerous in the Eastern Wilderness, being quite rare outside the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom. Upon seeing Yin's graceful and enchanting figure, some cultivators could not help but harbor ulterior motives. The scarcity of their kind implies a lesser number of powerful individuals, and this is indeed a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Moreover, those eyeing Yin are not righteous individuals. Outside the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, few nations draw a stark line between the righteous and demonic paths, yet it does not mean that other regions lack demonic influences. The Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom once revered the Qing sect as its state religion during its zenith, but the sect's disciples began to practice the nefarious art of yin-yang manipulation and were subsequently expelled by the royal family. Though the sect is in decline, it still ranks among the top 5 powers in the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. The Asking Sword sect and the Qing sect, both being cultivation forces within the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, naturally have dealings with each other, and thus the Asking Sword sect extended an invitation to the Qing sect. Representing the Qing sect at Li Yujian's celebration is the sect's divine son, Xuelin, accompanied by 3 protectors. Xuelin is not a kind-hearted individual, having personally caused the deaths of no fewer than 80 women. Upon seeing Yin's beauty, he could not tear his gaze away. Regardless of Li Yujian's banquet, the woman he desires must be seized. "Go fetch that exquisite young lady. Tonight, this divine son shall indulge," Xuelin commanded, his eyes glinting like a serpent's as he fixated on Yin. "Divine son, we should deliberate on today's matters with caution," one of the 3 protectors advised, feeling a headache coming on. Xuelin possesses exceptional talent in cultivation, regarded as the Qing sect's gem, yet causing a ruckus at the Asking Sword sect is somewhat inappropriate. The most critical issue is that he cannot discern the strength of the young man beside the girl. A guest of the Grand Elder of the Asking Sword sect cannot possibly be an ordinary person. Can they? Smack! Xuelin slapped the protector across the face, his expression one of disgust as he scolded. "You are merely a dog tasked with protecting this divine son. When do you have the right to speak?" The protector could only endure the humiliation. Even the elders treat the divine son with respect, and given his lowly status within the sect, there was no way to avoid this situation. After all, he is the future leader of the sect. "Hurry up!" The 3 protectors exchanged glances, and 2 of them broke away, striding menacingly toward Yin. Once the divine son has spoken, they would simply seize her. "This is getting interesting," Chu Xiaonan chuckled, relishing the unfolding drama. Such trivial matters do not require his intervention. He intends to be an observer and see how Yin will respond. "What is so interesting?" Yin tilted her head, drawing closer to Chu Xiaonan. At that moment, someone reached out to grasp her delicate shoulder. It was as if Yin had eyes on the back of her head. She leaned back and seized the assailant's collar, slamming him onto the table before her. The fluidity of her movements was astonishing, a stark contrast to her seemingly fragile form. Subsequently, with a powerful kick, she struck the would-be attacker, causing his head to explode like a watermelon, a technique of power manipulation. Chu Xiaonan inquired with a smiled, "Master's keen eye." Yin nodded slightly, a beautiful smile splitting her lips. Possessing the Wan Gu treasure body, her mastery of Gu techniques is unmatched, even surpassing that of the revered Tian Gu granny. Moreover, power manipulation is not an exceptionally rare Gu technique. Many of her kin can wield it. Are you up for this? Inin asked playfully, raising her delicate brows. Creating a ruckus at a divine Song realm banquet could potentially lead to a significant conflict. It depends on your ability. Chu Xiaonan replied nonchalantly. After all, he is not one to shy away from chaos. Should matters escalate, he would simply deal with those causing the disturbance. If the situation remains trivial, there is no need for him to intervene. The Asking Sword sect can manage. It seems that causing trouble depends on my own abilities. Otherwise, there would be no chance for my master to intervene. What a comforting sense of security, Inin giggled. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, I must strive to cultivate diligently to create more opportunities for you to have fun. Leaping into the air, she sent another assailant flying with a kick. Her actions were ruthless and unrestrained. Bang! The unfortunate soul was launched like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Xue Lin of the Qing sect. The onlookers were quick to recognize that only the divine son of the Qing sect would dare commit such an act of abduction. Audacious! The protector raised his hand to intervene, sending the attacker flying again. Audacious? I believe it is you who deserves to die. Inin rolled up her sleeves, her forearms bulging with veins, reminiscent of serpents slithering beneath her skin. The realm and strength of the Gu clan do not equate. It hinges on the potency of the Gu techniques and the physique involved. Inin may only be at the peak of the opening Yuan realm, but in a life-and-death struggle, even Axa would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against her. Despite her delicate appearance, those who witness her in combat understand her formidable prowess. Suddenly, Yin Yin's figure vanished from sight. The crowd frowned, searching frantically, while the protector's expression shifted in alarm as he abruptly shoved Xue Lin aside, swinging a fist toward the shadow beneath him. The shadow manipulation technique, akin to maggots clinging to bone. Shadows following closely, before the protector could land a blow, Inin leaped, merging into his shadow. The protector, filled with trepidation, quickly turned around, only to find himself grasping at nothing. By the time he realized what had happened, Inin had emerged from behind Xue Lin, delivering a kick that sent him flying 100 zhang away. Although Xue Lin possesses remarkable talent, hailed as a rare genius of the Qing sect in nearly a century, he is utterly unfamiliar with the Gu techniques of Miaojiang. Though he had attempted to defend himself earlier, his lower back was now shattered by Yin Yin's kick, rendering him incapable of standing. Did you ever consider the possibility of death before striking at me? Inin raised her chin, gazing down at Xue Lin with disdain. She had previously held back. Otherwise, with his frail physique, she could have obliterated him with a single kick. As for the Qing sect, she had only heard vague mentions, seemingly possessing a rather unsavory reputation. Moreover, she had just employed her Gu technique to probe, discovering that within Xue Lin's body resided a considerable amount of faint primordial energy. What this signifies is self-evident. If one were to possess feeble strength and lacked any support, falling into Xue Lin's hands would undoubtedly lead to a dismal fate. Hence, he must not be allowed to perish so easily. Third Protector, what are you waiting for? Dispatch her at once. Xue Lin, writhing in unbearable pain, let out a ghastly wail, his face contorted in agony. He was utterly bewildered. Where did this madwoman spring from, launching a surprise attack without provocation? She was supposed to be his prey. However, the Third Protector found himself in a predicament, grappling with the inappropriate timing of such violence. If you seek to court death, do not involve me. Useless, a bunch of inept fools. Rage surged within Xue Lin, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood as he shouted towards the elders of the Wanjian sect. Fellow cultivators of Wanjian sect, I am Xue Lin, the divine son of the Qing sect. Someone seeks to kill me. Will you not intervene? Handle it yourself. Initially, an elder of the Wanjian sect intended to dissuade Inin from proceeding with her assault, but an ancient voice, tinged with age, resonated from the ancestral grounds before he could speak. The supreme elder had spoken. How could one dare to disregard such authority? Chapter 49. The dark magic technique. Xue Lin was momentarily silenced. Mouth agape in astonishment. Such a life-threatening matter, and the Wanjian sect turned a blind eye. Was there no sense of justice left in this world? He hastily swallowed a medicinal pill to recover from his injuries. He could no longer feign death, lest he truly be killed. In addition, he crushed a piece of jade, secretly sending a message to his sect, informing them of his perilous situation and requesting assistance. Yin, discerning his covert actions, merely scoffed at the interruption. The greater the commotion, the more likely her illustrious and formidable master would intervene. Otherwise, it would be a loss. The gravest error you have committed is to harm a woman as delicate as a flower. In withdrew a bone flute, which she had been concealing at her slender waist, and began to play. While employing ordinary Gu techniques did not necessitate the use of the flute, long-range attacks required mastery over Gu. The mountains echoed with an enchanting melody that stirred the soul, sharp and piercing, as if it sought to penetrate the eardrums of all present. Shui Lin was the first to suffer, rolling on the ground in agony. His body had already been afflicted with Gu. At this moment, the Gu insects within his meridians thrived on his spiritual energy, threatening to drain him of his entire cultivation. How dare you? The third protector could not remain indifferent. Since the Wenjian sect had made it clear that they would resolve their own conflicts, there was no need for restraint. After all, he was a peak-level cultivator. If he could not subdue a young girl, it would be a source of ridicule. Break. In let out a cold snort. From the acupoint in Shui Lin's chest, a black Gu insect erupted, and his wails grew ever more pitiful. This creature had emerged directly from his flesh. And it was merely one of many. At that moment, dozens of Gu insects were infesting his body, clinging to critical acupoints, feeding on his spiritual energy and the essence of his flesh, draining him of his lifelong cultivation. The agony was unbearable, yet for many, it was a source of great satisfaction. Over the years, the Qing sect had harmed countless women, inciting public outrage. Had it not been for their immense power and clandestine alliances with various sinister forces, they would have long since been eradicated. I am the divine son of the Qing sect. The third protector unleashed the sect's ultimate technique, a radiant brilliance cascading like a rainbow, locking onto In and descending in a torrent. An elder from the sect intervened, sealing off a portion of the space to isolate their clash. The onlookers watched with rapt attention, having seldom witnessed the Miao people's methods of attack, and curiosity inevitably arose. Fear not. In remained composed, her right arm swelling, tearing through her garments to reveal a snow-white arm adorned with crimson markings. She spread her legs apart, lowering her stance, and swiftly struck 2 punches into the air. The violent shockwaves collided with the radiant brilliance, erupting in a deafening roar as if the very fabric of space were to be torn asunder. The 2 energy forms grappled in midair for a moment, consuming and entangling one another, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Just then, a figure clad in black appeared behind In, striking at her heart. "Watch out, miss," someone urgently warned. These malevolent forces had even forsaken their faces to execute a sneak attack. The black-clad figure's palm penetrated Yin's chest, but it was nothing. He reveled in his triumph, having struck down a target that neither the divine son of the Qing sect nor the protector could subdue. His excitement, however, was short-lived as he soon sensed something was amiss. Since the girl had been slain, why was there no blood? "Are you so proud?" From behind the black-clad figure, In raised her hand, gripping his neck. "When it comes to ambushes, those skilled in shadow Gu from the Miao tribe are born assassins. Do not be impulsive. I did not mean to." He gulped, cold sweat pouring down his face. How could this person still be so elusive? "Go down and explain it to your grandfather." In twisted her wrist and mercilessly crushed his neck. The Miao people may not relish conflict, but they are not averse to killing. After dispatching this individual, another figure, a middle-aged man in a black robe, rose from the banquet table. The leader of the black magic sect, Gong Yi, fixed his gaze intently upon In. As if regarding a precious treasure, he was exceedingly intrigued by the Miao people's Gu techniques. If he could recruit this young lady and learn her Gu methods, the overall strength of the black magic sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. In cast him a sidelong glance, her expression unfriendly, and replied indifferently, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat? What are you even? You think you can invite me as a guest?" The assailant who had just ambushed her shared the same aura as this man, and it was evident they were cut from the same cloth. Then do not blame Gong for being rude. Gong Ye's body trembled, and a dense fog of demonic energy swirled behind him, forming a gigantic ghostly visage. Chu Zhaonan furrowed his brow. This technique seemed somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the black magic technique of the Seven Killers sect in his youth. He had practiced this technique, but did not delve deeply into it, as the sect's inheritance focused on the Seven Killers Wind Fist and the Heavenly Wounding Puppet technique. Naturally, one would prioritize learning the more formidable techniques, Could it be that the black magic sect has some connection to my seven killers sect? Chu Xiaonan extended a finger, ensnaring Gong Yi with puppet threads and drawing him forward. The once imposing leader of the black magic sect now knelt, his expression blank. What is happening? What just transpired? Gong Yi felt as though he were being manipulated, worse than a chick caught in an eagle's grasp, unable to move except for his eyelids and mouth. I shall ask you directly. From whom did you acquire the black magic technique you practice? Chu Xiaonan released the puppet threads, surveying Gong Yi from a lofty position. Gong Yi sensed the absence of the previous pressure and promptly rose, swinging a fist towards Chu Xiaonan, shouting, "You insult my sect? Die!" How absurd to suddenly kneel. Do you not care for your own dignity? Such a splendid mood has been utterly disrupted. Chu Xiaonan nonchalantly extended a finger once more, causing the black-clad sect leader, just rising, to kneel again. Thud, thud, thud. Gong Yi uncontrollably knocked his head against the ground, drawing blood. Master, I too wish to learn this technique. Yin Yin's enchanting eyes brimmed with envy. She had practiced the art of controlling others. But her master's technique was far more convenient, merely requiring a flick of a finger. Just a mere side technique. Chu Xiaonan dismissively shook his head. The heavenly wounding puppet technique was fundamentally a technique of subjugation and did not appear as grand as it seemed. I want to learn it, otherwise, you must marry me. The young lady placed her hands on her hips, stamping her foot in a pout. Chu Xiaonan coughed lightly, nodding in acquiescence. If you wish to learn, then why frighten others? He turned his gaze toward the still kneeling leader of the black magic sect, casually waving him away, deeming him unworthy of conversation. It was simply uninteresting, he then added. Quickly deal with these pests. Elder Li is eagerly awaiting the celebratory banquet. Killing on another's territory is surely inappropriate. Otherwise, after the feast, we shall handle the Qing sect, that blight of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, as an apology to Li Yujian. Chapter 50. The leader of the Qing sect, Yin darted forward, appearing behind Gong Yi, and with a single punch, she smashed through his chest. What of the leader of the black magic sect? Those with ill intentions towards her were to be eliminated without hesitation. After all, her master would protect her, and she feared nothing. The leader is dead. The disciples of the black magic sect were struck with disbelief. Gong Yi was a peak-level cultivator, yet he had been slain by that young Miao girl with a single blow. Simply inconceivable. However, their greater concern lay in the potential repercussions from the righteous sects after the banquet. The reputation of the black magic sect was no better than that of the Qing sect. They merely had the latter drawing most of the attention. This did not mean they lacked enemies. At the very least, the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom had long harbored a keen interest in eliminating the black magic sect. Now, it is your turn. Yin directed her gaze at the two members of the Qing sect, bringing the bone flute to her luscious lips and playing a haunting melody. The melodious tune awakened the cruel nature of the gu insects. Within Xue Lin's body, the gu insects scurried chaotically, causing him immense pain. His visage contorted in agony as he begged for mercy. Please spare me, spare me. Stop at once. Do you realize how esteemed the identity of the Divine Son is? The third protector was in a cold sweat, fearing that if anything happened to Xue Lin, their sect would not let him off the hook. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, shaking their heads in disbelief. To those smaller factions, the Qing sect was indeed a formidable power. Yet any sect invited by the Wanjian sect possessed some level of foundation. Merely a divine son of the Qing sect, his status was hardly sufficient. Summon the gu bloodflower chant. Yin kicked off her shoes, revealing her delicate little feet, and began to dance a peculiar dance. The gu insects, soaked in blood within Xue Lin's body, suddenly burst forth, flying from his acupoints and gathering together like countless blood flowers, blooming in vibrant splendor. All of his spiritual energy and the essence of his flesh were devoured by the gu insects, leaving behind only a foul, rotting mass. In the end, he spewed several mouthfuls of black blood. His dantian shattered, rendering him a complete invalid. How dare you die? As the third guardian observed Xue Lin being tormented to the brink of death, he drew forth a plum blossom spear, igniting his entire being with the flames of his magical prowess. And, seething with rage, he struck. The spear shimmered with a cold light, infused with his fury and resentment. At this juncture, words were futile. Should Xue Lin perish, he too would be doomed. fear was not an option. Yin secretly employed arcane methods to augment her strength. Her opponent was fighting desperately, and if she did not reveal her true capabilities, she would undoubtedly suffer defeat. The young girl returned the bone flute to its rightful place, unfastened the leather vine around her waist, and struck it against the stone slabs of the square. With a resounding crack, 7 or 8 white jade bricks shattered in response. The two exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, and a peculiar flush appeared on the third guardian's face, a clear sign of excessive mana consumption. How could she possess such strength? As the third guardian pondered this perplexity, the leather vine in Yin's hand suddenly coiled around his ankle like a serpent. With a gentle tug, his body tilted uncontrollably, and the spear nearly slipped from his grasp. At this point, he dared not hold back any longer. Wielding the plum blossom spear with renewed vigor, he unleashed a long-forgotten offensive technique. Yin's footwork was agile as she darted about, yet since the third guardian had unleashed his spear technique, he seemed transformed, the spear moving like a dragon, fiercely unstoppable. Blood splattered as Yin sustained an injury. Her shoulder pierced. The third guardian's speed was so swift that she was left bewildered, unable to decipher his spear play, rendering evasion utterly impossible. The third guardian was immediately elated, envisioning lifting Yin with a thrust of his spear, followed by a lethal strike. However, she was even more resolute, taking advantage of the situation to surge forward and shatter his skull with a single punch. The fusion of the Force Goo and the Diamond Goo granted her a formidable physique, making the method of enhancing strength through burning mana seem trivial in comparison. In close combat, naturally, the physical cultivator held the advantage. The third guardian collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times, unable to close his eyes in death. Yin extracted the spear from her shoulder, enduring the pain as she sat cross-legged on the spot, first consuming a healing elixir, before letting out a long sigh. Within the Goo arts, there are various methods to mend injuries, the simplest being the utilization of another's essence to restore oneself, and here, it was evidently in abundance. The Goo worms that had emerged from Xuelin's body formed a long line, crawling into Yin's pant leg. In no time, her shoulder wound began to visibly heal at a remarkable pace. However, this drew the attention of those with ulterior motives. Human nature is inherently greedy. There are always those who cannot stand to see others prosper. And upon witnessing such miraculous healing Goo arts, their greed was inevitably piqued. Meanwhile, the clear radiance spread, as the leader of the Qing sect, who had long since arrived, no longer intended to conceal himself. His figure flickered into view before Yin. "Little girl, I wish to take you as my disciple. Come with me." Fu Su raised his hand, intending to place it upon Yin's shoulder, seeking to take her back to the sect. As for Xuelin, having been rendered a cripple, he was not worth a second glance. Yin, too, flickered away, emerging from Chu Xiaonan's shadow, speaking softly, "Master, this old toad is far too powerful. I cannot contend with him." After dealing with the younger adversary, the older one had appeared, and she was already injured, clearly needing to withdraw. This matter must be managed by her master. How could one merely sit back and watch the show without intervening? Chu Xiaonan affectionately ruffled her somewhat disheveled hair, smiling as he remarked, "You surpass your senior brother. Yet there are many areas in which you must learn from him." Shui Yanbing understood the path of survival well. When they parted ways, he had not discerned that this young lad was indeed a true talent. Yin chuckled, feeling pleased at her master's praise. Fu Su glanced back, seeing that Chu Xiaonan was merely at the late stage of Daoxian, raising an eyebrow in disdain. Though he could not compare to the elders of the Wanjian sect who had entered the divine concealment realm, he was undoubtedly stronger than Chu Xiaonan. The latter was sitting there with such nonchalance. Did he not fear for his life? Most importantly, Li Yujin remained a passive observer, with no intention of intervening. What was he scheming? Fu Su felt uncertain, thus resolved to test the waters in the tumultuous world of martial arts. When no one intervenes, one must resort to combat. He silently clenched his fist, forming a seal, and a blue rainbow surged forth, striking towards Chu Xiaonan. The blue rainbow mystic seal. The original doctrine of the Qing sect revolved around absorbing the radiant essence of the rainbow into the body, harnessing the natural laws of the world to cultivate unparalleled techniques. Ever since the 9th generation leader fortuitously discovered the synergistic benefits of yin and yang in the cultivation of the sect's heritage, The sect had gradually deviated from its righteous path. Fu Su, who was indifferent to feminine allure, had built a solid foundation in his cultivation without rushing the process. However, he did not oppose his disciples collecting maidenly essence for their training. Shui Lin, in particular, was a test subject he had painstakingly nurtured through unorthodox methods, aimed at mutual verification, but unfortunately, the latter had met an untimely demise, rendered powerless. Sect leader, kill that wretched girl. She has ruined me. Shui Lin, nearly fainting from pain, could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing Fu Su. Tears streamed down his face. He loathed Yin with a passion, his gaze filled with resentment. His dantian shattered, he could no longer cultivate. He was no longer the Qing sect's chosen one, only hoping that the sect leader would avenge him. Chapter 51. A forceful suppression. The blue rainbow mystic seal is a heavenly level technique of remarkable prowess. Its radiant essence raining down like an oppressive sky, showcasing unparalleled might. Fu Su, striking a heroic figure, exuded confidence that he could determine the outcome in a single move while simultaneously delivering a warning to Liu Jian. The incident involving the Chosen One at the Wanjian sect had struck a blow to the Qing sect's pride. Although appearing indifferent, he was internally quite dissatisfied. The peak of Wuqi Mountain. Within a humble thatched cottage, two individuals sat upon a mat. Among them, the elder clad in gray with a white beard was naturally Liu Jian, the esteemed elder of the Wanjian sect, while beside him sat Feng Bailu, the current sect leader, an elegant woman dressed in white. This moment, Feng Bailu frowned slightly, her gaze fixed upon the scene in the observation mirror, clearly displeased. Were it not for the concern of future disturbances from evil forces, she would not have intended to extend an invitation to the Qing sect and the Black Demon sect. The righteous path resides in the hearts of people. The first lesson taught to disciples of the Wanjian sect is to question one's heart. If the heart is not righteous, cultivating the sword becomes a harm to others, and each year, disciples are sent down the mountain for failing the test of self-reflection. Feng Bailu had always harbored reservations about the Qing sect, finding their actions most disagreeable. Master Uncle, do you not intend to intervene? Chu Zhaonan, clad in blue, possessed a demeanor so refined that it was difficult to associate him with the demonic path. Feng Bailu's first impression of him was quite favorable. Seeing he was only at the late stage of Daoxian, she worried he might suffer at Fu Su's hands. What, do you have a fondness for Sect Master Chu? Liu Jian stroked his beard, chuckling as he teased the younger generation. During their previous contest, the two had been evenly matched, and now that he had entered the divine concealment realm, his prowess ranked among the top 5 in the eastern wilderness. Surely, the latter would not be far behind. Feng Bailu's expression faltered as she rolled her eyes at him, muttering in vexation, "Old man, you're losing your respect." The few old fellows not present meant that Sect Master Chu ought to be the strongest among the guests. Liu Jian recalled the blood-sucking swarm concocted by Chu Zhaonan, and his expression grew somewhat unnatural. If that thing were to be unleashed on Wuqi Mountain, the Wanjian sect would be doomed. He hoped it would not come to that, or he would have to step in personally. The strongest among those present? Feng Bailu's face displayed astonishment. The guests who had come to congratulate her master uncle were all prominent figures from major sects, including sect leaders, heads of doctrine, and even royal family members. Surely, master uncle would not jest at such a critical moment, indicating that this sect Master Chu indeed possessed formidable strength. Yet, judging by his youthful appearance, he was merely around 30. A Daoxian cultivator in their 30s was already a rarity, and if he were concealing his true realm, what extraordinary talent must he possess, making even her feel inferior? Master, strike him! Yin stood elegantly behind Chu Zhaonan, waving her delicate arm. The leader of the Qing sect was indeed somewhat oblivious. She had personally witnessed her master's fierce battle against the heavenly eagle god, directly confronting a divine concealment realm-killing move, ultimately slaying the grand priest of the Nuo kingdom. Unless this Qing sect leader harbored hidden methods, his realm was no more than a candle in the wind, an invitation to death. Li Jin Master, do you intend to use my true form as a weapon? Chu Zhaonan silently shook his head. The leader of the Qing sect had sought him out, yet Liu Jian remained absent. It could only mean one thing: he intended to use him as a pawn. However, he was not one to be petty, especially when it came to eliminating threats to the populace. Though reluctant to involve himself, he could not ignore the situation. Kneel before me. Chu Zhaonan's right hand moved in unison. the lines of the heavenly wound shadow puppet constricting Fu Su, pulling downwards. The Qing sect leader, who had been so confident moments ago, was suddenly rendered as helpless as a chicken with its neck grasped, emitting a low growl as he crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. All present were left in awe, their expressions brimming with excitement as they discussed amongst themselves. Who was that young man in the blue robe, that he could make the leader of the Qing sect fall to such disarray? What a spectacle! Simply witnessing this battle made it all worthwhile. Indeed, the Qing sect has grown increasingly rampant in recent years. It's about time someone dealt with Fu Su. Fu Su struggled to rise, awkwardly brushing off the dust from his clothes, his gaze dark and menacing. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? How could someone merely at the late stage of Dao Xian cause him to falter? He had grown wary, deciding that retreat was the only option. For all these years, had the Qing sect not survived solely by fleeing from the pursuit of other sects? As long as he could preserve his life, fleeing was not disgraceful. You do not understand the rules. If I have not permitted you to rise, you must remain kneeling. Chu Xiaonan's finger trembled slightly, and Fu Su was once again compelled to kneel. You insult me, Fu Su's countenance darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as he fought against Chu Xiaonan's control. He could not believe that with his pinnacle Dao Xian realm, he could not break free from a few puppet strings. At that moment, he suddenly recalled someone. Although that individual was not a cultivator of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, their name was renowned across the lands. You are the demon sovereign? Fu Su blurted out. Chu Xiaonan stood by the ancient well, his demeanor as calm as the still waters, unfazed even when confronted with the revelation of his true identity. The reputation of the demon lord may have been somewhat tarnished. Yet the Qing sect was certainly not without its own blemishes. What? He is the demon lord. In the hut, Feng Bailu immediately lost her composure, furrowing her delicate brows as she turned to her master for clarification. Engaging with the demon lord required utmost caution. One could easily meet their demise through ignorance. On the other hand, the actions of Master Chu were aboveboard and commendable. Li Yujian held Chu Xiaonan in high regard. The distinction the world drew between righteousness and wickedness was often too subjective, allowing many petty individuals to flourish. Having lived a considerable length of time, Li Yujian understood that true strength was paramount. The idle gossip simply did not endure scrutiny. Aboveboard, Feng Bailu expressed her skepticism, recalling the Tian Shang in puppet technique, which was hardly transparent. Who could discern the puppet strings? It is evident, Li Yujian stroked his beard. Chuckling softly to the Jian sect, the banquet hall was bustling with guests, a throng of people jostling for space. The air was filled with murmurs, discussions, and curses that echoed incessantly. Chu Xiaonan appeared indifferent to the commotion, slowly lifting his gaze towards the sun in the sky, which was nearing its zenith. Surely, it was almost time to commence the feast. Bow a few more times. He lightly tapped his fingers, his noble neck nearly snapping under the pressure. Yet the weight of his realm compelled him to lower his regal head. Today, this lord has no intention of taking lives. Consider yourself fortunate. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast aside the bodies of those slain by Yinin, letting them plummet down the mountain. Without entering the divine abode, they were ultimately insignificant as ants. Fu Su tumbled into the stream at the mountain's base, acutely aware of the disparity between him and the others. Too intimidated even to utter a harsh word as he fled in disgrace. Naturally, this matter was far from over. He intended to seek out the ancestral figure. As for the Jian sect, the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Nation was hesitant to eradicate the Qing sect entirely, primarily due to their uncertainty regarding its foundational strength. The ancestor, buried within the coffin, was it still alive? Chapter 52. An unwelcome request after casting the leader of the Qing sect off the mountain. Chu Xiaonan gazed towards the peak of Wukashan with a smile, saying, Master Li Jian, are you still reluctant to come forth for a meeting? Li Yujian and Feng Bailu, utilizing the sky-watching mirror, had been secretly observing. He had anticipated this was no trivial matter, yet continuing to hide seemed particularly discourteous. Master Chu, please come to my humble abode for a discussion. At that moment, a shimmering flying sword descended from the mist-shrouded peak. And Feng Bailu, her garments fluttering, arrived in an instant, gracefully landing in the square and nodding in greeting toward Chu Xiaonan. She was there to attend to the guests, while Li Yujian, due to his status, would reveal himself after the discussions. Chu Xiaonan soared upwards, covering hundreds of meters in a few strides, arriving at the small courtyard. There, beside Li Yujian, stood an elderly man clad in a dragon robe, who approached to welcome him upon his arrival. Master Chu, I apologize for the previous neglect. I hope you can forgive me. Li Yujian chuckled, stroking his beard. It is no trouble to deal with a few insignificant pests. It adds a bit of amusement. Chu Xiaonan clasped his hands in respect, turning to the elder in the dragon robe. You must be the old King Xian Yuqiu, correct? Indeed, that is me. The elder nodded with a beaming smile. Please, have a seat. Li Yujian gestured casually, and the stone table in the courtyard was soon laden with delectable dishes, each filled with fine wine for the three of them. Once seated, after a polite exchange of pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Master Chu, Brother Xian has reached the pinnacle of the Daoxian realm, but regrettably, his years are numbered. This request for assistance is solely to seek an opportunity to enter the divine abode. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Li Yujian had agreed to Xian Yuqiu's exploration of the secret realm as a matter of past goodwill. Chu Xiaonan, however, had come at the invitation, and according to the rules of the martial world, he was obliged to offer compensation. Indeed, should a suitable opportunity arise, it would be tantamount to saving my life and prolonging the peace of the Eastern Hill divine nation for several centuries. The demon lord need not be courteous. Xian Yuqiu expressed his stance with politeness. If this endeavor were successful, he would ascend to the highest echelons of the Eastern wilderness. It was not merely a matter of saving a life, but rather a rebirth of sorts. Chu Xiaonan raised his cup, taking a sip of wine before contemplating for a moment, then spoke. What I require is merely a chance to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet. As for the opportunities within the secret realm, let it be determined by one's own capabilities. If this lord were to obtain any secret methods or treasures that could assist Brother Xian in entering the divine abode, you may come at any time to exchange for them. The divine abode was a watershed. Those who could continue to ascend were all prodigies among prodigies. Once one had stepped into the divine abode, the focus shifted to developing secret techniques, as most treasures no longer possessed the capacity to elevate one's realm. Thus, Chu Xiaonan viewed this trip with indifference, as the likelihood of encountering rare materials was exceedingly slim. He was more interested in passing the time, testing his luck, and forging connections that would aid his disciple in unifying the Eastern wilderness in the future. Then I thank the demon lord. Xian Yuqiu expressed his profound excitement, quickly rising to toast Chu Xiaonan. Initially, he had anticipated the demon lord would demand exorbitant compensation, yet he was pleasantly surprised by such generosity. Truly, a good person, from now on. Should anyone dare to slander the demon lord, he would defend him. More divine abodes meant more strength. Chu Xiaonan shook his head and chuckled bitterly. According to the original script, the sealed demon in the Eastern wilderness was slain by Shui Yanbing. Yet the opportunity for the protagonist to rise was not something he could enjoy first. It would be troublesome if he were to be relied upon to kill that monster, hence the need for constant preparation. Li Yujian and Xian Yuqiu harbored no suspicions, not delving deeper, as they were unaware of the sealed demons in the Eastern wilderness and Chu Xiaonan's ambitions. After exchanging cups and pleasantries, the afternoon passed swiftly. Suddenly, the skies above Wukashan erupted with thunder and lightning, and a resounding roar echoed through the air. Li Yujian, after all these years, you have yet to perish. The guests in the square, witnessing this scene, were filled with fear and trepidation. Was the Qing sect still not finished? Even monstrous figures were stepping onto the stage. How brazen! The elder ghost, half buried in the earth, would do well to remain in the coffin. Li Yujian's tone was cold, showing no leniency. He had become one of the longest living figures in the Eastern wilderness, and the former leader of the Qing sect, Yuan Mu, was a genius of his era. However, the two had always been at odds. Yuan Mu had ruthlessly slain countless women in pursuit of cultivation, once using the life essence of a city's maidens to break through to the divine abode. Yet this led to his own downfall, leaving him lifeless for many years. Li Yujian had been slower in his cultivation, accumulating strength over time, and had only entered the divine abode several centuries later. Had it not been for his lack of power, he would have long shattered the gates of the Qing sect to rid the world of its scourge. Today was an excellent opportunity to settle past grievances. Without hesitation, Li Yujian drew his sword, as in his eyes, Yuan Mu had long deserved death. Qinghong Xian Yin. Yuan Mu's wild hair danced as he revealed himself, unleashing the sect's ultimate technique. His execution of this move was magnitude stronger than Fusu's, the sky filled with a torrent of azure rainbows, overwhelming in their majesty and terrifying in their might and response. Li Yu Jian summoned his life sword, executing the moment's brilliance, piercing through the center of Yuan Mu's brow in an instant. However, it turned out to be merely a projection, which dissipated into azure smoke upon being struck. That old fool. Clearly unable to leave his coffin, yet still so audacious. Li Yu Jian scoffed, dismissing Yuan Mu's provocation with disdain. If Yuan Mu truly had the gall to wager everything for a decisive battle, he might have earned a measure of respect. However, a mere projection challenging him was laughable. Why not eliminate the Qing sect? Chu Xiaonan suggested with a light-hearted tone. The Qing sect posed a significant threat, more brutal than any demonic sect, and he found their presence quite irksome. The Qing sect has deep roots, having developed over centuries. This matter requires careful deliberation. Xian Yuqiu shook his head in disapproval, clearly unenthusiastic about the prospect of annihilating the Qing sect. Setting aside whether the older generation within the Qing sect, who practiced wicked arts, still harbored any surviving old monsters, the living members held the home advantage and could exert their full strength. Two divine abodes might not guarantee an advantage, and should internal strife erupt within the Qing sect, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the Eastern Hill Divine Nation. I have long wished to eliminate Yuan Mu, but the Qing sect indeed inspires fear. Li Yu Jian sighed, harboring a sense of envy towards Chu Xiaonan, who was unburdened by sect constraints. He could act without regard for the consequences, but Li Yu Jian could not. The safety of the sect outweighed all else. Then so be it. Chu Xiaonan merely made a casual suggestion. For this was the concern of the Eastern Hill Divine Nation, and he could not speak on their behalf. The two elder men exchanged glances, each discerning the bitterness and unwillingness reflected in the other's expressions. The Qing sect was a dire threat to the Eastern Hill Divine Nation. Did they not wish to eradicate it once and for all? Ahem, I too should make an appearance. Li Yu Jian broke the silence, stating, let us set the date for the exploration of the secret realm in 3 days. The exploration of the secret realm was fraught with danger, necessitating time to arrange affairs. Should unexpected events arise, the forces behind them would have ample opportunity to respond and remedy the situation. Chapter 53. The journey begins. The Jian sect hosted a grand banquet for 3 days, inviting guests from all directions and fostering connections. During this time, a messenger from the Eastern Snow Divine Nation visited Chu Xiaonan to report on recent domestic affairs and to inquire on behalf of the nation's leader whether he would be willing to assume the role of national master. Feng Luchuan needed to brace for the retaliation from the Wei family, and without support, it would be challenging. Even allying with demonic forces would invite much gossip, yet she remained utterly unconcerned. The Feng family was of legitimate bloodline. A direct descendant of the former Eastern Wilderness Master, Wu Hua's disciple, and she aimed to confront the usurpers. With that alone, others had no grounds to criticize. You may return and inform Feng Luchuan to set her mind at ease and focus on her cultivation. Perhaps one day, this lord will require her assistance. Chu Xiaonan had little interest in the position of national master, having finally extricated himself from the clutches of the Seven Killers demon sect. How could he possibly serve under another? Additionally, a youth who goes by the name Shuiying has recently destroyed the exiled criminal city. The messenger reported with a grin, it is said that on the day of the city's destruction, talismans filled the sky, followed by thunder roaring like dragons, and not a single soul escaped from within the city. Chu Xiaonan's eyes brightened, a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips as he expressed great satisfaction with his disciple's growth. The exiled city of Zue was situated along the route to Wanqing, seemingly a malignant tumor within the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. The elimination of this blight by Shui Yanbing could be seen as a service to the people. As for any potential collateral damage to the innocent, that was beyond his control. The realm of cultivation often came with its share of helplessness, and one could only do their utmost. Should his disciple be indecisive and thus miss a golden opportunity, he would consider that lad a failure. The little man takes his leave. The envoy, having finished his report, retreated cautiously. Yin, witnessing the envoy's departure, emerged from Chu Xiaonan's shadow, her eyes sparkling like water as she curiously inquired, Master, is that Shuang my senior brother? Indeed, Chu Xiaonan replied, playfully toying with a paper fan, a faint smile gracing his features. Without a doubt, Shueying is Shueyambing. Otherwise, why would Feng Luchuan specifically send an envoy to bring up this matter? Is my senior brother exceptionally formidable? Yin continued, her tone tinged with a hint of envy, as she reflected on the fact that he was nurtured by his biological mother while she was merely a named disciple. At present, he should not be your match, Chu Xiaonan candidly informed her. Shueyambing has only been cultivating for a short period. Without my assistance, he would likely struggle against even a practitioner of the Wuwang realm. Ah, then we must hasten to find him, Yin exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she vigorously shook Chu Xiaonan's arm. There is no need to rush. We will meet him in due time. Chu Xiaonan replied nonchalantly, a grin spreading across his face as he reveled in his second disciple's enthusiasm. The bond between senior and junior siblings was a delightful thing, unlike during their time in the seven-kill demon sect, where intrigue and scheming reigned supreme. Yin poured herself a cup of tea, gulping it down with a furrowed brow. Of course I'm anxious. If we wait until his cultivation level catches up, how will he have the chance to plant the curse? My senior brother is a promising talent that must be nurtured early. Chu Xiaonan grew increasingly uneasy. Although he had seized the opportunity from Shueyambing, the latter still possessed the protagonist's halo, as long as he did not falter midway. Achieving the status of a mortal emperor seemed almost certain. Why would he need to meddle in this? Was this the so-called blackening physique? Never mind. As long as he survives the ordeal, I shall not concern myself further. The version should not have given up on its promising child. He mused. System, in the original script, did Yin and Shueyambing have any interactions? Chu Xiaonan inquired leisurely. Beep. The two shared a tragic romance and ultimately missed their chance. Ah, so it was a missed opportunity. No wonder this unloved child was so drawn to me, Chu Xiaonan sighed, feeling a sense of regret for his disciple. Yin was the saintess of the Gu clan and would eventually return to her tribe for the sake of her people, while both Shueyambing and he could hardly abandon their ambitions to accompany her. This appeared to be a predestined conclusion. Beep, host, the script has been modified. The ending may not be the same. Even if Shueyambing becomes an immortal emperor, in the original script, he had several masters. But now it was his enemy Chu Xiaonan who stood as his sole imperial teacher. Thus, if I could help him ascend to the throne, could I not also take in more disciples and cultivate more immortal emperors? Chu Xiaonan asked, puzzled. I must admit, this script is rather strange. Beep. In the original script's grand finale, Shueyambing entered the abyssal sea alone, subduing the netherworld and sealing the cycle of reincarnation, never to return. In the current version, the host is the imperial teacher and has great potential. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xiaonan felt a wave of frustration, akin to blood boiling within him. This essentially meant Shueyambing had ultimately failed. If he could not return, he was either trapped or dead. Now that he controlled the system, he was tasked with helping Shueyambing face the tribulations he once encountered. If things went awry, he might meet the same fate. Initially, his focus had been solely on Shueyambing, but it seemed that cultivating several disciples into immortal emperors was the wiser path. He had nearly fallen into the system's trap. Master, what are you contemplating? Yin's voice broke through his reverie as she waved her arms before him, her delicate fragrance stirring him from his thoughts, making him jump as if he were being threatened. Unintentionally, he glanced at her collarbone, noticing a tantalizing glimpse of snowy skin. Chu Xiaonan cleared his throat, feeling a flush creep across his face, inwardly cursing. This little minx truly knows how to entice. Master, I haven't used any love curse on you. Yet your face is quite flushed, Yin teased boldly, leaning closer to Chu Xiaonan and pecking his cheek. Her agreement to take him as her master was not solely due to the request from the heavenly Gu matron. She had also harbored feelings for him and was not one to shy away from expressing her affection. On the contrary, she would actively pursue him in after a fierce battle. She initially intended to seek a hidden place to recuperate, hoping to recover before immersing herself back into the martial world. However, fate intervened as she unexpectedly encountered the equally pursued Xinyun Taoist and the Longmei Taoist. When the three met, they were poised to determine who would survive and who would perish, only to be cornered by the righteous forces who relentlessly pursued them to this very spot. Halt! Stop immediately! The leader of the righteous faction waved his hand to halt the frenzied pursuit of his disciples, warning them to steer clear of this place, as the demoness had already entered. There was no point in continuing the chase. Upon surveying their surroundings, a cold sweat broke out across their brows. This was none other than the infamous Death Valley of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, a place where countless souls had entered the caves, never to return. Having long separated from Shui Wumei, Xinyun Taoist and Longmei Taoist, feeling utterly helpless, steeled themselves and ventured into Death Valley from another direction. Hot on their heels, Chu Xiaonan and his companions descended from the skies, pausing before a deep cave. Gazing at the menacingly towering demonic statue outside the cave and the scattered white bones on the ground, Chu Xiaonan turned to inquire of Xian Yuqiu. Xian Guozhu, are these remains recent? Though the ground was littered with bones that appeared ancient, they had all perished within the last 6 months at most. Chu Xiaonan, adept in the blood refinement 9 secrets, was particularly sensitive to the scent and freshness of blood. New bones conceal old dust. This is truly a cursed land. Xian Yuqiu nodded gently, explaining, the portal to the Li Yao secret realm cannot be opened by those who lack mastery over the malevolent energy. They have reached this point in vain. Ah, I see. Chu Xiaonan sensed the malevolent energy rising from below. Indeed, the intensity of the energy before the cave was far greater than that along their journey. For those of lower realms, even if they managed to reach this place through means, they would waste too much time trying to open the door, only to find themselves drained of energy, succumbing to the malevolent energy that would leave them powerless to return. In a wonder for so many years, the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom has remained so composed. The cave is here, but if it cannot be opened, it serves no purpose other than to increase casualties, to be honest. The ancestor of my Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom left behind a method to control malevolent energy. Otherwise, I would not dare to wander here so recklessly, Xian Yuqiu revealed. The Taoist realm could still hold its ground in the eastern wilderness, but in the perilous territory of Lingqiu, it truly counts for little. Then, Xian Guozhu, please go ahead and open the door. I shall cultivate nearby for a while to quickly acclimate to the malevolent energy here. Chu Xiaonan was quite unreserved, having already granted Xian Yuqiu ample favors. Otherwise, this exploration of the secret realm would surely have cost the latter dearly. Very well, Xian Yuqiu chuckled and clasped his hands, saying, once we enter the secret realm, we shall rely heavily on Brother Li and the Demon Lord. Agreed. Li Yujian stroked his beard and nodded. Chu Xiaonan also responded affirmatively, then found an open area, began to circulate his cultivation method, drawing the malevolent energy into his body to commence his training. In Chapter 55, titled Ancient Demon, Chu Xiaonan sat cross-legged aside, absorbing the malevolent energy seeping from the earth into his body, channeling it through his meridians into the blood-devouring sphere by his dantian. The malevolent energy could both refine and harm the body. After fortifying his physique, he would not allow the malevolent energy to linger within him. After several rounds of blood refinement, he finally no longer needed to block it with spiritual power, as his body could now directly expose itself to the current environment, slowly absorbing the dense malevolent energy without sustaining any harm. Once he adapted, he waved his hand, causing the countless white bones covering the secret realm to disintegrate into powder, revealing the blood-soaked earth beneath. Since ancient times, far too many had perished in Lingqiu, their blood seeping into the underground layers, ultimately converging at an altar beneath the secret realm. This was a secret known to few. While practicing, Chu Xiaonan had sensed a faint trace of blood energy mixed within the malevolent energy, leading him to suspect the presence of a formation below. It was only after clearing away the surface bones that the true nature of the place was revealed. He could now confirm that the intricate, spiderweb-like pathways he had detected underground were indeed the lines of the formation. In the Li Yao secret realm, there may well be items required for his blood refinement. This, Li Yujian and Xian Yuqiu paled upon seeing the dark red ground. How many lives must have been lost over the millennia to stain the earth this color? It was truly terrifying. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm swung open. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, darkening the sky, as a battalion of decayed demonic soldiers pushed through the great door, marching forth with fervor. The leader of the demonic horde, upon spotting the humans, muttered incoherently, seemingly scolding and cursing them. Yet, before they could act further, Chu Xiaonan struck down with his palm, coalescing the blood and malevolence in the air into a colossal handprint that crashed down, reducing them to mere mush. Let us proceed. Chu Xiaonan strolled forward, picking up a rusted longsword beside a demonic soldier, perplexed. Do they not realize they have been dead for many years? Li Yujian chuckled wryly, knowing nothing of the situation, but observing the demeanor of those demonic soldiers. They seemed utterly oblivious. What a strange occurrence. Was there some hidden truth behind this? Xian Yuchio's expression twitched. The demon lord was indeed straightforward and brutal, dispatching them with a single blow, but there was no need for courtesy when dealing with demons. The reason the eastern wilderness could be firmly held by humans was due to the fearless battles waged by many generations of their ancestors. The later generations ought to cherish this. The two followed closely behind Chu Xiaonan as they entered the secret realm. This place resembled an entirely different world. Before their eyes lay a dimly lit expanse, with mountains, rivers, and vegetation, yet the environment within the secret realm exuded an overall crimson hue. Owing to the dense blood and malevolence in the air, amidst the mountains and waters, the shadows of demons lurked, patrolling in various squads. Not far away, scattered bones littered the path ahead, their remains, some grayish-black and heavily corroded by malevolence, while others shimmered like jade, hinting they must have once belonged to formidable warriors. Chu Xiaonan beckoned, connecting the bloodlines to collect their spatial rings and weapons. He picked up a long whip meant for women, exclaiming in surprise. This whip was crafted from the beast sinew of the azure sea swimming scale beast. Remarkably, it had remained unscathed in such a dense atmosphere of malevolence. What a fine whip! Yet, it seems somewhat familiar. Xian Yuchio's eyes sparkled at the sight of the whip, hastily retrieving text to peruse. This was not born of jealousy but rather admiration at Chu Xiaonan's immediate success upon entering the secret realm. A millennium ago, there was a rain spirit fairy from the Qing sect, adept with a whip made from azure water swimming scales, rumored to be a treasure capable of summoning rain. Li Yujian stroked his beard. Chuckling, indeed, treasures are not necessarily superior to magical artifacts, but each treasure possesses unique functions. I recall that during the time of the Qing sect, it was the national religion of my Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. She used this treasured whip to pray for rain for the country. Xian Yuchio trembled, his excitement palpable as he recalled the rain spirit fairy who had perished within the Li Yao secret realm. This whip, he began, intending to argue that it rightfully belonged to their kingdom, but Li Yujian quickly cleared his throat. Though you wish for the whip or your life? How thoughtless! No wonder it had survived in the malevolent energy. Chu Xiaonan paid little heed, directly stowing the azure water swimming scale whip. It was his prize. Furthermore, he collected the remains of the rain spirit fairy and others, as these preserved corpses with residual magical energy could be used to forge powerful puppets. Xian Yuchio opened his mouth, letting out a silent sigh. Before entering the secret realm, they had all agreed that the azure water swimming scale whip must be retrieved at all costs. Perhaps after this venture, they could collaborate with the Qing sect. The trio continued their exploration deeper into the secret realm, while far below, a colossal entity, shrouded in a vast blood pool and covered in black scales, opened its blood-red eyes. It gazed coldly, radiating a chilling aura devoid of emotion, as if a deity scrutinizing the mortal realm. In a sense, it truly was a deity. Were the heavenly goo granny here, she would be utterly horrified. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the monsters sealed by humanity's ancestors thousands of years ago, though it was somewhat smaller. Whether it was a reincarnation or offspring remained uncertain. Yet one thing was certain. This creature was an ancient demon. In ancient times, myriad beings fed upon humanity, with ancient gods and demons being the most rampant, viewing humans as mere livestock. In later generations, ancient demons were defeated by various races. Though they fell into the abyss, they did not perish. The few high-ranking demons could not be killed. Only sealed at it seemed that the ancient demon within the Li Yao secret realm was a remnant of those defeated long ago. Awakened from its slumber, it was irritable but remained silent, simply uttering a secret incantation. Moments later, a remarkably powerful corpse appeared before it. This corpse, also a demon, bore little resemblance to the ancient demon. It had taken on a humanoid form. Though its skin was adorned with fine scales akin to the ancient demons, and it sported two curved, menacing horns pointing skyward, along with a pair of black wings on its back. Li Yao, go deal with those humans, the ancient demon commanded telepathically, its essence merging with the corpse as it issued the command. Li Yao clenched his fist, thumping his chest, bowing his head as he replied. Yes, ancestor. He then soared from the depths, quietly materializing within the secret realm, arriving at the military camp where he had once stationed himself. Gazing at the decayed yet still patrolling soldiers, a flicker of sorrow and lament crossed his eyes. Time had passed, yet they remained trapped in this cycle of non-rebirth. How many more years must they endure? In Chapter 56, titled Two-Headed Demon Flame Wolf, the past felt like fleeting smoke to Liao, who understood that escape was but a delusion. When the demon race was defeated, he had obeyed the orders of the demon ancestor, retreating to Lingyuan to bide his time, only to find himself ensnared in the sealed domain of an ancient demon. Originally, this ancient demon lay in slumber after being sealed away. However, the terrain of Lingyuan underwent tremendous changes due to several fierce battles, and the blood of the deceased seeped into the ground. Awakening the consciousness of the ancient demon, as one ancient demon stirred, it outsmarted the unsuspecting soldiers, leading to the complete annihilation of their forces, becoming mere sustenance for the demon's revival. Do not be deceived by the soldiers' ability to still move. Their souls had long been shackled and ruthlessly extinguished, rendering them cursed, soulless husks. After a moment of reflection, Liao dared not delay. He promptly commanded his former generals, Yin Zuan and Xue Tu, to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the human race intruding into the secret realm. Among the 8 generals under the demon ancestor, Liao possessed the lowest realm, yet this did not signify a lack of strength. Thousands of years prior, he had slain 2 formidable Tianyang realm warriors. Alas, his soul had always been a weakness. Otherwise, this army would not have fallen prey to the ancient demon's ambush without his awareness. The old man felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. As he navigated through the shadows, Liu Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Among the 3, he practiced the heart sword technique, boasting the strongest soul, making him acutely sensitive to the feeling of being spied upon. Ding! Side quest activated. Please acquire the heart of the ancient demon. The sudden notification from the system left Chu Xiaonan in a cold sweat. The initiation of a side quest within Li Yao's secret realm indicated that. In the original script, Shui Yambing had also clashed with the ancient demon, but this was likely after he unified the eastern wilderness. Now, however, he had inadvertently accelerated the timeline. Upon encountering those demon soldiers, a foreboding instinct stirred within him. Perhaps Li Yao had survived in an alternate manner. Chu Xiaonan spoke in a calm tone. Liu Jian and Xian Yuqiu fell into silence, their expressions grave. This was indeed a possibility. After all, if the demon soldiers had found a way to persist, their master would certainly have devised a means to do so as well. Master Chu, if the situation proves untenable, there is no need to force it. Liu Jian mused, having already prepared for a retreat. The value of life outweighed all else. Should the worst come to pass, he could always repay the debt later. He had only recently tasted the exhilaration of stepping into the divine concealment realm and could not afford to perish here. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly. As long as he was not trapped, he feared no danger, especially since this location was particularly conducive to his cultivation. Should this venture yield no other rewards, he would return to explore after the 6th divine banquet of the eastern wilderness. However, if he could directly acquire the heart of the ancient demon, he would not hesitate to seize it. Only Xian Yuqiu wore a bitter expression. Without the divine artifact or suitable cultivation method to extend his lifespan, he would not survive for many more years. As the 3 advanced, they encountered a gorge shrouded in a mist of blood, an enigma that ordinary individuals could not penetrate. Yet they were not ordinary. Ah, finally, someone has arrived. No, it's a beast, Chu Xiaonan remarked nonchalantly, amused that the secret realm lacked conflict. How dull that would be soon. A 2-headed demon flame wolf revealed itself. It stood as tall as a small elephant. With robust limbs and fur like steel needles, its savage maw dripping with drool, while its eyes glowed like red lanterns, exuding an icy ferocity. A beast nearing the divine concealment realm, Liu Jian murmured. The eastern wilderness had long lost its magical beasts, and even the demon and spirit creatures had become rare. Such was the nature of the secret realm. Its condition mirrored that of the demon soldiers. Chu Xiaonan whispered, appearing alive yet already deceased. With its soul ensnared by secret methods, it seemed that only by obliterating its physical form or extinguishing its soul could one truly vanquish it. Otherwise, it would exist in an undying state, akin to a battle automaton. I shall slay it, Liu Jian declared, forming a sword gesture with his hand and unleashing his blade. The sword aura swept through the surrounding blood mist like a tempest, its resonating clang echoing, shaking the heavens and earth. Faced with the beast, he dared not underestimate it. This was a genuine demon entity, not to be judged by the combat prowess of the human race. Historical records indicated that humans of equal rank had to band together in at least 4-to-1 ratios to ensure survival against demon creatures. 5-to-1 barely reached a stalemate, while 8-to-1 held an advantage, and 10-to-1 could attempt to kill that. Of course, later generations of humanity had refined various techniques, surpassing their ancestors, yet caution was always prudent. Liu Jian unsheathed his sword, its speed reaching an apex, akin to a whispering breeze, silently severing the neck of the two-headed demon flame wolf. With a sound akin to a scrape, the flying sword trembled, sparks flying from the wolf's neck. Yet no damage was inflicted, not even a scratch on its fur. Its physical form was formidable. Liu Jian's gaze hardened. He had not anticipated encountering a worthy opponent first within the secret realm, compelling him to reveal his true strength. The two-headed demon flame wolf grinned, its eyes glinting with disdain, as if regarding a clown's performance. Its body, honed to perfection, rivaled certain ancient relics, and the notion that mere humans could pose a threat through stealth was laughable, as if they were still trapped in a dream. "Let me give it a try." Chu Zhao flicked his hands, sending several strands of the heavenly injury in puppet lines to ensnare the demon wolf's body. Moments later, he withdrew the bloodlines, shaking his head in embarrassment. The heavenly injury in puppet technique of the 7-kill demon sect was incomplete, lacking the latter half for controlling true spirits. Otherwise, he could have directly extracted the soul of the two-headed demon flame wolf. As for the wolf's physical form, it had been tempered to a state akin to gold and iron, without genuine effort. It would be challenging to breach. "Allow me," Liu Jian erupted with combat fervor. His current achievements stemmed from relentless challenges that pushed his limits, emerging from the brink of death. Combat never goes out of style. Chu Zhaonan nodded in agreement. Previously, while probing the demon wolf's combat capabilities with bloodlines, he had infused it with the blood of 10,000 devourers. Rather than waiting idly, he preferred to take the initiative. If Liu Jian could obliterate the wolf's soul, he would consider it an experiment, but should it prove impossible, he could readily switch to another main force. Xian Yuqiu sighed in resignation. He had once been a formidable lord, yet now found himself a mere spectator, devoid of the courage to even attempt battle. In the presence of the two-headed demon flame wolf, overestimating oneself would lead to being reduced to a pulp. Meanwhile, the two-headed demon flame wolf also sprang into action. It could not indefinitely remain passive. Eager to crush these human pests, it longed to return to the valley for slumber. The two-headed demon flame wolf let out a low growl, and from the blood mist behind it emerged hundreds of well-equipped demon soldiers. The demon race never shunned battle. Without needing commands, they charged toward Chu Zhaonan and his companions. "Xiao Yin, eliminate them," within the blood mist. A towering figure loomed, not yet revealing himself, yet his mere words made the two-headed demon flame wolf's demeanor shift to unprecedented seriousness. Chapter 57. Yin Zuan. Yin Zuan, a name that once instilled terror in the ranks of the human army, was also the master of the two-headed demon flame wolf. Those killed by him were never left with their corpses, but were instead cast into his secret treasure, the lava blood cauldron, melding with the molten blood and magma. Under his command, the two-headed demon flame wolf suddenly bared its teeth, displaying a fierce countenance as it charged toward Chu Zhaonan and his companions like a colossal beast. With hundreds of demon soldiers, a magical beast, and a fearsome demon general, this force was sufficient to obliterate several of the weaker kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. Yet now, the three must endure the pressure and carve a path forward. Without a word, Liu Jian confronted the two-headed demon flame wolf, his overwhelming sword aura slicing through the heavens and earth, sweeping toward the two wolf heads. Among the three, he was the strongest in soul-targeting attacks. And as previously agreed, he would confront this magical beast. As for the remainder, they could only temporarily be entrusted to Chu Zhaonan and Xian Yuqiu. "Demon Lord, I shall assist you." Xian Yuqiu could no longer remain a mere observer. He still had the opportunity to showcase his prowess against the lesser foes. It appeared that the strongest would be left for him. Chu Zhaonan flicked his nose, extending his fingers to manipulate several demon soldiers to clear a path ahead. Having entered the early stage of the divine concealment realm for some time, this location was ideally suited for him to elevate his cultivation. Chu Xiaonan advanced slowly, also alleviating some pressure from Xian Yuqiu. However, one should not underestimate these demon soldiers. Their realms varied from the peak of the opening origin realm to the late stage of the unfounded realm, yet their combative prowess exceeded that of humans by one or two minor realms. Even with Xian Yuqiu having reached the perfection of the Dao Xian realm, he could not disregard the battle formation they formed and their agile coordination. At this moment, he drew a long blade, cutting through the throngs of soldiers. "You pitiful worms, do you not realize you have been dead for many years?" Chu Xiaonan sliced through the ranks of demon soldiers, leisurely making his way toward the blood-saturated gorge. He deliberately moved slowly, secretly absorbing the surrounding blood energy into his various acupoints, continuously refining it. The seven-kill demon sect once possessed a training chamber resembling this environment, utilizing blood pills forged from the flesh of righteous cultivators, specifically for condensing blood energy. Here, he felt justified in harnessing the blood energy, as the various cultivators who perished in the tombs were not slain by him. Debts have their owners, and he bore no responsibility for this karmic retribution, naturally seizing the opportunity to garner benefits. Having taken on 2 disciples, he ought to prepare a dowry and gifts for them. After stepping down as the sect leader, he had taken to fishing for a living. Every little saving counted. The demon general within the blood mist gazed down with an air of superiority, as if scrutinizing an insignificant die in his eyes. Humans were truly inconsequential, even after the cataclysmic final battle in which the demon race faced defeat. He still maintained a sense of elevated superiority. Chu Xiaonan felt no trepidation. Although he found the scrutiny somewhat unsettling, as long as it did not interfere with his cultivation, he was content to let it be. Soon enough, he would seek out this demon to hone his skills, offering a few benefits in return. Perhaps due to this completely relaxed mindset, combined with the blood energy refining his physique, he unexpectedly broke through a minor realm just before entering the gorge, stepping into the late stage of divine concealment. Upon sensing Chu Xiaonan's breakthrough, both Li Yujian and Xian Yuqiu displayed expressions of delight. The former's advancement prior to battle served as a powerful morale boost. "Oh, you human ant, you do possess some courage." The enormous eyes of Yen Zuan glimmered with a hint of admiration, only to swiftly contort into a menacing glare, infusing my secret treasure with fresh vitality. Generally speaking, magical artifacts can be enhanced alongside their wielder's ascension. However, secret treasures possess an additional functionality. For instance, the Baishui Yulin whip has the ability to summon rain, while Yen Zuan's secret treasure, the lava blood cauldron, is capable of autonomously refining blood pills. What he requires most in his daily life are formidable cultivators. Heh, Chu Xiaonan sneered coldly. This fellow actually possesses a secret treasure. This place truly is a land of fortune for him. Upon entering the secret realm, he has already stumbled upon numerous Qiankuan rings and a secret treasure, and now another is being presented to him. Yen Zuan's eyes gleamed with greed as he swung his palm down. Resembling a hand of splitting lava, its surface adorned with vivid crimson patterns, emanating the scorching heat of molten rock, the air in the canyon instantly boiled. Waves of heat surged forth. This torrent of searing wind, reaching temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, was sufficient to melt both flesh and weaponry. His true form was that of a blazing sunfish thriving in magma, having been transformed into a spirit by the demon ancestor. And after thousands of years of cultivation, he had barely taken on a humanoid shape. Immune to extreme temperatures, he excelled in manipulating magma. Facing a palm far larger than his own, Chu Xiaonan showed no reluctance. He practiced the Jinwu burning world record, also immune to fire energy, and effortlessly countered Yen Zuan's assault with an invincible skill, striking back with a punch to the opponent's chest. Both figures recoiled 3 steps before regaining their footing. Yen Zuan's lifeless eyes fixated on Chu Xiaonan, his expression darkening. It was utterly inconceivable that this diminutive human could match him in physical refinement. Wasn't the human race's weakness their frail bodies? How could he possess such formidable physical strength, rivaling his own? This was intolerable. If he emerged victorious, he would report this situation to the Grand General. That cunning human must have secretly refined the bloodline of the demon race. Come again. After a single clash, Chu Xiaonan grasped Yen Zuan's strength. The latter, a late-stage member of the Shen Tsang realm, could wield peak Shen Tsang power through sheer physicality and his secret treasure. This so-called peak level meant he was virtually invincible among his peers without a unique bloodline or divine body. He was simply not a matched, at least against other late-stage humans. He could easily defeat 3 at once, thus showcasing his prowess. However, regardless of the number, Chu Xiaonan possessed an invincible skill and was no slouch himself. He dared to engage even higher-tier demon races in battle. The two exchanged glances and continued their fierce confrontation. After half an hour, they had nearly sunk the entire canyon, yet the outcome remained undecided. Yin Xuan panted heavily, his body decaying at an accelerated rate, though he remained oblivious, attributing it merely to a decline in stamina. This massive form was rotting, and his soul power was waning. Chu Xiaonan observed keenly. If they continued fighting in this manner, Yin Xuan's strength would diminish to a level manageable by him, and at that point, it would be the demon's demise. Meanwhile, Li Yujian and the two-headed demon flame wolf had already concluded their battle. A pained howl erupted from the two-headed demon flame wolf as the left head was pierced by shining blossom, leaving a gaping black hole in its forehead. With its soul wounded, the beast erupted in fury, revealing its savage nature, launching a desperate counterattack before its demise. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire energy and indiscriminate fireballs. Li Yujian was unscathed, his form gliding gracefully, soaring on his sword, leaving behind a series of afterimages. However, Xian Yuqiu was less fortunate. Caught in the crossfire of the fireballs, he was struck by 2 blasts, severing an arm and leaving half his body numb. Initially intending to engage casually and wait for the others to win before providing aid, he found himself in dire straits. Chapter 58. The Demon Sovereign is dead. Xian Yuqiu felt a deep sense of frustration. The two-headed demon flame wolf was truly wicked and shameless, not even sparing the demon soldiers. However, had he not ventured too far into enemy territory, mistakenly believing he was safe within the fray, he would not have been caught off guard and severely wounded. Truly, it was a matter of timing and fortune. Brotherly, save me! Xian Yuqiu could only hold his ground with one arm while calling out to Li Yujian, who was relatively close. Given his condition, he could not last much longer. Brother Xian, just hold on a moment longer. Hearing the call, Li Yujian sharpened his sword aura further. Though he had gained the upper hand, he did not dare to underestimate the dying beast's counterattack. If this had been hundreds of years ago, he would have unleashed a terrifying strike and rushed to aid Xian Yuqiu. Yet, times had changed. He had long since grown indifferent to the lives of others. Unless it was Feng Bailu or a few close friends with whom he had shared life and death bonds, he would not risk his own safety to save someone else. Damn beast, meet your demise! Li Yujian's attacks grew even more fierce and swift, enveloping the entire battlefield in a tempest of sword energy. Li Master is indeed a clever man. Chu Xiaonan discerned Li Yujian's underlying intentions. Xian Yuqiu's treachery had led Li Yujian to procrastinate during his hour of need, indicating that their relationship was not as close as it appeared. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his own battle. He was facing the most powerful of demon races, and it was perfectly reasonable that he could not lend a hand. Moreover, the bloodthirst in the canyon was exceptionally dense. Those of lower realms would struggle to see clearly. You human ant, you infuriate me! Yin Xuan retreated hundreds of feet, clashed his fists together, and summoned his secret treasure, the lava blood cauldron, using a secret method. This treasure, resembling his palm, was covered in lava fissures. With crimson magma surging within, the wails and curses of vengeful spirits echoing from inside. Scarlet flow flame. Yin Xuan slammed the blood cauldron, causing a raging inferno to erupt, igniting the surrounding blood aura and forming a terrifying high-temperature fire domain. The flames surged like a furious tempest, like a stampede of 1,000 horses. As cracks sounded, the earth began to melt, and the very space seemed to distort. Humph! My scarlet flow flame is capable of melting earth-level artifacts. That brat must surely be reduced to ashes. From within the burning blood aura, Yin Xuan's proud voice resonated. Demon soldiers watched the roaring flames, bursting into laughter. The human powerhouse had been annihilated, undoubtedly reduced to nothing but ashes. Daring to challenge our general, they must accept a tragic end. Those short-sighted fools, bah! Let's quickly deal with that one-armed fellow. His time is running out. Hearing the demon's conversation, Xian Yuqiu's face turned ashen, a mix of shame and anger flooding him. If Chu Xiaonan had perished, how could he and Li Yujian continue their exploration of the secret realm? At that moment, a sword light pierced through the blood mist, cleaving the body of the two-headed demon flame wolf in two. Master Chu! Li Yujian roared in anguish. Though he did not share a deep bond with Chu Xiaonan, he held great admiration for him. Should Chu Xiaonan fall here, he would feel overwhelming guilt. They all think I'm dead? Chu Xiaonan sat cross-legged amidst the sea of flames, his expression peculiar as he stroked his chin on his shoulder. The Jinwu Holy Spirit lazily dozed, passively absorbing the abundant fire energy around. A stream of scarlet flow flame could rival multiple volcanoes worth of fire energy. And combined with the rich blood energy, it was feasting delightfully, on the verge of advancement. Regardless of what happens outside, I shall continue cultivating. Chu Xiaonan closed his eyes, operating the blood refinement 9 techniques to refine the blood aura and replenish himself. For him, the Li Yao secret realm was a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. Though rapid breakthroughs in realm were impossible, his physical strength could still ascend, if he could truly attain the resilience of a demon's body. Facing 4 or 5 enemies of the same realm would be a trivial matter in the future. Not long after, Yin Zuan raised the lava blood cauldron high, retracting the scarlet flow flame. A grin stretching across his face, a formidable foe of the same realm, consumed and absorbed by the lava blood cauldron, would only enhance the power of his secret treasure. It wouldn't be long before he could obtain several delectable blood pills. Meanwhile, the Jinwu Holy Spirit awakened from its slumber, excitedly trembling. "Oh, Master, this place is simply fantastic." It joyfully bounced on Chu Xiaonan's shoulder, happily absorbing the concentrated blood and fire energy, slowly growing in size. Yin Zuan, having stowed away his secret treasure, gazed toward the other 2 battlefields in the distance, his brow slightly furrowing. The pet that had accompanied him for thousands of years had met its end at the hands of a human sword cultivator. This was utterly unacceptable, despite the situation on the other battlefield becoming increasingly dire for the humans. It did nothing to quell the fury surging within him. "Damn human ants, I shall throw you all into the lava blood cauldron and refine you into blood pills." Yin Zuan howled skyward, striding toward the canyon's exit. Upon seeing this, Li Yujian discreetly signaled Xian Yuqiu to retreat, then activated a secret method to escape. The demon sovereign had faltered, and he would not risk his life here. Yin Zuan followed closely behind Li Yujian, pursuing him out of the secret realm. Xian Yuqiu cast a glance at the remaining demon soldiers, seeing their predatory glares, and fear gripped his heart. If this standoff continued, he would surely meet the same fate as the demon sovereign. Even with his life nearing its end, he hoped for a peaceful resolution rather than perishing beneath the chaos of battle. "Flee!" Xian Yuqiu produced a piece of void beast hide, clumsily climbing aboard and slipping into the void, concealing his presence as he chose a path opposite to Li Yujian's retreat, fleeing in a panic. This expedition to the Lingqiu was undoubtedly the greatest blunder of his life, and he regretted it immensely. After a considerable time spent fleeing, Li Yujian descended from the heights, seeking a location with thin malevolent energy to consume a pill and quietly meditate to recover. He had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat, yet lamentably had lost his way amidst the mounds, unable to discern east from west, akin to a headless fly flailing about. "Master Chu, it is I who have brought you harm." After regaining some stamina, Li Yujian sighed deeply. Had he not acquiesced to Xian Yuqiu's request to invite Chu Xiaonan to explore the secret realm, the latter would not have met his unfortunate fate. Now it was too late for regrets. "Fear not, you shall soon meet him." Yin Zuan stood high in the sky, arms crossed, gazing down as if upon a corpse, his tone frigid. The entire mound was under the control of the demon race, and the human race within was merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Even if the human sword immortal were to flee at great speed, he would still be caught. Li Yujian's expression darkened as he summoned his life-bound flying sword, elevating his spirit to its utmost peak, and scoffed. "A mere demonic race, a lineage that ought to have been eradicated long ago, dares to flaunt their power before me. How utterly laughable! The sword immortal lineage has never shied away from slaying foes. Since escape is not an option, he would drag the demonic generals down with him." Yin Zuan merely chuckled coldly. The last human cultivator who spoke to him in such a manner had already been reduced to molten blood in the magma. The fate of the human before him was likewise sealed. He raised the lava blood cauldron, preparing to unleash the crimson flow flame once more to incinerate Li Yujian alive. Boom! A surge of divine fire erupted, casting a scarlet hue across heaven and earth, the intense heat piercing through the pervasive malevolence. Yin Xuan's gaze was fervent, his heart tumultuous. Could it be that his molten blood magma had evolved? Chapter 59. Divine Fire of the Golden Crow Master. This place is rather unpleasant. I do not like it. The Golden Crow sacred spirit sluggishly emerged from the lava blood cauldron, surveying the surroundings. Quickly exit! Chu Xiaonan kicked towards the Golden Crow sacred spirit, sending it out of the treasured cauldron while casually stowing it away. Thanks to the Golden Crow sacred spirit, he had now gained control over this artifact. No matter how inferior the spirit, it surpassed mere tool spirits. Moreover, the lava blood cauldron had only just begun to develop sentience and had yet to manifest a tool spirit, making it inherently subjected to the spiritual pressure of the Golden Crow sacred spirit. Otherwise, a single breath of the Golden Crow's divine fire could reduce it to scrap metal. Li Yujian and Yin Xuan stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape at this dramatic scene. Chu Zongzhu, it appears you have not perished. Li Yujian's eyes glistened with moisture. With Chu Xiaonan unharmed, the weight upon his heart was finally lifted. You? Yin Xuan was far less composed, his gaze frigid, raw killing intent radiating from him. Li Yujian had slain his pet, and Chu Xiaonan had outright seized his treasured artifact. These humans had truly incensed him. He recalled a term often uttered by humans tens of thousands of years ago: overstepping bounds. Now, it could not be more fitting. Overstepping bounds against demons. Return my treasure. Yin Xuan bellowed, sounding as aggrieved as a child who had been robbed of candy. When did the once feeble humans transform into bandits? Treasures are scarce, with each person possessing but one. Such brazen plundering is far worse than murdering parents or humiliating wives and children. Get lost. The Golden Crow sacred spirit rolled its eyes, landing on Chu Xiaonan's shoulder and flapping its wings to send Yin Xuan flying. Utilizing the blood and flame energy from the lava blood cauldron, it had ascended to the divine stage, equivalent to the peak of the soul travel realm in human classification. Should it continue to break through? The energies it required would no longer be blood and flame, but rather pure soul energy and divine fire attributes. However, the myriad of resentful souls swirling around the mounds contained too much grievance to be considered quality soul energy. It was preparing to offer a word of advice to Chu Xiaonan before returning to slumber, when an unsightly demon attempted a sneak attack. Master, allow me to deal with this ugly creature. The Golden Crow sacred spirit leaped into action, unleashing a torrent of crimson golden divine fire that rained down like a lava waterfall, enveloping Yin Xuan. Seeing the divine fire descending from the heavens, Yin Xuan's face changed dramatically. He immediately exerted all his strength to resist, yet the technique he practiced paled in comparison to that of the Golden Crow lineage, and the disparity in realms was vast. Despite his desperate struggles, he was ultimately consumed by the divine fire, reduced to an inconspicuous spark, merging into the surging flames, losing all trace of his existence. Well done! Chu Xiaonan praised the Golden Crow's sacred spirit upon Yin Xuan's demise. Were he to confront Yin Xuan alone, it would have inevitably resulted in a grueling battle of equals, at best exhausting him to death. He flipped his palm, revealing a dark red, grayish blood mass. Wancher blood. Crafted just before entering the divine cavern realm. Now, this Wancher blood had been enriched with the unique blood evil mixed with demonic energy from the Liao secret realm, making it even more potent than before. Now, he intended to add another ingredient. Chu Xiaonan collected a strand of Golden Crow divine fire and infused it into the blood mass, carefully controlling the volatile energies within. Fortunately, he had practiced the Golden Crow's world-burning record. Otherwise, he would have been burned by the divine fire. After a while, the evolved Wancher blood gradually stabilized. Given that it contained a hint of the Golden Crow sacred spirit's divinity, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine object. Even a dragon transformation realm cultivator might suffer severe injury if caught off guard. You returned first. Chu Xiaonan sent the Golden Crow sacred spirit back to the system space, then stepped forward to stand before Li Yujian, cupping his hands and saying, I apologize for causing concern. Master Li, it is good to see you unharmed. Li Yujian nodded slightly. He felt greatly reassured by Chu Xiaonan's strength. Shall we continue exploring the secret realm? Chu Xiaonan inquired. I fear you may laugh at me, but I have lost my way. Li Yujian chuckled awkwardly. clearly not wishing to proceed further. After reaching the divine cavern realm, he had the opportunity to leave the eastern wilderness and venture outside, making it unnecessary to cling to a demon's secret realm. At present, facing a demon of equal rank was still too strenuous for him. Even battling a demonic beast was taxing. Lost? Chu Xiaonan's expression grew serious. He too seemed to be disoriented. Although he had noted the terrain and routes of the mounds upon arrival, with demons still alive, it was impossible for them to return on the same path. The landscape had likely shifted long ago. It seems we cannot retreat at all. Chu Xiaonan surveyed the undulating hills and mounds around them, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. The demons had clearly set a trap. Akin to a Venus flytrap, laying in wait for prey to unwittingly approach, a truly insidious ploy. Alas, I am not particularly accustomed to the malevolence of the mounds, Li Yujian grumbled. His sword leaned towards swiftness rather than heavy might. And he had never trained in sword malevolence. Thus, in this area shrouded in malevolence, he had to expend additional spiritual energy to resist its effects, facing further restrictions. What of Lord Xian? Chu Xiaonan inquired next. Li Yujian shook his head, indicating he did not know. At that moment, both believed Chu Xiaonan had perished. Feeling he could not best Yinzuan, he intended to lead it away to buy time for the injured Xian Yuqiu to escape. In the chaos of fleeing, no one could afford to keep track of the other's direction. Alas, let us first recover our spiritual energy. Chu Xiaonan casually found an open area to sit, reflecting on the considerable gains made during this journey. He needed to solidify his realm and integrate his combat experience. On another front, Xue Wumei, dragging her injured body, cautiously explored the cave, unaware that she had inadvertently stumbled upon another entrance to the Liao secret realm. A trace of malevolence seemed to emanate from within the cave. Xue Wumei's complexion shifted slightly. Under normal circumstances, she could harness this to cultivate, but in her injured state, drawing malevolence into her body could easily lead to a demonic deviation. There should be no one pursuing me now. I shall recuperate here. She found a concealed spot, activating the blood refinement 9 techniques, combining it with medicinal pills to suppress her injuries. Meanwhile, Xin Yun Daoist and Changmei Daoist were not so fortunate. Relying on their considerable strength, they entered the cave and began cultivating using orthodox techniques, only to catch the attention of the Bloodvine avatar that was also cultivating there. Before long, they were ensnared and bound by crimson tendrils. Dragged deep into the cave, their blood essence drained. Thus, two renowned figures of the orthodox sect, Xin Yun Daoist and Changmei Daoist, met their demise. However, the Bloodvine soon detected Xue Wumei. That little girl has quite the physique. She would make an excellent host for my avatar. The Bloodvine felt elated. Throughout the years, she had encountered too few prodigies cultivating demonic techniques. Xue Wumei was a prize too enticing to resist. In no time, Xue Wumei found herself ensnared by the web spun from Bloodvines, silently dragged underground. Perhaps the Bloodvine did not realize that this very decision would drastically alter the trajectory of Xue Wumei's fate. Chapter 60. Demon General Xuegu. After recovering, Chu Xiaonan and Li Yujian retraced their steps, re-entering the Liao secret realm. With Yinzuan's departure, the blood mist that had enveloped the canyon dissipated. The previous fierce battle had left the canyon battered and bruised, fallen rocks and mud blocking the path ahead. Li Yujian gazed at the nearly destroyed valley, a bitter expression on his face. Chu Zongzhu, should we encounter another demon of Yinzuan's caliber, I fear I will be of little assistance. The demon's defenses were too formidable. Even he, a sword immortal of his generation, had to concede that in a realm match, he held no advantage, perhaps only having a slight chance of victory through sneak attacks. Master Li, do not speak in such a disheartened manner. Demons are not without their flaws. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly. Waving his sleeve to clear the debris, moving forward, they found themselves at the demon army's encampment, where dilapidated stone huts lay thick with dust. Yet the demon soldiers seemed oblivious, still chatting and laughing. At the forefront of the encampment stood a collapsed general's tent. A few paces away, a slender figure in a red dress sat on a swing made of vines and blood vines, gazing down with an air of authority. She possessed an exquisite visage, her dark hair braided, a curvaceous figure, and a pair of crimson eyes that gleamed like sparkling rubies, her lashes long and alluring. Yet, the two curved horns protruding from her hair clearly indicated her identity. As Chu Xiaonan glanced over, Xuegu lifted her chin, a slight smile playing on her lips, as if she had been anticipating his arrival all along. 7-kill demon sect Chu Xiaonan, in truth, you and my demon race share certain ties. Chu Xiaonan furrowed his brow. He did not recall any connection with the demon race, pondering the intent of this demon general. Liu Jian stroked his beard, maintaining a serious demeanor, refraining from speaking hastily in terms of sect lineage. It was indeed plausible that Chu Xiaonan had ties to the demon race, yet he trusted his character. Shuegu lightly raised her arm, sending tendrils of blood to dance freely, binding the demon soldiers above them, transforming them into puppets. Sky wounding in puppet technique. Liu Jian involuntarily exclaimed. This technique was not part of the core inheritance of the 7-kill demon sect. How could it fall into the hands of the demon race? Could it be that the lineage of the demon sovereign truly had connections with the demon race? Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly, raising his palm in response. Dozens, if not hundreds, of bloodlines descended upon the demonic army, compelling them to turn their weapons against their comrades. He was acutely aware of his disconnection from the demon clan. Despite the sect's legacy being intertwined with them, what did it matter to him? Had he not already severed ties with the 7-kill demon sect? General of the demon clan, should you wish to serve as this one's maid, I can offer you a path to survival. Chu Xiaonan proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Among the gathered, nearly every demon radiated an aura of death, yet one woman in a crimson dress stood apart. Seemingly untouched by decay, her delicate figure betraying no signs of rot. However, her cultivation at the initial stage of the dragon transformation realm clearly indicated she was not the commander of this place, which was indeed peculiar. You possess great audacity, but I must decline. Shuegu, seated upon a swing, smiled with a hint of mischief. With a flick of her slender hand, she unleashed the heavenly injury-in puppet technique, causing a vast expanse of daughter vines to surge forth, transforming the land into a crimson sea that avoided the demon soldiers, spiraling towards Chu Zihaona. Li Yojian's expression grew stern as he unsheathed his sword, severing the encroaching tide of red, yet the daughter vines were relentless, emerging anew from the earth, growing ever more resilient despite countless annihilations. Can you bear the cost of refusal? Chu Xiaonan flicked his fingers, igniting the bloodlines with golden flames. The Golden Crow Divine Fire. Having forged a blood pact with the Golden Crow Sacred Spirit and practiced the Golden Crow World Burning Record, he now commanded the divine flames with ease. The demon soldiers he controlled were instantly engulfed in flames, their already decayed bodies unable to withstand the inferno. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen or so demon soldiers exploded first, and those nearby were ignited by the splattered divine fire. Collapsing in agony, their cries haunting the air, the demon camp was instantly transformed into a raging sea of flames. Even Shuegu's desperate attempts to intervene proved futile, for she ultimately realized that the golden flames were beyond her capacity to extinguish. Chu Xiaonan, cease at once, or I shall slay your fiancé. Shuegu, fraught with anxiety, her face a mask of sorrow and fury, threatened. Chu Xiaonan muttered to himself, contemplating the formidable heart that dwarfed him by hundreds of times. Pondering its transport. Ding! The host has acquired the heart of the ancient demon, gaining the extraordinary talent of immortality. Just as Chu Xiaonan found himself in an awkward predicament, the system autonomously collected the sealed heart of the ancient demon. Meanwhile, the Li Yao secret realm began to collapse. Master Chu, we must depart. Liu Jian called out anxiously from above the chasm, fearful that they would be buried within. I'm coming. Chu Xiaonan shattered the colossal rock descending from above with a punch. Stepping into the air and soaring out of the chasm, the two evaded the falling debris, swiftly fleeing the secret realm. As the realm crumbled, the air over the entire burial mound seemed to grow even murkier. Yet the malevolent aura appeared significantly diluted, revealing previously obscured terrain that was close. I nearly met my end here, Liu Jian remarked, glancing back at the collapsing secret realm with lingering trepidation. Chu Xiaonan also sighed, reflecting on how one could never anticipate the presence of a long-extinct demonic army within. We should be able to leave safely this time, right? Liu Jian said with a wry smile. When Chu Xiaonan entered the underground, he had seized some weapons and a spatial bag, gathering what little spoils he could. Though the anticipated treasures of the realm remained elusive, I wonder how Lord Xian is faring. Chu Xiaonan gazed into the distance, aware that locating anyone in the burial mound would not be easy. Although Li Yao and the others had been eradicated, other areas might harbor dangers even greater than what they had faced. Let us wait here for 3 days. If Brother Xian does not appear by then, we shall depart. Li Yujian suggested after a moment of contemplation. 3 days of grace would be a fair compromise. Agreed. Chu Xiaonan nodded in acquiescence. Just as they reached an agreement and prepared to rest, a bone spike suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing Chu Xiaonan's chest. Master Chu? Li Yujian was taken aback by the sudden attack, instantly unleashing a torrent of sword energy toward the earth, shattering the surface. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy struck below, colliding with something hard, sending shards flying and igniting countless sparks. Show yourself, you coward! Li Yujian severed the bone spike that had impaled Chu Xiaonan, shielding him. Moreover, this journey has yielded bountiful rewards. He has even prepared the blood energy and malevolent aura necessary for his cultivation for a considerable duration into the future. Why heartfelt thanks. Li Yujian responded courteously, clasping his hands, as he stored away the damaged white jade coffin, his face aglow with excitement. Subsequently, the two of them set up a formation and sat down to meditate. For 3 consecutive days, Xian Yuqiu had yet to return and reunite with them, and this matter could only be left unresolved. They could not afford to wait indefinitely, as each had their own affairs to attend to. Why are there so many newcomers in the city? Upon returning to Tonggu City, Li Yujian immediately sensed something amiss. Chu Xiaonan remained undisturbed in the south, poised to inquire a passerby when, unexpectedly, a young girl suddenly emerged from the shadows. Master, the Wanjian sect is in turmoil. Yining spoke urgently. What has transpired? Li Yujian's expression shifted slightly. As a supreme elder, he was naturally concerned for the sect. After your departure, the Wanjian sect was attacked by the Qing sect, and Sister Feng was captured while covering our retreat. Yin recounted the events truthfully. In a moment of panic, Li Yujian summoned his life-bound flying sword and hastened towards the Wanjian sect. Should the sect be annihilated, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Chu Xiaonan also took Yin aloft, intending to lend Li Yujian a hand, but noticed that the girl seemed hesitant, a look of indecision upon her face. Is there more to this matter? Speak. He gently tousled Yin's hair, reassuring her. I am not one to shy away from troubles or enemies, master. The Qing sect has allied with various factions to exert pressure on the Wanjian sect, intending to capture me. Yin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head in distress. That grand banquet. Some had coveted my gu arts. Yuan Mao incited the crowd, and as Li Yujian and the demon lord entered Lingqiu, it was a perilous venture, leading various sects to launch an assault on the Wanjian sect under the pretext of apprehending the demonists for colluding with the demon path. Whether there were elements of personal vendetta intertwined is difficult to ascertain. The Wanjian sect suffers an undeserved calamity because of me. A bunch of foolish clowns courting their own demise should not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chu Xiaonan's eyes were cold as he retrieved a sound transmission jade. Contacting Feng Luchuan. Demon Lord, what are your orders? Feng Liuchuan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Currently, the royal family of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom was bound to the Demon Lord in a shared fate, with no option but to walk this treacherous path together. The crux of the matter was that the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom was bereft of talents, and she was unfamiliar with any stronger cultivators. Leaving her with no alternatives, gather the cultivators of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom to launch an assault on the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Those who refuse the summons shall face my personal wrath and annihilation of their lineage. Chuanyuan shall immediately issue the summons. Furthermore, instruct the owner of the Meixiang Tower to notify the Yin Gang of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, the Quan Gang, and the various factions of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, to eradicate those sects that dare to strike at the Wanjian sect. Feng Luchuan was thoroughly astonished by Chu Xiaonan's astonishing decree. This was tantamount to waging a war of extermination. Ever since the Meixiang Tower allied with the royal family of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, intelligence had been flowing into her hands ceaselessly, and she was acutely aware that numerous sects had taken action against the Wanjian sect. Should they all be obliterated, the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom's cultivation realm would undoubtedly be gravely weakened. Chuanyuan promptly set about issuing the orders. Even with Feng Liuchuan's boldness, she considered Chu Xiaonan's actions excessively shocking to the world. Truly, the Demon Lord left a trail of bloodshed in his wake wherever he went. However, it is such individuals that are worthy of her allegiance. Tio be able to go to such lengths for his disciples, he would certainly stand by her in the future. Summon the owner of the Shao Tower. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. After concluding the communication, Feng Luchuan wasted no time and immediately instructed her subordinates to summon Xiao Meyer. Master, I believe you could single-handedly eliminate them without mobilizing such a vast force. Yin gasped in astonishment. Mobilizing so many factions, by the time they arrive, wouldn't it be swifter for you to act personally? My reputation is not particularly stellar. I must find others to bolster my prestige. Chu Xiaonan declared with righteous fervor. The Qing sect masquerades as allies of the Wanjian sect while ruthlessly attacking the latter. He was not afraid of those cultivation factions, but annihilating them would only add to his own sins. It would be wiser to dispatch forces to eradicate them, transforming personal vendettas into a national conflict, where the victor could gain a portion of the nation's fortune. Of course, he also intended to test the waters. Since he would eventually target the eastern wilderness, it would be prudent to clarify friend from foe now. Those factions that do not support him, as long as they are compliant, he could spare. Yet those who dared to extend their claws towards his companions must be eradicated without mercy. Yin nodded slightly, acknowledging that her master's method of bolstering prestige was indeed unique. She had learned something valuable. Upon their arrival at the Wanjian sect, Li Yujian stood before the shattered mountain gate and the countless corpses strewn across the landscape, lost in a daze. He never anticipated that even after breaking into the divine concealment realm, he could not preserve the sect. Master Jian, this time the Wanjian sect has suffered due to my reputation. Do not hesitate to request whatever you need. Chu Xiaonan clasped his fists, not intending to conceal anything. The past could only be remedied to the best of their abilities. It is still these years. Our Wanjian sect has outwardly appeared overly benevolent, giving others an opportunity to exploit. Liu Jian shook his head, stating that under normal circumstances, which sect would dare to harbor ill intentions towards the Wanjian sect? The Qing sect's mere words could incite them to gather and attack the Wanjian sect. It seems they have long been coveting the Wanjian sect, nurturing thoughts that should not exist. Bai Lu is a promising junior I have high hopes for. I implore Sect Master Chu to assist in rescuing her. Li Youjian's heart was in turmoil. The journey to Lingqiu had cost him the entire sect. At this moment, he could only feign calmness, suppressing the anger that surged within him. I shall do my utmost. Chu Xiaonan nodded, then affectionately patted Yin's head, urging her. Do not hold back. Use your gu arts to locate all the sects that have been to the Wanjian sect. Yin pouted, raising her arm as 5 or 6 gu insects, under her nurturing, multiplied into hundreds, flying off in formation to various locations within the Wanjian sect. The seeking hidden gu can search for all things. Chapter 64. Rescuing people in the Eastern Xiu Divine Kingdom, the royal capital. Within a bustling tavern, the monarch Xian Wuji and the Qing sect's leader Fu Su raised their cups in joyous revelry. Brother Xian, after so many years of waiting, I congratulate you on finally achieving your long-desired goal today, Fu Su proclaimed, drinking deeply. With the annihilation of the Wanjian sect, the Eastern Xiu Divine Kingdom shall become the domain of the Qing sect. Had it not been for Xian Wuji's infatuation with Feng Bailu for many years, persistently unfulfilled, the ancestor would not have seized the opportunity to rally the various cultivation factions to obliterate the Wanjian sect. This operation was largely facilitated by Xian Wuji's tacit approval. Moreover, Feng Bailu had been secretly brought into the imperial palace, awaiting the opportune moment for her to be enjoyed. The expulsion of the Qing sect back then was truly a matter of necessity. I hope we can maintain a long-standing cooperation. Xian Wuji, too, was in high spirits, raising his cup in celebration. Feng Bailu had always prioritized her sect, rejecting his advances. Now that the Wanjian sect had perished, she would surely remain by his side obediently. That is agreeable. A glint of cold light flickered in Fu Su's eyes. With the Wanjian sect's destruction, the Qing sect would lack competitors and soon dominate the Eastern Xiu Divine Kingdom. As the two clinked their cups, Chu Xiaonan and the others had quietly entered the imperial palace, halting before an artificial mountain. Miss Yin, are you certain Bai Lu is here? Li Youjian's voice trembled. Filled with apprehension, the former monarch Xian Yuqiu had taken him to Lingqiu, after which the Wanjian sect faced retribution from the Qing sect. To assert that there was no collusion between the royal family and the Qing sect would be hard to believe. At most, the monarch had changed. Why linger on this? Chu Xiaonan struck his palm against the stone door of a secret chamber, shattering it as he ventured inside alone. Who dares? 4 dark guards stationed there immediately launched an attack. But they were no match for Chu Xiaonan, who swiftly incapacitated them. I shall inquire. Has the Wanjian sect's leader Feng Bailu been captured and brought here? Chu Xiaonan seized one guard and demanded. Dare to invade the royal family's secret passage, and you are doomed. The dark guard laughed heartily, only to suddenly bleed from all 7 orifices, collapsing lifelessly. The other 3 guards exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to take their own lives. However, Chu Jia the White Heron, Feng Bailu, felt immensely fortunate to have escaped calamity, his eyes reddening with emotion. Observing the 2 individuals leaning on each other, Yinin was moved and gently tugged at Chu Xiaonan's sleeve. Softly inquiring, Master, if I were to meet with an unfortunate fate, would you shed tears for me? No, Chu Xiaonan retorted with a cold smile, lifting Yinin's ear with a hand. With me around, what calamity could befall you? He then added, You have reminded me. To prevent any mishaps, I shall diligently supervise your cultivation from now on. Yinin's small face contorted in dismay as she leaned into Chu Xiaonan's embrace, inhaling his scent contentedly. Her lips curving into a slight smile. Stand aside. Men and women should maintain their distance. Do not always seek to take advantage of me. Chu Xiaonan flicked his finger, sending her 3 paces away. Yinin pouted, her claws raised in a mock threat. Humph, master, just you wait. Once my strength surpasses yours, I'll carry you back to the village. I shall await that day. Chu Xiaonan chuckled, knowing his disciple harbored little chance of success. Feng Zhengzhu, might we discuss which sects are en route to Wukashan? Chu Xiaonan shifted the conversation. The inquiry regarding the annihilation of the Wanjian sect was not merely a matter for one sect. It involved him as well. According to the intentions of those sects, they aimed to assault Wukashan due to Li Yujian's connections with him. In other words, it was his enemies seeking vengeance upon the Wanjian sect. Feng Bailu nodded slightly, recalling the events of that day, revealing, the sects I observed included Qingjiao, Haimazong, Wangxiangxing, and Zuyumen. She enumerated over 10 sects in one breath. So many forces attacking Wukashan together. Even though the Wanjian sect was formidable, it would be akin to facing 4 hands with a single fist. Many elders and disciples from various sects were slaughtered under her watch, yet she was detained by the Qingjiao sect's Zhu Fu, later ambushed by Yuan Mu, leading to her severe injury and capture. TSK, turns out they are all nefarious characters. Chu Xiaonan clenched his fists, mentally noting these sects, and remarked, Li Jianzhong, you may escort Feng Zhengzhu back to the sect and await my further instructions. There is no need for such formality, Chu Zhengzhu. The elder ghost is dead. My sword shall suffice to eliminate the wicked, Li Yujian declared. Intent on exacting his Xian Wuji observed the troubled expression on his face and casually inquired. Brother Fu, what seems to be the matter? Are you preoccupied with something? Fu Su shot him a glance, quickly rose to his feet, and clasped his hands towards Chu Xiaonan, exclaiming, Mr. Demon Lord, it is truly a fortunate encounter to meet you once again. A wise man does not invite trouble upon himself. Surely the Demon Lord would not resort to striking someone who brings laughter to it. Should not come to that. What? The Demon Lord? The smile on Xian Wuji's face abruptly stiffened. Did Fu Su not claim that the ancestor Yuanmo would ensure that Chu Xiaonan and Li Yujian remained in Lingqiu? How could he dare to scheme against the sword-seeking sect and lay claim to Feng Bailu? This foolishness from the Qingjiao sect was leading him to his doom. A fortunate encounter is hardly the case, for you are not worthy. Chu Xiaonan moved a finger, and in an instant, Fu Su's body stiffened. Compelled to approach him against his will, the heavenly injury in puppet technique, when used against a cultivator of a significantly lower realm, was almost effortless. Chu Xiaonan raised his hand and pressed it against Fu Su's forehead, directly initiating a soul search. The Qingjiao sect, like a centipede, remained alive despite its wounds, primarily due to its widespread and deeply hidden members. Prior to entering Lingqiu, he had proposed to eradicate this evil cult, yet both Li Yujian and Xian Yuqiu had opposed him, resulting in the sword-seeking sect being plundered. It is evident that there are many cautious figures in the cultivation world. Being overly wary only brings harm to oneself. Thus, he would not hold back this time. The Qingjiao sect must perish. He could not forgive the lethal blow he suffered from Yuanmo's ambush. Fu Su convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, emitting a series of hoarse growls. With froth spewing from his mouth, a truly pitiful sight. Despite being a well-known sect leader before Chu Xiaonan, he was akin to a helpless chick, utterly defenseless to, oh, how intriguing. After organizing the information obtained from the soul search, Chu Xiaonan revealed a cryptic smile.it appeared that the royal family of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, while publicly calling for the eradication of the Qingjiao sect, had secretly maintained a tenuous connection with them. Many matters inconvenient for the royal family were handled discreetly by the Qingjiao sect. Truly, they were the former state religion, making it difficult for the royal family to let go. However, when all was said and done, the royal family had merely turned a blind eye to the destruction of the sword-seeking sect and had not actively participated. Moreover, he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. The monarch Xian Wuji had been infatuated with Feng Bailu for many years. Having been unable to obtain her, he resorted to such desperate measures, thereby betraying the sword-seeking sect. Using your old monarch to remove my presence alongside Master Li, you have overstepped your bounds. Chu Xiaonan coldly warned, departing with the soul-injured Fu Su. Cold sweat trickled down Xian Wuji's brow as he stood speechless, mouth agape. His calculations had gone awry. Both the demon lord and the elder of the sword-seeking sect had survived, while the ancestor of the Qingjiao sect had met an unexpected fate. This time, he had been thoroughly deceived by the Qingjiao sect. Before a cultivator in the divine concealment realm, his schemes appeared utterly laughable. The royal family would likely soon face a great calamity. Upon leaving the tavern, Chu Xiaonan, without a word, casually tossed Fu Su to Yin, smiling. A peak Dao Xin expert. Refining him into a corpse puppet is quite suitable. It is a fitting use of resources. Thank you, master. Yin replied, a hint of a smile on her lips as she directed the insects into Fu Su's body, siphoning away his vitality and exerting control over him. Although she could not yet harness Fu Su's full power, with time spent in refinement, the sect leader of the Qingjiao would surely ascend to prominence once more. Chu Xiaonan smiled slightly and remarked, focus on your cultivation. It won't be long before I must depart from the eastern wilderness. If you remain merely in the Kaiyuan realm, that will not suffice. Upon exiting the eastern wilderness, one must at least attain the Daoxian realm to ensure their safety. Otherwise, they would only invite suffering upon themselves, though. Yin responded nonchalantly, her greatest concern not being her realm, but rather her bloodline. The seals shrouding the eastern wilderness exerted a stronger restraining effect on bloodlines outside of the Dongyi people. Otherwise, cultivators from various factions of the eastern desert divine kingdom would have long since retreated. Meanwhile, a mysterious elder clad in black with purple hair appeared beside Fu Su, employing an unusual gait. Ahaha, little Fu, where's your master? I visited Yin Ziju the day before yesterday and found several charming young ladies. I accidentally drank too much and slept until this afternoon. Smell the fragrance on me. It's the scent of those lovely ladies, I swear. He continued, by the way, your master mentioned the ambush on Liu Jian. He hasn't done it yet, right? He's just too impatient. After considering it, I decided not to get involved. The Xian Kong old demon, belching, threw an arm around Fu Su's shoulder and laughed foolishly. Yuanmo had requested his intervention, but the compensation offered was insufficient. What use was merely painting a grand picture? After being hidden away for hundreds of years, re-emerging into the world also carried risks. If he were to lose against his opponent and earn their enmity, how would he continue to live a carefree life? Xian Kong, so you had such a scheme, and you dare boast about it before me. Chu Xiaonan turned with a smile, speaking calmly. The Xian Kong old demon, still dazed, glanced at Chu Xiaonan, thinking, which ungrateful junior is putting on airs before me? Claiming to be this one? If it came down to a confrontation, he would slap him into a hefty mess. Upon recognizing Chu Xiaonan's features, he shuddered, suddenly sobering up, feeling a chill running down his spine. He had not sensed any danger earlier. How could the demon lord be here? Oh right, this fellow had previously disguised himself as being at the peak of the Daoxian realm. He had approached without careful scrutiny. It was over. The situation had been revealed, and it was his own mouth that had betrayed him. All of this was Fu Su's fault for not giving him a heads up. Oh dear, this lad is already cold. So it was the demon lord. How fortunate, he stammered, awkwardly laughing. He realized he could not see through the demon lord's realm. Engaging in battle would only lead to his own loss. The crucial question was how to make an exit without it seeming abrupt. Yuanmo had already met his demise at his hands in Lingqiu. What was his plan? Chu Xiaonan concealed a myriad of magical threads in his hand, preparing for a potential confrontation. A covetous figure in the divine concealment realm was always a latent threat. Since they had crossed paths, he would not let them slip away easily. I only seek to live freely and joyfully. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delayed my arrival until this afternoon. I have no desire to fight you. The Xian Kong old demon declared, preparing to leave. All cultivators in the divine concealment realm would soften upon meeting. Would that not make him appear weak? If he truly lost, he would at most admit to being a coward. Heh, you all have designs on me. Do you think my temper is as gentle as you presume? Chu Xiaonan retorted, flicking his wrist to unleash the myriad magical threads. The Xian Kong old demon's expression darkened, and he braced himself. Demon Lord, others may fear you, but I am no coward. Today, I declare, there is no money to be had, nor will I part with my life. What do you intend to do? Chapter 67. Go beat that kid up. Chu Xiaonan cast a cold glance, a mocking expression on his face. The Xian Kong old demon was just a cooked duck refusing to yield. If he was unafraid, why was he hastily trying to leave? Allow me to ask you, do you have any accomplices? Chu Xiaonan folded his paper fan and inquired with a smile, Demon Lord. I have 18 brothers, each one in the divine concealment realm. Haha, are you scared now? The Xian Kong old demon boasted, thumping his chest and laughing heartily. It was good that the Demon Lord was cautious, as that meant he could make his escape without worry. He had heard tales of a cult leader in the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, merely at the late Dao Xin realm, who called himself the Demon Lord. He had scoffed at those tales, never expecting to encounter the real deal today. This was no late Dao Xin realm figure. This was clearly a late divine concealment realm expert, with considerable potential. Rumors could mislead, and the whispers of the Jianghu were not to be trusted. Keep laughing, and I shall slap you dead with a single blow. Do you believe it? Chu Xiaonan clenched his fist, blood fiends swirling around him, as if a demon god had awakened from slumber. His expedition to Lingqiu had yielded many gains, and he had developed new ideas for cultivating divine concealment techniques. He intended to create a prison-like magical cube based on the 1,000 threads of demon weaving, trapping the heavens and binding the earth. Additionally, the demon goddess heaven-splitting palm had been enhanced by blood fiends, surpassing its previous prowess. Whether it could severely injure a divine concealment realm cultivator remained to be seen. The Xian Kong old demon quickly dismissed his earlier hopes, growing increasingly serious. One should not touch the tail of a tiger. He could not let the Demon Lord misunderstand and truly strike him. In truth, his divine concealment realm was somewhat hollow. After all these years of indulgence, he had little time for cultivation, and with limited resources, he could barely hold his own against an early divine concealment opponent, let alone a stronger one. Demon Lord, I have not provoked you. Why are you making things difficult for me? The Xian Kong old demon expressed his grievances. Yuan Mo had merely sought to discuss the spoils of an ambush. He had not participated. This matter cannot be overlooked, can it? How about this? You go teach that kid a lesson, and I shall let you off. Chu Xiaonan pointed at Xian Wuji, who had just stealthily emerged from the tavern. Evil men have their own reckoning. This kid has done wrong, and he cannot be allowed to rest easy. The Xian Kong old demon flicked his purple hair and eagerly rushed forward. As long as he could rid himself of the Demon Lord, he would be willing to slaughter the royal family of the Eastern Hill. Xian Wuji, wasn't the Demon Lord not intending to move against him? What was happening? Boldly, protect. Just as Xian Wuji prepared his defense, dozens of imperial guards surged forth from all directions, but before they could utter a word, they were sent sprawling, vomiting blood from the overwhelming aura unleashed by the Xian Kong old demon. The gap between him and Chu Xiaonan was vast, but these guards were even weaker, not even a match for him. Smack! Just as Xian Wuji readied himself for defense, he received a hefty slap from the Xian Kong old demon, crashing to the ground. Other divine kingdoms had their protectors, but he, indecisive and with ill intentions, had provoked the Demon Lord's ire. Could he afford the consequences? Clutching his swollen cheek, Xian Wuji felt a mix of frustration and desire to weep. Ask your conscience, which I saw me provoke the Demon Lord? As for the destruction of the sword-seeking sect, I merely chose to remain uninvolved. With a fierce glare, Xian Kong Laomo exclaimed, What are you staring at? Back in the day, when I dealt with your father, you were still busy playing with mud. I wasn't glaring. Xian Wuji's eyes flitted nervously, cowering under the oppressive aura of the divine concealment realm like a pitiful puppy shielding its head. Still trying to talk back? Let me see if I can't beat some sense into you. Xian Kong Lao Imo unleashed a barrage of strikes, pummeling Xian Wuji until he resembled a mere shadow of himself. Master Demon, I trust I've been accommodating enough, he remarked. This brat deserves a good thrashing, and if you're dissatisfied, I can take up residence in the palace and administer a daily beating. The royal harem can't possibly compare to a brothel, right? Those concubines must certainly know how to have fun. Ahem, do as you please. Chu Xiaonin's lips twitched slightly as he pondered whether youthful women truly possessed the greatest allure. He discreetly glanced at his composed disciple, suddenly recalling his long-lost fiancée. He wondered if Xue Wumei was still alive. Well, the mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. We shall meet again in the martial world. Xian Kong Lao Imo offered a slight bow, hoisting Xian Wuji as he hastened towards the imperial palace. Thanks to the demon lord's reminder, he had finally conceived the idea of exploiting the palace. Having encountered such an opportunity, why not seize the moment? Alas! Chu Xiaonin observed the old demon's impatient demeanor and shook his head with a smile. It seemed his days of indulgence were numbered. Once the righteous sects of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom learned of the royal family's collusion with the Qingjiao, chaos would surely ensue. However, that was no longer a concern for him. Master, shall we proceed to eradicate the Qingjiao? Yin inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Qingjiao had taken the lead in annihilating the Wanjian sect, and had it not been for Feng Bailu's cover, she might have met her demise. This vendetta must be avenged, no rush. Don't you wish to learn the heavenly wounding in puppet technique from me? Let us find an inn, and I shall teach you. Chu Xiaonin chuckled, recognizing that patience was required for now. He wished to observe the extent of the gathered force's capabilities. Yin nodded excitedly, eager for her master to impart his knowledge. Hurry, then, the scene shifted. 2 days later, amidst the ruins of the exiled Sin City, Shui Yambing and Zhao Zongxing arrived at an underground palace, weary from their travels. During the fall of the exiled Sin City, a few fish had slipped through the net. Escaping via the teleportation array located within this very palace, it was precisely for this reason that Shui Yambing, who had pursued them, uncovered its secrets. The teleportation array was unidirectional, leading directly to the convergence of the 3 divine kingdoms, Dongshui, Dongyao, and Dongqiu, known as the Valley of Death. Entering the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom from the Valley of Death would save them considerable time. Senior Zhao, let us proceed. The two stepped into the teleportation array and, in an instant, arrived in the Valley of Death. After several twists and turns, they reached their destination days ahead of other factions. Young master, which faction do you intend to strike? After a few days of reconnaissance, Zhao Zongxing discovered that the cultivation prowess of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom sects surpassed that of Dong Shui Divine Kingdom, causing him to hesitate. I have heard that the Qingjiao engages in heinous acts, earning the ire of the masses. We shall target this faction, Shui Yambing declared resolutely. Even the esteemed master of the demon path does not exhibit such arrogance. Let us practice on the Qingjiao. Young master, please think this through, Zhao Zongxing implored, his face a mask of worry. He had learned that even a mere protector of the Qingjiao was on par with him in strength, and all 4 of their elders possessed Dao profound cultivation. Such a formidable sect was not one they could provoke. Even the demon lord would struggle to confront them directly, wouldn't he? It's of no concern. As long as we eradicate them without leaving a trace, who will know we attacked the Qingjiao? Shui Yambing dismissed his worries. Besides, in just a few days, the forces summoned by my master will arrive. And then the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom will be in chaos. What is the Qingjiao in comparison? Chapter 68. Xian Wuji seeks help in the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, Azhou City. Shui Yambing took advantage of the cover of night to stealthily approach the Qingjiao's hidden stronghold within the city. Centered around the stronghold, he set up array flags 10 miles out. The formation he employed was the 8 Directions Profound Evil Array, a genuine heavenly grade formation, equivalent in level to the blood-refining Great Array he had used for the Ji family. Once the preparations were complete, he activated the array. That night, the surrounding area of 10 miles was filled with the wailing of spirits, devoid of life, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Within the 8 Directions Profound Evil Array, the environment mirrored that of Ling Qiu, with no one escaping unscathed. All turned to brittle bones. Alas, Such underhanded tactics are not the righteous way. Next time, I shall request something far more formidable from my master and confront my enemies openly. Shui Yanbing felt a growing disdain for ambushes as they conflicted with the tenets of his training in the Golden Crow burning world record. Once or twice was acceptable, but repeated occurrences began to erode his resolve. Zhao Zongxing remained hidden in the background, silently guarding. The duo worked in perfect harmony, swiftly gathering their spoils before making their escape. Fortunately, this division lacked any Dao Profound experts. Otherwise, relying solely on the 8 directions Profound Evil Array may not have sufficed to restrain them. As they counted their gains, Zhao Zongxing diligently conducted a post-battle analysis. This had become a habit for the two of them, as their combined strength was not particularly formidable, while their ambushed opponents were often from prominent families. Conducting a battle summary allowed them to effectively capitalize on their strengths and mitigate their weaknesses, providing valuable insights for future endeavors. Senior Zhao, your words are wise. Once we finish tallying, let us head to the Wanbao Pavilion to exchange for items capable of slaying Dao Profound cultivators. Shui Yanbing agreed without dispute. This assault had specifically targeted the Qing Jiao's division in Aizhou City, knowing it lacked a Dao Profound elder. Otherwise, he would have had to pay a hefty price to escape. Meanwhile, news of the Qing Jiao's annihilation in Aizhou spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the sects and martial artists across various states. This style, has that fellow also arrived? Chu Zhaonan, situated in the imperial capital of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, found it easiest to gather intelligence. Only Shui Yanbing and Zhao Zongxing, with their penchant for stealthy annihilation, could quietly obliterate a division of the Qing Jiao. So my senior brother is so formidable. Yining suddenly felt a pang of self-doubt, realizing she could not handle the elimination of a Qing Jiao division with such efficiency. If they were to meet, would there truly be an opportunity for her to place a curse on her senior brother? Not long after, the Empress, Feng Luchuan, received a secret letter while on the march. As she opened the scroll and quickly scanned its contents, her expression darkened upon realizing someone had gotten ahead of her. This significantly diminished the purpose of her journey. She hastened her advance, determined to first eradicate the Black Demon sect before directly targeting the Qing Jiao's division in Wuqing. Feng Luchuan urgently issued military orders. The Demon Lord had summoned many factions, and if she arrived late, she would be left with nothing but scraps, let alone any chance of taking credit. Her motivation for leading the troops into battle was to demonstrate her loyalty and strengthen her bond with the Demon Lord. Yes, the Heavenly Guard attendants each took out talismans, casting the clear wind charm on the warhorses to enhance their speed by 30%. Just as the orders were given, the leaders of the Yin Gang and the Quan Gang received communications from the Meixiang building, one after the other. Accelerate, stop dawdling, full speed ahead, Menka shouted, whipping his steed, urging them on. Initially, the Yin Gang had an advantage due to their fiery steeds, considering whether to assess the situation before deciding how to engage. Now, however, with reports of significant victories, they feared that if they delayed, they would miss the opportunity altogether, which would surely be noted in the Demon Lord's records. Meanwhile, on the Quan Gang side, Fan Yin, who had just caught a fish and intended to grill it, was urgently handed the secret letter by his deputy. Everyone, perk up. A faction has already obliterated a division of the Qing Jiao. We must not fall behind. As Fan Yin stood, his excitement caused his ample flesh to jiggle. Forget the grilled fish. If the credit is snatched away by others, we might as well go home and rest. Hurry, let us take the water route from Gu City straight to the Qing Jiao headquarters. At the same time, Axa led thousands of corpse soldiers, stone giants, and countless beasts, traversing mountains and valleys, launching an incursion into the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, whether we can establish a foothold in the Eastern Wilderness hinges on this battle. So do not bring shame to our holy maiden. Axa gazed longingly at the grand and ancient cities of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, his excitement palpable. The grand cities were majestic and timeless. And the maidens here were enchanting and graceful, his dreamland. Rest assured, great lord. The nearest sect to us is the Wuxiang sect, less than 30 miles away. Watch as we claim the head of their sect master. The rejuvenated leaders of the Hui Gang and Shi Gang pounded their chests, vowing to bring their heads if they failed. The Hu Gang lacked for gold, silver, and cultivation techniques, but their supplies were scarce. Capturing a sect would surely yield substantial profits, allowing them to bring back fresh goods for the tribe's elders and children. As long as everyone is confident. Axa accepted the long sword handed to him by his subordinate, pointing it skyward. "Brothers, we have been summoned by the demon lord for this expedition. We must not harm innocent civilians, but we must eliminate the thorns in our master's eyes. Charge! Charge! Charge!" The various factions crossed their arms over their chests in salute. This was the first battle since the fall of the original royal family of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, and it must be fought with vigor. "Onward!" Axa shouted, and the crowd surged forth like a torrential wave. Rushing toward the Wuxiang sect, it is likely that Shui Yanbing would never have imagined that his casual ambush would provoke the previously hesitant factions to rush headlong into the fray. At this moment, Xian Wuji received reports of invasions from various regions, leaving him in despair. What had gone awry? Why were the cultivation factions within the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom facing such devastating blows? Was it all because of the Wanjian sect? He suddenly realized that his tacit approval of the Qingjiao's annihilation of the Wanjian sect was perhaps the gravest error of his life. Perhaps as a result of this campaign, the very ruler of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom would be replaced. "Humph, you wish for me to abdicate. You, a mere demon lord, are hardly worthy." Xian Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly, retreating to a secret chamber to retrieve a jade talisman. If Chu Xiaonan were present, he would surely recognize this as the very token bestowed upon him by the leader of the Yin Gang, granting access to the lair of the infernal fire sovereign. Xian Wuji gazed at the jade talisman, lost in thought for a moment, before silently reciting an incantation to activate the array within it. In the days of yore, the infernal fire sovereign divided the eastern wilds into 6 territories, bestowing them upon his 6 disciples, each receiving a jade talisman as a key to his sanctuary. Naturally, this talisman also possessed the most rudimentary function, communication. As long as one knows the secret incantation to activate the array, they could summon aid from the other sovereigns. Now, with the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom in turmoil, on the brink of collapse and potential usurpation, Xian Wuji intended to seek assistance from the other 5 divine nations. At the very least, he aimed to preserve his throne before contemplating further actions. Chapter 69. Reactions from all sides. The infernal fire sovereign lived for nearly 5 millennia, serving as a living chronicle of the ancient Eastern Wilds. Following his demise, the Eastern Wilds was divided into 6 divine kingdoms, a period lasting approximately 3 millennia, known as the Middle Ages. After this era, a great war against the demons erupted, wherein the rulers of the divine kingdoms and the ancestors of the Miao tribe united to seal an awakened demon within 5 efforts over 600 years, resulting in a significant depletion of the divine nation's direct lineages. The vision presented to Chu Xiaonan by the old witch of heavenly worm was a remnant of the final sealing of a demon. A battle marked by unprecedented brutality, where almost all the powerful beings involved perished. In the aftermath, several divine kingdoms fell into chaos, leading to successive changes in rulership, marking the dawn of the recent age. Prior to this recent epoch, the sovereigns of the 6 divine kingdoms had all contributed to the Eastern Wilds, maintaining a tradition of mutual oversight and protection. Xian Wuji was uncertain whether the other divine kingdoms would send aid, but he understood that this was a last resort. After dispatching the distress signal, all he could do was endure and await a response. He was unsure how many individuals still recalled the jade talisman's usage. Given the rapid turnover of rulers in the divine kingdoms, the ancestral figure of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom was the first to receive Xian Wuji's plea for assistance. Possessing peak powers of divine concealment, he was undoubtedly the foremost figure in the Eastern Wilds, aside from those exceptional talents whisked away to the central continent. This newly risen demon lord was indeed capable of stirring up quite a commotion. Dantai Kong stroked his beard and chuckled, deciding to pay a visit to the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom and perhaps consult the old witch of heavenly worm. While it was likely that few among the rulers of the 6 divine nations were aware of the existence of sealed demons in the Eastern Wilds, he had learned of it through his grandfather's notes upon taking power. Had it not been for his prior engagement with the old witch, he would have departed the Eastern Wilds long ago. In the Eastern Wind Divine Kingdom, a place of tumultuous winds, the sovereign, Long Yulong, sat upon a lotus throne carved from a millennium-old cold jade. With a delicate motion, she raised her alabaster wrist, casting a fleeting glance before gently closing her eyes. Aid from the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom? How many years had passed? Who still cared about such trifles? During the Great War against the demons, the Eastern Wind Divine Kingdom had only participated in the first 3 efforts. Thereafter, Each successive sovereign bore the singular responsibility of guarding the seal at Chaos Wind Cliff Point 500 years prior. She had inherited this burden from her master and had not left Wind Valley since. Now even less inclined to disrupt her focus for the sake of an incompetent fool. Oh, Xian Wuji seeks aid from the six sovereigns? Feng Luchuan, who had just vanquished the black demon sect with her heavenly guard attendants, pulled out a jade talisman from her bosom, a cold smirk gracing her lips. She had come not to rescue, but to seize the opportunity. The demon lord's reputation was tarnished, tainted by the sins of the seven-killing demon sect. He had not committed any heinous act since ascending to the Daoxian realm many years prior. This was a point Xian Wuji could not hope to match, as long as she could leverage the demon lord's might to thwart the Wei family's ambitions towards the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom and preserve the Feng family's power. She would be willing to make sacrifices. At the very least, bearing the demon lord's child would ensure that the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom remained under the Feng family's dominion. If the Wei family seized the throne, the Feng family could not withstand another massacre. Xian Wuji had a trick up his sleeve that the true sovereign had not anticipated. Chu Xiaonan sensed a faint energy pulse emanating from the jade talisman within the Qian Kuan ring. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discerned Xian Wuji's distress message. However, this was not of great consequence. He was also curious about the current pinnacle of power within the six divine kingdoms of the Eastern Wilds. He hoped it would not disappoint him. As for the last jade talisman, it lay in a cavern beneath a great river within the territory of the Eastern River Divine Kingdom. This kingdom had changed hands numerous times, yet none had unearthed the treasures left behind by the last sovereign. Xian Wuji likely could not fathom that his call for assistance was merely an exercise in futility. Not only would the rulers of the other divine kingdoms be unlikely to aid the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, but even a lack of participation in its downfall would be a considerable favor to him. Just 3 days later, Feng Luchuan was the first to arrive at the capital of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom and made contact with Chu Xiaonan. By leveraging Xian Wuji's plea for help, she found a pretext to inform him of the situation. Within an inn, Feng Luchuan donned a simple disguise and, accompanied by 2 attendants, approached Chu Xiaonan. "Why have you come in person?" Chu Xiaonan gestured for her to take a seat, personally preparing a cup of tea and presenting it through Yin as per the demon lord's command. "I shall serve diligently," Feng Luchuan replied, momentarily taken aback, and quickly accepted the tea, offering a warm smile in return. "Dealing with mere trifles is nothing. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, I would have handled them myself." Chu Xiaonan replied nonchalantly. His true combat strength now stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilds. Annihilating a divine kingdom was merely a matter of effort. However, he refrained from unnecessary slaughter, recognizing it only added to his sins. He had long abandoned such foolishness. "Luchuan has come to report pressing matters." Feng Luchuan proceeded to explain Xian Wuji's request for assistance from the 6 divine kingdoms. Should several sovereigns arrive with their elite forces, Chu Xiaonan might find himself at a disadvantage. Currently, they were 2 peas in a pod. Should anything happen to Chu Xiaonan, her investment would be for naught, and the entire Feng family would face catastrophe. "Let them come. I shall handle it," Chu Xiaonan replied with a gentle smile, fanning himself with a paper fan. For cultivators, decades passed in the blink of an eye. With the demons on the verge of breaking free from their seals, one must gather strength and respond with full force to ensure a glimmer of hope for the Eastern Wilds. If only a few incompetent individuals were to arrive, why should he hesitate to eliminate the 6 divine kingdoms? If the accomplishments of their ancestors could secure a legacy for their descendants, would others still have hope for resurgence? Bloodlines, while a means of inheritance, also entail responsibility. For those who act recklessly, they shall be dealt with accordingly. "Well then, do not worry about me." Chu Xiaonan approached Feng Luchuan, raising his arm and tapping her forehead. Feng Luchuan seemed to experience a moment of sheer terror, her body trembling violently before letting out a scream. Drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath, the 2 attendants stationed outside burst through the door, exuding a fierce aura. "It's nothing. Step back," Feng Luchuan commanded gently. The 2 exchanged puzzled glances before closing the door behind them. "Demon Lord, are you perhaps a descendant of that monster?" Feng Luchuan asked, her eyes filled with fear and her complexion pale. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. I am about to devour you." Chu Xiaonan lifted her chin with a paper fan, smiling as he inquired, "Will you resist?" Feng Luchuan was momentarily taken aback. Her her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lowering her head, she shyly murmured, "Please do not jest. If you were truly a demon, I would not have lived to this day." "Ha, merely a jest. I hope the sovereign does not take offense." Chu Xiaonan returned to his seat, casting a sidelong glance at the giggling Yin, before sternly chiding, "You've learned the heavenly wounding puppet technique. Yet you still haven't practiced?" "Oh." Yin pouted and hurried back to her room. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Feng Luchuan shed her shyness, adopting a serious demeanor as she asked, "Demon Lord, what was that vision about?" Chapter 70. Loyalty. Chu Xiaonan merely smiled, offering no explanation. According to the vision presented by the old witch of Heavenly Worm, the entity they sealed was not the heart of the ancient demon. This implied that there was at least another location within the eastern wilds where demons were sealed. However, Chu Xiaonan felt that one sealing site was too conservative, judging by the size of the heart of the ancient demon. A body of an ancient demon would likely be larger than the royal city of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. The demon sealed by the old witch and her associates was likely just ahead. Revealing such information prematurely would undoubtedly incite panic among the 6 divine kingdoms of the Eastern Wilds. After all, the known cultivators within the region barely numbered a handful, even counting those in seclusion or long-term retreat. They could not exceed 2 hands worth. Should a demon break free from its seal, the available combat strength would be negligible. If there were any heirs among the 6 divine kingdoms' lineages who were aware of this matter, they likely had contingencies in place. Simply focus on your cultivation. What can you achieve at the peak of Daoxian before that demon? Chu Xiaonan remarked with a teasing smile. The primary combatants in the sealing war that the old witch experienced were the soul travel experts and the transforming dragon masters, with the weakest being at the pinnacle of divine concealment. Even so, they could only achieve mutual destruction. Given the current combat capabilities in the Eastern Wilds, victory was nearly impossible, which is why he contemplated selecting the Eastern Wilds Divine Sun through the 6 divine banquets to unlock the lair of the Infernal Fire Sovereign as a last resort. Feng Luchuan was momentarily speechless, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chu Xiaonan, left at a loss for words for quite some time. Did no one ever remind the demon lord that his words could be rather irksome? Could he not phrase things more delicately? This was truly unbearable. She had absurdly considered giving birth to a child for the demon lord, perhaps a puppy. Alas, such thoughts were futile. Chu Xiaonan sighed softly. After all, he was not in any real danger, and worrying unnecessarily was quite pointless. At that moment, a voice from outside announced the arrival of the heavenly guard attendants. A visitor, claiming the name Xuehua, sought an audience with the demon lord but was intercepted. The disciples of the demon lord had also arrived. Feng Luchuan, with a charming smile, rose to open the door and instructed her subordinates. "Please let them in." It had long been heard that the demon lord's eldest disciple traversed the martial world, obliterating numerous evil organizations along the way, such as the Outlaw City and the second demonic faction of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, the Ice Yin Demon Sect, all of which faced complete annihilation. Not long ago, he had even wiped out a branch of the Qing sect before the others could react. Such talent, if properly courted, would inevitably become a pillar of the nation. After donning their disguises, Shui Yambing and Zhao Zongxing entered the room, both with tear-filled eyes, reverting to their true forms as they bowed deeply to it. Was only through this arduous journey that they truly comprehended the struggles of their endeavors. "Master, I pay my respects. Old man, I pay my respects to the demon lord. You two have done remarkably well. Rise," Chu Xiaonan said, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Their ability to traverse from the four-direction city to the capital of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom exceeded his expectations. For ordinary cultivators, merely making such a lengthy journey without being robbed would be commendable, let alone the harvest of their numerous victories and the destruction of several factions. "Master, the cultivation resources you bestowed upon me have been exhausted. Might I trouble you for more?" Shui Yambing pleaded pitifully for treasures. Although they had acquired quite a few valuables by vanquishing their enemies, none compared to the utility of what Chu Xiaonan provided. He was currently troubled by a plethora of treasures in his Qinkuan ring that he could not utilize directly as he spoke. He produced a small mountain of Qinkuan bags, all of which, aside from those that Zhao Zongxing could use directly, were present here. Chu Xiaonan's lips twitched, a mix of amusement and exasperation. The number of Qinkuan bags before him exceeded 1,000, not to mention the treasures contained within. How many cultivators had they robbed to achieve such a feat? Feng Luchuan was equally taken aback, staring blankly for a while before calming the tumult in her heart. This lad is truly a talent. Compared to those so-called prodigies of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, he is in an entirely different league. Feng Guozhu, assist this lord in processing these items, and you may keep 20%. Equip your personal guards well, and prepare for the future. Chu Xiaonan cast a casual glance, too indifferent to make a trip for the exchange. These treasures were hardly worth his attention. He subsequently rewarded Shui Yanbing with a plethora of treasures. I will take care of it. Feng Luchuan beamed with delight, feeling as though she had been struck by a falling golden egg. Although she was well off with the treasures of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, receiving the Demon Lord's substantial support filled her with immense joy. The purpose of her visit was, after all, to strengthen her ties with the Demon Lord. Then, Chu Xiaonan turned his gaze to Zhao Zongsheng. Having made a pact with the old man that as long as Shui Yanbing was safely escorted to Wencheng, he would assist him in elevating his realm. Old Zhao, since you have already broken through to the perfected state of Wuwang, you've saved me quite a bit of trouble. Chu Xiaonan produced the lava blood cauldron, grasped a flowing mass of magma infused with rich blood energy, and tossed it to Zhao Zongsheng. This magma flow was sufficient for the latter to break through to the Daoxian realm. With ample preparation, it was even possible for him to leap across 2 minor realms in one go. Thank you, Demon Lord. Zhao Zongsheng caught the magma flow, tears of joy streaming down his face. The heavens have eyes. The breakthrough to the Daoxian realm is within reach. After further training, he would return to the Yin Gang to stir up trouble for those rascals. Feng Luchuan, initially planning to take her leave, halted upon sensing the dense blood energy, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor and excitement. Every body-refining cultivator holds a deep-seated affection for blood energy. Feng family's lineage techniques had suffered a break due to the Wei family's usurpation, leaving her to tread the path of a martial warrior since childhood. Though you desire it as well? Chu Xiaonan inquired with a smile. Feng Luchuan couldn't help but nod, her stunning cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of the twilight glow. Born with exceptional beauty and an assertive demeanor, she became even more captivating in her moment of shyness. You must understand, receiving benefits from this lord means you belong to this lord. The price for betrayal is steep. The 20% of treasures were of little consequence to him, but the blood energy was immensely beneficial even to cultivators at the transforming dragon realm. This lord can grant you time to think it over seriously. Chu Xiaonan did not despise the idea of recruiting some direct subordinates, but those like the 7-kill demon sect, who required constant vigilance, were unnecessary. He demanded absolute loyalty, a vow of eternal fidelity. Feng Luchuan smiled and shook her head, kneeling on one knee with cupped fists, declaring, I, Chuaner, vow here to serve the esteemed demon lord. Should I betray this oath? May my heart be shattered, and may the 5 thunders obliterate me. She was inherently a decisive individual. Once she made a choice, she would resolutely pursue it. Now, fueled by hatred, she sought vengeance against the Wei family and the Chaos God sect. The Feng family's lineage had been severed by the Wei family, and aside from her own life, what else did she have to lose? Shui Yanbing and Zhao Zongsheng, upon hearing her words, were expressions of disbelief. Questioning her sanity, the once dreaded Dao head of the 7-kill demon sect was now sworn loyalty by the nation's leader. What a grand farce! Who would dare to believe such a tale? Chapter 71. Dantai Kong Chu Xiaonan wore a smile, snapping his fingers as he drew Feng Luchuan beside him, gripping her chin. Are you not afraid that this lord might treat you as a prized possession, subjecting you to daily torment, or even using dark arts to drain you dry to bolster my own vitality? Feng Luchuan was no ordinary woman. Hailing from royalty, her status was noble, and now she was a formidable empress, pursued by many men eager for her body. Had it not been for his disinterest in such matters, his identity as a demon lord alone would have sufficed to claim her as his own. Feng Luchuan raised her chin defiantly, shaking off his grip, and boldly settled beside Chu Zihaonan. As long as the demon lord can assist Chuaner in her quest for vengeance, I can only implore you to show mercy. Chu Xiaonan handed her a secret treasure he had seized from Yin Zhuan, saying nonchalantly, there's no need to mention mercy. After you achieve your revenge, there will be other missions, under the Emperor's command. It was essential to have several powerful generals, and Feng Luchuan was adept at commanding troops, promising to play a significant role in the future. Naturally, it would be even better if she could cultivate to become an emperor herself. This is merely a temporary loan. Return it to me once you break through to the divine vault. The abundant blood energy within the lava blood cauldron had boundless applications, and Chu Xiaonan was loath to simply give it away. Feng Luchuan nodded gently. She did not covet the item itself, but rather the blood energy it contained. All right, you may all withdraw for now. Chu Xiaonan rose slowly, gazing out the window, where a figure in a gray robe stood atop a building across the street. An elderly man with white hair, Dantai Kong, had traversed much of the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom to reach the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. Dantai Laozu, Feng Luchuan exclaimed upon seeing the elder, quickly bowing in respect. Recalling the last 2 sessions of the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet, which had been presided over by the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, Dantai Kong had made an appearance then. When Feng Luchuan was still an innocent child. Little Chuaner, you've grown, Dantai Kong remarked with a gentle smile. Years prior, Feng Luchuan had accompanied her mother to the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet, where her mother fought valiantly until the final match but ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion. Had there been no mishap, she was a promising candidate for the Divine Vault realm. Dantai Kong, having a fondness for her due to her connection to her mother, had retained some memory of her, though sadly, the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom had changed hands, and Feng Liuchuan's mother had taken her own life. Dantai Huangzhu, Chu Xiaonan also offered a respectful bow. He, young one. Uve certainly stirred up quite a bit of trouble, Dantai Kong remarked with a chuckle, hands clasped behind his back. In recent times, the changing of rulers among the divine kingdoms had become a frequent occurrence, mostly due to treacherous ministers usurping power. Instances of bandit invasions, like that of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, were quite rare. It was nearly unheard of for someone like Chu Xiaonan to seek to eradicate the majority of the cultivating factions in the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom. Upon arriving at the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, Dantai Kong had inquired about the sword-seeking sect and the Qing sect, confirming the situation. Indeed, it was the dereliction of duty on Xian Wuji's part. The elder of the sword-seeking sect had helped his father navigate the ruins, and in his quest for the position of sect master, he conspired with the Qing sect to annihilate the sect. What need was there to save such a morally corrupt individual? The Qing sect, in collusion with various factions, had taken the pretext of punishing him, while secretly carrying out acts of extermination, truly a disgrace to the cultivating community. Such scoundrels deserve to be completely eradicated. Facing Dantai Kong, Chu Xiaonan remained unwaveringly righteous in the matter of the sword-seeking sect's destruction. Both Xian Wuji and the Qing sect had no justification. Even if the revered Fire Lord came, he would still take a stand for justice. Whether the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom changed rulers was of little concern, but Xian Wuji could forget about living a peaceful life again. I have merely come to see how many young talents have emerged from our eastern wilderness this generation amidst the conflicts of the martial world. You may handle your own affairs, Dantai Kong remarked, casting a glance at the palace with a smile. Had he intended to intervene, there would have been no occurrence of a divine kingdom being usurped over the years. Then I thank the Dantai Emperor. Chu Xiaonan bowed once more. Young one, find a place and let us exchange a few moves. Dantai Kong, clearly excited, turned and flew toward the city outskirts, eager to test him. When Chu Xiaonan stirred the winds of change in the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, word had reached him, yet he had not paid it much heed. Little did he expect that such a short time later, he would have grown to this extent. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Go and cultivate, Chu Xiaonan instructed those around him briefly before following suit. The two settled on a towering cliff outside the city, the dense forest below rippling like an ocean of green. Dantai Kong gazed at the clouds above, as if faces from various eras flashed before him. Those were all remarkable individuals from different times. Like the grandmother of heavenly worms, he had witnessed too much history. After a long while, Dantai Kong sincerely exclaimed, having lived nearly 1,000 years, to see a junior achieve such feats at the age of 30, you are indeed the first, senior, you flatter me. Chu Xiaonan chuckled lightly. Perhaps he would be regarded as a living miracle for many epochs to come. Yet, there was little point in reiterating matters yet to be accomplished. Dantai Kong gave a slight nod, and suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, as if a tidal wave were threatening to engulf the entire realm. Standing at the zenith of power in the eastern wilderness, he had not engaged in battle for many years. This was due, in part, to the absence of external threats, and also because so few had reached his level of mastery. Chu Xiaonan, feeling the formidable pressure, raised his palm, and the shadowy figure behind him stood resolutely against the tempestuous winds. As the winds and clouds shifted and the stars seemed to realign, the two combatants confined their battlefield to a mere inch. Though their forms remained stationary, they had already exchanged dozens of secret strikes. Boom! The cliff behind Chu Xiaonan was suddenly reduced to powder, clouds of dust swirling upwards, casting the world into shadows, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. Rumbling, the forest behind Dantai Kong split open like a cleaver had struck, creating a chasm that stretched for hundreds of feet, its depths shrouded in darkness, as if leading straight to the underworld, an abyss with no visible bottom. "You are quite impressive," Dantai Kong exclaimed with a smile, his admiration evident. Tio engaged in over 100 exchanges without yielding the advantage. Should the confrontation escalate to life and death, the outcome remained uncertain. It would not be long before Chu Xiaonan surpassed him. Surely, a figure of such caliber as the Elder would not emerge from seclusion merely for a national leader. Could it be due to the sealed entity in the eastern wilderness? Chu Xiaonan withdrew his stance, producing a paper fan that he unfurled before his chest, his azure robe fluttering in the wind, exuding the charm of a dashing and handsome man. Dantai Kong's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening with scrutiny and caution. As he furrowed his brow and asked, "How do you know of this matter?" "To be candid, esteemed Elder, the holy maiden of the Gu Kingdom is a disciple of mine, and I have already met with the heavenly Gu matriarch." Chu Xiaonan casually replied, confirming his earlier suspicions. "Ah, I see." Dantai Kong breathed a sigh of relief. The 7 demonic isles of Central Continent were suspected to be a legacy of the ancient demon clan, and any involvement with the demon clan inevitably stirred the imagination, as the demon race shared a certain bloodline with the ancient demons. The 7 Killers demon sect was merely a subordinate sect of the 7 demonic isles. If Chu Xiaonan could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would surely take drastic measures against such a talent, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than allowing any potential threat to slip away. "Our time is limited," Dantai Kong lamented with a wry smile. "If you had been born a century earlier, you could have ventured into the outside world. That matters little. I need but 10 years. And then I shall effortlessly eradicate that demon creature," Chu Xiaonan declared with spirited confidence. Dantai Kong smiled but said nothing, merely observing Chu Xiaonan in silence. If Chu Xiaonan were indeed as formidable as he claimed, Dantai Kong would be willing to stand on his head and eat dung, savoring every bite. Should that day come, the Elder would lead the various national leaders to honor him as the sovereign of the eastern wilderness. Dantai Kong remained indifferent, not granting him any favors. It was normal for young men to be impulsive and passionate, who had not gone through such a phase. If Chu Xiaonan truly could accomplish such feats, he too could leave the eastern wilderness and continue to elevate his own realm. Despite having lived for nearly a millennium, his own cultivation had been slowly regressing, and if he could not advance within a century, he might truly perish of old age. One could only say that he had clung to life through the secret elixirs bestowed by the elders of the Miao tribe, a final act of stubbornness. "The 6th divine banquet of the eastern wilderness awaits, and my eastern Yao divine kingdom shall receive you with open arms." A gentle smile graced Dantai Kong's lips. Having assessed Chu Xiaonan's strength, he felt it was time to pay a visit to the heavenly Gu matriarch. "Haha, I shall visit the esteemed Elder another day." Chu Xiaonan clasped his fist in salute and, once Dantai Kong departed, turned to return to the inn. Little did he know that the distress signal from Xian Wuji had summoned an ancestor from the eastern Yao divine kingdom, while the rulers of the eastern Snow divine kingdom and eastern Desert divine kingdom were already under his influence. It seemed the 6 divine kingdoms of the eastern wilderness were not as unified as they appeared. Reflecting on this, Chu Xiaonan suddenly felt a headache coming on. Indeed, the eastern wilderness was a tangled mess. Unless something unexpected occurred, by the time the demon creature broke its seal, Shui Yambing and Yin should have matured as well. Well then, leaving them a trial would not be a bad idea. "Master, are you all right?" Shui Yambing joyfully approached as Chu Xiaonan returned. "No harm done." Chu Xiaonan glanced at the empty room, deducing that Feng Luchuan and Zhao Zongxing had likely gone into seclusion, and inquired, "Why aren't you cultivating? Is there something else?" "Ah, master, I seek a place to cultivate." Shui Yambing scratched her head shyly. The cultivation of the Golden Crow burning world record requires a special environment. Once we secure the top position at the 6th divine banquet of the eastern wilderness, that will be attainable. Chu Xiaonan replied with a smile. The trials set by the Fire Lord should be related to the legacy. And since he practices fire-related techniques, there should naturally be associated opportunities and places for cultivation. If that proves insufficient, I will take my disciples to explore Fengyin Mountain and the Abyss of All Spirits. As the two made their way to the inn, a celestial guard hurriedly approached, delivering a secret message. Demon Sovereign, the Grand Lord of the Eastern Desert Divine Kingdom, Axa, reports that while they were sweeping a certain demonic mountain, they encountered an attack from monsters, suffering heavy losses, and hoped to receive support. Monsters. Chu Xiaonan frowned slightly. Did Axa and his group stumble into a perilous zone akin to the Lingqiu? Ding. Side quest activated. Take your disciples into the demon lair for trials and obtain the right arm of the ancient demon. It was indeed a perilous zone. Within the territory of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom lay sealed remnants of two ancient demons. But wait, why was the extermination of the ancient demons suddenly my responsibility? If this continues, will there be any need for the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness to strive for anything? I must bring Xian Wuji and the Xian Kong Old Demon along. It is better to share joy than to indulge alone. Inform the sealed monarch and Zhao Zongxing that once I resolve the troubles of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, I shall directly attend the sixth divine banquet of the Eastern Wilderness. And they may decide their own course accordingly. Yes, I will convey your message. After giving a brief summary, Chu Xiaonan summoned Yinan and, accompanied by his two disciples, headed straight for the palace. Welcome, esteemed Demon Sovereign. Xian Wuji, sensing the aura of the Demon Sovereign, nearly wept with joy. But please, get rid of the Xian Kong Old Demon quickly. At this point, he had lost any semblance of dignity as a national leader. Not only was he regularly beaten, but most of the young and beautiful concubines had been taken by the Xian Kong Old Demon, leaving him with only an aging empress. Life had become unbearable. In a few short days, how have you become so gaunt? Chu Xiaonan observed Xian Wuji, noting his sunken eyes and haggard appearance, as if he had been drained by women, devoid of any spirit. The Xian Kong Old Demon was indeed a formidable character. I realize my error. I should not have harbored any inappropriate thoughts towards the Wind Sect Master. I beseech the Demon Sovereign to spare me. Xian Wuji wailed, kneeling and sobbing. Each night, listening to the sounds of flirtation from the harem, his heart bled. Recently, the old demon had nearly driven him mad. A true humiliation. Bring your finest troops and accompany me to the south to eradicate a demon lair. If you perform well, all previous grievances will be wiped clean. Chu Xiaonan stated, disinterested in the private affairs of others. The forces that had previously invaded Wukashan had been mostly eradicated. Now, the reappearance of a demon lair required serious attention. Yes, Xian Wuji immediately ordered the mobilization of 10,000 elite soldiers, hastily preparing to leave this sorrowful capital. Xian Kong, come out! Chu Xiaonan called out sternly towards the harem. The Xian Kong Old Demon, who had been drunkenly embracing a concubine and asleep, jolted awake as if electrified. Did he just hear the voice of the Demon Sovereign? Surely that must be a delusion. That fellow was a persistent specter. He wondered how he could cultivate to such a degree at such a young age, capable of manipulating himself at will, truly a menace. Was it even possible to live in peace anymore? Xian Kong! Xian Kong! Hearing his name called again, the Xian Kong Old Demon opened his eyes wide, instantly free of drowsiness, realizing this was not an illusion. Someone was indeed calling for him. Abandoning the concubine, he transformed into a streak of light and fled in the opposite direction. Humph! The Demon Sovereign shall not command me any further. At that moment, the bloodied remnants of the Yin Gang and Quan Gang, having just arrived, annihilated the last remnants of resistance from the Azure Cult. Zhao Yin, upon catching sight of the fleeing figure of the Xian Kong Old Demon, immediately took notice. The main reason was that Chu Xiaonan's two previous intrusions had left him with a significant psychological scar, making him particularly sensitive to any suspicious movements. What more is there to say? Get him! The two gang leaders surged forward, soaring into the air to intercept, each preparing their lethal strikes. The Xian Kong Old Demon was momentarily dazed, staring at the menacing crowd, his scalp tingling, his heart racing. Were they lying in wait for him? How terrifying! The Demon Sovereign had actually predicted his escape. Everyone, let us talk it out. The Xian Kong Old Demon quickly put on a smile. Knowing that if a battle broke out, the Demon Sovereign would surely notice, If he fell back into the hands of the demon sovereign, given the latter's temperament, he would probably have his head twisted off to brew wine. Enough of your nonsense. You look like a spy with your obsequious demeanor. I have keen insight, and we shall all charge together. Do not let him escape. Zhao Yin bellowed, disdainful of those who sneak around causing trouble. Zhao's vision has proven invaluable in assisting us in overcoming enemy camps. His judgment is never wrong. Indeed, that old man has a shifty gaze. He does not seem like a good person. Let us take him down. The Xian Kong old demon wiped away the cold sweat and turned to flee with a heavy heart. This was too much. He had failed to escape and was caught red-handed. Today was indeed a day of misfortune. Demon Sovereign, spare me. Chapter 73. A trap for the inviter. Let us momentarily set aside his affairs. In the southeast direction of Dongqiu Divine Kingdom, a demonic cave has been discovered. I shall prepare to confront the demons. While you may rest here for the time being, Chu Xiaonan spoke leisurely, the turmoil in Donghuang is imminent. I hope everyone is adequately prepared. The crowd listened in confusion. Donghuang seemed perfectly fine. What great upheaval could possibly arise? Could it be an invasion by external foes? Demon Lord, could the tumult you speak of be related to those demons? Xian Wuji stepped forward, clasping his fists and inquiring cautiously. Within the secrets of the royal family, there has long been a legend of sealing ancient demons. As a direct descendant of Dongqiu Divine Kingdom, he was privy to some of the inner workings, though his knowledge was limited, as it was all merely recorded in manuscripts. Who would take it seriously? This is merely a precursor. It may become the norm in the future. Chu Xiaonan thought of the heart of the ancient demon sealed within Lingqiu, connecting it to the newly discovered demonic cave and the prophecy of the celestial Gu Granny. The sealed monsters of Donghuang have begun to stir. The aberrations born from pollution will gradually emerge. Unless it is a mission issued by the system, he has no intention of going around exterminating demons with zeal. Meng Ku, Fan Yin, send a few individuals to accompany me and broaden your horizons, lest in the future, you cannot even distinguish the appearance of the demons. Chu Xiaonan casually commanded, preparing to set forth. Fortunately, the Imperial Army of Dongqiu Divine Kingdom was equipped with flying vessels, allowing them to traverse the void without the need for a long journey on foot. The flying vessels ascended one after another, traveling day and night. The group arose at dawn and toiled through the night, reaching the battleground of Axa and others in just 2 days. This moment, within a funnel-shaped canyon, the forces led by Axa were engaged in their final struggle against the beasts. Having initially stormed into Dongqiu Divine Kingdom and obliterating several cultivation sects with ease, they faced unexpected calamity when someone triggered a seal, causing the pets of the Huibang to mutate successively. The people of various factions were caught off guard by the rebellious giant pythons, suffering losses exceeding 1/3. Subsequently, countless demons emerged from the mountains, ambushing them along the way, resulting in significant casualties and forcing them to seek external assistance. Great Sovereign, it seems my journey ends here. The leader of the severely wounded Huibang, tears in his eyes, apologized to the crowd. I have brought calamity upon you all. We shall meet again in the next life. And I will serve you as a beast. Good brother, there is no need for such sorrow. Perhaps this is fate. Axa retrieved a wine pouch, pouring a few cups for the remaining warriors. Axa, had intended to help the various factions establish a foothold in Donghuang and lead prosperous and stable lives. But to meet my demise here is truly a great regret. However, we have discerned the dangers of this place. Upon receiving the news, the Demon Lord will surely avenge us. Let us drink this cup together. And in the next life, we shall be brothers once more. In the next life, we shall be brothers. The crowd echoed in unison. They downed the bitter wine and smashed the cups, gazing at the demons sprawling across the mountains with an unprecedented fearlessness and fighting spirit. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to take as many demons down with them as possible. A roar erupted from the mountain peak as a demonic tiger bellowed to command the demons to advance. Thousands of demons charged down the mountain like a torrent unleashed. The mountains trembled with a formidable presence. Kill, Axa and his companions also bravely surged forward. The various factions of Dongma Divine Kingdom had been embroiled in years of warfare. Accustomed to the sight of bloodshed, what was there to fear? Just then, war drums sounded from the flying vessel, and squads of armored warriors descended upon the valley like divine soldiers from the heavens. These imperial soldiers had been meticulously selected, having honed their battle formations together, understanding cooperation, and their combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Charge with me. Xian Wuji drew the national sword, leading the charge. Relishing the thrill of leading an expedition while also venting the pent-up frustration and anger of recent days. You too. Chu Zhaonan kicked the Xian Kong old demon off the flying vessel, coldly stating, unless you slay at least 3,000 demons, I shall personally serve as your sparring partner. From the few sent by Meng Ku and Fan Yin, he had learned that this old demon had intended to flee, only to run into their path and be blocked by the members of the Yin Gang and Quan Gang. Hence he showed no mercy. Junior sister, let us compete to see who can slay the most demons. Shui Yambing unfurled a pair of resplendent energy wings behind her, grasping Yin Yin's hand as they dove from the flying vessel. Yin Yin struggled, irritated. Shui Yambing, let go at once. I only like my master. Do not lay hands on me. Oh, Shui Yambing, upon hearing this, quickly released her grip. In his heart, master was a sacred figure. She was the light of his life. You rascal, you really let go. Yin Yin shrieked. As she plummeted rapidly, her right sleeve tearing apart. She spun midair and struck the ground with a punch, using the force of the impact to descend gently, rolling her eyes at the bird-like figures soaring above. Shui Yambing, didn't you say to let go? I let go. Chu Zhaonan's lips twitched. No wonder this was his prized disciple. In the canyon, soldiers clashed, generals faced off, and with the arrival of 10,000 imperial soldiers from Dongqiu Divine Kingdom, the situation stabilized, presenting a stalemate. Chu Zhaonan also descended from the flying vessel, strolling leisurely among the demons until he reached Axa and the others. First, let us recover our injuries. He casually tossed a few blood pills, stating matter-of-factly, I shall guard you. Thank you, Demon Lord. The group's eyes turned red, but they did not indulge in sentimentality. They immediately consumed the blood pills and sat down to meditate. Some were severely injured. Yet they recovered swiftly, while those lightly wounded directly ascended in rank. Within half an hour, everyone was revitalized, their spirits renewed, and their fighting intent surged. Late-stage Daoxian, quite impressive. Chu Zhaonan noticed that Axa had also experienced a breakthrough. Nodding in satisfaction, ha ha, thanks to you, Axa bowed in respect. Had it not been for Chu Zhaonan's blood pills, ascending would have been exceedingly difficult. Thus this misfortune turned into a blessing. Let us discuss the circumstances. Chu Zhaonan flicked his fingers, sending several approaching demons flying, and inquired, where did you encounter the ambush? Presumably, the place where they were attacked was the sealing location of the ancient demon's right arm. Even if not, it would not be too far off. Demon Lord, while we were resting in the stream beneath that cliff over there, the pets of Huibang first underwent mutations. During the chaos, demons swarmed everywhere, and it was only upon entering this canyon that their attacks slightly abated, Axa reported. The stream, the canyon. Chu Zhaonan soared into the sky, following the route as he gazed down, his brow gradually furrowing. He had not paid much attention before, but now it appeared somewhat like a trap laid for them. Chapter 74. Demonization. Chu Zhaonan frowned, a foreboding feeling blossoming within him. Both locations were sealing sites for ancient demon bodies. Lingqiu was shrouded in malevolent energy, harboring hidden malevolent spirits, yet this place was filled solely with demons. Was his consideration overly optimistic? Only, what mysteries lay concealed within the canyon remained unclear to him. Suddenly, Shui Yambing flew back, shaking his head while clutching it. Approaching Chu Zhaonan, Master, I feel something is amiss here. It always seems to provoke one's desires, inducing illusions. Ever since he diligently studied cultivating until invincible, he had adhered to the path of survival. Wherever he sensed danger, he would resolutely withdraw. This canyon had awakened his sixth sense. Shui Yambing's words served as a reminder to Chu Zhaonan. He hastily looked down, observing carefully, and noticed that many warriors had bloodshot eyes, as if they had gone mad with killing, indiscriminately slaughtering everything in sight. So that's it. Chu Zhaonan suddenly understood. The demons were utilizing the magical energy emitted from the blood of those demons after death, rapidly circulating through the canyon, thereby causing more beings to fall into demonic corruption. Ultimately, those who survived would be eroded by the magical energy, thoroughly demonized, and thus come under the control of the demons. Withdraw from the battlefield at once. The blood of the demons is toxic. Chu Zhaonan shouted sharply, his voice resonating like thunder, snapping many warriors, who had only slightly succumbed to demonic influence, back to temporary clarity. Quickly, retreat. Xian Wuji, already harboring suspicions, turned pale upon hearing Chu Xiaonan's words, immediately issuing orders. Figures streamed out in succession, hastily escaping the battlefield. Unfortunately, only a few imperial soldiers managed to flee. Many were ensnared by the demons, and those severely injured could not escape immediately. Of the 10,000 imperial soldiers Xian Wuji brought, only around 3,000 managed to escape, while the rest were mired as if in quicksand. Struggling to break free, I implore you, Demon Lord, save the sons of Dongqiu Divine Kingdom. Xian Wuji, drenched in sweat, was frantic. These were his elite forces, and if they perished here, the loss would be catastrophic. Though he had been reduced to a shadow of a sovereign, he had yet to abdicate, and no worries. Chu Xiaonan casually tossed out 1,000 strands of demonic threads to control 1,000 demons, blocking the attacks of the remaining demons, buying time for the imperial soldiers led by Xian Yuqiu. Thus, over 4,000 imperial soldiers managed to escape, leaving behind those who had already succumbed to demonic influence, including nearly 1,200 casualties. Chu Xiaonan spun his hand, causing all the demons under his control to self-destruct. He seized the opportunity to pull out the 700 or 800 who had fallen into demonic influence, leading them away from the battlefield while simultaneously extracting the magical energy from their bodies. Awaken! Chu Xiaonan gently commanded. The group, bewildered, regained their senses, even unaware of the peril they had just faced, feeling as though they had merely experienced a dream. Master, I need treatment too. Yining trotted over, throwing herself into Chu Xiaonan's embrace and rubbing her head against him. Chu Xiaonan placed his hand on her back to expel the residual magical energy within her. Those with lower realms were more susceptible to magical contamination. If not purged, it would always pose a hidden threat. Thank you, Demon Lord. Xian Wuji's expression was fervent, and he felt an increased sense of admiration. The Demon Lord's intervention truly instilled confidence. Xian Wuji, you should lead your men back now. The corruption of demonic energy requires the application of the Purifying Heart spell, which must be cast for a duration of 49 hours to ensure no lingering dangers remain. Chu Xiaonan casually advised. Xian Wuji's elite troops demonstrated commendable combat prowess, yet they proved insufficient for the impending battles that would henceforth depend solely on him. After a moment of silence, Xian Wuji bowed and declared, I aspire to become a subordinate of the demon sovereign. With chaos looming over the eastern wilderness, seeking a powerful ally was essential. Otherwise, one would be as fleeting as a water lily, unaware of how they might meet their demise. Moreover, the lurking presence of the Xian Kong old demon instilled a constant sense of unease. Go and seek an audience with the sword sect to atone for your misdeeds. If you can earn the forgiveness of Master Li Jian, I shall grant you an opportunity. Chu Xiaonan turned and gazed downward. Liu Jian was a trustworthy individual, and he genuinely appreciated the latter's character. Thus, he would not harbor any resentment towards Xian Wuji on his behalf. Xian Wuji opened his mouth, his expression one of deep distress, and ultimately heaved a sigh. This matter was indeed challenging. Yet in comparison to life and death, notions of honor and disgrace paled in significance. After Xian Wuji and his army departed, Yining furrowed her delicate brows and indignantly exclaimed, Master, that Xian fellow possesses such poor character. Are you not afraid of him turning against you in the future? But I still have you, my dear little fool, Chu Xiaonan replied with a gentle smile. Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she proudly lifted her chin, patting her chest in assurance. Master, rest assured. Should that Xian dare to betray you, I shall deliver a fatal blow. Sister, you are truly impressive, Shui Yambing interjected, giving her a thumbs up. Yin immediately chased after him, delivering a flying kick. If it weren't for my superior strength, you would have been reduced to a pancake. You dare to prattle on here. I shall crush you. Axa, you should also return to recuperate. Remember to inform Granny Tiangu that the sealed entities in the eastern wilderness have begun to awaken, and we must remain vigilant. Chu Xiaonan stated with a grave expression. Being in the eastern wilderness, he naturally wished to prevent it from being ravaged by ancient demons. Should the ancient demon corpses sealed in various locations emerge prematurely, even he might lack the power to subdue them. At present, his strength was still far from sufficient to contain the ancient demons breaching the seals, even if it were merely remnants of their forms. Understood. Axa bowed slightly. This expedition had indeed been unfortunate. as they had inadvertently encountered demons. Otherwise, they would have certainly returned triumphantly. Demon Sovereign, we take our leave. The members of Hu Bang collectively bowed and subsequently led their remaining forces away. Demon Sovereign, it is rather perilous here. I too shall depart. The Xian Kong old demon also prepared to take his leave. What was there to gain from slaying demons? It would be far more enjoyable to return to Xian Wuji's harem, to share drinks and converse with the concubines, which was truly delightful. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Chu Xiaonan struck down with his fist, shattering the entire gorge and reducing countless demons to mere dust in an instant under the force of his blow. It was merely an ordinary technique, the 7-kill demon wind fist. After all, having approached the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, even a casual punch was beyond the capacity of mere demons to withstand. The Xian Kong old demon halted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Was this performance intended for him? It seemed unnecessary. Are you still leaving? Chu Xiaonan asked with a smile, raising his fist. Shall we play a game of rock, paper, scissors? Hee. Note, I just remembered. It's actually nothing of great importance. Ha ha. The Xian Kong old demon chuckled awkwardly. As long as that is the case, do not let me hinder your endeavors. Chu Xiaonan nodded nonchalantly. If the old demon truly lacked insight, it would soon be time to send him on his way. He dismissed the others, recognizing that their capabilities were indeed insufficient, or they had already suffered significant casualties. Yet this old demon still possessed some merit. Confronting the sealed ancient demons was not a task for a single individual. Lacking strength was one thing, but having strength yet refusing to contribute was entirely another matter. Chapter 75. The 7-Star Spirit Pattern Pillars. Noticing Chu Xiaonan no longer focused on him, the Xian Kong old demon discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Rock, paper, scissors. The 7-kill demon wind fist. The heavenly wounding puppet technique, the demon goddess heaven opening palm. Any of these would spell death for him. Truly, the ruthless demon sovereign, even attempting to ensnare him, played such tricks. Fortunately, he did not fall for it. Otherwise, death would have been certain. Yinbing, what do you think our next step should be? Chu Xiaonan inquired, smiling at Shui Yinbing. Tio, speak candidly. Once you attain the title of Son of the Eastern Wilderness, your next trial will be to deal with the demonic entities sealed in the Eastern Wilderness. Each sealed entity surpasses the soul-wandering realm, yet I can only grant you a decade as time. Once the time elapses, I shall personally intervene, and then it shall be deemed your failure, with the penalty being either a century of sealing or a decade of confinement in a desolate place. Teske, Shui Yambing, if you cannot accomplish this, it would be best to relinquish your position. Perhaps this young lady might be able to assist you, In remarked, hands on her hips, relishing the thought. Without the elder brother, she would ascend to the position of elder sister, and henceforth could soar alongside her master. Sister, since master has said so, it means he has confidence in my ability to break through the soul-wandering realm within the decade. Your little schemes may come to naught. Shui Yambing raised an eyebrow in provocation. His master had granted him a second chance at life, and he would spare no effort to fulfill the test set before him, regardless of the cost, and this regard, he would not yield. Whether you can achieve it remains to be seen. Yinyin puffed her cheeks, disdainfully turning her head away. Shui Yambing ceased further argument, contemplating for a moment before speaking, to report to master. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If I remain, retreat is the best strategy. At present, you are here, and can observe the flow of demonic energy to locate the demon lair. After all, he could not discern his master's true strength, and surely, he could handle those demonic beings, right? His master had never disappointed him. A good idea. Chu Xiaonan nodded slightly, ready to act. Although his spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, his realm was still substantial. The gorge had just been shattered by his punch, and while the air currents remained chaotic, demonic energy began to coalesce toward a singular location. Following the flow of demonic energy, Chu Xiaonan arrived at the creek mentioned by Axa and others, and with a wave of his hand, he used the heavenly wound in puppet line to shift aside several large boulders, peeling back the layers of earth and stone to uncover a cave buried beneath. There are ropes and talismans, Yinyin shouted, pointing at the cave's entrance. The cave's entrance was obstructed by 7 stone pillars adorned with talismans, beneath which lay numerous shattered bones, presumably left by mountain beasts that had unwittingly ventured here and were slain by the talismans. Could this be the legendary Xian-grade miraculous treasure, the 7-star spirit pattern pillars? The Xian Kong old demon gazed at the carvings on the stone pillars, his expression brimming with excitement. What do you say? Chu Xiaonan inquired casually. The 7-star spirit pattern pillars are the treasured artifact of the Star Spirit sect from 3,000 years ago. Those spirit patterns are of immense value to its disciples. Some say it is a complete Xian-grade cultivation technique, while others assert that artifact masters have derived formation diagrams from the spirit patterns. It is rumored that the downfall of the Star Spirit sect was tied to the disappearance of this treasure. Whenever the 7-star spirit pattern pillars were present, no one could cause chaos within the sect. Who would have thought this treasure would appear here? Truly lamentable, the Xian Kong old demon recounted, and the reason he was so well versed in the history of the Star Spirit sect was due to his youthful visits to their ruins. Attaining the divine concealment realm as a scattered cultivator was a struggle that those with sects could hardly comprehend. The Xian Kong old demon merely felt sorrow for the predecessors of the Star Spirit sect, who ultimately perished at the hands of those they had saved. Were their sacrifices worth it? I grant you 3 days. You may attempt to collect it. If you succeed, it shall be your treasure. Chu Xiaonan sat cross-legged nearby, absorbing the surrounding demonic energy into his body. Although this demonic energy was harmful to him, it could nourish and enhance the blood of 10,000 devourings. Furthermore, this action would purify the surrounding environment, preventing others from succumbing to poisoning. The Xian Kong old demon, unwilling to refuse, recognized that the treasure lay before him. How could he let such an opportunity slip? Perhaps acquiring the 7-star spirit pattern pillars would liberate him from Chu Xiaonan's grasp. The others found safe spaces to meditate, maintaining a relatively secure distance while observing and comprehending the spirit patterns on the 7-star spirit pattern pillars. Chu Xiaonan was no exception. After all, if he could not obtain the 7-star spirit pattern pillars, how would he enter the demon lair to acquire the ancient demon's right arm? Time passed swiftly, and night fell, under the ethereal glow of countless stars. The 7-star spirit pattern pillars emitted a hazy luminescence, and the spirit patterns upon them seemed to pulsate with life, as if the treasure itself had been revitalized. Had it already birthed spiritual awareness? Chu Xiaonan sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy, exuding a melancholic, desolate aura, even stronger than the trace of true spirit emanating from the lava blood cauldron. Artifacts capable of generating spiritual beings were exceedingly rare, indicating their potential for evolution into divine artifacts or even higher realms. Moreover, the 7-star spirit pattern pillars were not merely a treasure. Aside from recording the sect's techniques and heritage, they served as the linchpin of the sect's protective formation. Primarily functioning to suppress and seal. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye as everyone struggled to comprehend the pillars, but alas, they made no progress. The Xian Kong old demon was equally discontent. To guard a Xian-grade miraculous treasure without being able to claim it was a torment beyond measure. After all, this was an unclaimed Xian-grade treasure, and the chance of encountering such a thing was exceedingly rare. Had it been tossed into the central continent, it would surely have sparked a bloody storm. It was said that the once unifying lord of the eastern wilderness, the Wu Hua sovereign, frequently utilized the 6 fire tams, which were of a similar caliber. Alas, such fortune eludes me. The Xian Kong old demon lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, devoid of desire or aspiration, not to mention communicating with the true spirit of the treasure. He could not even decipher a single spirit pattern. It was no wonder the Star Spirit sect faced annihilation. The 7-star spirit pattern pillars were nothing but cryptic symbols. Friend, let us converse. Chu Xiaonan rose and cupped his fists toward the 7-star spirit pattern pillars. Within the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, there exist 3 elusive spiritual presences. Among them, the vessel spirit has been subdued, while the other 2 evidently belong to the predecessors of the Star Spirit sect who initially sealed the demonic entity, along with the demon itself. For the demon to break free from its seal, it must first destroy this treasured artifact. However, judging by the current circumstances, it has merely gained a slight advantage and has not yet achieved complete success. Suddenly, the 7-star spirit pattern pillar erupted with a divine radiance that dispersed the surrounding mists. A middle-aged man, clad in tattered star robes and with a pale, beardless face, emerged from the stone pillar, manifesting in a spiritual form before the onlookers. I am Yunqing, the 38th leader of the Star Spirit sect. If you do not possess the means to suppress the demon, I advise you to retreat swiftly, for I cannot hold on much longer. May I inquire, esteemed elder, is the demon still within its seal? Chu Xiaonan asked. Yunqing cast a casual glance at Chu Xiaonan, his expression revealing displeasure. This young man is rather stubborn. In my era, he would surely be taken back to the sect and bound to a stone pillar as a cautionary example for others. If I tell you to leave, you should do so without hesitation. A mere late-stage spirit concealment practitioner at barely 30. Dear, what a talent! Yunqing's expression softened slightly, finding Chu Xiaonan more agreeable. Even the usually stern Yunqing managed to draw forth a hint of gentle amusement at the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the fact that he was left with only a remnant of his soul, he would surely have abducted this young man back to the sect to groom him as a disciple. As long as I remain here, the demon cannot escape for the time being. Yunqing cleared his throat and continued, however, once this remnant of my soul is exhausted, the situation will be dire. The awakening of demons follows a cyclical pattern, which also depends on the strength of the seal. This seal has endured for over 1,600 years, which is commendable. Yet, Yunqing's spirit is also nearing extinction. Otherwise, he would not allow so many beasts to transform into demons. Esteemed elder, may I enter the sealed area? I wish to reseal the demon, Chu Xiaonan stated politely. Yunqing was taken aback, as if he had heard the greatest joke. You, youngster, do you not know that initially? We had over 10 practitioners, the weakest of whom was at the pinnacle of spirit concealment. Ultimately, we sealed the demon at the cost of 3 lives and 7 injuries. It is not that I underestimate you. You are simply not qualified. Do not cause me more trouble. Now that the demon has awakened a fragment of its spirit, should it attempt to seize your body, I would not be able to save you. Do not misjudge yourself. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I must persist. Chu Xiaonan dismissed further conversation with Yunqing. Their positions were too disparate for mutual understanding to be possible, after all. It was their first meeting, and Yunqing was unaware of Chu Xiaonan's hidden advantages. As long as he understood that the demon had not yet broken the seal, the situation remained under his control. Forgive me, Chu Xiaonan offered an apology, grasping the ropes and talismans entwined around the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, tearing them away with a bold stride toward the cave. Fearless and unyielding. I have already stated. You are not qualified. Yunqing's eyes gleamed with cold light as he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of suppressive energy from the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, akin to a mountain pressing down upon Chu Xiaonan. The sealing of the demon is a matter of utmost importance. He would not permit a reckless youth to disrupt the delicate balance, lest his millennia of vigilance be rendered futile. Chu Xiaonan ceased his explanations. Activating his invincible skill and deploying the newly developed technique of spirit concealment, prison of demons. This technique created a realm of its own, countering the suppressive force of the 7-star spirit pattern pillar. While Chu Xiaonan advanced within the cube, unburdened by any pressure. Master is incredible. He is withstanding the power of the sealing treasure, Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she bounced about. Shouting joyfully, Shui Yinbing shared in the exhilaration, trembling with anticipation, silently affirming, I knew Master could do it. The old fiend Xian Kong watched the scene unfold with a wry smile, cold sweat trickling down his back. He had initially planned to slip away once the demon was ensnared by the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, but now he dared not. If he displayed any lack of discernment, he would surely find himself on the receiving end of the demon's wrath next time. The demon's power was truly terrifying. Youngster, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for eliminating talent. Yunqing's tone turned frigid as he returned his spirit to the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, personally overseeing the sealing formation. The duration of the demon's seal would be maintained for as long as possible, as it was preferable to allowing it to manifest prematurely. It was a pity that since the fall of the fiery elder, no one from the eastern wilderness had reached the Tianyang realm. Otherwise, sealing the ancient demon would have been a simple task. I shall not accompany you in this expenditure of strength. Chu Xiaonan stepped forward and entered the cave, disappearing from view, or rather, stepping into the realm of sealing. Inside the secret realm, clouds of white smoke swirled amidst a hazy atmosphere, revealing only a towering bronze altar several dozen yards high. Upon the altar lay the severed arm of an ancient demon, pulsating with deep purple demonic mist that threatened to spread beyond the confines of the bronze altar. Chu Xiaonan gazed upon the ancient demon's arm, which was encrusted with thorns and covered in scales. Its claws, resembling jagged mountain peaks, pointed skyward with sharp nails as if to pierce the heavens. Within the palm of the ancient demon, a single eye suddenly opened, spinning around before casting a sideways glance at Chu Xiaonan. As this eye opened, over a dozen more eyes, resembling thorny vines, emerged along the ancient demon's arm, filling the entire sky and surrounding space with an overwhelming multitude of gazes. In an instant, Chu Xiaonan felt his mind falter. Succumbing to a stupor, that moment, a creature covered in eyes manifested within his consciousness, intent on seizing his form. Alas, this is the fate of stubbornness, Yunqing lamented, waving his hand to draw upon the power of the seven-star spirit pattern pillar. Intending to utilize its spiritual array to annihilate Chu Xiaonan. Ultimately, he could not allow a Chu Xiaonan possessed by the demon to leave this sealing ground. Boom. A sigil on the spirit pillar flashed urgently, voraciously siphoning the power of countless stars, casting a brilliant glow that transformed the surrounding 100-mile radius into a golden ocean. Ethereal figures of celestial beings sealing the demon flickered upon its surface, manifesting the spiritual array, heavenly sealing of demons. Just then, Chu Xiaonan abruptly raised his hand, gripping the fragment of the ancient demon's spirit. The limit of his invincible skill was to achieve a standstill in battle. Previously, he could only barely contend with the demon's spiritual force, but now it was different. He had gained an additional source of power, effectively merging the strengths of both parties to combat one. The fragment of the ancient demon's spirit that had awakened was no longer a match for him and posed no threat. Now, taste the power of the 10,000 devouring blood. Chu Xiaonan licked his lips and tossed the fragment of the ancient demon's spirit into the 10,000 devouring blood mass. The latter shrieked incessantly, ultimately transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, once again consumed by the 10,000 devouring blood. Were the entirety or a significant portion of the ancient demon's spirit to surge into his body? The 10,000 devouring blood mass might not be able to corrode it, but a mere fragment was an entirely different story. Yunqing, who had been preparing to eliminate Chu Xiaonan, abruptly halted, staring at him in disbelief. His gaze flickering uncertainly. This young man had truly exceeded his expectations. However, he remained unaware of Chu Xiaonan's background, hesitating on whether to proceed with his extermination. It's your turn, sovereign, Chu Xiaonan thought to himself. At that moment, a narrow rift opened in the space above the bronze altar, silently swallowing the ancient demon's right arm. Ding, host has acquired the ancient demon's right arm, gaining the ancient demon bloodline eye technique. 10,000 eyes. Ding, accompanied disciple trial completed, gaining the Xian level technique. Xian Yuan turtle breathing technique. The Xian Yuan turtle breathing technique? Chu Xiaonan mused, scratching his nose. What use would this technique serve him? The powerful practitioners of the eastern wilderness were well aware that he was at the late stage of spirit concealment. If he pretended to be at the late stage of Dao Xian, would others not ridicule him? Never mind, if anyone dares to mock me later, I shall educate them once more. However, at this moment, Yunqing was utterly bewildered. Where had the demon he had sealed gone? Return it to me at once. Yunqing was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, Youngster, explain yourself. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. The leader of the Star Spirit sect spoke with an unyielding tone. Clearly prepared to suppress Chu Xiaonan at a moment's notice, he had guarded this treasure for over a millennium, and now it had vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling hollow. The junior has sealed the demon away elsewhere. Chu Xiaonan replied, clasping his hands in respect. If the elder does not believe me, you may accompany me. The future may not lack a day for us to meet again. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to release the ancient demon? Yunqing's anger flared, preparing to strike again. This was a plot all along. Rest assured, esteemed elder. When the ancient demon emerges once more, I will surely extinguish it with a mere flick of my finger. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly, turning to leave the cave. Yet, Yunqing would not allow him to depart so easily. The previously concocted array of the heavenly sealing of demons descended with a resounding crash, suppressing him within the realm of sealing. Heh! Chu Xiaonan gazed upward, narrowing his eyes. Yunqing suddenly witnessed countless eyes invading his soul sea, and in an instant, he succumbed to disarray. The bloodline eye technique of the ancient demon? Previously, he had suffered a spiritual assault that allowed the demonic energy to seep out of the sealing realm, resulting in the surrounding mountains being infected by numerous demonic creatures. Now, he had fallen victim to the same trick. Fortunately, his spirit was concealed within the 7-star spirit pattern pillar. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been successfully possessed. Celestial Star Divine Eye. Utilizing the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, Yunqing activated the secret technique of the Heavenly Eye. Breaking free from the multitude of eyes, meanwhile, he had already grasped the method to manipulate the 7-star spirit pattern pillar, imprinted within Chu Xiaonan's heart. The ancient demon's bloodline eye technique, 10,000 eyes, essentially allowed one to invade another's soul sea, peering into their thoughts. When facing weaker opponents, it could result in possession, while against stronger foes, it could induce temporary distraction, enabling the user to glean memories or even directly learn their techniques. You young one, you are a spy of the demon race. Yunqing prepared to strike again. However, at this moment, Chu Xiaonan had already begun to activate a secret method to seize control of the 7-star spiritual pattern pillar. Intending to take it away, I will slaughter you. Yun Chen roared with fury, regretting his earlier misjudgment. 1,000-mile dam collapses due to an ant-hole. He allowed someone to steal the demonic creature right beneath his very nose. Senior, you cannot kill me. The best outcome for you would be my soul being ground to dust. Chu Xiaonan advised him gently, recognizing the contributions of the person from Donghuang and deeming it unwise to act recklessly. Shut your mouth. I am ashamed to be in league with a traitor of the demon clan. Yun Chen was seething with rage, wishing he could self-destruct at that moment and take Chu Xiaonan along with him. Then you might as well take a rest, Chu Xiaonan replied lazily, knowing that no explanation would suffice. He employed the myriad eyes technique once more, and the already irate Yun Chen fell victim again. This time, Chu Xiaonan did not hold back. He cleverly united with the spirit of the 7-star spiritual pattern pillar to force its residual soul out of the treasure and sealed it within a soul-subduing tower. Deprived of a refuge, Yun Chen was akin to a wandering ghost, significantly weakening his power, making it easy for Chu Xiaonan to suppress him. The onlookers outside the cave were rendered speechless by his ferocious display of power. After all, Yun Chen was the leader of the Star Spirit sect and had contributed to Donghuang. How could he be treated in such a manner? The demonic creatures here have been resealed. We can depart now. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly, unconcerned about Yun Chen's feelings. If you insist on accusing me of being a traitor of the demon clan when I am merely trying to speak politely, then I must find a place for you to calm down. Lord Demon Sovereign, if you can truly seal all the demonic creatures, why not head to the next sealing location? The old demon Xian Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sealing site contained the 7 stars spiritual pattern pillar, and the next one would surely also possess a treasure of equal value. Perhaps he could obtain one for himself. Oh, you know where the other sealing sites are? Chu Xiaonan asked with a smile. Most sealing locations for demonic creatures are desolate and seldom visited, and few know of them. Some places have even been long forgotten. His encounters with 2 such sites were merely luck. Moreover, if others were to learn of his ability to seal ancient demons, the leaders of various factions would likely come to seek him out, to have a heart-to-heart talk. After all, a common man is innocent. But possessing a precious treasure can lead to disaster. Some, like Yun Chen, might even regard him as a traitor of the demon clan, pouring dirt on him, making it impossible for him to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Upon being questioned by Chu Xiaonan, Xian Kong stared, speechless. He truly did not know. He had only recently heard that Donghuang was sealing demonic creatures. I can find out, Xian Kong said reluctantly. This task will be entrusted to you. After the 6th God banquet in Donghuang concludes, I shall take my disciples out for training. You will have ample time to undertake this task. Chu Xiaonan replied slowly. In truth, I also wish to accompany the demon sovereign to broaden my horizons. Xian Kong awkwardly rubbed his hands together. In Donghuang, once one reaches the divine storage realm, breaking through to a higher level becomes exceedingly difficult. Had he not feared being bullied outside, he would have left long ago to seek his fortune. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he naturally wished to seize it. Do as you please. Once the ceiling over Donghuang is lifted, it will be the true test for the practitioners living in this region. It is always beneficial to elevate one's realm, Chu Xiaonan said with a smile that was almost a smirk. The ancient demons pose a tremendous threat to Donghuang, but ultimately, they remain sealed. Should a large influx of external practitioners enter Donghuang, it would inevitably ignite a fierce conflict with the local practitioners. The law of the jungle has remained unchanged since time immemorial. Then I thank the demon sovereign. Xian Kong chuckled, positioning himself behind Chu Xiaonan. He had now chosen his side. Following the demon sovereign promised a bright future. First, let us pay a visit to the sword-seeking sect. After making his decision, Chu Xiaonan activated the flying vessel. The forces from the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom that had attacked the sword-seeking sect had been nearly annihilated. Even the few that had managed to escape posed no threat. Thus, it could also be considered a satisfactory resolution for Li Yujian. 2 days later, they arrived at Wuqi Mountain. After the sect's reconstruction, many disciples of the sword-seeking sect had returned, and the remnants of the shattered walls had been cleared away, bringing life back to the mountain. However, the sword-seeking sect had suffered severe damage, and while once disciples could be seen practicing swordplay everywhere, now only scattered disciples could be seen walking in groups. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Yujian and Feng Bailu came to greet them. "Brother Chu, thank you immensely this time." Li Yujian clasped his fists in gratitude. Reports from the returning disciples indicated that Chu Xiaonan had unleashed a bloody storm in the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, with casualties numbering in the countless, nearly annihilating all sects that had dared to attack the sword-seeking sect. If left to him, he could not have acted with such relentless ruthlessness. Sect Master Chu. Feng Bailu slightly bowed. In front of outsiders, she could not address Chu Xiaonan as her benefactor. Yet this kindness would forever remain in her heart. The calamity that befell the sword-seeking sect was instigated by me, and it should be resolved by me. You two need not be formal. Chu Xiaonan waved his hand dismissively, then inquired, "Has Xian Wuji been here?" Chapter 78. Visitors from beyond the heavens. Li Yujian and Feng Bailu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Would that scoundrel dare to come to the sword-seeking sect? Let him try. One person, one sword. I would pierce him into a porcupine. That brat wishes to become one of my subordinates. I intended to have him come here to apologize to you too, yet he did not have the courage. Chu Xiaonan expressed some disappointment regarding such a coward as unworthy. Sect Master, the ruler of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom, has sent a royal decree. At that moment, a disciple of the sword-seeking sect flew in on his sword, noticing Chu Xiaonan's presence, and continued, "There is also a personal letter for the demon sovereign." Chu Xiaonan took the letter, casually glancing at it, only to furrow his brow. It was an apology letter, yet it contained a resolute intention to face death. After reading the royal decree, Li Yujian handed it to Chu Xiaonan. "They seem to be encountering some trouble," Chu Xiaonan said with a serious expression after a brief glance. The letter sent by Xian Wuji conveyed that he had received a message from the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau midway through his return to the city, indicating that a mysterious powerful being from beyond the heavens was about to arrive, hence his urgency to return to the capital to oversee the situation. Beyond the heavens referred to regions outside Donghuang, divided into 4 major areas: North Cold, Central Plains, West Extremes, and South Border. As the ancient demons were on the verge of breaking their seal, the arrival of powerful beings from various regions into Donghuang could hardly be deemed either good or bad. Chu Xiaonan could only make judgments upon meeting them. Initially, he had planned to rest for 2 days at the sword-seeking sect before heading north, but plans changed swiftly. Chu Xiaonan sighed softly. "I hope their arrival does not disrupt the Eastern Hill Six-God banquet." Li Yujian stroked his beard, his expression grave. In their generation, many geniuses had been sent to the central continent. If those individuals returned before the great calamity, it would be uncertain whether it would be a blessing or a curse, and there was concern that some might have ulterior motives. Chu Xiaonan turned to Shui Yambing, seizing the moment to bestow upon her the Xian Yuan turtle breathing technique, instructing, "You should be aware of the type of practitioners I despise. During that banquet, do not indiscriminately slay innocents, yet do not let a single person escape. Ensure to maintain balance. Rest assured, Master, the opportunities that belong to me shall not be surrendered easily." Shui Yambing smiled faintly. "Master has mentioned that the cave of the Wuhua sovereign contains the cultivation treasures I seek, so others must yield. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. For you, Master, I am still at ease." Chu Xiaonan nodded with satisfaction, pondering for a moment before asking the golden crow sacred spirit for a drop of its blood to give to his eldest disciple for refinement. "Thank you, Master." Shui Yambing's eyes gleamed with joy as she hurriedly bowed. The blood of the golden crow would purify her bloodline further, perhaps awakening a certain bloodline secret art of the golden crow clan. This blood, more than any earthly treasure, was immensely alluring to her. Seeing this, Yin felt a pang of jealousy, wrapping her arms around Chu Xiaonan's, pouting, "Master, you mustn't be so biased. I want it too. I want it too." She realized that the treatment of named disciples and personally taught disciples was indeed different. "Then I shall also gift you this azure water swimming scale whip, along with the cultivation method of its previous owner." Chu Xiaonan said helplessly. "To be honest, this secret treasure was of little use to him and lay idle in his Qinkuan ring." "Huh?" Yin's little face turned crimson, becoming shy and hesitant. Her whips were usually wrapped around her waist as a decorative belt. And in her clan, taking a girl's belt or giving it away was a declaration of affection. "Master, then I shall gift you this long whip." Yin removed the long whip that was coiled around her slender waist. Raising it above her head, her heart racing like a startled deer. Would Master accept it? He must accept it. Chu Xiaonan was somewhat perplexed by her actions. He was offering a secret treasure, yet this girl was returning a piece of leather vine. What was going on? "Forget it. I'll accept it for now." After all, it was the sincere gesture of a disciple. Chu Xiaonan raised his hand to store the leather vine in his Qinkuan ring, gently ruffling Yin's hair, and said with a kind smile, "Work hard in your cultivation. I have high hopes for you." The little girl knew how to reciprocate, so it seemed she would treat him like a father figure in the future, which resolved a minor issue. That moment, Yin's face grew even redder. She secretly glanced at Chu Xiaonan, bashfully lowering her head, relishing her master's affection. Her master had accepted her heartfelt offering, which meant that as long as she reached his expectations, there was still hope. Today's sunshine is truly splendid, she thought to herself, planning to pin down Shui Yambing later and give him a good beating. Her mood would surely improve. "All right, let us set off quickly. We cannot allow the general I personally selected to be bullied." Chu Xiaonan activated the flying vessel, clasping his fists towards Li Yujian and Feng Bailu. "See you at the Eastern Hills 6 God Banquet. Lord Sect Master, take care." Li Yujian responded with a smile and ABOW. The group vanished into the horizon. Feng Bailu suddenly cast a somewhat resentful look at Li Yujian. The esteemed master has bestowed upon his disciple a precious treasure, while her uncle, who shares a deep bond with her, has gifted her a flying sword of celestial grade, a prized possession of the sect. As you well know, I am but a humble man with nothing but the clothes on my back. If you truly envy me, perhaps you should consider forming a bond with young brother Chu." Li Yujian chuckled awkwardly, slyly suggesting. He is well aware that Chu Xiaonan possesses numerous valuable items. Even a small token from him could significantly bolster the strength of the Wanjian sect. One ought not to be so ungracious as to part with one's own treasures. Feng Bailu shot him a disdainful glance, her cheeks as fair as if dusted with powder, a faint smile hovering at the corners of her lips. Should Chu Xiaonan come to propose, she would not refuse. The scene shifts to the capital of the Eastern Qiu Divine Kingdom, where a horrific massacre is unfolding. The Yin Gang, the Quan Gang, the forbidden troops of Xian Wuji, and the heavenly guards led by Feng Luchuan are being slaughtered mercilessly by a group of young men. The leader among them bears the surname Wei, of the Wei family from the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. This time, for groups of geniuses from the central continent have descended upon the eastern wasteland, each harboring their own distinct motives. Some may be practicing dark arts, seeking furnace vessels or blood sacrifices to elevate their cultivation. But Wei is not among them. His purpose here is solely to kill. Acting on the orders of the Wei family's ancestor, Wei Xian, he aims to eliminate the family traitor Feng Luchuan and seize control of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom for the Wei clan. The Wanjian sect has sent 5 cultivators, 4 men and 1 woman. Wei Ju stands out as a paragon of the younger generation, at the peak of the Wuong realm. The other 4 include his fiancée Feng Ning, the granddaughter of the 7th elder of the Wanjian sect, along with 2 of his followers and a guardian of the late-stage divine concealment realm, summoned by Wei Xian for his grandson. This formidable team is more than capable of dominating most regions of the eastern wasteland. Wei Ju and his companions have already decimated the direct descendants left behind by Feng Luchuan in the capital of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom. Their objective here is to completely eradicate Feng Luchuan, ensuring no future threats arise. However, they did not anticipate encountering such fierce resistance in this locale. Wei Ju is intrigued to inquire why they would risk their lives for a mere woman. At this moment, Ming Ku, Fan Yin, and Xian Wuji have all sustained injuries, each side suffering grave losses, yet they persist in their desperate struggle. Given the dire circumstances, who would still fear death? Naturally, they are also gambling on their fates, hoping against hope that survival is within reach. The followers of the demon lord have fought to this extent. Surely, those who endure will eventually reap the rewards of their suffering. Xian Wuji, if you relent, you can safeguard the Eastern Xiu divine kingdom. Why subject yourself to unnecessary hardship? Wei Ju's gaze is fierce, his heart brimming with indignation, adhering to the principle that those favored by fate should not be indiscriminately slaughtered. He can only seize opportunities and gradually diminish their fortune. Otherwise, entangling oneself in great karmic consequences would be exceedingly troublesome. In this imperial capital, where Wei Wuji embodies the nation's fortune, he is the most formidable opponent. Were it not for this hindrance, the other insignificant figures would have long been dispatched by his guardian with a mere flick of the wrist. I have already erred once. Even if I die today, I shall not yield to you feral beasts. Xian Wuji resolutely rejected Wei Ju's proposition. He is not blind to the fact that these suddenly arrived experts are here to seize the resources of the Eastern Wasteland. It is likely that some have made secret agreements with powerful figures from the central continent, which emboldens their reckless disregard for the lives of the Eastern Wasteland's inhabitants. The Guardian, seething with anger, charged into the ranks, seizing Xian Wuji by the throat, and hissed, "Do you think I truly fear to kill you? Then kill me if you must. When the demon lord arrives, what are you insignificant beings to him?" Xian Wuji, unyielding, preferred death standing rather than living as another's dog. Had he not witnessed Chu Xiaonan's prowess, he might have considered alternative paths, but now, there is no need for such thoughts. Showing some backbone might earn him respect. Humph! The Guardian casually tossed aside a general, seizing a long spear, and hurled it with great force, pinning it to the city wall. Blood flowed, staining the palace grounds, trickling down from the city gate. You pitiful ants! Will you continue to resist? The Guardian sneered, observing the remaining soldiers with amusement. The soldiers, eyes wide with fury, were nonetheless paralyzed by his overwhelming presence, afraid to advance. Who would dare to die? Charge for me. Fight to the last point. One soldier, one life. Xian Wuji, with bloodshot eyes, pointed shakily at the Guardian, struggling to voice his command. Damn it, if my head is to roll, then let us charge together. Kill. A fierce warrior cast aside his helmet and galloped forward. A battalion of terrified soldiers exchanged glances, but feeling the fervor of their comrades, their spirits ignited, and they bravely followed suit. Death be damned. Even if heaven and earth collapse, let us leave our legacy upon this world. We have contended for a lifetime. I shall take the lead. Meng Ke pushed past Fan Yin, igniting his lifespan and cultivation. He had merely wished to guard the Yin Gang, to be an unambitious leader. Yet never did he expect to encounter such a fervent battle. Those who fear death are but fools. Enough of this. Who is afraid? Fan Yin, with his ample belly, stepped forward, rallying his followers. Brothers, from this day forth, there shall be no distinction between the Yin Gang and the Quan Gang. We are all cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland. Ha! For the first time, I've heard something sensible from your lips. Meng Ke laughed heartily at him. Humph! I shan't stoop to your level. Fan Yin shot him a sidelong glance, then addressed the others. Protect the sovereign of the sealed nation. Should any survive, convey to my ancestors that I have not brought shame upon them. Kill. With that, Fan Yin gathered his entire spiritual power, summoning a water dragon from the moat, charging it directly towards Wei Ju and his cohort. He sought to take down a few. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Simultaneously, Meng Ke surged towards the Guardian, fully prepared for battle. You dare! The Guardian's expression shifted, retreating to Wei Ju's side. Suddenly, several soldiers lunged at him, clinging desperately, preventing his escape. You old fiend, be more arrogant. Meng Ke seized the Guardian's head, grinning maniacally as he ignited his entire spiritual energy. Boom! A brilliant fireball illuminated the heavens, roaring like thunder, echoing throughout the sky. In the meantime, a blood-red water dragon, under Fan Yin's control, also detonated. Leader, leader! At the gates of the Eastern Xiu Divine Kingdom's imperial capital, wails echoed endlessly. The two leaders of the Yin Gang and the Quan Gang, well known throughout the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, perished in this battle. A sense of desolation enveloped the battlefield. As the dust settled, the Guardian stood proudly in the air, gazing down upon the masses with the indifference one might reserve for insects, his attire merely tattered. Meanwhile, Wei Ju and his companions, shielded within their protective barrier, had only suffered minor setbacks, with a talisman tearing at its corner. This group of eastern wasteland savages, resorting to self-detonation at every turn, is quite the waste of a protective opportunity. Feng Ning, tucking away the talisman, bit her lip in distress, her eyes glinting with cold light. Leave none alive. Kill them all, Wei Ju commanded, embracing Feng Ning's delicate form. Had she delayed even a moment longer, the protective talisman bestowed by his ancestor would have been triggered. These fools deserve their fate. If they crave death so dearly, let them have it. Tap, 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 tap. No sooner had he spoken than a striking figure of a woman appeared, adorned in cloud-soled boots, wielding a treasured sword. It was none other than Feng Luchuan, the sovereign of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom, who had prematurely concluded her seclusion. Now, Feng Luchuan has stepped into the realm of divine concealment. Although she is merely at the initial stage, and her aura is somewhat unstable, she is undeniably of the divine concealment realm. You have plunged me into utter despair regarding the Wei family. If I do not perish today, I shall wipe out your entire clan. Feng Luchuan's tone was calm, but her anger had transformed into an icy indifference. The actions of Wei family's ancestor were despicable and chilling. Oh, it is you, that wretched spawn. Their demise is solely because of you. As long as you live, they must die. Every last one associated with you shall perish. Feng Luchuan, you are the source of calamity. I advise you to repent and take your own life. Should I capture you, your death will not be so simple. Wei Ju raged, looking down upon Feng Luchuan. Were it not for this wretched woman before me, I would not have been sent to this godforsaken place in the eastern wasteland. With 9 grandsons and 16 granddaughters, why was I the only one dispatched here? The indignation I feel is palpable. This lowly place, where the scum of the eastern wasteland dwell, pales in comparison to the central continent. What is there to conk? You may choose to disregard the attacks from Daoxian realm, but can you truly turn a blind eye to the secret treasure that I shall detonate? Feng Luchuan's palm manifested a crimson miniature cauldron, determined to eliminate these few individuals at any cost. This conflict had transcended mere personal vendetta between her and the Wei family. It had evolved into a confrontation between the second-tier sects of Central Continent and the cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness. The Guardian, upon hearing this, displayed a countenance of fluctuating emotions, falling into a profound silence. To speak frankly, the lava aura emanating from the cauldron instilled within him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Had Feng Luchuan only recently broken through to the divine concealment realm, she might have been unable to last more than a few exchanges in his presence. However, with the addition of this secret treasure, she was now deemed worthy of engaging him. If she truly detonated the treasure, it was likely that they would not escape unscathed, if not face certain death. Youngster, I am not one to be easily intimidated. By all means, attempt to detonate it. If I cannot withstand it, do you think I cannot retreat? The Guardian smirked, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Feng Luchuan smiled and shook her head. Perhaps he could escape, but those few young ones would have to pay the price with their lives. As a protector, should the one she was meant to guard meet their demise, could he evade Wei Xian's retribution? Yet, the time for such considerations had not yet arrived. If she could endure until the arrival of the Lord of Demons, there would be no need to resort to such measures. After all, the lava blood cauldron did not belong to her. Crimson Flow Flame, arise. Feng Luchuan summoned a conflagration imbued with malevolent energy, her delicate hand waving it forth, directed straight at Wei Ju and the others. Just as the fiery trout had once taken pride in, the Crimson Flow Flame boasted a searing heat that, though perhaps not on par with divine fire, was certainly beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand. Her foremost target was none other than Wei Ju. As the saying goes, to shoot the horse before the rider, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. By targeting Wei Ju, how could the Guardian remain a mere bystander? Utterly shameless, truly a wretched creature. The Guardian spat in disdain, taking a step forward to obstruct her. How could he possibly be oblivious to Feng Luchuan's intentions? Under such circumstances, regardless of what transpired, he would be impeded. Should he encounter her desperate counterattack, escaping would be far from easy. Lord of Feng, I come to assist you. the long silent vice leader of the Flame Gang, Zhao Yin, stepped forth wielding a fire-scale whip. Behind him, the remaining 10 or so members of the Flame Gang instinctively followed suit. With their leader fallen, were they to return in silence? Brothers, let us slay that brat. Even if I perish, I shall take a piece of him with me. The vice leader of the Spring Gang, dragging a long spear, thundered ahead, leading his gang into a fearless charge. With most of their comrades already fallen, they preferred to have company in death. Kill, kill, kill. Dozens of celestial attendants supported each other to stand, being among the first to be grievously injured by the Guardian. Those still alive had lost their fighting spirit, yet they refused to lag behind. Old soldiers do not die. They must bleed for their sovereign until the last drop. How foolish, how laughable. Wei Ju pointed at the crowd, bursting into a raucous laugh. Did mere ants think they could conquer a dragon? Did a grain of rice dare to shine? It was utterly ludicrous. Today, all who resist must be exterminated, to eliminate future troubles. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Feng Luchuan, gesturing provocatively, before producing dozens of talismans, casting them into the sky and summoning a wind dragon vortex. The talismans were instantly swept by the wind above the rushing throng, each releasing cataclysmic power, raining down destruction upon the unsuspecting below. The disparity between the eastern wilderness and the outside world was not merely one of cultivation realms, but also encompassed various treasures. After all, the truly formidable powers and treasures had already been expended on sealing ancient demons, and a millennia-long seal was sufficient to drain the resources of any sect. Only individuals like Shui Yanbing, who recklessly squandered their treasures in battle, stood alone in the vast eastern wilderness. The warriors, once fervently charging forward, were swiftly laid low beneath the onslaught of overwhelming energy. A group of beleaguered natives dared to slay this noble son. Could they truly succeed? Wei Ju placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Only in mercilessly slaughtering the lowly denizens of the eastern wilderness could he derive any semblance of pleasure. These people deserve to die, vile creatures, perish. Zhao Yin burst forth from the talisman's attack range, wielding the fire-scale whip, striking down with ferocity. Young master, be careful. Two of Wei Ju's followers cried out anxiously, boom, before Wei Ju could even react. He was sent flying by Zhao Yan's whip, tumbling hundreds of meters away. Kill him! Enraged, the two followers charged forth, mercilessly stabbing the severely wounded Zhao Yan to death. Young Master Wei. Feng Zhan swiftly moved, hastily administering a pill to Wei Ju. Fortunately, he bore the protective armor bestowed by his grandfather, which absorbed the lethal blow. However, his injuries were far from favorable. Zhao Yan's all-out strike not only shattered the armor but also fractured his bones and damaged his internal organs. Such an unforeseen attack had rendered him incapable of activating his protective talismans in time, leaving him grievously wounded. Buzz! A black token floated from Wei Ju's neck, slowly detaching itself. No. He reached out desperately, shouting in frustration. Protective talismans were one-time use. Once expended here, he would be left with no choice but to rely on the Guardian's power. Before long, Wei Xian revealed himself. He surveyed the surroundings with a puzzled expression before smiling and inquiring. Jewer, who has harmed you? Grandfather shall avenge you, Wei Ju. Could he confess that his own arrogance had led to a sneak attack resulting in near death, thus inadvertently triggering the protective talisman? Grandfather, that wretched creature sought to kill me. With a flash of inspiration, Wei Ju spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, pointing accusingly at Feng Luchuan, who was fiercely battling the Guardian. Feng Luchuan? What the hell? This little brat from the Wei family is utterly shameless. Did I even touch you? The onlookers turned towards Feng Luchuan, choosing to remain silent. Very well, we have seen nothing. Once again, it was you, you wretched spawn. Wei Xian's expression darkened, ready to erupt, only to suddenly realize that Feng Luchuan had already stepped into the divine concealment realm. Such a young prodigy, even he hesitated to slay her. If he could introduce her to the sect leader or a saint from a first-tier sect, the benefits would far surpass anything the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom could offer. Ahem, Feng Luchuan, I can offer you a chance. If you are willing, Feng Luchuan spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Wei Xian, her delicate face adorned with a mocking expression. Despite being at the initial stage of the divine concealment realm, She required the combined efforts of two cultivators of higher realms to suppress her. They truly had sunk to a new low. Yet, this was hardly a matter of great concern. The unique ability of the lava blood cauldron, a secret treasure, was to independently refine blood pills. Feng Luchuan had obtained the right to use the lava blood cauldron from Chu Xiaonan some time ago, so she was certainly not lacking in blood pills. She retrieved several blood pills imbued with pure essence and swiftly consumed them, rapidly refining them. The wound inflicted by the sudden attack from the Guardian almost healed instantaneously. Such a display left even the Guardian momentarily dumbfounded. Standing there with his mouth agape, as if he had just swallowed something unpleasant, is it possible to conclude that if Feng Luchuan cannot be slain in a single blow, she possesses the ability to regenerate indefinitely? This treasure is indeed terrifying. Wei Xian's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the small cauldron in Feng Luchuan's hands, unable to look away. If he could claim this treasure for himself, he would undoubtedly be able to establish a sect in the central continent, rivaling even the chaotic god sect. Wei Xian, that treasure belongs to me. The Guardian swallowed hard, his desire for the lava blood cauldron evident. Faced with such a priceless artifact, refusal was not an option. First, let us eliminate this wretched creature. Wei Xian chuckled coldly to himself. Since such a treasure had presented itself, how could he simply hand it over? If Feng Luchuan were to perish, the others present would have to be silenced as well. Otherwise, even the chaotic god sect might struggle to bear the consequences of such information leaking out. Unbeknownst to Wei Ju, he had inexplicably landed on his grandfather's assassination list due to a mere treasure. Wei Xian's ruthlessness knew no bounds, extending even to his own kin. Excellent. The Guardian mistakenly believed that Wei Xian had acquiesced to his demands and responded with enthusiasm. He wiped the blood from his dagger, quietly concealing himself, patiently awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Wei Xian appeared silently behind the Guardian, thrusting his arm through his heart. The Guardian turned in disbelief. Chu Xiaonan smirked derisively, enveloping his fist with the blood of Wanshi. I am not afraid. Wei Xian declared defiantly. You are afraid, Chu Xiaonan echoed. I am not afraid. Wei Xian insisted once more. Wan Yin, Chu Xiaonan whispered softly. Just as Wei Xian was caught up in his anger, a multitude of eyes suddenly invaded his mind, causing his spirit to falter in an instant. The legacy of the Wei family is rather unimpressive. Yet the technique of the disorderly spirit sect, capable of stunning gods and wailing ghosts, is quite suitable for my cultivation. However, Wei Xian, that old fool, is truly dim-witted for not having learned it. It has instead become a boon for me. Chu Xiaonan delved into Wei Xian's memories, acquiring the Wei family's treasure techniques, the cloud concealment hand and the immortal cloud palm, as well as a scroll of heavenly-grade secret methods from the disorderly spirit sect. Wei Xian steadied himself, about to instinctively shout again that he was not afraid, when he suddenly noticed a massive fist hurtling towards his forehead. Bang! Chu Xiaonan smashed his fist into Wei Xian's head, obliterating it. In the face of a physique nearly akin to that of the demon race, devoid of any defensive artifacts, and with Wei Xian's body being far inferior to Chu Xiaonan's refined form, even a formidable entity like Wei Xian's avatar was destined to suffer defeat again. Boring. Chu Xiaonan kicked Wei Xian's lower half into oblivion, ensuring the latter could not conceal any further tricks for a sneak attack. He then lifted his gaze to survey the ravaged imperial capital, his brow furrowing slightly. The aftermath of this situation would be quite challenging to manage. Fortunately, Xian Wuji was still alive. Quickly, why are you all dawdling? Go bring down the sovereign of the sealed kingdom. He shouted at the others. I am busy fighting. Can't you all hurry to save someone? Chapter 83. The Turmoil of Cultivation. With the blood pill refined from the lava blood cauldron, even with just a breath left, recovery is possible, albeit slowly. The injuries suffered by Xian Wuji were more manageable since the Guardian was unwilling to involve himself in fate and intentionally held back during his intervention, allowing for easier treatment on site. Half a month later, nearly all who survived that fierce battle had fully recovered. The battlefield was cleared, and the fallen cultivators from various factions were laid to rest by Xian Wuji near the royal mausoleum. With designated individuals to offer incense, the capital of the Eastern Hill Divine Kingdom gradually regained its former prosperity, bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians and tourists. Shops across all trades reopened for business, with merchants arriving from afar filling the streets and alleys, while street vendors selling snacks, trinkets, and calligraphy could be seen everywhere. The events of that day's battle had also been woven into tales by storytellers, vividly recounted in tea houses and theaters throughout the region. Chu Xiaonan and his companions, however, set out early towards the Eastern Yao Divine Kingdom, preparing to attend the sixth divine banquet of the Eastern Wilderness. Beneath the radiant sun, the vast field stretched out and the azure sea loomed, as a dragon boat nearly 100 feet long soared through the sky. On the dragon boat, Chu Xiaonan reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the fragrant tea freshly brewed by Feng Luchuan, lazily basking in the sun. Luchuan, do you truly intend to abandon the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom to accompany me to the Central Continent? Since handing over the Wei family's legacy to Feng Luchuan, this newly appointed sovereign of the Eastern Snow Divine Kingdom had voluntarily stayed by his side, claiming she wanted to serve him by pouring tea. This had distressed Yining greatly. Encountering a stumbling block on their journey was far from ideal. Yet, after only a few days of chaos, she found herself confined to a small dark room for seclusion by Chu Xiaonan. The reason being, she had inadvertently disrupted his rules by stepping in with her right foot first during a meal. Seeing this, Shui Yambing hastily retreated to a nearby room adjacent to the small dark room, diligently focusing on her cultivation. If she failed to secure the top position at the sixth divine banquet of the Eastern Wilderness, and her master decided to punish her with 100 lashes for opening her right eye first upon waking, that would be most embarrassing indeed. He had witnessed the terror of her master before. As long as one followed her master's wishes, even the stars could be plucked from the sky, but should one act in a manner that displeased her, there would inevitably be unreasonable punishments awaiting. Alas, the time leading up to the end of the sixth divine banquet would be quite arduous. The scene shifted back to the deck, where the two were engaged in a warm conversation. Feng Luchuan filled Chu Xiaonan's cup with tea, her expression calm as she replied, "My mother took her own life due to Wei Xian's selfishness. This grudge must not go unavenged." Chu Xiaonan shot her a sidelong glance. Lamenting, "Could you possibly return the lava blood cauldron to me? You've been using it for over half a month now." He was not truly concerned about the bit of blood essence. It was a matter of principle. They had initially agreed that she would return it once she reached the divine concealment realm. Yet, unexpectedly, Feng Luchuan had turned out to be an unyielding debtor, dragging it out until now. Truly, he had encountered a formidable opponent. Chu Xiaonan mused, could it be that the remnants of the Flame Gang had sent dreams from the underworld to Feng Luchuan, urging her to seek revenge against him? That would be exceedingly unfriendly. The life of that young woman has already been entrusted to the Demon Lord. So you may do as you wish. Feng Luchuan rose and approached Chu Xiaonan from behind. Kneading his shoulders, "Demon Lord, if you have any other requests, I am more than willing to oblige." "I have no other requests. Just return the cauldron." Chu Xiaonan, feeling too comfortable from her ministrations, was covered in goosebumps. He had not anticipated that Feng Luchuan would also engage in seduction. What a vexing woman. She should not think that her massage skills could dissuade him from demanding the lava blood cauldron. "Demon Lord, I am preparing to break through to the latter stage of the divine concealment realm. Surely you would not want to see me lacking in cultivation resources and failing halfway?" Feng Luchuan asked, looking pitiable. "Is that true?" Chu Xiaonan grasped her delicate hand, probing her physical condition, and immediately felt a twinge of unease. Her realm appeared stable, indeed suited for further advancement, but how long had it been since her last breakthrough? Why was her progress so rapid after obtaining the lava blood cauldron? Did this not cast a shadow over his own achievements, despite possessing a system? With a sorrowful sigh, Chu Xiaonan waved his hand weakly. It seemed the cauldron would not be returning anytime soon. He stared blankly at the azure sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the propulsion chamber of the dragon boat, the Xian Kong old demon wielded a small whip. Urging Zhao Zongxing to cultivate diligently. It felt rather peculiar to have a Dao Xian realm individual mixed in among those at the divine concealment realm, who would protect him when they traveled to the central continent. Zhao Zongxing had no words for his grievances as he toiled to mine spirit stones for the energy tower. Although it was somewhat arduous, he felt his cultivation pace quickening under pressure. Within just a few days, he sensed he was nearing a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Dao Xian realm. Now that he had the Demon Lord's protection, with a little more effort, a breakthrough to the divine concealment realm was just around the corner, but alas, upon returning to Qiyin Prefecture, there would be no place left to show off his prowess. He had been so focused on his own advancement that he had not even had the chance to bid farewell to his old friends. Ga, sooner or later, I will team up with the young master to eradicate the disorderly spirit sect, Zhao Zongxing vowed silently within. Those scoundrels are utterly untrustworthy, yet I, Zhao, am a man of loyalty. Crack, don't slack off. The Xian Kong old demon bellowed. The small whip cracked against Zhao Zongxing's backside, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Yes, this was the feeling of a soul-shaking experience, igniting his motivation anew. Ah, I have figured it out. Chu Xiaonan suddenly sat up, clapping his hands in delight. What does it mean to startle gods and weep ghosts? Exquisite beauty that captivates the eyes, such as the essence of startling gods and weeping ghosts. Unmatched talent and unparalleled strength. This too is the essence, dominant and formidable, battling heaven and earth. This is yet another aspect. This is a spiritual secret method, which, in his contemplation, should be divided into 3 levels: external manifestation, internal manifestation, and heart manifestation. External manifestation refers to all external factors and appearances a cultivator can utilize, such as family background, appearance, rare materials, weapons, and techniques. Internal manifestation pertains to innate strength and temperament. Heart manifestation primarily involves willpower, courage, and fighting spirit. Mastering these 3 levels allows one to cultivate startling gods and weeping ghosts to great success. In essence, it is about striking and intimidating the opponent from all angles, affecting their resolve, making them feel small, fearful, and even despairing, ultimately damaging their resolve. No wonder that old fool has had such difficulty in cultivation. Chu Xiaonan sighed inwardly, finding it quite a daunting task even for himself. Among cultivators of the same realm, it is generally challenging to establish a significant gap in experience and knowledge. From where could one strike a blow that would truly shock them? This is a question worth exploring. Lu Chuan, you borrowed my secret treasure. Is it too much to ask for a favor? Chu Xiaonan grinned as he pulled Feng Luchuan into the room. Not long after, sounds of Feng Liuchuan's moans and cries echoed forth, while Chu Xiaonan became increasingly engrossed, reveling in the exploration of enhancing the power of startling gods and weeping ghosts. After a while, Feng Liuchuan's voice had grown hoarse. Demon Lord, I truly cannot take it anymore. Please let me go. Just one last time. Luchuan, please hold on a bit longer. I promise I won't hurt you. Chapter 84. Life has become unbearable. After several days, Feng Luchuan found herself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Tormented by nightmares, it was hard to imagine that a dignified cultivator of the divine concealment realm could still dream while sleeping. She was on the verge of succumbing to a mental demon. Luchuan, I'm coming in, Chu Xiaonan announced yet again. You devil, don't come any closer. Go away. Feng Luchuan, disheveled, hurled a pillow at him, hugging her knees and silently shedding tears, initially thinking that Chu Xiaonan intended to claim her body. She soon realized she was merely a test subject. Subjected to various mental shocks daily, she felt her nerves fraying. Whenever night fell and she closed her eyes, terrifying monsters would assail her mind, rendering her too fearful to sleep. She was certain that if this continued, she would undoubtedly fall into madness. This is also cultivation. If I can endure this phase, the sea is vast for fish to leap and the sky is high for birds to soar. Chu Xiaonan embraced Feng Luchuan, smiling as he comforted her. Being able to instill fear in Feng Luchuan proved that his cultivation of startling gods and weeping ghosts was making some progress, which naturally pleased him. However, he was also aware of the consequences. If he truly shattered Feng Liuchuan's resolve, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. Chu Xiaonan, sleep with me tonight? You must not refuse. Feng Luchuan clung to him like an octopus, pulling him down onto the bed. All right, let us sleep. I want to leave. Chu Xiaonan gently patted her back, coaxing her into slumber. During this period, she has truly endured much hardship. Fortunately, she persevered in the future. Even when confronted with the most formidable cultivators, she will not falter in fear and will wield her sword with confidence. After a night, Feng Luchuan stepped into the later stage of the divine vault. She triumphed over the impending birth of her inner demons and even severed the obsessions of her past with a single strike. Yet, etched in her heart remains a singular mark. I shall return the cauldron to you. Once I reach Zhongzhou, I will refine my swordsmanship. Upon awakening, Feng Luchuan promptly returned the lava blood cauldron. Having ascended to the later stage of the divine vault, The refining effects of blood energy and malevolence on her physique became almost negligible. The lava blood cauldron no longer held the same allure for her as before. As you wish. Chu Xiaonan cast a glance at her, yawning as he stowed away the lava blood cauldron, resembling a languid salted fish lounging in a rocking chair. Recently, intelligence from Meixiang Tower indicated several instances of entire cities being blood sacrificed within the borders of the 6 divine kingdoms of the eastern wilderness, which could not be divorced from the involvement of cultivators from Zhengzhou. Undoubtedly, the 6 divine banquet of the eastern wilderness would involve encounters with cultivators from Zhengzhou. Upon arriving in the eastern Yaoshan kingdom, I need to inquire with Dantai Kong about the entrance and exit to Zhengzhou. Would be inappropriate to visit without reciprocating. If he ventures to Zhengzhou, he must cause a great upheaval. In a day or two, we will reach the capital, Pan City, of the eastern Yaoshan kingdom. You should summon those 2 little ones. I shall provide them with further guidance. Chu Xiaonan spoke languidly. If you scare them to death, you will have done a great service, Feng Luchuan teased, stepping lightly into the cabin loft. Before long, Shui Yambing and Yin were summoned. We pay our respects to the master. The 2 greeted him with the disciple's salute. I have some bad news for you. This time at the 6th divine banquet of the eastern wilderness, there may be some scum from Zhengzhou joining in. Chu Xiaonan shook his paper fan, lamenting, for over a decade, I have borne the title of a heretic and an aberration. In my youthful exuberance, coupled with the demands of cultivation, I have acted unscrupulously and taken many innocent lives, which I do not deny. However, compared to those fellows from Zhengzhou, I am but a small fish in a vast sea. Since we have chosen the path of cultivation, who among us is not stained with the blood of the innocent? The master need not bear too much guilt, Yin comforted. Shui Yambing nodded in agreement, but remained silent. I summoned you here to convey that I have strayed from the path, yet I have also found my way back. Thus, I feel a sense of empathy towards those who have gone astray and wish to lend them a hand. However, should they remain obstinate, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate them completely to prevent future troubles. At any time, might makes right. For those devoid of conscience, there is no need for mercy. At this juncture, Chu Xiaonan cast a meaningful glance at Shui Yambing. Although the elder disciple had not inherited his teachings, he was the true successor of his will. I shall take heed, master. Shui Yambing slightly bowed. Having traversed the martial world for some time, he had engaged in self-reflection and arrived at a similar conclusion, closely mirroring the master's sentiments. Naturally, he also admired those who steadfastly upheld their principles and harbored benevolence, such as Fang Zhongxiu, whose memory would forever linger in his heart, yet he could not emulate such a person. In the end, whether righteous or wicked, it all comes down to the strength of one's fists. Yin. Since the day you began learning the celestial wounding in puppet technique, it was destined that you would become the heir to my legacy. Regrettably, most of the techniques I practice are inseparable from the demonic path, thus I am indifferent to reputation. In the future, should you encounter adversaries, do not underestimate them or act recklessly. Prioritize your own safety and await the opportune moment. In this regard, you must learn from Yambing. Yin playfully stuck out her tongue and respectfully replied, Master, I understand. Chu Xiaonan nodded in satisfaction, then his smile faded, his demeanor shifting to one of authority, dispelling any trace of amiability and replacing it with dominance and coldness. Here they come, here they come. This obnoxious man is finally going to make a move against his own disciples. Feng Luchuan, intrigued, crossed her arms and assumed the role of an onlooker. These days, plagued by mental torment, had been among the most arduous of her life, and she was eager to see how long the 2 little ones could endure. Moments later, Shui Yambing coughed softly, regaining his composure from the overwhelming mental assault. His complexion was flushed, exuding vitality, as if he still craved more. How is it that he shows no fear? Feng Luchuan nearly bulged her eyes in disbelief, indignantly turning to Chu Xiaonan and demanding, Did you go easy on them? I assure you, I did not. Chu Xiaonan, grappling with existential doubts, questioned whether his cultivation of the mind-shattering technique was truly so ineffective. He secretly wondered if Feng Luchuan was simply too weak, recalling how when they trained together, she would often scream and cry, begging for mercy each time she awakened, even seizing his first night in the process. What did you see? Why are you unharmed? Speak. Feng Luchuan gripped Shui Yambing's shoulder, shaking him vigorously. What did this mean? Was her resolve less steadfast than that of a mere boy? Shui Yambing, bewildered, recalled, it was just some illusions, demonic lords, fairies, ancient beasts, and a few rude cultivators and family members who deliberately tried to disgust me. He waved his hand dismissively and stated solemnly, the master said I am destined to be the man of the heavenly emperor. Encountering such trash is not worth my concern. Feng Luchuan stared blankly for a long while before suddenly collapsing onto the ground, hugging Chu Xiaonan's leg and sobbing uncontrollably, I have lost. I, a dignified cultivator of the later stage of the divine vault, have been bested in resolve by a mere boy. How can I continue living? Chapter 85. The Buddha does not save people after a cup of tea's time. In also awoke, drenched in fragrant sweat. In, what did you experience? Shui Yambing inquired curiously as he approached her. Feng Luchuan immediately ceased her weeping and turned her gaze toward the girl. Yin's reaction was relatively normal, observing her rapid breathing. It was evident she had also been greatly frightened. Yin stammered, stealing a glance at Chu Xiaonan. Her snow-white skin was tinged with a layer of pink, as though brushed by cherry blossoms. Initially, when those monstrous fiends appeared, she had indeed been terrified, but once the master manifested, her fear dissipated, and she even engaged in discussions about various embarrassing postures with him. Such intimate matters were hardly easy to articulate. Shui Yambing observed Yin from the side, noting her covering her face, remaining silent for an extended period, and inwardly mused, something is off with my junior sister. Yambing, take your junior sister back to rest. Chu Xiaonan sighed, assuming Yin was merely shaken and emotionally unstable. After all, she was still a child and should not be subjected to undue strictness. It was essential to be lenient with girls. If one were to inadvertently tear their delicate fabric, life would lose much of its joy. Look, Yin is hardly superior to me. Feng Luchuan watched the two depart, hastily sitting up, feeling herself regaining composure. You hardly resemble a sovereign. Chu Xiaonan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Where has your valor, your dominance, your poise gone? You look just like a rustic woman from my hometown. Mind your own business. Feng Luchuan huffed. Reclining once more and playing the role of a languid fish, as the two engaged in their banter, a group descended from the sky uninvited, landing on the deck of the dragon boat. At the forefront was a youth clad in splendid garments, exuding remarkable charisma and grace. Upon landing, divine radiance emanated from him, resembling a humanoid ancient beast, his bones resonating with a thunderous echo, and a faint phantom of a blazing dragon flickering behind him. Beside him stood a one-eyed elder with a scythe slung over his back, smiling as he surveyed the surroundings, nodding, this dragon boat is perfectly suited for our journey. Once the young master obtains the extraordinary treasure, we can eliminate the ants aboard. Among the companions was a young monk dressed in a cassock, his demeanor soft and effeminate, who shook his head slightly, admonishing, such wanton slaughter will invite retribution. Behind the trio were 8 men and women clad in diverse sect garments, chatting merrily, their expressions haughty, entirely devoid of the awareness of guests. You too, upon seeing this holy sun, do not hasten to come forth and answer questions? Chun Ming questioned with indifference, hands clasped behind his back. Chu Xiaonan glanced up, continuing to rock in his chair as he casually remarked, what a bunch of foolish dogs, so lacking in manners. If you do not recognize them, they may not see the stars tonight. We haven't even arrived yet, and we've already offended several sects. Are you not afraid of becoming a pariah in their territory? Feng Luchuan smiled, unfazed by their presence. With Chu Xiaonan capable of obliterating Wei Xian's head with a single punch, finding a match among the peak experts of the Divine Vault was a daunting task. What was there for her to fear? Even having stepped into the later stage of the Divine Vault, she could not fathom the upper limits of his power. In such circumstances, the best approach was to remain at ease and continue with her affairs. Impudent. The young master is addressing you, the one-eyed elder called coldly. However, what awaited him was a droplet of shimmering golden flame-like purple blood. The blood of 10,000 devourers effortlessly pierced through his skull, and with a resounding boom, ignited his body from above. Chan Ming hurriedly dodged, a grave expression of caution and concern emerging on his otherwise indifferent face. The one-eyed elder was a guardian assigned by his father, at least a formidable figure in the later stage of the Divine Vault. Yet he had been so easily slain. Since entering the eastern wilderness, their group had blood-sacrificed 3 cities, slaughtered half a city, eliminated 6 cauldrons, and even killed a hermit cultivator in the early stage of the Divine Vault. They had been sailing smoothly until now, encountering a formidable opponent here. Amitba. The young monk's face grew somber as he softly chanted. Feigning compassion, Chu Xiaonan laughed, observing that the young monk bore no traces of bloodshed but was instead infused with resentment. This clearly indicated that he had witnessed countless scenes of slaughter without ever extending a helping hand. The Buddha does not save people. What use is it? A benefactor, this humble monk Xian Yao, is currently practicing at the Great Thousand Temple. The young monk, with a single palm raised, nodded in acknowledgement, noting that these benefactors hail from the various major sects of the central continent, esteemed guests of my revered master. There exists a lesser Thousand Temple in the Eastern Chuan Divine Kingdom, which may share some connection with the Great Thousand Temple. Feng Lu Chuan conveyed telepathically. This bald donkey's origins are of no concern to me. Chu Xiaonan muttered inwardly, gesturing dismissively at Xian Yao. The guests have come knocking, and he still insists on being polite. Is that not madness? Xian Yao maintained his composure and produced a small pagoda. Holding it before his chest as the blood of the 10,000 devourers approached within 2 zhang of the small pagoda, it radiated with brilliant light, divine radiance shimmering, revealing the solemn visage of a Buddha. Xian Yao, what troubles you? Beneath the Buddha's image, an elderly monk with kind eyes inquired placidly, Master. After performing his respects, Xian Yao recounted the events in detail. Benefactor, this humble monk is the abbot of the Lesser Thousand Temple. Kong Ji, the old monk offered a slight bow and smiled, saying, 5 years ago, my senior brother Kong Yuan ventured to the Great Thousand Temple in the central continent, seeking aid from the sects to confront the calamity of the eastern wilderness. Now, with the impending disaster, I implore you, benefactor, to prioritize the greater good and spare the lives of the guests from the central continent. Chu Xiaonan chuckled and responded. So it is Master Kong Ji. I have a question I wish to pose to you, benefactor, please inquire. Kong Ji replied with a smile. May I ask what kind of guest would come to a host's abode to commit arson and pillage? Chu Xiaonan asked, smiling. This I have long endured poverty and weakness in the eastern wilderness. It is only natural to pay some price. Kong Ji hastily provided a justification. The massacre by those from the central continent was beyond what he and his senior brother had anticipated. However, for the people of the eastern wilderness, the present calamity has already descended. What difference does it make to die at their hands or in the future catastrophe? Chu Xiaonan continued to question. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from this group is profoundly intense. It is not merely a matter of having killed a few individuals. The 6 divine nations of the eastern wilderness possess only a handful of major cities, while many smaller towns are scarcely worth consideration. When those from the central continent indiscriminately slaughter a city's populace, for those who suffer such a massacre, it equates to an insurmountable disaster. Though both disasters are grave, is it not preferable to die later than sooner? At least dying later might allow for the emergence of a savior hero. Perhaps the benefactor is deluded. For those who still live, they represent a glimmer of hope. Kong Ji spoke with a stiff tone. Given their speed of slaughter, how many more of the eastern wilderness's people will still be alive when the true calamity arrives? Chu Xiaonan shifted his tone, inquiring with a smile. If that is the case, may I assume that your Lesser Thousand Temple has invited wolves into the fold, intending to unleash a massacre upon the people of the eastern wilderness? He added, after all, they are guests you have summoned. Chapter 86. The True Scriptures of the Buddha. Kong Ji's expression instantly contorted with rage, as he bellowed. Do not slander with baseless accusations. How could the Lesser Thousand Temple continue to exist in the eastern wilderness if branded with the label of slaughtering its people? The actions of those from the central continent have far exceeded what he and his senior brother could have anticipated. This is beyond the control of the Lesser Thousand Temple. Yet, Chu Xiaonan remained ferociously relentless. How have I slandered you? They are guests of your Lesser Thousand Temple. They are the ones slaughtering the people of the eastern wilderness. And your temple has never intervened, even going so far as to shield them. You bald donkey, elucidate this. Where have I wronged you? Or perhaps your Lesser Thousand Temple has already aligned itself with the central continent. Becoming a treacherous lapdog? The events unfolding are a testament to the truth, and Chu Xiaonan holds a profound disdain for traitors. Losing a fight is acceptable. A traitor must die. He had speculated that someone would seek aid from the central continent. But the help they summoned was truly unworthy of esteem, difficult not to suspect. After all, did not Feng Lu Chuan's fate serve as a cautionary tale? If benevolent individuals from the central continent came to offer genuine support, they would be met with open arms. However, should they disguise their ulterior motives under the guise of aiding against calamity, such actions would be unforgivable. It appears that the benefactor is willing to forsake the eastern wilderness for personal gain. Kong Ji's narrowed eyes glinted with coldness. The entirety of the Lesser Thousand Temple has endeavored to protect the eastern wilderness, and though some missteps occurred, they could not tolerate being so vilified. After all, this temple stands alongside the Qingjiao and Wenjian sects as a formidable force, and has previously seen many divine monks participate in sealing demonic entities. This individual is simply unreasonable. If it comes to a matter of mutual destruction, the monk would cast aside his old face today. Feng Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, slammed his palm down in anger, exclaiming, You thief of a bald head! What gives you the right to speak for the eastern wilderness? Even if there were forces that could represent the eastern wilderness, it would have to be the 6 divine nations. When did it become the prerogative of the Lesser Thousand Temple to dictate matters of the eastern wilderness? The memory of the previous battle remains vivid. Many heroes perished fighting to protect her, and a blazing fire of wrath burned within her heart. Benefactor is Kong Ji turned his gaze toward Feng Lu Chuan, inquiring with a cordial demeanor, but Chu Xiaonan had already lost patience. He flicked his fingers, launching 2 strands of the heavenly sorrowing puppetry, snatching the small pagoda from Xian Yao's grasp and sending a punch directly forth. Pinnacle of divine concealment! Chen Ming and the others gasped in astonishment. Upon their arrival on the dragon boat, they had only detected 2 beings at the late stage of Daoxian, and 1 hidden at the initial stage of divine concealment. Hardly worth mentioning. Who could have anticipated that this individual was at the pinnacle of divine concealment, far beyond what they could provoke? Chen Ming felt his heart seize. This was not mere fright, but pure terror. What had he just told them? To come over and wait for him to inquire. That was tantamount to courting death. Boom. The Buddha's radiance shone brilliantly, a golden lotus swirling amidst divine light, lifting the pagoda and slowly rotating to deflect Chu Xiaonan's punch. Kong Ji made his move, his fingers delicately poised, sending forth a gesture. Instantly, his fingers transformed into a mountain that pressed against the heavens. Plummeting from above, in ancient times, the Buddha had used a single hand to create the 5-finger mountain, imprisoning the divine ape for 500 years, and Kong Ji's perfected peak technique bore a similar essence. Yet, his strength was nowhere near that of the Buddha. His perfected peak technique merely had its form, lacking in power. Chu Xiaonan swung his palm again, as clouds coalesced into a colossal hand, clashing against the mountain, bursting it apart. Benefactor, do not prolong the cycle of life and death. My Buddha is compassionate, and may also manifest as a world-destroying Asura. Kong Ji's eyelids drooped slightly, his fingers fluttering like ethereal butterflies before his chest. Namo, he luo dana, duo luo yi yi. Namo, ali yi da, pelugia di. Shua bo luo yi. Kong Ji suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face alight with ecstasy and fervor. This incantation concealed the secret power of the Buddha's teachings, and hearing it brought about a state of ethereal clarity, allowing one to comprehend the nature of the law. Benefactor, could this be the true scriptures of the Buddha? Kong Ji paused in his incantation, eagerly asking, for in the pursuit of the ultimate truth, continuing to fight held no significance. You bald donkey, harbor no compassion for sentient beings. Seeking the true scriptures of the Buddha would be a desecration. Chu Xiaonan shook his head with a soft sigh, devoid of any sense of empathy. How could one understand the suffering of others without a heart of compassion? Kong Ji pondered deeply for a long moment, then suddenly broke into tears of despair, realizing that he had become deluded, forgetting his original intent, using evil to counter evil, transforming into that which he sought to vanquish, nearly plunging into an abyss of no return. All beings are equal. How could he reap the fruits of his actions, consuming the bitter harvest while ignoring the tragic fates of others? Umitba. Kong Ji, his countenance filled with compassion, bowed his head in recitation. Suddenly, he coughed twice, mustering the audacity to proclaim, I believe I can still salvage this. Chu Xiaonan was nearly sickened by his shamelessness. Yet, a mere copy of the great compassion mantra held no significance to him. He had not anticipated that the Buddhist scriptures from earth would shine so brilliantly here. Regrettably, his knowledge of scriptures from various teachings was limited to the Great Compassion Mantra, the Diamond Sutra, the Tao Te Ching, and half of the Analects. Not question why he could recite Buddhist scriptures. The answer lies in his grandmother's devotion to Buddhism, playing recordings of 2 little tapes every day, one red and one blue, hanging from the door beam. Kong Ji's face glowed with joy as he held the scriptures with utmost reverence. The Lesser Thousand Temple had once been destroyed in the past for sealing demonic entities, later rebuilt by eminent monks, yet the original scriptures had been lost. Now, to obtain a true scripture, he would consider it worth his life. Thank you, benefactor. Kong Ji descended to a lower altitude, bowing to Chu Xiaonan. The gratitude for this transmission of teachings shall never be forgotten. Chu Xiaonan waved his hand carelessly. To him, even something of high value that held no utility was not worth a second thought. A mere scripture, in his eyes, was less valuable than a piece of spirit stone. Xianyao, accompany your master back to the temple to comprehend the laws of the Buddha. Our cultivation is too low. Let us not flaunt our ignorance here. Kong Ji returned to the pagoda, leaving only his stern voice echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Yes, Xianyao, the monk's face lit up with joy. He had longed to abandon this arduous task. Having watched several demons slaughter the innocent while being instructed by his master to refrain from intervening had almost driven him to madness. Little monk, you cannot abandon us. Chun Ming panicked, and the other disciples from various sects of the central continent turned pale as well. Without the protection of the Lesser Thousand Temple, what would they do? Mommy, I want to go home. Benefactors, as one reaps, so shall one sow. The seeds of malevolence sown today will yield bitter fruits tomorrow. Such is the cycle of heavenly law, and retribution is inexorable. This humble monk shall take his leave. Xianyao smiled slightly, stepping into the pagoda, which instantly transformed into a stream of golden light, soaring toward the distant horizon. They're leaving just like that? Feng Lu Chuan frowned, her delicate features reflecting disbelief. That old bald head was no weakling, and his methods were extraordinary. Even she lacked confidence in defeating him. How could Chu Xiaonan have so easily dispatched the 2 of them? Truly, he is the demon sovereign. If not for their departure, would they stay to dine? Chu Xiaonan's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, summoning his 2 disciples. The material for practice has come knocking at my door. And why not take advantage of it? Chapter 87. I have never encountered such arrogance. Feng Luchuan, feeling dejected, sat down and, with dissatisfaction, inquired. Are you unable to defeat that old monk? He reveres the Buddhist scriptures you provided as a treasure. Are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Chu Xiaonan shot a glare at him, prompting the latter to quickly avert his gaze. After a moment, he began to elucidate. That pagoda possesses peculiarities, allowing that old bald donkey to harness the strength of the monks from the Shaoqian temple for a battle. Thus, I do not fear him. However, if true flames of conflict were to erupt and this dragon boat were to be destroyed, would we then soar to attend the 6th divine banquet in the East Wilderness? To be frank, the prowess exhibited by Kongji in collaboration with the monks of Shaoqian temple far exceeds that of the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. Although Chu Xiaonan can activate his invincibility skill to match him, if the opponent is resolute in destroying the boat, he would be powerless to stop it. After all, slaughter and protection are entirely different matters. If a single volume of Buddhist scriptures could resolve the predicament, why engage in a life-and-death struggle? Should a battle occur at Shaoqian Temple, he would be compelled to topple the bald donkey's Buddhist hall, but this is not his territory. The dragon boat is innocent. Feng Luchuan pouted her luscious lips, pondering in her heart why he glared at me when he cannot defeat the other. What have I done to provoke him? Turning her attention, she pointed a graceful finger. Directing her ire towards Chen Ming and the others, speak. How do you wish to perish? Chen Ming's throat bobbed nervously, cold sweat trickling down. Without further ado, he led his companions to prostrate themselves, kneeling in submission. Respected seniors, I am but a blind fool, my mind clouded. Please show mercy and spare our lives. Though everyone had received life-saving methods bestowed by their sects upon arriving in the East Wilderness, few possessed combat prowess that surpassed the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. If a conflict were to arise, they would likely not be a match for Chu Xiaonan. After all, there is a disparity between the strength of one's avatar and one's true self. Now, they were like fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others, akin to flies that could be easily swatted away. They could only sincerely plead for mercy. Chu Xiaonan, disregarding Qian Ming's pleas, turned to instruct his two disciples, before we reach Pan City, defeat them. A chance at mercy is acceptable. There exists a form of death worse than death itself, dependent largely on whether the disciples are in the mood for reckless antics. He raised his hand, bringing a somewhat bashful young girl in green attire to his side, settling back into his rocking chair. The girl, clutching the hem of her clothing, stood still, flustered and on the verge of tears. Since arriving in the East Wilderness, she had committed no wrongdoing. Why did the senior single her out? As the young girl pondered anxiously, Chu Xiaonan leisurely spoke, "Introduce the situation in the central continent to me." "Take your time." "Ah? Why yes, senior." The girl stole a glance at him, her cheeks glowing like the evening glow, involuntarily warming. The senior was indeed handsome. Yet, he was also quite scheming, having no idea what cultivation technique he practiced to revert back to the late Daoxian stage, only capable of deceiving others. She then cleared her throat and began to narrate the distribution of powers and combat capabilities in the central continent. Meanwhile, Shui Yambing and Yin were already preparing for battle. Regardless of the reasons behind their master's assigned task, they were determined to fulfill it. "Sister, the task of gathering intelligence falls to you." Shui Yambing, unfazed and composed, even had the leisure to wink at Yin. Charging into battle was not his style. He preferred to command from the rear, orchestrating the entire situation and sending the enemies skyward. Upon hearing this, Yin immediately became displeased. There were more than 10 opponents on the other side, and she was unfamiliar with the situation. Rushing in would be akin to seeking death. This Shui Yambing was like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, harboring ill intentions. Her sparkling eyes darted towards the people from the central continent. And with a playful smile, she said, "Come one by one. As long as you can defeat us, you shall be spared." Chen Ming and the others felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon them. Secretly exhaling in relief in front of Chu Xiaonan, they were like ants, yet Shui Yambing and Yin appeared equally unremarkable to them. These two country bumpkins truly believed that their master was formidable enough to be their match. "I shall go first." Chen Ming stood tall, his garments billowing, instantly regaining his previous bravado. He aimed to be the first to secure his life. "Who among you is concealing any old men? Be self-aware. Any cheaters discovered shall find it difficult to seek death again," Shui Yambing remarked with a heavy tone. Having delved into the martial world, he had encountered far too many despicable individuals who concealed deadly moves and launched sneak attacks, often surpassing his own skills. Thus he had to remain vigilant. Concealing deadly moves in battle could be considered somewhat normal, but if a line of old men were to queue up, it would lose all meaning and entirely lack any sense of experience. "Humph, I disdain to employ such tactics against you." Chen Ming nonchalantly tossed aside a black jade pendant from his waist, a protective talisman passed down by his sect that could withstand 3 attacks from those at the late divine concealment stage. Then, he retrieved 18 shields from his shumi ring. This was a set of shield formations capable of forming area defense against any attacks below the divine concealment realm. And these 2 tokens. Chen Ming slightly raised his chin, a proud expression evident on his face. The tokens concealed 2 souls from the divine concealment realm. One was left by his grandfather, capable of unleashing a devastating blow at the pinnacle of the divine concealment stage, while the other, left by his father, possessed 70% of his true self-strength from the late divine concealment stage. He then removed a ring from his finger, which contained a spatial array left by his mother, capable of allowing him to escape 100 miles in an instant. Following that, he loosened his belt, revealing a soft armor hidden beneath his splendid garments, which could not be breached by anything below the peak of the Daoxian realm. He was about to remove his shoes as well. "Sister, do not stop me. I have seen the arrogant, but never one as audacious as this. Watch as I break his pride and render him impotent." Snow Yambing's nostrils flared with indignation, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to beat Chen Ming into submission. Being reliant on equipment, how dare he flaunt his superiority? It was utterly intolerable. He displayed no awareness of his status as a prisoner. "Brother, calm your anger. Such a person will not last long. Rest assured." Yin gazed at the smug Chen Ming, pondering if this was the sense of oppression that came with being fully equipped. With a flick of her wrist, She used the Heavenly Sorrow Shadow puppet line to gather all the life-saving items he had discarded into her shumi ring. Since this money-grabbing lad was willing to part with his gear, she would gladly accept it. "Hey, why are you stealing my things?" Qinming finally realized. All his prized possessions had been swiped clean, leaving him nearly in just his undergarments. "I'll keep them safe for you. Once you win, I shall return them," Inin said with a charming smile. Though she suspected that her brother would struggle against his opponent, she figured using these treasures on himself would surely give him a headache. "Ha ha, I am truly a clever little rascal." Qinming felt an overwhelming sense of unease, yet found himself powerless to resist. He could only sincerely clasp his fists and glance at Shui Yanbing, humbly declaring, "Come then, the holy son of Beast Flame Mountain, Qinming, seeks your guidance." Chapter 88. Who to blame for one's own foolishness? The young master Qinming was about to make his move. The Flame Dragon transformation technique of Beast Flame Mountain was no trifling matter, capable of amplifying his combat power several-fold. He should be able to defeat that pretty boy. It seems we only need to deal with the young girl. It appears that the senior is also wary of the forces backing us, yet is constrained by pride, thus sending his two disciples to vent their frustrations. The prodigies from the central continent began to concoct their own narratives. Chattering amongst themselves, Shui Yanbing rubbed his nose, suppressing a laugh. Ever since refining the second drop of golden crow blood bestowed by their master, he had undergone a transformation, reaching the pinnacle of the unfathomable realm, nearly on par with the previous Zhao Zongsheng. However, he concealed two minor realms using the Xin Yuan turtle breathing technique, currently appearing as though he was merely at the initial stage of the unfathomable realm, which he had just recently stepped into. His aura was tenuous, his foundation unsteady, resembling a jar of medicine fattened by pills. Hadn't their master clearly entered the divine concealment realm, yet continued to present himself as being at the late Dao Xian stage? The world of cultivation is rife with deception, and backstabbing is all too common. Revealing all one's trump cards is tantamount to inviting disaster. He would never commit such folly. Now that their master had pronounced the death sentence upon these individuals, they should not expect to escape unscathed. Qinming is at the late unfathomable stage. I can defeat him with merely half my strength. Shui Yanbing's mind was clear, quickly conducting a pre-battle analysis. This was a habit cultivated from frequent theft, analyzing before the battle and summarizing afterward, strategizing meticulously to ensure success, and striving to turn thievery into a form of art. Enough with the chatter. Watch as I shatter your skull. He directly unleashed a high-tier earth-level sound wave technique, the Tsongshan Tiger Roar. This technique imbued his voice with the sound of a tiger's roar, delivering a strong psychological impact on the opponent, particularly effective in close combat. Qinming gently shook his head, stepping forward, enveloped in a swirling flame tornado that shielded him. Behind him, a massive, hornless red dragon's phantom coiled, continuously exhaling fierce flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. The Flame Dragon transformation technique is a heavenly-grade divine skill, created by the ancestor of Beast Flame Mountain, a second-tier sect in the central continent, who has reached the pinnacle of the dragon transformation realm. That ancestor still lives, albeit aged and long secluded in his cave dwelling, having not shown himself for a long time, and recently even severed contact. It is precisely because the ancestor has not made an appearance, lacking deterrence, that some forces in the central continent have begun to harbor ill intentions towards Beast Flame Mountain. Hence, his father sent him to the East Wilderness to seek rare treasures, as long as he can find the treasures to help his father reach the dragon transformation realm. The crisis facing their sect will be easily resolved. I absolutely cannot perish here. Qinming's expression was resolute. He was unlike the various disciples from the prominent sects who had come to the Eastern Wilderness for training. If he were to fall here, the crisis for his sect would be magnified, potentially leading to its downfall. A fiery tornado spiraled into the heavens, transforming the surroundings into an inferno. The surging flames crackled and popped, emitting a blistering heat that rendered many extremely uncomfortable. The roar of a tiger pierced through the flames, swallowed by the fire without even causing a ripple. A pseudo-divine body, perhaps? Shui Yanbing gazed at the blazing serpent, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He possessed the golden crow divine body, fully cultivated to perfection, indistinguishable from the golden crow itself. Yet, a pseudo-divine body fell far short, lacking the support of bloodline power and merely possessing a fraction of the innate abilities to control the blazing serpent. Another flaw of the pseudo-divine body was that the ancient beast soul it harbored was more susceptible to separation. As a fellow fire attribute practitioner, the soul of the blazing serpent could serve as nourishment for the growth of the golden crow divine body, igniting his insatiable desire to devour it. Qian Ming seemed to sense the unusual intent of Shui Yanbing, his claws at the ready as he pounced forward, though he feared for his life. He could not allow himself to be underestimated. After all, he was the young master of Beast Flame Mountain. How could he bow his head to the indigenous peers of the eastern wilderness? What would become of the pride of Beast Flame Mountain? Come to me and die. Chun Ming spat forth flames of the sun, rolling wave of heat crashing against him, surrounded by flowing lava, transforming the deck into a world of molten rock. This was the unique secret domain of the blazing serpent transformation technique, where one's power could be doubled. With a swish, a massive dragon claw descended, blocking out the sun. The flames were torn apart by the crimson claw marks, sharp and fierce, soaring like the scythe of death, hurtling towards him. Shui Yanbing leaned back, nimbly dodging the claw strike, conjuring two top-tier heavenly lightning talismans, unleashing a barrage upon Qian Ming. The latter was immediately battered, flesh torn, left dazed by the explosion. What the hell is this? Wasn't it agreed that cheating was forbidden? The top-tier heavenly talismans, when used effectively, could severely wound even a Daoxian realm powerhouse. Damn it, that pretty boy is so shameless. He's secretly using talismans. We should use them too. Look, Qian Ming is injured. He seems to be on the verge of collapse. Holy Sun Qin, hold on. We should drag that pretty boy down with you. Otherwise, how will you die with your eyes closed? Initially, Qian Ming had suffered no grave injuries, although the lightning had struck him hard. The secret domain had mitigated most of the impact, leaving only superficial wounds. However, upon hearing their taunts, he was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. You bunch of useless teammates. If you can't say anything useful, just shut up. Who here is planning on dying? You all, be quiet. Shui Yanbing barked sternly. In a proper fight, was he really the kind to take advantage of others? What was wrong with using talismans? Who said one couldn't use talismans? Step forward, and I'll knock you down. You used talismans, and now you're complaining. Chun Ming retorted angrily. Wasn't it supposed to be a fair fight? Did I ever say using talismans was forbidden? Did I say no magical artifacts or weapons? Shui Yanbing replied with annoyance, blaming his own foolishness. You? Chun Ming, furious, spat out more blood. Perhaps he was right. Hadn't those life-saving items he discarded been a waste? Return them to me. Chun Ming searched for Yinin, noticing her beside Chu Xiaonan, feeding him grapes, and hastily closed his mouth. Forget it. Luckily, I have other treasures. Dealing with an indigenous person should be a piece of cake. He swiped his hand, producing several talismans. Just then, he suddenly realized he was entirely encircled by a formation. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rolled, and lightning danced within the clouds, releasing blinding flashes as if a great calamity was descending. The roaring deafening. Qian Ming looked towards Shui Yanbing outside the formation, his heart jolting. When had this formation been set up? Such a stealthy maneuver was utterly infuriating. He hastily retrieved a defensive magical artifact. But alas, it was too late. Shui Yanbing wore a smile, yet his gaze was icily indifferent, resembling the grim reaper pronouncing another's fate, calmly observing Qian Ming. In your next life, do not return to my eastern wilderness to wreak havoc. Boom! Torrential thunder rained down like a deluge, drowning Qian Ming, along with his wails of agony, within the formation. After a long while, the formation dissipated, leaving only a charred, carbonized corpse in its wake. Qian Ming had paid the ultimate price for his underestimation. The young prodigies from the central continent all shrank back like startled quails. Yet, one girl, headstrong, stood up, indignantly defending Qian Ming. You eastern wilderness native, relying on a sneak attack to kill Holy Sun Qin? Is that what a man is? I will inform Beast Flame Mountain of this, and you are all doomed. Chapter 89. Blood Corpse Gu. The girl in green standing beside Chu Xiaonan was captivated by the battle on the deck. Her delicate brows furrowing, somewhat disapproving of Shui Yanbing's tactics. Regardless of the reason, how could one engage in a fair fight while resorting to a sneak attack? With Qian Ming's true power, he could undoubtedly have easily defeated Shui Yanbing. In fact, due to Shui Yanbing's actions, she developed a slight aversion towards Chu Xiaonan as well. why Master spared your life. Yet you remain ungrateful? Enine noticed the change in the girl in green's expression and scoffed. The cultivation world has always divided into the strong and the weak. Previously, your strength allowed you to kill many from the eastern wilderness. Do you think that overpowering and killing the weak is honorable? That it is fair? The girl in green opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. When Chen Ming and his companions had once utilized blood sacrifices to massacre a city, the innocent citizens had knelt and begged for mercy, yet they had all turned to mere bones. The people who came to the eastern wilderness were essentially advanced teams for their respective sects, with many more cultivators set to arrive to plunder the resources for cultivation. Could a straightforward invasion ever be deemed reasonable? At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Enine smiled lightly, not fixating on the verbal squabble. With a flick of her finger, a line of blood shot out, instantly piercing the forehead of the girl who had stood up for Chen Ming. The girl's arms fell limp, her body convulsing violently. Her eyes turning pitch black, her limbs stiffening and cracking with a chilling sound. Qing Tong, are you all right? A sword-wielding youth cautiously tapped her shoulder. The girl twisted her neck, a grotesque smile appearing on her contorted face, revealing long, twisted lines of blood as she lunged at the sword-wielding youth, sinking her teeth into his neck. The youth struggled and howled for an extended time, but ultimately, she bid him to do. He certainly did not wish for his disciple to become a source of calamity, leading to a future confrontation where swords would be drawn between master and apprentice. Master, I realize my mistake. Enine, with tears resembling pear blossoms, knelt before Chu Xiaonan, swearing, I vow never to employ such perilous sorcery again. I implore you, master, do not cast me away. It is far too dangerous. Enine. Chu Xiaonan recalled the horror films he had seen in his past life, a wave of dread washing over him. If the realm of cultivation were to descend into such chaos, he might be forced to slay this disciple himself. Master, Enine clung to Chu Xiaonan's thigh, deeply repentant. I understand my error. Please, grant me mercy this once. Chu Xiaonan sighed deeply. Punishing his disciple was primarily to instill a lasting lesson, to prevent her from becoming a pariah in the world of cultivation. He raised his hand and smoothed Enine's back, the bloody whip marks vanishing at an observable pace, the wounds swiftly healing. Go back for now, he said calmly. Did I wish to stay with you, master? Enine leaned against his leg, terrified of being abandoned the moment she stepped out of the room. Had she known her master's limits, she would not have showcased the blood corpse sorcery, nor would she have combined it with shadow sorcery to crush that girl's head, thus avoiding much trouble. She had merely intended to frighten the girl in green. Yet she ended up suffering instead. Her master had advised her multiple times to learn from her senior brother, which held merit. Staying out of the limelight would prevent unnecessary troubles. The East Wilderness Six-God Feast is approaching. What use is your presence here? Go cultivate. Chu Xiaonan chided her with a playful flick to her forehead. Your goal is to assist your senior brother in claiming the top position. This is of utmost importance. The challenges involved cannot be conveyed in mere words. If we encounter the prodigies of the central continent at the East Wilderness Six-God Feast, I may not be able to look after you all, and you will have to rely on each other for support. Chapter 90. Unexpected events in the divine kingdom of Dongyao. Within Pan City, treasures abound and palatial structures rise one after another. A magnificent heavenly-grade formation enveloped the entire palace, preventing outsiders from entering. Dantai Kong sat cross-legged on a mat within a grand hall, his hair disheveled, his garments stained with blood, some belonging to enemies, others his own. This tale begins 3 days prior when the sovereign of Dongchuan, Yang Shao, led a contingent to attend the East Wilderness Six-God Feast. Dan Haiyu, the current ruler, warmly welcomed him. Unexpectedly, that group launched a surprise attack on the palace. Had he not received a warning and returned in time, they might have overrun his stronghold. He later learned that Yang Shao was nothing more than a puppet supported by the Yinli dynasty of the central continent. Fortunately, the protective formation was sufficiently robust, and Pan City had not fallen. Yang Shao's entourage had not gained significant advantage. However, whether the East Wilderness Six-God Feast could proceed as scheduled remained uncertain. Utilizing a jade talisman, Dantai Kong communicated with several other rulers, informing them of the palace's attack and advising them to assess their capabilities. Alas, I feel unworthy before my ancestors, Dantai Kong lamented, his heart heavy. The pinnacle of Dong Huang's martial prowess had already fallen far behind that of the Central Continent. If the legacy of his forebears were to fall into the hands of Central Continent cultivators, how could they, the descendants, face the world? The Central Continent forces sought to intervene, yet did they not fear the thieves' hearts without the fortune to enjoy it? Not long after setting out, Leng Yulong received the message. A cold smirk flickering at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps outside of Donghuang, she might hold some reservations regarding Central Continent cultivators, yet in her homeland, those petty thieves did not deserve her attention. With a wave of her sleeve, she summoned the chosen prodigies of her nation, using powerful magic to teleport them directly to the divine kingdom of Dongyao, on the dragon boat. As Chu Xiaonan held the jade talisman in contemplation, Feng Luchuan hurriedly approached. "How do you possess this as well?" Feng Liuchuan's delicate face displayed surprise. Only the direct disciples of the fiery Inferno Master were qualified to wield jade talismans. Could it be that Chu Xiaonan shared her status? Others sought my assistance and were fortunate to obtain it. Chu Xiaonan responded with a carefree smile. "Since you have one too, let us hear your thoughts. You know what I care about." Feng Luchuan boldly sat at the table, indignantly stating, "But the way those forces from the Central Continent are behaving is truly disgraceful. I would not mind teaching them a lesson to remind them who truly rules Donghuang." A group of younglings, accompanied by a few guardians, dared to come to Donghuang to pillage and plunder. It was utterly outrageous. Had it not been for the sacrifices made by Donghuang's ancestors to seal the demonic beasts, resulting in a significant decline in cultivation power, they would not have the audacity to act so brazenly. "Then let us seize this opportunity to cleanse them," Chu Xiaonan replied unhurriedly. Such matters did not inherently require his involvement. However, should his assistance be needed, he would certainly not shy away. The dragon boat glided slowly, approaching Pan City. Xian Wuji's flying vessel, having joined the forces of the divine kingdom of Dongma, was also nearing Pan City from a distance. Just then, the four-winged sea eagles of Dongchuan began to circle around Pan Yun Mountain, flying towards the dragon boat. Each country's ruler possessed a token, yet Yang Xiao did not have one. Thus he had not received any message. Ironically, this group believed they could rely on a surprise attack to annihilate Chu Xiaonan and the others. What is the matter with them? Feng Luchuan thought she must be dreaming. Did they think they could rob them in broad daylight without seeking death? Had they grown too arrogant? Who knew? Chu Xiaonan gazed indifferently at the approaching forces, feeling no inclination to engage in battle. The guardians had yet to appear. The strongest among the opposing ranks was merely at the pinnacle of Daoxian, which hardly incited his desire to take action. He moved his fingers, summoning Zhao Zongxing, who had been honing his skills under the watchful eye of the Xian Kong Old Demon, to the deck. "Old Zhao, those people are the lackeys of the Central Continent's cultivation forces. Go assess your progress during this period," Chu Xiaonan directed, gesturing towards the flock of four-winged sea eagles with a smile. At the rate Zhao Zongxing was diligently training, he might well break through to the divine concealment realm before leaving Donghuang. Perhaps he truly was a talent hindered by a lack of cultivation resources? "I was just looking for someone to spar with," Zhao Zongxing laughed heartily, having recently broken through to the pinnacle of Daoxian under the encouragement of the Xian Kong Old Demon. While he had no immediate opportunity to flaunt his skills, he still held a grudge against the group from the Yin Gang. His sole objective was to grow stronger and then eradicate the butchers of the Chaos God sect in the Central Continent. Could he do it? Feng Luchuan inquired of Chu Xiaonan, glancing at the elderly figure with white hair. Yang Xiao had brought many formidable warriors, including a few late-stage Wuong and even 2 early-stage Daoxian cultivators. Such a team was not something ordinary cultivators could contend with. "Oh, not underestimate him. He can coordinate with Yin Bing. Oh, not belittle him," Chu Xiaonan replied with calm confidence, his interest piqued. There was a saying he had yet to voice. In his team, if one could not face 10 foes or leap through ranks to kill, it would be better to leave early. Now is the time for Zhao Zongxing to demonstrate his worthiness to remain and accompany the team into the Central Continent. Feng Luchuan furrowed her brows slightly, knowing that Shui Yanbing excelled in ambush and equipment output. Her own strength was still up for debate. Cultivators who solely relied on equipment could never truly grow. She could not fathom why Chu Xiaonan held such high regard for his eldest disciple. Such individuals could easily be outfitted with gear and produced in droves. What was so exceptional about him? While she pondered, Zhao Zongxing had already engaged in close combat with the team led by Yang Xiao. Controlling 2 fire pythons with his hands, he weaved in and out of their ranks. flames surging, a sight to behold. Such ferocious combat prowess could make him a general of a nation. Who are you? State your name. Yang Xiao and his companions were momentarily stunned, questioning who was truly the ambushing party. Grandfather Zhao Zongxing, I am. Zhao Zongxing unleashed a tempest of flames, his laughter brimming with arrogance, his presence extraordinary. Who was Zhao Zongxing? Why had he never been heard of before? This old man was too fierce. Possessing such power, he should at least have some reputation. Was he previously a recluse? Do not underestimate him. Divide and conquer, strike swiftly. While Yang Xiao's team deliberated on their tactics, Zhao Zongxing had already retreated several hundred zhang. Why did he run? Someone inquired, perplexed. He fled after just a few exchanges. How can we fight like this? That old man is utterly useless, merely posturing. As they remained bewildered, Zhao Zongxing suddenly pressed his hands together, activating a heavenly grade formation. Having followed Shui Yambing for so long, he surely had some contributions to show for it. If not efforts, he did not possess many high-quality items. But taking down a few trifling opponents below the divine concealment realm was more than sufficient. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, flames shooting into the sky. Feng Luchuan was left in awe. Chapter 91. Shameless old thief. This despicable style of operation feels eerily familiar. Feng Luchuan observed the enraged team within the formation, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, they were not of the same ilk. Zhao Zongxing's attacks appeared valiant and daring, yet his true intention was not to engage in prolonged combat, but rather to set up the formation. Drawn in by his attacks and arrogance, it was easy to overlook the formation itself. Within a brief moment, he arranged a grand array and swiftly exited the combat zone, initiating the formation with decisive precision. Such fluidity in battle suggested he had practiced this many times before. Reflecting on the thousands of Qinkuan bags previously spilled by Shui Yambing, she gained a new understanding of Zhao Zongxing. Zhao Zongxing, you old miser, do you have no shame in employing formations for ambushes instead of fighting honorably? Yang Xiao struggled to maintain his composure, furious as he cursed. The formation was heavenly grade. He was fortunate to protect himself, let alone attend to his subordinates. Once he confirmed he was momentarily out of danger, he turned to assess the situation around him, only to find himself utterly alone. A team of 20, nearly the pinnacle of Dongchuan's martial strength, had been decimated in mere moments. How could he not be enraged? Did you not engage in a fair battle? Which of your eyes witnessed me ambushing? Zhao Zongxing was exceedingly indignant. It was all about the formation laid out on site and the adaptability in battle. So how could it be deemed an ambush? One must adhere to reason in life, mustn't one? Who would dare? Just call me grandfather, and I shall set you free. Zhao Zongxing continued to provoke, his hands never ceasing their work. Typically, to slay a Dao Xian, one would require a 7-layer formation and hundreds of talismans. But he, not being excessively affluent, employed merely a 3-layer formation along with the immediate destruction of evidence. Was that too much to ask? His own excessive benevolence had only drawn forth the ire of others. How could they be so ungrateful? You old scoundrel, I curse you. Yang Xiao was seething with rage. This was an act unbefitting humanity. Even when he had stealthily attacked the royal family of the Eastern Yao Kingdom under the auspices of the Yinli dynasty, he had not stooped to such shamelessness. All right, I hear you, my dear grandson. Zhao Zongxing chuckled in satisfaction as he withdrew the first major formation. Yang Xiao broke free and, filled with fury, prepared to retaliate. As a fellow peak Dao Xian, he was confident that in a direct confrontation, he could twist that old fool's head off. Boom. Before he could close the distance of 100 feet, ominous thunderclouds began to brew above. A fearsome thunder dragon danced and twisted through the heavens. Exuding an overwhelming might, Yang Xiao suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Surely not again. That old wretch had abandoned all pretense of decency, had he? My dear grandson, let us battle honorably. I shan't bully you. Zhao Zongxing pointed a finger, and the thunder dragon descended with the swiftness of lightning. Despite Yang Xiao's preparation, the protective barrier he had just erected was crushed beneath the weight. Distorting his features, he exerted all his strength to maintain the shield, his teeth nearly shattering. That old thief must not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would make him taste the agony of a dull knife cutting flesh. A vivid crimson flowed from the corner of Yang Xiao's mouth, His desire to see Zhao Zongxing dismembered was palpable. "You shameless wretch, grant me a swift death. I have shown you mercy, my dear grandson. If I call your name, will you dare respond?" Zhao Zongxing commanded the Thunder Dragon, relentlessly battering Yang Xiao's protective barrier. Clenching his teeth, Yang Xiao endured, his thoughts filled with curses for Zhao Zongxing. This battle was unbearably frustrating. Since rising in the Eastern Chuan Divine Kingdom, he had waged over 20 ambush battles, each time reaping substantial rewards. Yet this time, he had been bested and pressed to the ground, unable to retaliate. The worst part was that the old man added personal insults and psychological attacks. Who could endure such indignities? Yang Xiao discreetly wiped away a tear. "I refuse to respond, you wretched old man." "Brothers, come out and subdue him," Zhao Zongxing suddenly called out towards Yang Xiao's back. In that instant, even Chu Xiaonan and Feng Luchuan, both of whom were at the divine concealment level, were taken aback. When had old Zhao acquired brothers? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's hair stood on end. There were hidden foes lurking nearby, and he had never detected them. He hastily turned his head, eyes wide with anticipation. Where were they? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Zongxing activated the third layer of the formation. The previous two layers had been the Ascending Flame Formation and the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon Formation, while this third layer was the Meteor Lava Formation. Boom, boom, boom. By the time Yang Xiao realized he had been deceived once more, the falling meteor lava was already upon him. His pupils constricted in sudden anger, he shouted, "Zhao Zongxing, I curse you to find a wife who will betray you. Bearing a child without an anus. Ha! Old man has remained single by virtue of strength. It seems your curses have gone awry." Zhao Zongxing replied with a grin. Ever since his young days, after his little junior sister eloped with the big-toothed fellow from a neighboring sect, he had resolved to never marry women. Ha! Tui! Yang Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood. The protective barrier had finally been breached. The three-layer formation's might was beyond the capacity of ordinary defensive treasures to withstand. Countless meteor lava struck him, shattering bones and breaking tendons, as he plummeted like a shooting star. Don't even think about hiding beneath and playing dead only to counterattack at the last moment. Zhao Zongxing muttered, hastily pursuing Yang Xiao, flinging talismans with abandon. These talismans had been shamelessly solicited from Shui Yambing, perfectly suited for this occasion to harvest the remnants of the enemy. Severely wounded yet not entirely dead, Yang Xiao was engulfed in despair. How had he encountered such a shameless rogue, determined to die without closure? Another barrage ensued. It was only when he saw Yang Xiao lose an arm, his body in tatters, that Zhao Zongxing finally ceased his assault, retrieving a long knife to behead the fallen foe. In combat, the act of beheading was absolutely indispensable. This had been a crucial lesson learned after nearly 100 battles alongside Shui Yambing. Many had perished simply because they failed to deliver the final blow, allowing their opponents to resurrect and turn the tables. Such carelessness was intolerable. Zhao Zongxing collected the Sumera rings from the onlookers and returned to the dragon boat. "Lord Demon Sovereign, these are the spoils of war." He did not claim any credit for himself, directly presenting all the gains. "Keep it for yourself. It may be useful when we reach the central continent." Chu Xiaonan waved his hand nonchalantly. Ordinary treasures no longer piqued his interest. If he needed something, he could always summon a wealthbringer to deliver it to his door. So what did it matter? "Thank you, Lord Demon Sovereign." Zhao Zongxing bowed deeply, returning to the power source chamber with great satisfaction. With these treasures, his chances of breaking through to the divine concealment realm before leaving the eastern wilderness had significantly improved. He would first accomplish his minor objective. One must have faith in life, mustn't one? After witnessing the entire battle, Feng Luchuan was left in a daze. It turned out that killing could be so clean and efficient, devoid of any muddle. Although somewhat shameless, it was certainly worthy of emulation. In the past, when she led troops into battle, she preferred to clash head-on, achieving great victories when successful, but suffering tremendous losses when not, often emerging severely wounded. Reflection was necessary, serious reflection. To annihilate the enemy without sustaining injuries, was it really worth it to dance with blades, engaging in 300 rounds of combat, only to emerge drenched in sweat and nursing injuries? She approached Chu Xiaonan with a smile, tenderly massaging his shoulders, inquiring playfully, "Why don't you teach me a few moves?" Chapter 92. General Shueli of the Eastern Expedition, Chu Xiaonan remained silent for a moment, contemplating how to find a pretext to reprimand Feng Luchuan in such a short time. He had transformed from the Lord Demon Sovereign to, indeed, one must never indulge women. Wasn't it supposed to be loyalty? Did she regard him as an ATM? Was that appropriate? Heartless scoundrel, I have shared a bed with you, shed blood for you. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a small favor. Feng Luchuan huffed, pinching Chu Xiaonan's shoulder fiercely. During their time together, she had discovered that as long as she did not tread upon Chu Xiaonan's bottom line, he was quite agreeable. Despite his often cold and indifferent demeanor, it was merely a facade. Something she could easily understand. An authority figure must maintain a pleasant demeanor every day. Otherwise, what dignity could they command? You are being excessive. Chu Xiaonan felt deeply wronged that day. I merely wished to console your wounded spirit. Yet you treated me like a pillow to be embraced. Was it my desire to share a bed with you? It was you who climbed into my bed. Does a man's innocence not count as innocence anymore? This is utterly unreasonable. Enough with the nonsense. The sex offerings are due monthly. Do you intend to contribute nothing? Feng Luchuan pouted. So the demon sovereign can be a miser? This woman is truly formidable. She even knows about my miserly tendencies. I cannot allow her to get too close to me. If this time is for guidance, what will happen next time when she seeks to learn from me? Chu Xiaonan promptly pulled out his self-authored Survive Until Invincible, tossing it to Feng Luchuan with a cautious expression. Keep your distance from me. A good man must protect himself. Why didn't you show me such a good book earlier? Feng Luchuan complained, quickly becoming engrossed in it. Chu Xiaonan averted his gaze, looking towards the direction of Pan City, his thoughts muddled. Even Dantai Kong had suffered losses. The cultivators of the eastern wilderness were truly inferior. Fortunately, the rulers of various nations could enter the National Defense Formation with jade talismans. But what kind of character could compel Dantai Kong to restrict the formation to protect merely a royal city? Suddenly, a figure clad in black pierced through the clouds, descending from the heavens with a crash upon the deck of the dragon boat. The newcomer bore a blood-drinking sword on his back. Measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, its blade gleaming with a sharp, cold light as if it sought to devour, a peak of divine concealment. Chu Xiaonan felt a spark of interest. This was an opponent worthy of battle. He shifted his gaze to the long knife, nodding slightly. It was indeed a rare magical weapon, comparable to the lava blood cauldron. As expected, the unique function of this knife should enhance strength, though the specifics remained uncertain. Central Continent, Yinli Dynasty, General Shueli of the Eastern Expedition. The young man in black clasped his fists. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Chu Xiaonan glanced at the visitor, his expression indifferent. This Eastern Expedition general merely piqued his interest. He posed no real threat, yet he was certainly superior to the avatar conjured by Wei Xian. You have slain our dog. The Yinli Dynasty seeks to collaborate with you. Shueli slowly drew the snow-drinking knife, pointing it at Chu Xiaonan. The Yinli Dynasty, what a formidable name! Chu Xiaonan clapped his hands and laughed. He found this audacious demeanor quite appealing. After all, he too had acted similarly in his youth. Lead them into the city. I shall meet him. Chu Xiaonan turned to Feng Luchuan and said, Hand me a magical treasure for protection. Feng Luchuan extended her hand, requesting, You truly do not stand on ceremony with me. Chu Xiaonan raised an eyebrow, tossing her the lava blood cauldron, pondering why this woman who had pledged loyalty to him felt akin to a kept mistress. A wave of irritation washed over him. His second disciple was the same. Despite having received them based on merit, they were both infatuated with him. This group of women seemed utterly beyond redemption. First, let me vent my frustrations on this fellow who has come to me. That blood-drinking sword looks quite excellent. It seems to belong to me. Get lost? After Chu Xiaonan made the necessary arrangements, he directly unleashed Wan Yin, momentarily stunning Shueli. He then followed up with the heavenly wound shadow puppet technique, sending him hurtling away from the dragon boat. Shueli soared backwards for several hundred zhong, tracing a blood-red arc in the air before barely regaining his footing. He gazed in astonishment at the approaching Chu Xiaonan and burst into hearty laughter. This was quite an impressive show of strength. Unlike the old man cowering within the formation, you are young, and your blood must surely be exquisite. Shueli licked the corner of his mouth, resembling a snow leopard fixated on its prey. The vibrant life force radiating from Chu Xiaonan tantalized his bloodthirsty blade, which craved the taste of blood. The blade's unique ability did not merely amplify power. The more blood it consumed, the greater its might became. Then your blood must be foul, Chu Xiaonan retorted with a smile. Shueli almost choked on his breath, pondering for a long while before stammering, I hope you can keep your bravado later. Rest assured, I am quite merciful. I shall merely tear your mouth apart, rendering you incapable of bravado. As soon as Chu Xiaonan finished speaking, two late-stage divine concealment cultivators appeared on either side of the dragon boat, launching an attack on Feng Luchuan. There was no escaping this dragon boat. With their intervention, they could also divert Chu Xiaonan's attention, which was an excellent strategy. Just then, a spear shot out from the deck of the ship with unmatched force. Piercing one man's chest, blood tree blossoms, Chu Xiaonan exclaimed. The divine concealment cultivator had no time to resist as the spear fragmented into countless blood-drenched threads, exploding from his heart. Boom! Blood splattered across the threads, rendering the scene extraordinarily eerie. The assailed man looked down in disbelief, only to see a gaping, bloody hole in his chest, painfully obvious. A flicker of shock appeared in his eyes before he resignedly lowered his head. Silenced forever. You know? Shueli's face twisted with rage. Their plan had clearly backfired. Those two subordinates had concealed their presence using secret techniques, making it nearly impossible for even a peak divine concealment cultivator to detect them easily. He could not fathom how Chu Xiaonan had become aware. What do I know? Chu Xiaonan replied with a calm smile, snapping his fingers casually. Behind another divine concealment cultivator, a figure identical to him materialized, one of Chu Xiaonan's avatars. Be careful! Shueli's expression changed drastically upon seeing the ghostly figure, prompting him to issue a warning. Pfft. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the chest of the other divine concealment cultivator was also pierced. General, saved me? The latter, stricken with shock, desperately called out to Shueli, but how could Chu Xiaonan allow him to escape? The same scene unfolded once more. Two corpses dangled in midair on either side of the dragon boat, causing Shueli to feel a surge of panic. Those were late-stage divine concealment cultivators, not mere nobodies, and they had been so easily slain by the man before him. Chapter 93. Unity of Man and Blade. His two vice-commanders had been killed right before his eyes. This was a blatant provocation. Simultaneously, Shueli felt a wave of unease. The methods exhibited by Chu Xiaonan were several times more ruthless than that old man hiding within the formation. Each strike was lethal, and both men had perished without a chance to retaliate. When had it become so easy for a peak divine concealment cultivator to slay a late-stage divine concealment cultivator? As if they were mere chickens or geese? Who would believe such a claim? Had his strength truly reached such a terrifying level? Feng Luchuan, who had just prepared for a grueling battle, now appeared utterly stunned. So, what use was it to demand the lava blood cauldron? Chu Xiaonan's avatar landed on the roof of the dragon boat's cabin, retrieving the two corpses of the divine concealment cultivators and inquiring, What are you still dawdling for? The Ainli dynasty had clearly come prepared to assert that they could subjugate a central region force of a divine nation with just 3 divine concealment cultivators was simply unbelievable. Their objective must be the cave of the Fire Sovereign. Besides these 3 divine concealment cultivators, the Ainli dynasty's team likely possessed at least one fully realized avatar that had yet to be deployed. The dragon boat continued its journey toward Pan City, with Chu Xiaonan remaining vigilant. However, the anticipated events never transpired. I had initially intended to subdue you for my purposes, but alas, you did not cherish the opportunity. Shueli clenched his fists, grinning savagely as he brandished his blade. You have a single incense stick's time to unleash your full arsenal. Chu Xiaonan casually tugged, transforming the threads of magic into a silver fan that appeared in his hand. Shueli, this villain, was rather unprofessional. He held a certain disdain and did not wish to waste too much time on such a character. A clever villain would at least inquire about how the subordinates before him had met their demise. Yet he seemed unconcerned, continuing to issue threats, oblivious to the danger looming nearby. Arrogance. Shueli, gripping the bloodthirsty blade, swung upward from below, unleashing a massive wave of crimson blade energy that cleaved the air before him. Reminiscent of a shark's dorsal fin slicing through turbulent waters, exuding an aura of peril, cultivators who had broken through to the divine concealment realm in the eastern wilderness were exceedingly rare. and those reaching the peak were even more so. From Chu Xiaonan's perspective, if Liu Jian were to take Xue Li's strike head-on, he would likely be slain, yet it posed little threat to him. The distinction between peak divine concealment and peak divine concealment was stark. Having faced demonic creatures firsthand, Chu Xiaonan regarded Xue Li, an ordinary peak divine concealment cultivator, as akin to a child brandishing a large blade. Although Xue Li was stronger than Wei Xian's avatar, he was merely marginally so. He was not the kind of invincible being among the same tier as a demonic general. Chu Xiaonan reached out to grasp the terrifying blade light. A hand formed from condensing colorful clouds seizing the blade's edge, halting its advance. Cloud Veil Hand. This was a technique Chu Xiaonan had stealthily learned from Wei Xian, its power not particularly formidable, yet sufficient for this occasion. Chaotic Blade. Cross slash. Xue Li's expression turned fierce. If he could not allow the blade to drink blood, he would have to unleash his own combat prowess, impacting the bloodthirsty blade's power. Show me your true skills. Chu Xiaonan countered the attack with the Cloud Veil Palm, fanning himself with the silver fan and smiling lightly. With no enjoyment in combat, he would have to bring the battle to a premature conclusion. There were countless ways to crush his opponent. It all depended on what kind of death he wished to choose. Chaotic Blade. Snowwalker. Xue Li moved with incredible speed, passing by Chu Xiaonan, the accompanying blade energy slicing through him thousands of times. Akin to a dismemberment. Chu Xiaonan's flesh was torn, countless fine cuts resembling the marks left by gauze, with blood seeping but not falling, like paint clinging to his skin. How is this possible? Xue Li exclaimed in disbelief. Feeling the air itself had come to a standstill. Although he could not temporarily unleash a power beyond his realm, this Snowwalker technique was one of his proudest creations, yet it had only resulted in minor injuries to Chu Xiaonan. No, upon closer inspection, the fish scale-like wounds were already beginning to heal. Continue. Chu Xiaonan's expression remained calm. This blade technique was quite impressive, and he intended to use Wang Yin to learn from it shortly. If you have the ability, take my strongest move. Xue Li felt his composure slipping. Such a formidable physique was likely even superior to the golden bodies of the monks from the Grand Thousand Temple. Chaotic Blade. Frenzied Dance of the Blades. Xue Li's gaze fixated on Chu Xiaonan as he drove the bloodthirsty blade into his own abdomen. Since there was no opportunity for the blade to drink blood, he might as well use his own. After all, he had other trump cards, and as long as he survived this battle, he would have a chance. He aimed to unleash the bloodthirsty blade's maximum potential and impart a profound lesson to the Eastern Wilderness natives. The Eastern Expedition General cannot be humiliated. Threads of magic. Wall of transformation. Chu Xiaonan spoke with an even tone. The threads of magic united into one, possessing the offensive and defensive capabilities of a top-tier mystical treasure. If Xue Li could breach this wall, then what did it matter if he was struck by the former's blade? Slash! Xue Li roared angrily, gripping the hilt tightly as he drew the blade from within. Appearing almost deranged, his eyes bloodshot, moving in tandem with the blade eye in his eyes, there was only prey. His blade existed solely to slay. Unity of man and blade. Chu Xiaonan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of appreciation marking his expression. Previously, he had already gleaned the secrets of the bloodthirsty blade through Wang Yin. That Xue Li could enhance the blade's power by injuring himself was a stroke of genius, yet it was ultimately not the righteous path. Excessive blood loss would likewise diminish the blade's might. Allowing the blade to control its master, rather than the other way around, placed him at a disadvantage from the outset. This fleeting unity of man and blade could unleash a devastating strike. Yet it bore significant risks. A desperate gambit. If victorious, he might inflict severe damage, but at the cost of his own vitality. Should he fail, it would lead to utter ruin. Clang, clang, clang. The blade light struck against the shield wall formed by the threads of magic. Sparks flying. The shield was remarkably solid, retreating only a few meters without yielding an inch. In stark contrast, Xue Li's injuries were rather dire. He had already expended far too much vitality, his face now devoid of color, resembling a rootless floating weed, easily blown away by the wind. Again, Xue Li hoarsely shouted. He raised his blade once more, swinging it at the shield wall, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and falling from the air. Yet, the attack did not cease. With a thunderous boom, Chu Xiaonan and the shield wall were sent flying. He swung his arms, transforming the threads of magic into several limbs that braced against his back. Absorbing the impact as he gradually came to a halt, A middle-aged figure with flowing black hair appeared where he had once stood, coldly gazing at him. In ambush, the scum of the central region truly did not merit his emotional investment. Chu Jiaonan chuckled coldly, spreading his arms to reveal the net laid by the threads of magic. Strangle. He flicked his fingers lightly, ensnaring Shueli with hundreds of threads of magic, crushing his body to pieces. Before this king, you dare to kill my apprentice. You shall pay for it. A figure approached, arms crossed, speaking coldly. Chapter 94. The conspiracy of the shadow-departed ancestor Chu Jiaonan remained composed and unruffled. His expression devoid of emotion. After hearing countless harsh threats, they had grown rather tiresome, even if they were uttered by a being of great power at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. In truth, he had not anticipated encountering an avatar of such might. This was nearly the utmost limit achievable by one crossing dimensions prior to the unsealing of the eastern wilderness. Should there be a force even stronger, it could potentially jeopardize the seal of the demonic creatures, and until those malevolent entities were dealt with, the formidable figures of the top sects of the central continent would never allow such a scenario to unfold. After all, many powerful beings from the first-tier sects had been invited by the Lord of Black Fire to Eastern Wilderness to jointly subdue the demons, only to return empty-handed, which led to the collective decision to establish the seal. They could not permit those indomitable demons to wreak havoc upon the central continent. These ancient secrets were beyond Chu Jiaonan's knowledge, yet from his glimpses into the minds of several visitors from the central continent, he could glean some clues. The seal established against the eastern wilderness was certainly not the work of a single giant from the central continent, and they might have been observing the situation in the eastern wilderness through the seal all along. These were merely Chu Jiaonan's unfounded speculations, though they were drawing closer to the truth of those times. "Who might you be?" Chu Jiaonan inquired, gazing at the middle-aged man who introduced himself as Master Shueli. His demeanor indifferent. This man held a grudge. Anyone who had ever attacked him would find themselves certain to meet their demise unless they offered a formal apology and compensation, and no matter the origins of their power. From the ends of the earth, he would pursue them to the bitter end. The shadow-departed dynasty, Hizong, how formidable! The newcomer exuded a masculine vigor and domineering presence, surpassing even Shueli in strength. Clad in coarse gray linen, his exposed, sinewy muscles radiated explosive power, his black hair billowing wildly, exuding an untamed arrogance, as if he were prepared to unleash a massacre at any moment. Shueli, hailing from the same lineage, was a madman, yet this one was potentially even more dangerous. The emergence of a being at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm truly signified that the eastern wilderness was beset by calamities. Alas, lacking the skill to match others, he could only endure oppression. If this continued, the eastern wilderness would inevitably become a trial ground and colony for the sects of the central continent. Previously, he had harbored a disdain for the demon lord. But now, with only him willing to stand forth, where had the other powerful beings of the eastern wilderness vanished? Was he to be the last bastion of pride for the eastern wilderness? Countless ancient observers of the unfolding battle sighed in silence. The eastern wilderness, besieged by internal strife and external threats, was in dire need of a standard-bearer, a leader to guide the people out of their predicament. The shadow-departed dynasty was duly noted. Chu Jiaonan nodded slightly. Not only the shadow-departed dynasty, but also other forces that had come to eastern wilderness to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. He would pay them all a visit in due course. With a flick, the blood-drinker blade fell into Hizong's hands, a nostalgic expression crossing his face as the blade glimmered with a red light. Seemingly responding to him, "I aim to subjugate the eastern wilderness. Those who obstruct me shall die." Hizong swung his blade in a horizontal arc, the blade's radiance roaring forth like a mountain torrent. Surging in all directions, the myriad threads of demonic fibers shattered, and the net Chu Jiaonan had woven was swiftly torn apart. However, under his control, the myriad threads reconnected instantaneously, weaving a vast net anew. "You may take your time to chop," Chu Jiaonan said with a sense of ease, a smile gracing his lips. "Unleash all your abilities. Do not hold back, for I shall receive them all." The full force of the divine concealment realm might indeed provide him with some pressure and inspiration, allowing him to discover a breakthrough at the bottleneck of his cultivation. Otherwise, his blood, infused with the essence of the Golden Crow's divine fire, would have devoured him until naught remained. Hizong snorted coldly. Gripping the hilt tightly, and with blinding speed, he swung his blade, unleashing hundreds, even thousands of strikes in the blink of an eye, each blade shadow converging upon the densely woven myriad threads of demonic fibers. Thud, thud, thud. The fibers shattered one after another, yet they instantaneously reconnected, forming a prison-like web once more. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaonan grasped the remaining head of Shueli and directly commenced a soul search. Having just died, the soul had not yet dissipated, allowing for an attempt at a soul search, albeit the information gathered might be fragmented, though that mattered little. Should He Zong succeed in reviving his disciple, that would truly spell trouble. In any case, one must never underestimate any cultivator associated with blood-refining techniques. Moments later, Chu Xiaonan reluctantly concluded the soul search, crushing Shueli's slay the wolf cubs of Zhongzhou. Long live the demon lord. With the fervor ignited among the many youthful cultivators, the sentiments of rebellion spread amongst the populace, from one individual to thousands, then to tens of thousands, and ultimately to millions. The cries echoed like thunder, their might resonating through the heavens. He is rising, awakening the people and instilling in them the belief to resist the invaders. Feng Luchuan, with a dawning realization, cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Zongsheng. In a situation where multiple nations faced assaults from Zhongzhou cultivators, it was imperative to unite all possible forces instead of fighting individually. Following the sixth deity banquet of the Eastern Wilderness, unification would surely be realized once more. Chu Xiaonan, at the minimal cost of enduring a blow, established a valiant image of resistance, one potent enough to instill confidence in future generations. Kill. Chu Xiaonan transformed countless threads of intent into a spear, charging forward to engage with He Zong, growing ever more formidable in battle. His courage and fearlessness inspired every onlooker. The demon lord must triumph, avenging our fallen Eastern Wilderness brethren. Slay that executioner. He caused my sister's death. Father, the demon lord is my idol. I shall enlist, cultivate, and follow him, exterminating the wolf cubs of Zhongzhou. Boom. Chu Xiaonan and He Zong clashed violently, each retreating hundreds of feet before resuming their fierce entanglement. Their battle raged with tremendous intensity, neither willing to yield at it should be about time. Taking advantage of their brief separation, Chu Xiaonan shook his numbed arm. Cultivating the body differs from practicing spells. Fortunately, he had reforged his physique in Lingqiu. Or else, relying solely on his late-stage divine reservoir body, he might not have been able to endure such a protracted fight. It's nearly time to send him on his way, with a single thought. Chu Xiaonan prepared to utilize the myriad eyes to create an opportunity, followed by delivering a thunderous strike to slay He Zong. Meanwhile, a graceful figure descended upon a sword, akin to a meteor from the heavens. Hurtling towards He Zong, the sword sang and whistled, light and shadow intertwining. Clang, clang. With ferocious might, she struck He Zong repeatedly. Chop, cut, thrust, slice, stab, and sever. In mere moments, her flying sword was deflected by the blood-drink blade, leaving the woman at a disadvantage. Forced to retreat high into the air by a surge of blade energy. What is Master Zong doing? We should join forces to slay this villain. Long Yulong, clad in a white robe and bearing an icy expression, expressed her dissatisfaction with Chu Xiaonan, who stood idly by. I came to assist in battle. What do you mean by standing down? Who are you? Chu Xiaonan was even more displeased, having performed for a considerable duration, setting the stage for the final act, only to have someone jump in to steal the kill. How appropriate is that? Where were you when I needed to land a few hits? The ruler of the Eastern Wind Divine Nation. Long Yulong announced her title, hoping to evoke recognition. Surely, no one had not heard of her. Who is Long Yulong? Chu Xiaonan pondered, scratching his chin. It was not entirely his fault. The ruler of the Eastern Wind Divine Nation held such a low profile. The last time she appeared in the Eastern Wilderness was 60 years ago at the previous sixth deity banquet. That time, Chu Xiaonan had yet to be born. Enough. You rest aside and do not create chaos. Chu Xiaonan waved dismissively. If they were to join forces to slay He Zong, how would that showcase his unparalleled bravery and win the hearts of the people? This girl certainly had no sense of propriety. Chu Xiaonan, do not be so reckless. Long Yulong's brows furrowed slightly, her tone growing colder. Yet, as the two quarreled, He Zong was not idle. He secretly gathered power, employing the blood shadow escape technique to flash behind Chu Xiaonan, stabbing him through the chest. The blood drink blade glowed crimson, greedily siphoning Chu Xiaonan's essence. The previously dull patterns now vibrant as blood, seemingly awaken. Ha ha! You dare think you can defeat me? Die! He Zhong laughed maniacally. After a prolonged duel, the blood drink blade finally achieved its desire, and the eastern wilderness would soon tremble beneath his feet. Alas, how long will that fool continue to laugh? On the dragon, Long Yulong nodded slightly. Recalling the mother of Feng Luchuan, a paragon of grace and beauty, it seemed that the tides of time had shifted, with the younger generation now surging forth. In my domain, there is no room for arrogance. I have shed blood for you, and you owe me a recompense. Chu Xiaonan locked his gaze on Long Yulong, asserting his presence. You cannot simply come and go as you please. It is unreasonable to leave without a trace. You must leave something behind, or accompany old Zhao to the power source chamber to work, indulging these spoiled ladies. With a dismissive glance, Long Yulong turned to depart forcefully, her determination unyielding. Who could possibly stop her? However, just as she turned her head, her pupils constricted, captivated by the sight of Chu Xiaonan's already healed wound, unable to divert her gaze. So soon? What do you desire? Besides this sword and a jade talisman, I possess nothing of value. Long Yulong tucked her delicate white hand into her sleeve, her enchanting eyes fixed on Chu Xiaonan as she spoke softly. I practice the emotionless sword art, often in seclusion, wanting for little else. If you have intentions towards me, you may accompany me back to my homeland, as I am in need of assistance. You may as well leave at once. A penniless wretch like you, thinking to drag me onto a pirate ship, believing that practicing the emotionless path grants you free rein. I harbor no feelings for you. I was merely jesting. Chu Xiaonan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly donned a smiling facade. Today has truly been a day riddled with misfortune, and this misfortune is particularly sticky. After a prolonged contemplation, Long Yulong remarked, You are quite admirable. However, I must apologize, as I bear significant responsibilities and cannot linger in Fenggu for too long. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out with that. She mounted her flying sword and soared into the sky. Chapter 97. Unfortunate news. Why do I suddenly feel as though I have been cast aside by a scoundrel? Chu Xiaonan watched Long Yulong depart, smacking his lips together, hands clasped as he retracted his avatar. His two disciples, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair, gazed at him with admiration. In such a brief time, he had managed to win over the ruler of the Eastern Wind divine nation. Truly, he was the demon's sovereign. Cough. This time I have suffered a great loss. Chu Xiaonan mumbled in a deep voice. The avatar of the Purple Light King had not brought any treasures, and Long Yulong was but a pauper unworthy of being robbed. Possessing merely a few universe rings of the divine concealment realm and a demonic blade, far from his expectations for this battle's rewards. The primary issue was the substantial loss of blood this time. For a practitioner like him, who relished the wandering life, not earning enough felt like a loss, and further injuries would only exacerbate that. Master, when did you secretly learn that swordsmanship? It surpasses even that of General Shueli during the Eastern expedition. Shui Yambing inquired eagerly. It's just a matter of skill. Chu Xiaonan replied casually. The chaotic blade technique is merely of heavenly grade, while the Golden Crow's devastation record that Shui Yambing practices is of saint grade. There is no need for him to waste energy on trifles. Chu Xiaonan casually tossed the acquired demonic blade and the chaotic blade technique to Zhao Zongxing, stating indifferently, Old Zhao, you performed well this time. The blood-drinking blade is your reward. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Demon Sovereign. Zhao Zongxing promptly knelt in gratitude, his face creased with a joyful smile. The Demon Sovereign's generosity had bestowed upon him a secret treasure. Back in the days of the Flame Gang, he had never even laid eyes on such things, let alone dared to dream of them. Truly, clinging to the leg of a great figure is delightful. The sudden turn of events caused Feng Liuchuan's expression to darken. What right did she have to miss out on the spoils as a follower? It felt as though she was being singled out. In any collective, it is not the lack of blessings that is concerning, but rather the inequity of them. Where is mine? Feng Liuchuan's face was cold as she spoke softly. Do you wish to be punished? Chu Xiaonan stepped closer, lifting her chin with a grin as he looked down at her. After I assist you in breaking through to the divine concealment realm, what effort have you expended for me? Though Zhao Zongxing's cultivation was lower, he was resourceful and diligent. However, Since Feng Luchuan had pledged her loyalty to him, she had merely sought benefits, growing somewhat arrogant and now directly demanding treasures. You must prepare a fine sword for me. Feng Luchuan did not argue, merely turning her head aside with a hint of grievance in her tone. She had indeed done nothing to earn her keep, but she would prove herself worthy in due time. Demonstrate your value, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Chu Xiaonan reached out to ruffle the Empress's hair, chuckling. Others are the same. In the days to come, the enemies we face will only grow stronger. Regardless of your status, I have no fondness for mediocrity, I hereby declare. I welcome you to stir up trouble, to confront and challenge all injustices. Should issues arise, I will bear the brunt, but you must not remain inactive. Yes. Everyone clasped their fists in salute. Shui Yambing was particularly invigorated. The Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet would be his stage for fame. For half a year, he had devoted himself tirelessly to training, assisting Senior Zhao in dismantling numerous evil forces' strongholds, all to fulfill the trial set forth by his master. In comparison, his junior sister seemed rather fortunate, spending her days blissfully around their master, blissfully unaware of where her happiness stemmed from. The dragon boat continued its journey. Upon reaching the Imperial Palace, Dan Taikong personally led a group out of the city to greet them. My little friend, it has been some time, and you have surpassed me. Dan Taikong clasped his hands in greeting. You are too kind, Senior. We must unite our strength to address the issues posed by the Central Continent's forces. Chu Xiaonan, rarely one to offer pleasantries, replied that a few months prior, he had just entered the divine concealment realm, struggling to secure a banquet invitation for his disciple. Now, he stood at the pinnacle of Eastern Wilderness power, surveying the multitude, even prompting the oldest and most esteemed figures of the Eastern Wilderness to personally emerge from the city to greet him. This rate of growth left him astounded. Chu Xiaonan and his entourage were welcomed into the Imperial Palace, settled within the Dragon Pavilion. Half a day later, the fleet led by Xian Wuji arrived, entering Pan City in grand procession. Various sects, after registering, trickled in, converging upon the imperial city of Dongyao Divine Nation like rivers flowing into the sea, awaiting the day of the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet. On this day, a group of 4 elegantly dressed individuals descended upon the Imperial Palace, injuring many guards. Let Dan Taikong come to meet us. One of the men in purple robes used his powers to lift the leader of the guards into the air, hurling him towards the palace's back garden. The guest of honor, Dan Taiyu, noticed something amiss just as the guard leader crashed through several rock formations, expiring instantly. Shortly thereafter, a guard sent word that an old acquaintance had come to visit, requesting Dan Taikong to meet them personally. With little choice, Dan Taiyu left the banquet to welcome them. Given past experiences, matters above the divine concealment realm were no longer within his capacity to handle. As evening approached, Dan Taikong returned, his face devoid of color, announcing unfortunate news to everyone. Among the powerful who had emerged from the Eastern Wilderness, some sought for their offspring to participate in the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet, a condition for their promised support of the Eastern Wilderness in the future. After all, they had once been practitioners of the Eastern Wilderness themselves, and he had no grounds to refuse. Moreover, sending these individuals to the Central Continent for training had been intended for the day they might reciprocate his kindness. This news naturally caused a great uproar. Many factions expressed intense concern. After all, the training resources of the Central Continent were far superior, and the gap between peers would have widened considerably, should the offspring of those individuals participate. The talents of the Eastern Wilderness might not even have the opportunity to obtain treasures, let alone the survival of the gifted within the sects being uncertain. They had first-hand experience of the immense destruction caused by those from the Central Continent. Yet, the matter was already settled. Even if they wished to retract their agreement now, they had to consider the consequences. Chu Xiaonan was among the first to receive the news, and he had no objections to it. It was merely a trial, far gentler than directly engaging the forces of the Central Continent in battle. Some matters were inevitable, and he could not remain in the Eastern Wilderness forever. Chu Xiaonan called his 2 disciples and shared the news. Eager to hear their thoughts, Shui Yambing maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the situation. In the face of uncertainty regarding whether the other party was friend or foe, he deemed it unwise to rush to conclusions. However, if there were those lacking in insight, he would not hesitate to deliver them a heavenly gift. Yin was equally unconcerned. Her current task was primarily to assist her senior brother in capturing the leader. With numerous means of self-preservation at her disposal, it was others who would find themselves in danger upon encountering them, as the two siblings embodied danger themselves. Since you are unafraid, you may begin preparations for battle from this moment onward. At the banquet, assess any potential dangers and determine if lethal measures are necessary. The judgment is yours, Chu Xiaonan stated nonchalantly. Having never attended the Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet, he was unaware of the specifics and could not offer targeted guidance. Leaving it to his disciples to strive for success. Chapter 98. The banquet. The Eastern Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet commenced as scheduled. This banquet was divided into two parts, the preliminary banquet and the main banquet. The preliminary banquet employed a round-robin system, with nearly 1,000 young elites from various nations competing in pairs to determine winners, ultimately selecting 100 participants for the main banquet. The main banquet was more enticing but also considerably more challenging. The allure lay in the opportunity to enter the lair of the Fire Lord for treasure hunting. There had been instances where individuals were fortunate enough to obtain ancient masters' cultivation notes, propelling them to the dragon transformation realm. Such occurrences were not uncommon, with figures like Dan Taikong, Lung Yulong, and Feng Luchuan among those who had benefited. The challenges stemmed from the inherent uncertainties. Within the Fire Lord's lair, absolute safety could not be guaranteed. Dangers lurked within, and should conflicts arise over treasures, outsiders would lack the ability to intervene. Dan Taikong arranged the preliminary selections to take place within the Royal Combat Arena. As the sun rose in the east, casting a gentle glow, the Royal Combat Arena was already teeming with crowds, bustling to the brim. Royal families and representatives from various factions took their seats. As beautiful maidens served exquisite fruits and fine dishes, along with celestial wines, in previous years, the rulers of the 6 nations gathered in camaraderie to select talents, but this year was fraught with complications. Lacking the previous lightheartedness, little friend, do you wish to explore the lair of the ancient Fire Lord? At your age, you still qualify. Dan Aikong took the initiative to inquire about Chu Xiaonan's opinion. The East Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet is held once every 60 years, with an age limit of under 100. As long as one's bone age does not exceed a century, they are eligible to participate. Given that Chu Xiaonan is in his 30s, he is entirely qualified to compete among the younger generation. Previously, he had misunderstood the rules, considering the age from the perspective of an ordinary person, which led him to believe he was too old. In reality, he is quite young among his peers. After this reminder, Chu Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively and said, "I shall refrain from taking advantage of the younger generation. It suffices that my 2 disciples participate. Considering his speed of cultivation, reaching the realm of the late Wuhua Venerable is merely a matter of time, and he has never regarded the opponent's meager collection with any seriousness. Moreover, he must keep an eye on those returning from Central Continent, who are not to be trifled with. Should they engage in reckless behavior, Dan Taikong and Lung Yulong alone would be insufficient to stop them." "Do as you wish," Dan Taikong expressed some disappointment. Should Chu Xiaonan participate in the post-banquet, it would ensure absolute security and even present a significant opportunity to inherit the ancestor's legacy. The East Wilderness Sixth Divine Banquet has a history spanning over 1,000 years, and to this day, no East Wilderness Divine Son has been selected, which is indeed a great regret. Alas, the selection of 1 from 10 is rather slow. Chu Xiaonan glanced at the younger generation competing fiercely on the stage and felt quite bored until a descendant of a returnee took the stage, piquing his interest. From his interactions with the youth of Central Continent, it was evident that they are significantly stronger in both means and strength compared to their East Wilderness counterparts. The opponents of Shui Yambing and Yin are primarily among them. This individual, named Lu Qingyun, was well-dressed and exuded an air of refinement. He was the legitimate son of a transformation dragon realm powerhouse, returning alongside his 5 companions, Fang Jue, Mu Zhan, Kong Yu, and Sun Zimu. Compared to his 4 companions, he spoke and acted with at least a demeanor of civility, not excessively challenging the East Wilderness's talents. With a single palm strike, he incapacitated a youth contending for a position in the top 100 and quietly left the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Following Lu Qingyun, the next to appear was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, captivating and graceful, named Qin Luoxian. Chu Xiaonan nodded slightly. This was the bride he had chosen for Shui Yambing in the original script. It was because Chu Xiaonan had set his sights on her that Shui Yambing resorted to extreme measures. Such a stunning beauty is indeed rare in Central Continent, naturally attracting the attention of Lu Qingyun and others. Inciting their ambitions, Qin Luoxian's strength stands out among her peers, making it unlikely for her to falter in breaking into the top 100, so Chu Xiaonan did not pay her too much attention. He merely sent Feng Luchuan to deliver a betrothal gift to the Qin family, accepting the girl on behalf of his disciple. As for feelings, they could be developed over time. After all, the two would certainly meet during the post-banquet. In the ensuing matches, several young talents from the East Wilderness caught his eye, such as Long Yulong's direct disciple Morong Songzi, Dantai Yu's third son Danai Qi, the sixth daughter Dantai Fei, and the monks Xian Yao and Xian Mi from the Little Qian Temple. All of them possessed the potential to contend for the top Ten. In contrast, Shui Yambing and Yin Yin's performances were rather unremarkable, each victory coming only after a stick of incense had burned. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. With the top 100 selected, the pre-banquet was nearing its conclusion. The eagerly anticipated post-banquet required the Jade Talismans to unlock the cave of the Wuhua Venerable, prompting Dan Kong to communicate in advance with several Jade Talisman holders, only to discover that one talisman was missing. Consequently, the post-banquet had to be postponed. Fortunately, the 5 talismans were sufficient to locate the final missing talisman, and it was unanimously decided that Chu Xiaonan would retrieve it. A few days later, in the East Chuan Divine Kingdom, within a deep underwater cave, Chu Xiaonan made his appearance. The location of the Jade Talisman was indeed here. He held the Jade Talisman in his hand, waved it casually, and broke open the cave's entrance, strolling leisurely inside. Before long, the mechanisms within the cave activated. Arrows rained down, and spears shot forth, yet these posed no challenge to Chu Xiaonan, who effortlessly dismantled the traps with a mere palm strike. After advancing approximately 200 paces, he beheld numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures piled haphazardly, and upon an ancient beast stone platform floated a glowing jade talisman. The cave was rather hastily arranged, clearly indicating that the royal family of the East Chuan Divine Kingdom had only made a hurried stop here after fleeing with their treasures, likely meeting their demise soon after. Chu Xiaonan moved forward, preparing to take the jade talisman. At that moment, a phantom of a young boy dressed in a dragon robe materialized upon the ancient beast stone platform. What era is it now? The boy appeared bewildered, as if reminiscing and lamenting. Not long after he ascended the throne, the royal family was slaughtered by treacherous ministers, and in desperation, he could only lead his trusted allies to escape the palace. Nevertheless, they ultimately perished, with not a single soul surviving. He met his end on the road to escape. This fragment of his true spirit lingered within the Jade Talisman, hoping to seek aid from a fated individual to deliver a message, so that other lords might exact vengeance on his behalf. I have no time for your ramblings. Chu Xiaonan packed all the treasures within the cave, reached for the Jade Talisman, and departed directly. The empty words of a deposed monarch held no significance for him. Moreover, he was not the only one leaving Pan City this time. The returnees, being aware of the missing Jade Talisman, would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. As Chu Xiaonan exited the cave and stepped onto the riverbank, a blue-haired youth with a buzz cut sat by the riverbank, casually fishing with a blade of grass in his mouth. Upon seeing Chu Xiaonan emerge, he quickly stood up, beaming with a smile, and said, "Brother, you've worked hard. I would like to borrow something from you." Chapter 99. Truly my wise brother. Chu Xiaonan paused and turned back with a smile. This person spoke quite politely. Perhaps he could spare him from dire consequences. "What do you wish to borrow, brother?" he inquired casually. "You truly are a good person. I wish to borrow the Jade Talisman in your hand for some research." The blue-haired youth revealed a satisfied smile and continued, "My name is Zhou Yin. My father was the genius Zhou Tong who left the East Wilderness long ago. He is now the second elder of the second-tier force, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and at the pinnacle of the Transformation Dragon Realm. Quite the impressive background." Chu Xiaonan nodded, smiling as he replied, "I am a disciple of 7 Devil Island, sneaking out for a bit of fun, while also planning to eliminate a traitorous sect established in the East Wilderness." Zhou Yan's expression froze, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. 7.7 Devil Island? He muttered, cold sweat beading in his palms. Since he was from 7 Devil Island, who would dare provoke him? It was akin to asking for death. The cave of the Wuhua Venerable held no allure for him. "If you want the Jade Talisman, take it." Chu Xiaonan tossed out 2 Jade Talismans casually. He continued, "Since you've borrowed something, there should be interest, right? What good things does Xian Yuan Cave Heaven have? I remember the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow is quite excellent. A barrel a day. That should not be too high of an interest. Zhou Yin clutched the 2 jade talismans, feeling utterly flustered, as if the items were scalding hot. He desperately wished to discard them. While Xian Yuan Cave Heaven indeed produced jade marrow in abundance, it was not measured by the barrel. He only received a small bottle of diluted jade marrow liquid the size of a thumb once a month. To hear someone demand a barrel a day was to treat the jade marrow as if it were cabbage. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Chu Xiaonan smiled faintly. Recalling that during his cultivation at Seven Devil Island, his second master, Qi Lianmo, had treated him the best eye in the future. I'll bring her to visit Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. You better not go back on your word. Zhou Yin's face fell, trembling all over. Suddenly, he recalled a matter. The second island master was most adept at the heavenly injury shadow puppet technique. During the siege of Seven Devil Island, with just a casual move, Qi Lianmo had wiped out half of the higher-ups of numerous forces, and countless low-level cultivators had perished at her hands. If she were to visit Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, it would not be a friendly visit, but rather a mission of annihilation. A second-tier force meant nothing in her eyes. After the slaughter, there might not even be a sound left. Thud. Zhou Yin knelt down, forcing a grin as he said, I was unaware that you were from Seven Devil Island. I was just joking earlier. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Please take back the jade talisman. He had never doubted the authenticity of Chu Xiaonan's identity. Such considerations were unnecessary. First, impersonating a member of Seven Devil Island would surely result in death. Who would have such audacity to seek their own demise? Second, Chu Xiaonan's extraordinary talent, having reached the peak of the divine concealment at merely 30, was not something a backwater place like East Wilderness could produce. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had heard that Chu Xiaonan practiced the teachings of Seven Devil Island, particularly excelling in the heavenly injury shadow puppet technique, dispatching foes of the same rank with ease. This aligned perfectly with what he had said about being favored by the second island master. Initially, he had intended to flaunt his identity to intimidate Chu Xiaonan, hoping to recruit such a formidable subordinate to facilitate Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's takeover of the East Wilderness. With time, his father might even become the cave master. However, he never anticipated that he would encounter a disciple of Seven Devil Island. Given Chu Xiaonan's talent and the second master's favor, his identity as the son of the devil was abundantly clear. Kneeling before the devil son of Seven Devil Island was not shameful at all. You still wish to play tricks on me? Chu Xiaonan gave him a resounding slap, saying, Hold on to this jade talisman properly. The other fools also have a share. I am in need of good things to break through my realm, and your appearance is quite timely. I must tell you, brother, the East Wilderness is truly an impoverished place. I have dealt with several royal families, and there's not a crumb to be found. Fortunately, you all have come to rescue me a bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would break through to the next small realm, I tell you. If you don't accept these 2 jade talismans, it would be tantamount to looking down on me and our Seven Devil Island. Zhou Yin bit his lip, tears of humiliation streaming down his face as he internally cursed his fellow companions. That group of fools insists on seeking that worthless jade talisman. Well, now they have received it outright. This hot potato cannot be easily cast aside. Why are you crying? Get up quickly. Chu Xiaonan, with nimble hands and feet, swiftly collected Zhou Yan's Qiankuan ring and other treasures, affectionately patting him on the shoulder, saying, My dear brother, a man should not shed tears lightly, for beneath a man's knees lies golden opportunity. If you do not rise at once, I shall be quite displeased. Zhou Yin hastily got to his feet. Having secretly made up his mind, since it cannot be avoided, why not drag everyone down together? There is a saying that it is better to enjoy together than alone. True joy lies in the shared experience. Brother, I have a plan that can assist you in subduing the others. Zhou Yin had already begun to express his loyalty fervently. Even if it meant toiling for Chu Xiaonan, he must ensure that the Chilean demon is not invited to the Xinyuan cave. Otherwise, the cave master would surely have his head. Having come to Donghuang with hopes of being a guest of honor, relishing the feeling of being revered by the masses, he now found himself entangled with an ancestral figure. As expected of my wise brother, do share your thoughts with me? Chu Xiaonan laughed heartily, putting his arm around Zhou Yan's shoulder as they made their way home. After their discussion, Chu Xiaonan praised Zhou Yan profusely, declaring him a true talent. 2 days later, Outside Pan City, Zhou Yin stealthily slipped 2 jade talismans back into Chu Xiaonan's belt, cupping his fists in respect. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Let us not miss each other at Longfeng Mountain tonight during the hour of the rat. Go ahead, Chu Xiaonan nodded while shaking his paper fan. The two parted ways, and Chu Xiaonan returned to the palace. Upon his return, he noticed a challenge arena had been set up outside the palace gates. Passing by, he discovered Lu Qingyun and others had arranged a small platform specifically to challenge the top 100 young prodigies of Dongwall. At present, over 20 individuals had suffered grievous injuries, clearly unable to attend the subsequent banquet. Quite intriguing, Chu Xiaonan felt no objection. These promising youths of Donghuang indeed required some motivation to comprehend the gap between them and the geniuses of Zhongzhou. Once back in the palace, he summoned Dantai Kong to finalize the banquet's timing. Eagerly awaiting the nightfall, meanwhile, Zhou Yin returned and immediately sought out Lin Imo, the strongest among his companions, to explain the events of the day. Zhou Yin, this matter is of great significance. Can you confirm that the one you encountered was indeed the heir of Seven Demons Island? Lin Mo's countenance darkened upon hearing his account, a chill creeping down his spine. Go provoke the people of Seven Demons Island could spell disaster. Their respective sects would undoubtedly fail to protect them and might even cast them aside as an apology. I merely wanted you to verify the situation, Zhou Yin lamented, smacking his forehead, tears threatening to spill. Though he had to feign compliance with Chu Xiaonan, if even Lin Imo found himself at a loss, it would be all but certain that the identity of Chu Xiaonan as the heir of the demon was indeed true. At that point, he could only resign himself to fate and obediently serve as Chu Xiaonan's errand boy.